Chapter 1 Skeleton Sand Thotherworld. Aslan so profound the Titan still say sins of dread envelops the surroundings. Am I dead? Lysiaman Shay's eye consciousness wrestles with this thought. On the very first day of traversing Toisitherworld, he met this Demisithebra the Fab Bone Dragon, perhaps marking high mass the most unfortunateful travelers. No, here Fusto accepts such a fate. Having arrived in Arielmof Magicon fantasy, how could it possibly end like these? Ding, consciousness begins to awaken. In the darkness, a faint light flickers, forming a linear of text. Then, as a fat chain reaction had been triggered, more glowing characters emerge from the void, akin to fireflies. Ding, your race has been transformed into Allotier skeleton, namely Shiomon Pongda. Race Lotier skeleton. Level 1 LV10 the level cap 4 Lotier skeleton Sisl 10. Class none. Strength 4. Constitution 4. Spirit 8. Evolution requirement upon maxing Gao strength, constitution, and spirit, racial evolution can be achieved. Skills bone transformation of 1. Appraisal of 1. Status enslaved bethem malevolent bone dragon Pongda. Bone deterioration deprived of the nourishment of a living body. Bones begin to decay, causing gradual declining constitution and strength over time. Experience 0100. Description of frail, terrifying, and dilapidated skeleton. Itzenly virtuo fa handsome face analyst. A conan fodderin slaved bethuikid bone dragon Pongda. Likely to collapse within a year. The darkness is illuminated. Strange ezites imprint themselves upon his vision. The dim lilat bottom of Asanian, horrific, menacing skeleton swander amidst Therakita rain, resembling a Cenifermel. Havirus erected? Lizio man rises shishand. Yet, Wathis Isis nataba dio flesh and blood, Butaperof withered, darkened bony arms. Thebonyarm Sarah pockmarked, with cracks in several places, as if they might shitter at nimamit. I've become a skeleton. Lysiuman is startled, his body trembling with fear. After a while, Hecam Shimsulf, sitting on the ground, contemplating Thescaletons surrounding him. Although transformed into skeleton, Herton Shis conscious not intellect. Compared to trite, these outcomes seem somewhat acceptable. At least he's a lives longasha lives, there is shope. Now composed, he begins to assess his situation. He upins Thepanel, Agameli Caner Fasta Thace accompanied him since his arrival in this world. Itis also his greatest secretan sorcio for alliance. Even after becoming Gaskeleton, this Benel remains intact, affording Hymakon Stoddern his fortunes around. He suspects had his retention more and awareness after becoming Gaskeli Tanis Duito Hispanel. His now includes the surname Pongda, likely a change resulting from the bone dragon Panda's transformation. Moreover, his status now includes enslavement and bone deterioration. 1 strength, constitution, and spiritual reach 10 points, he can attain the opportunity for evolution. In summary, his current goal are to level up, evolve, and enhance his power. To level up, a must first gain experience, right? That means a need to hunt a Therminsters, doesn't it? Lysiaman cast Shis gaze upon Theather, skeletal creaturesni arbi, attempting to praisal skillinonoftum. Thes space beneath that skeleton shimmers, revealing severally Nessoff glowing characters. Name Lotier skeleton of Pongda. Level 3. Skill hardbonel 1. Status enslaved, bone deterioration. Description a low-tier skeleton enslaved bethuikid bone dragon Pongda. Its bones are equitested and may last for another 2 years before collapsing. In simpler terms, he cannot defeat it. However, inability to defeat Deuce Note Quaitito Bane Gunnable Tout Smart Thescaletonshire, apart from him, possess no intelligence. After all, Thalocan is Omblencio Fabrain. He stealthily follows behind this particular skeleton. When Thescaletons status indicates fatigue and at least down, Itis long before Thestacha changes to sleep. Surveying the area, Heenchurus knew their skeleton Sarah nearby. He quietly lifts a large stony and approaches Philoterphiliton shed. Confirming Thescaletons status on some more, Heraris Theston high. Duito Hislakov strength, Hispanyarms tremble slightly. With a fierce swing, he brings Hestona crashing down into the slumbering Lotoden school. With their sounding clang-clang. The noise reverberates Struthi cavern, causing theory blue flames in Lysiamancies to flicker. Cracks appear on Theskeleton school, its status shifting from sleep to faint. What is Thiscald? This is referred to turing deeper slumber. Without hesitation, he strikes again, Thebones office arm screeking gasherises the stony or. Clang. With these can blow, Theskeleton cranium fractures and collapses inward. Ding. Lodier skeleton killed. Experience 30. Lysioman rises his head, cautiously scanning his surroundings, especially towards the direction of Pongda. He speculates that Theskeleton's demise will not attract Pongda's attention. Yet speculation remains speculation. Time passes in silent anticipation, and with no disturbances, Lysiaman gradually settles his nerves. Looking Gathi immobile Lescalitao remains in the ground. It is evident that they are in far better condition than son petit full form. Lysiaman crouches down and removes the right arm of his skeletal remains. Weighings, thin tear sophie son dilapidated, withered, darkened right arm. Being skeleton, he feels no pain merelyadaging sensation accompanies the removal of his arm. Next, he lines the right arm of his skeleton with his shoulder and activates transformation. That will connect seamlessly. This arm is light limeler than his original, but for Lysiaman, who possesses bone transformation, this poses no issue. Hedges Thescalite arm with precision, and soon, it's a Z and shape match that of his original. A faint Sergio Finner guy flows from the shoulder joint. Ding. Skill acquired hard bond of 1. Constitution 1. Abright light envelop she's entire body, and the darkened would diminish slightly, with tina cracks mending themselves. Tathink he could acquire skill. The flamus in Lysiamantia socket surge with intensity, and a dangerous hot bruise within him. To break free from the malevolent bone dragon Pongda, he requires patience, timing, and most importantly, strength. The countless skeletons transformed by the bone dragon Pongda possess numerous excellent skills. This cis Namur dragon Slaritis, in fact, a treasure trove of skills. Be acquiring enough skill sand waiting for the opportune moment, he can escape Pongda's grasp. At that point, the vast will welcometh a leaping fish, and the high mountains will loathe so erring birds to fly. Once he escapes the slayer of skeletal dragons, Hecken and sea gain relish that grained adventure that Thysither world has to offer. Lysioman rises his head, the pitch black cavern illuminated by the fierce flame so fuzzer within his sockets. Chapter 2 The Pursuit of Skeletons. The flames within Lysiomantia sockets seem to possess all of Thyrone, scanning the depths of evilly wandering skeletons. Unbeknownst to them, Thescaletons remain oblivious to his scrutiny. After all, lacking intelligence, they can only drift timelessly, driven by instinct until commanded by Pongda. Lysioman's criteria for potential targets are simple. Low level, good skills, and isolated. However, in this dragon slayer, finding Gaskeleton no fa comparable level proves to bequetethi challenge. After all, of one skeleton could be considered a renaissance. Most skeletons seri at least 5 or higher, and those below 5 are few and far between, with Lysiaman having encountered none apart from Imselfal 1. Yet, with determination, nothing just impossible. During his surveillance, Fortunesmal supin Lysiaman she discovers a skeleton that meets his criteria. LV3, possessing Theskalov swiftness. He becomes enamored with Theskeleton's long, smooth, white legs, resembling exquisitate. He trails behind the skeleton, his azura flames burning fervently, his eyes fixate don't hose alluring, bony exposed long legs. Theskeleton remains blissful unawario fannything amiss, continuing jit sameless wander. Lysiaman by Deshestime, waitin' for them in tough solitude. Skeletons possess no discernible pattern synthire wandering with patience. This delightful skeleton will inevitably stray from the pack. When Thatam comes, it will be Lysiaman's moment to strike. Moreover, skeleton salsa requires don chethis skeleton a saloni and asleep, the opportunity for action will present itself. Transform it into Askelton, Lysiaman has developed a newfound patience, akin to a hunter stalk kinjit spree. As time passes, Lysiaman sizes theme it. Theskeleton before him lies down, its bare bones exposed to the ground. Those swiftness of one long legs radiating an irresistible. Lysiaman refrains from rushing in. He remains patient, waiting until Theskalitan's status Barinda Katesli before he lifts a largest stony and stealthily approaches. The Azura flames flicker slightly within his dark eye sockets. With a sudden crash, Thestona strikes down. With her sounding clang-clang, Theskalitan's synthesing legs tremble, its skull shatter in Jinjin ward, the Azura flames low like extinguishing. Ding! Lodier skeleton killed, experience 30. Suppressing Garu Shof excitement, Lizayaman reaches out to touch the smooth leg soft skeleton. He detach up the leg with the superior appearance and then remove it his own right leg, align ninja with the joint interfacet to initiate transformation off T-bone structure. The connected seamlessly. A familiar warmth surged from the newly attached hydrogen to his body, causing the fissures in his surface to mend slightly, the darkened wood dissipating entirely, leaving behind in Liadessa cat dialau. The pitted, rough texture refis bonisal sashodum in a restoration. Ding! Skill acquired agility LV1. Hedgestetha dimension sophus leg bones and drosito his feet. Testing gizbalance, keto oxtrides, his surroundings blurring past a tonic accelerated pace, a marked enhancement in speedy vident. The strength office bonus seemed to have improved, albeit slightly. Lizayaman flexed his ribs, contemplating. Haythin halted his rapid strides. Currently, his race suis classify a dacelotire skeleton, themist basic among skeletal creatures, with a maximum level CAF LV10. To break free from the clutch off pound, evolution was imperative. However, their requirements for evolution mandate tethital three-dimensional attributus reach a minimum of 10 points. Can replacing advanced bone segment the three-dimensional attributes? After dispatching 12 low-tire skeletons, Lizayaman felt a twastum forber for spite. After all, haste makes waste. Hitu cares to radaves lumbrin the clandestina cavi hadrivia sly discovered, replenishing Ismental and physical vigor. A samurai skeleton, devoid of flesh, he naturally felt no hunger. Yet, due to the absence of corporeal sustenance, his exposed bones were deteriorating, with his skeletal lifespan dwindling to a mere year. Lizayaman meticulously examined the panel, noting Gates' laration itharatave skeletal degradation. It turned out the panel late initial I predicted Isponescuden line dur for a year, which had now extended to Rendon moth. Could this be attributed to the increase in his constitution points? Thurgency and Lizayaman's hardiest simuat. It seemed he must diligently procure bonus from his charming colleagues. Upon awakening, Lizayaman straightened his spine, alleviating the tension in his lumbar region, before he approaching their skeleton scout for desirable skills. Ultimately, identified ALV4 skeleton endowed with strength LV1. Thero bustarm bonus shimmered faintly at the captivating purulenthidimbali. After all, Lizayaman possessed hard boneto enhance his defense, and agility to boost his speed, yet the found this power lacking. He followed, concealed, biting Gistime, familiar with that terrain. A massive boulder plummet heavily. Thought a skeleton lacked das kilterian force boned in city, its level of LV4 meant that Lizai and Hato strike forcefully twist before Stringitskul. Ding, Lodier skeleton slain, experience 40. Experience points maxed out, level increase said to LV2. Free tribute point 1. The Azura flames within Yashist cavity and eye sockets, surge dramatically before gradually returning to their original state. The void left be the missing bonus begin to fill gradually. Did leveling upon D-die yield free tribute points? At last, he discovered das steady avenue efferencing his attributes. Simultaneously, the experience Sieber and his panel surged from 100 to 200. For his free attribute point, Lizayaman allocated to strength. A tingling sensation coursed through him, as the densitufis bonisa peredterize slightly. Haythin detach up the left arm bone off the skeleton and remove his own left arm bone, aligning thema at the joint to initiate transformation off T-bone structure. After the familiar sensation, the enhancement toffis bones was nullengaris pronounced, on danitification eperdont the panel. Ding, skill acquired strength LV1. Lizayaman pondered, attempting to detach the ether arm bone. Buta sunishedded, Thepanalunder went to Cange. The hard bone LV1 skill vanished from the panel, and distant tire, skeletal structure felt as though vital had been extracted, rendering it slightly more fragile. Lizayaman hurried lyriata ket hirmbone, restoring the skill. I citra this way? Lizai Humanmist, glancing Gathaskalist with little surprise. If Hekud continually acquire news kills through the exchange offlambanese, it would indeed be too extraordinary. The limit for skills obtained through lime exchange was capited for, Wythiak lime represent instinct skill. Now, rather than simply acquiring skills, it's see medmaria curatita see wasparowing skills from the exchanged limbs. To fully assimilate these skills and make them e-zone, he might need to evolve it hesalimsency gain. Lizaya man tinded to therum nant soft skeleton before him, seeking Gauthafanal. Smashing twos kaletons de lihad becomi an invaluable habit. With unwavering persistence set day after day, Hebelievd would eventually liberate himself from the nefarious grasp off T-Bone Dragon Pound. Chapter 3 The Grave Crisis of the Skeleton. It has been a week since Li Xiaoman became a skeleton. As a pawn in the Pound Skeleton Legion, he has silently shattered the skulls of 10 skeletal colleagues. While this may seem considerable, it is hardly significant within the context of the Pound Skeleton Legion. Currently, Li Xiaoman's skeleton attributes are as follows. Name: Li Xiaoman Pound Race. Low-level skeleton level, LV3 LV10. The maximum level for low-level skeletons is LV10. Occupation: None. Strength: 510 Constitution, 510 Spirit, 810 Free Attribute Points. 1 Evolution Requirement. Racial evolution can be achieved 1 Strength. Constitution and Spirit are maxed out. Skills: Bone Transformation LV1, Appraisal LV1, Hardbone LV1, Strength LV1, Swiftness LV1, Stealth LV1. Status: Enslaved, Bone Deterioration Experience Points. 60300. Description: A fragile yet versatile skeleton, a mere cannon fodder enslaved by the malevolent Bone Dragon Pound. Likely to collapse into pieces in approximately 1.5 years. The Stealth LV1 skill was acquired from a LV3 low-tier skeleton's left leg. This skill significantly conceals the sounds of his following and running. For Li Xiaoman, who often trails other skeletons for work, it proves to be exceptionally useful. With this skill, combined with his swiftness and strength, he can often strike without waiting for the skeletons to slumber, charging in with a stone block in hand. However, today, Li Xiaoman refrains from trailing other skeletons as per usual to deliver a blow. This is because today, a group of visitors has arrived at the Bone Dragon's lair. Unlike the dull-witted skeletons, these visitors possess goat-like horns, slender tails adorned with delicate scales, and a pair of pitch-black bat wings. If Li Xiaoman's deductions are correct, they appear to be succubi among demons. These succubi hover in the air, their eyes scanning the skeletons as if appraising goods. Li Xiaoman is familiar with this gaze, as he had examined other skeletons with the same scrutiny just 3 minutes prior. Cursing under his breath, Li Xiaoman shrinks his neck and hides among the skeletal crowd, hoping to remain inconspicuous. Yet, the versatile skeleton emanates an unmistakable, captivating charm that is impossible to conceal. His smooth, pristine bones seem to whisper his uniqueness at every inch. This is largely due to a particular skeleton's hygiene philosophy that compels him to maintain his cleanliness. Li Xiaoman is soon singled out by one of the succubi. Before he could escape the clutches of Pound, he finds himself ensnared once more by the grasp of a succubus. Appraisal: Name: Lucia Poundrace. High-level demon occupation: Mage, Elementalist level, LV34 LV40. 3rd-tier mage. High-level demon maximum level is LV40. Description: A high-level demon servant of the malevolent Bone Dragon Pound. Synonymous with destruction and evil, adept in elemental magic, endowed with profound magical knowledge and a research-oriented spirit. She seems to possess good quality, making her an excellent research specimen. Lucia taps Li Xiaoman's skull and expresses her satisfaction. Li Xiaoman can only feign a vacant expression. Should his intelligence be discovered, he would be doomed to remain under Pound's dominion for eternity. However, he contemplates his bleak future as a mere research specimen. Li Xiaoman is escorted to a plaza partitioned by stone walls, where other skeletons, like him, wander aimlessly within the limited space. Having pretended to be a skeleton for so long, he skillfully mimics their aimless wandering. Among the skeletons, a few succubi also roam. The appraised levels of these succubi are generally above LV10, indicating intelligence. All the succubi bear the surname of Lucia, and those of higher levels carry the Pound suffix after Lucia, suggesting they are lower to mid-tier succubi enslaved by her. Keep a close watch on these skeletons. for they are all important research materials, Lucia instructs before soaring away once more in this confined space. Under the watchful eyes of the succubi, Li Xiaomon loses the opportunity to strike his fellow skeletons for experience. He can only linger near the succubi, pretending to be a vacant skeleton, gathering information from their conversations. After some time of eavesdropping, Li Xiaomon finally uncovers Lucia's research agenda. She aims to cultivate a special breed of skeletons, elemental skeletons. Unlike ordinary skeletal monsters, elemental skeletons are a rare and unique breed capable of wielding elemental magic. The low-tier skeletons in the plaza are merely expendable materials. In Lucia's estimation, these skeletons are unlikely to transform into elemental skeletons. They are merely cannon fodder samples for recording experimental data. Lucia's departure signifies her journey to collect experimental materials. The first experiment involving this batch of skeletons is slated to commence in 3 days. In the blink of an eye, the first experiment is upon them. During these 3 days, under the watch of the succubi, Li Xiaomon has not had the chance to strike his fellow skeletons, resulting in no changes to his level or attributes. However, he has not been idle. Seizing the opportunity while several of his unsuspecting colleagues slumber, he knocked them unconscious and stealthily replaced their limbs. The oblivious skeletons remain unaware of their transformation. Now, Li Xiaomon has replaced the skills in his limbs with hard bone, self-healing, resilience, and fire resistance, all skills geared towards survival and defense. By intentionally weaving among the succubi, he has gleaned crucial intelligence. The first experiment pertains to fire, prompting him to equip himself with a fire-resistant skill. The first experiment officially commences, and the high-level demon Lucia reappears in the experimental arena. Compared to 3 days prior, Lucia exhibits no discernible changes. She has no intention of engaging in idle chatter with the low-tier skeletons. With a wave of her hand, 2 succubi seize one of the skeletons. Lucia steps before the skeleton, extending a hand to press against its skull. Fire slag. Flames cascade like molten liquid, enveloping the skeleton, which thrashes in a frenzy, the clattering of its bones producing a chilling sound. Soon, the low-tier skeleton falls silent, collapsing to the ground. Reduced to charred remains, Li Xiaomon's non-existent scalp prickles, and he meticulously checks his skill bar, confirming that his meticulously prepared skills remain intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Cannot even endure the onset? Truly useless. Next, Lucia's melodious voice fails to convey any charm to Li Xiaomon. In quick succession, the second unfortunate soul is brought forth, its vacant gaze fixated upward, the flames within its eye sockets quietly flickering. Lucia again extends her hand, pressing it upon the skeleton's head. The same spell, fire slag, descends, and this time, the skeleton succumbs even more swiftly than the previous one, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Next, chapter for the skeletons bathed in flames thus far. Over 20 skeletons have met their demise, with only 3 managing to withstand the fire slag. However, following this, in the second round, Lucia inserts some peculiar crystal into the chest cavity of one skeleton. The azure flames within its chest and eye sockets instantaneously transform into a fiery orange, swiftly consumed by the flames, leaving behind a pile of blackened remnants. At this moment, all the skeletons surrounding Li Xiaomon have vanished, leaving him as the sole skeleton remaining. Damn, how conspicuous Li Xiaomon has been so fixated on the spectacle of the skeleton being incinerated that he failed to notice the others had been captured. He discreetly turns his head, pretending to wander aimlessly towards the area with more skeletons. Staying a bit longer to observe the fate of his fellow skeletons might afford him a few extra moments of survival. However, just as he begins to move, he is seized by 2 succubi gripping his shoulder blades. Cursed, I cannot move. Li Xiaomon suppresses the urge to struggle, feigning a vacant demeanor as he is led toward Lucia. He must not reveal any signs of intelligence. Otherwise, his fate is sealed. When Li Xiaomon is positioned before Lucia, he notices up close that she is indeed an extraordinary beauty, her figure exceptionally alluring, with horns, a tail, and bat wings adding a touch of allure. Yet, at this moment, Li Xiaomon cannot afford to concern himself with the succubus's appearance. He steadies his trembling spirit, bracing for the impending flames. Lucia scrutinizes Li Xiaomon, seemingly indifferent. To her, these skeletons are instinctual beings, akin to beasts and insects. Her right hand rests upon his smooth skull, and her voice whispers in his ear, "Fire slag." Magical energy coalesces in her palm to form a sigil. Then flows forth, molten flames cascading over his skull, enveloping him entirely, coating every inch of his skeletal frame in a fiery membrane. This marks the first time since his transformation into a skeleton that Li Xiaomon experiences pain. The azure flames within his chest and eye sockets flicker violently, trembling. An unbidden sound escapes his throat, akin to the grinding of bones against one another. Crack, crack, crack. The bones are incessantly charred, yet simultaneously healed. His fire resistance significantly mitigates the effects of fire slag, allowing him to endure until the flames subside. At this moment, his bones emit a faint red glow, exuding steam as if perfectly scorched, akin to iron undergoing forging. Such a feeble breath, and yet, he has survived the fire slag. Lucia regarded Li Xiaomon with unexpected scrutiny. Subsequently, two succubi lifted him once more, but this time not by hand. Instead, they employed invisible hands conjured from magic. After all, the temperature of his bones was exceedingly high. "I hope you can still surprise me." Lucia produced the crystal, and unbeknownst to Li Xiaomon, this one appeared larger than the crystals belonging to the previous three unfortunate souls. A special treatment? An exceptional reward? The crystal was precisely inserted into the cerulean flames within his chest. Then, the flames surged violently, rising dramatically in an instant. They transformed the fire in his eye sockets to a fiery orange. As his entire body ignited like a pile of kindling, burning fiercely, the pain was excruciating. Compared to this, the previous molten fire felt akin to a mere hot spring. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of shattering echoed as his bones were scorched and fractured, turning his entire skeleton a deep crimson. It resembled porcelain overbaked in a kiln, on the verge of collapse. The self-healing at level 1 incessantly mended his failing body, yet it was but a drop in the bucket against the rapid disintegration of his skeleton. Even now, it had not turned to dust, likely due to the resilience of his hard bones and fire resistance. Indeed, was it still insufficient? Lucia's expression shifted to disappointment as she observed the skeletal frame sprawled on the ground, engulfed in flames. This demon had intentionally increased the dosage of the crystal inserted into his body. She had based her calculations on the performance of each skeleton during the first round of molten fire. Administering a lethal dose of crystal, she had no intention of allowing them to survive. She merely sought to collect data on their death. Li Xiaomon gritted his teeth against the pain and opened his status panel. Even amidst the searing flames, the panel remained clear, unaffected. Free attribute points, add to Constitution. He had saved up a few points from his last upgrade, waiting for this very moment. Ding! Constitution 1. Adding to Constitution allowed for the healing of certain injuries. A warm current surged from his bone marrow, finally halting the spread of cracks. Subsequently, both the self-healing and the Constitution points activated simultaneously, slowly mending the fissures and resisting the flame's scorching heat. Shatter, heal, shatter, healed. A tug-of-war unfolded upon his skeletal frame, which emitted a mournful creaking sound, as if it were pleading for relief. Only when the intensity of the flames began to wane did Li Xiaomon feel a sense of liberation, as though he had crawled out of hell. Ding! Constitution 1. Skill acquired. Fire Magic Level 1. Unlock Level 10 Career Option. Elemental Mage. Elemental mages wield dangerous elemental magic, masters of destruction and chaos. Unlock Evolutionary Path. Low-tier Fire Skeleton. Low-tier Fire Skeleton, a special variant of skeletons that harness the power of flames. With a level cap of 20, the flames completely receded into his body, the orange-red fire gradually transforming into a deep cerulean hue. Lucia's expression shifted from surprise to disappointment. Had the transformation indeed failed? Yet, the fact that he had endured was a stroke of luck. Lucia kicked the fallen Li Xiaomon on the ground and turned her gaze to the remaining skeletons. Li Xiaomon trembled as he stood, feigning a dazed demeanor as he continued to wander aimlessly. However, the two cerulean flames in his eyes flickered with a hint of orange red. Fire magic. Acquired. Li Xiaomon suppressed the urge to test the rumored magic and meandered without purpose. Conceal, lie in wait, seek opportunity. He had gained a new trump card. Ultimately, Li Xiaomon was the only one among the skeletons to endure the experiment, albeit his transformation had failed. This outcome had not exceeded Lucia's expectations. She had never believed they would succeed in one attempt. She began scouting the valley for new experimental skeletons. Soon, one by one, skeletons filled the experiment site once more. After the first round of experiments, Li Xiaomon confirmed that Lucia had not been tallying the number of skeletons. These instinct-driven, mindless experimental skeletons were no different from swine in Lucia's eyes. She would not remember how many swine she had captured. Among this batch of skeletons, Li Xiaomon identified 5, 4 at level 5 and 1 at level 6. When Lucia ventured out again to gather materials, only a few low-tier succubi remained to guard. Li Xiaomon stealthily approached the locked skeleton. He pressed his palm firmly against the skeleton's face. Fire! Fire magic activated, engulfing the skeleton's head in the inconspicuous cerulean flames of the night, scorching the interior of the skull fiercely. With his other hand, he plunged it into the skeleton's chest, seizing the flames within and incinerating them relentlessly. Ding! Low-tier skeleton slain. Experience 50. Li Xiaomon cautiously surveyed his surroundings, dismantled the skeleton's left leg, and then removed his own left leg, which bore fire resistance. However, upon removing the leg with fire resistance, he realized that the fire resistance on his status panel had not vanished. Perhaps the ordeal of enduring the flame's ferocious burn had granted him fire resistance. Aligning the detached leg with the hip joint, he initiated the bone transformation. Ding! Acquired skill. Stealth level 1. The faint sounds in the air faded away. Li Xiaomon then disassembled the remaining remnants into various bone fragments, carefully enveloping them in flames, reducing them to ashes, which he scattered on the ground. Once all the bones had been disposed of, Li Xiaomon felt a wave of mental fatigue wash over him. Did magic correlate with mental points? He was relieved that his mental points were still in decent condition before succumbing to deep slumber. Chapter 5. The skeleton's miscalculation. Li Xiaomon did not forget to glean information from the low-tier succubi during the day. Understanding the nature of Lucia's next experiment was crucial for him. It was only because he had discovered that the previous experiment was related to fire that he had collected the corresponding skills, enabling him to endure the demon's torment. Through persistent inquiries, he finally unearthed details about the next experiment. This time, it was not fire but earth. He could retain his resilience, hard bones, and self-healing for continued use. What he needed now was earth resistance. At last, he found a level 6 cutie possessing earth resistance and immense strength, 2 skills that were quite rare among low-tier skeletons. He refrained from rushing to acquire it. He needed to continue using his stealth for a few more nights to gather sufficient experience for leveling up. His previous survival had ultimately relied on timely allocation of free attribute points. Thus, it would be prudent to level up before Lucia's return, ensuring he secured those free attribute points. Last time, his constitution was 5. This time it was 7. Perhaps this free point could be saved after all. In any case, he needed to prepare for the unexpected and brace for risks. That night, he stealthily approached the previously identified skeleton, unleashing flames into its eye sockets and chest, incinerating it frantically. Ding! Low-tier skeleton slain. Experience 60. He then proceeded to dismantle it, burning it piece by piece, reducing it to ashes. The bone dragon had been sleeping soundly. Master. Li Xiaomon was startled, hastily scattering the last of the ashes while feigning nonchalance. He even tucked the final phalange into the crevice of the arm bone. Who's there? A muffled voice called out, and indeed, he had been discovered. Soon, around the corner, a succubus emerged, with a viscous black shadow crawling at her feet. Just low-tier skeletons? The succubus sighed in relief upon seeing Li Xiaomon. After all, who would worry about a conversation being overheard by mindless skeletons acting on instinct? Li Xiaomon also realized that he seemed to have overheard something significant. Master, it's getting late. If there's any movement from Pound, I will inform you immediately. If there's no news, Master, please proceed with the planned assault on Pound in a month's time. The succubus bowed respectfully, as if paying homage to the viscous shadow at her feet. Li Xiaomon's spirits lifted. An assault on Pound. Was this not the opportunity he had long been awaiting? When the time comes? Amidst the murky waters, the power accumulated within oneself for so long may erupt unexpectedly, presenting a chance to escape this mire. The black, viscous substance beneath the feet of the succubus writhed momentarily before vanishing into the shadows. It had not uttered a single word throughout. Perhaps the constraints between them rendered the succubus capable of only one-sided communication, unable to receive any information. Even as the black sludge disappeared, the succubus remained motionless in a posture of respect. Li Xiaomon casually turned in another direction and meandered into the distance. Just as the succubus was about to glance over, he staged a dramatic fall, rising to continue his aimless wandering in a different direction. Embodying the adorably clumsy nature of a low-level skeleton. Having lived alongside these low-level skeletons, he had tirelessly performed as one day and night. At that moment, he truly was a low-level skeleton. The succubus also withdrew her gaze from Li Xiaomon. She initially intended to dispose of him, as Lucia likely would not mind losing a few skeletons amidst the multitude. However, given that Li Xiaomon was the sole skeleton to survive the first round of experimentation, none could ascertain the profound impression he had left on Lucia, thus she refrained from taking action. After incinerating the last fragment of finger bone lodged in her arm bone to ashes, Li Xiaomon commenced his rest, anticipating Lucia's return the day after tomorrow. He planned to strike against that colleague possessing earth resistance tomorrow night, concurrently elevating his level to LV4 on the following night. He deftly eliminated a skeleton, reducing it to ashes. Without pausing for rest, he stealthily approached the skeleton endowed with earth resistance. Once more, he enacted the process of incineration. Ding! Level up to LV4, free attribute point 1. Savoring the sensation of rapid ascension, the soul flames surged within him, and his mental fatigue slightly abated. He detached his left leg and affixed it to his own. Alas, it was a failure. He had merely harvested the strength from the two skills of that skeleton. Cursed be those who wield multiple skills. Li Xiaomon yanked off his right leg once more, affixing the new one. Ding! Acquired skill. Earth resistance LV1. Yet, the skill of tenacity he bore on his right leg was now lost. To be cautious, he needed to find a being endowed with tenacity, dismantle his left leg, and install it on himself. He obliterated the remnants before him, a wave of exhaustion washing over him, summoning his willpower. He scoured through the pile of skeletons. Each use of identification drained his mental vigor further. At last, he found it. Upon discovering the skeleton with the tenacity skill, Li Xiaomon let out a soft grunt of delight. Stealthily approaching, he pressed down on its head. Burn! Ding! Killed low-level skeleton. Experience 50. His spirit was nearly exhausted. He replaced his leg bone, but now he lacked the energy to deal with the remnants. He could only scorch the skeleton with low-temperature flames, simulating the appearance of death due to bone deterioration. Ding! Spirit 1. Finding a corner, he collapsed onto the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard a notification sound. Upon awakening, everything around him remained as usual. The remnants of that skeleton had vanished, likely processed as bone deterioration by the succubi. Lucia had yet to return, indicating that time was still on his side. Li Xiaomon glanced at his panel. His spirit had risen to 9 points. At this moment, both his hard bone tenacity and earth resistance were intact, his constitution soaring to 7 points, with one free attribute point remaining. Li Xiaomon felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Even wishing to shout, "Who can kill me?" he had begun to anticipate Lucia's arrival with eager excitement, longing for her to come and torment him. When the time came, he would acquire earth magic. Upon achieving prosperity, he would return to take revenge, ensuring a swift end for the beloved Lucia. As expected, when noon arrived, a sliver of sunlight penetrated the depths of the canyon. Lucia, fluttering her beautiful bat wings, descended into the valley. Her exquisite, deep purple eyes swept over the array of skeletons, preparing to bestow upon him the long-awaited earth magic. She waved her jade hand, and two adorable succubi restrained one skeleton. Oh, that skeleton was him. It seemed that Lucia had not forgotten him, as she promptly captured him upon her arrival. Gazing at the skeleton before her, Lucia discerned anticipation flickering within the soul flame in his eye sockets. Shaking her head, she dismissed it as perhaps a mere illusion. I hope you can endure this time. Lucia spoke. Then, the wind of Elis surged forth. The fierce gale enveloped Li Xiaomon like a vortex. Every inch of his bones felt as if countless blades were slicing through them. This wretched demoness. Why is it wind? Li Xiaomon cursed Lucia and all the succubi present vehemently. He felt as though his very soul were being wrenched from his skeletal frame. The earth resistance he had prepared now seemed a cruel jest. Chapter 6. Skeletons are insoluble in water. He vaguely recalled the whispers of the succubi in his ear. But now, it mattered not. He had to devise a means to withstand this wind of Elis. Suppressing his unease, he commanded his bones to flatten further. The tenacity of his hard bone continuously fortified his skeletal structure, while his arms shielded his chest cavity, preventing the soul fire within from being extinguished. The self-healing capability relentlessly mended the minute fissures on the surface of his bones, while the soul fire within continually compressed, rendering the flames incredibly dense, almost impervious to the wind. Yet, despite these efforts, his bones were left pocked and pitted, as if devoured by innumerable ants around him. White bone powder mingled with the wind, relentlessly battering his form. Li Xiaomon recognized the significance of the resistance skills. Had it not been for the fire resistance last time, he would likely not have survived the searing flames of magma. This time, he had truly been caught in a dire predicament. The wind ceased. Only a tattered skeleton frame remained standing, the tiny blue flame within its chest cavity flickering as if on the brink of extinction. Lucia, in that moment, believed the skeleton to be dead. Yet, the next instant, the ethereal blue flame within the chest flickered, then blazed anew. The hollow eye sockets ignited once more, aflame with vigor. He had returned to life. Li Xiaomon swayed unsteadily, barely managing to remain upright. However, Lucia clearly had no intention of sparing him. She gestured, and two succubi stepped forward to support his wavering form. Then, she approached him directly. A crystal, distinct from the last, pale blue in hue, materialized in her palm. It was smaller than the previous one, confirming Li Xiaomon's suspicions that Lucia selected the size of the second-round crystal based on the performance of the skeleton in the first round. This amount was precisely sufficient to annihilate a skeleton. If he was not mistaken, she was experimenting with various attribute crystals to gauge their efficacy in slaying skeletons. Let's try this, she declared without hesitation, plunging the crystal into the flames burning within Li Xiaomon's chest. The moment the crystal made contact with the flames, they ignited like a kindling agent, blazing with ferocity. The flames transformed from ethereal blue to pale blue, enveloping his body like a tempestuous gale. In mere breaths, every bone in Li Xiaomon's body shrank in size. White bone powder billowed into the air. Perhaps this was the retribution for the previous night's pulverization of his colleague's remains. Li Xiaomon mused darkly. Before long, his teeth began to fall one by one from his jaw, the skull eroding to a mere thin layer, soon riddled with holes of varying sizes. Within these apertures, the ethereal blue flames danced, resilient and unwavering. His ribs fractured, one after another, detaching from his body. The bones of his arms and legs were reduced to the thickness of a pinky finger, and the phalanges fell away. One by one, his entire form teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, Li Xiaomon's consciousness remained steadfastly alert. Only when his body approached the point of disintegration did he access the panel, allocating his free attribute point to his constitution. The self-healing and the bolstered constitution ignited a counteroffensive. His bones, seemingly radiating light, began to mend the shattered remnants. Meanwhile, Lucia stared wide-eyed, fixated on Li Xiaomon's self-healing skeletal form. Is this skeleton's special talent? An extraordinary self-healing ability? Lucia mused, stroking her smooth chin. Then, she averted her gaze, having determined that the remaining force would not be sufficient to destroy this skeleton, and thus she no longer paid it heed. Li Xiaomon finally withstood the onslaught of the wind. Collapsing onto the ground, his eyes fixed on the floating panel before him. Ding! Constitution 1 acquired skill. Wind resistance LV1. After a prolonged wait, he did not see the wind magic LV1 he had yearned for. Curse it! Wind magic. Where is my grand wind magic? Although Li Xiaomon felt discontent, he had roughly deduced the reason behind it must be due to the fact that the wind crystal Lucia had provided was too diminutive. However, had it been larger, he would have likely perished by now. How infuriating, he mused, feeling utterly trapped. If only he had possessed wind resistance, he certainly would not have found himself in such a predicament. Rising from the ground, Li Xiaomon feigned ignorance, wandering about with a dazed demeanor. Elemental attributes are classified into 4 categories: fire, water, earth, and wind. At present, Lucia had already experimented with fire and wind. The next trial should involve earth and water. Just to be safe, should he gather both earth and water resistances to avert any mishaps? By the time the experiments concluded, Li Xiaomon found himself the sole survivor amidst his colleagues. Having endured this ordeal together, he silently mourned for these charming companions. They were all competent repositories of skills, and he felt honored to have known them. The gazes of the succubi swept over Li Xiaomon, perhaps reflecting on how extraordinarily fortunate he was to have survived 2 rounds of skeletons. Alas, such was the fate he bore. The 3rd round of skeletons was swiftly replenished. This time, Li Xiaomon exhibited greater proficiency. Skillfully, he located a stealthy skeleton and exchanged his resilience for stealth. Then, under the cover of night, he quietly struck at his charming colleagues. Throughout the night, he managed to eliminate 2, and on occasion, 3, growing increasingly adept at his task. The succubi who had scattered the ashes seemed less inclined to fly. As if they could sense the atmospheric contamination, Li Xiaomon's level had risen to LV5. Approaching LV6, however, he resolved not to take action that night, for he had been overly audacious of late. While mingling with the succubi during the day, he had overheard them remarking that the number of skeletons felt diminished, leaving the square rather desolate. The succubi harbored no suspicion of skeletons attacking their own kind. Faced with the succubi's trust, Li Xiaomon felt a sense of pride. It was remarkable to gain the confidence of his adversaries. The following day, Lucia returned once more. Li Xiaomon had replaced his skills with earth resistance, water resistance, resilience, and self-healing. After all, he had begun to harbor doubts about the reliability of the succubi's information. Lucia once again summoned the succubi to extract Li Xiaomon from the pile of skeletons. How vexing. This demon was genuinely eager to end his life. He had intended for his colleagues to tread upon a few traps. This time, it was water attribute he had to endure. Water prison, Lucia announced, gazing at the skeleton before her with a smile. Though her tone was gentle, it betrayed no hesitation in unleashing a potentially lethal spell upon him. Streams of water coalesced from the void, enveloping Li Xiaomon and forming a buoyant, spherical prison. The water pressure intensified, relentlessly washing over his body. One by one, his bones began to bend under the pressure. Nevertheless, bolstered by his resilience, Li Xiaomon managed to withstand the water prison, with a remaining vitality of 9 points. Lucia's expression turned to one of excitement as she produced a deep blue crystal even larger than the previous fire attribute stone and inserted it into the flaming core of the skeleton. Another agonizing ordeal ensued, but he persevered, bolstered by the additional vitality points. Chapter 7. Skeleton encounters the enemy. Ding. Vitality 1. Acquired skill. Water magic LV1. Unlocked a new evolutionary path. Low-tier ocean skeleton. The low-tier ocean skeleton, a being of the seas, possessed the ability to manipulate water currents. How splendid it is to be alive. Observing Li Xiaomon lying unchanged on the ground, Lucia's expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment. She even gave him a kick, calling for the next one. Li Xiaomon rose once more, meandering around while secretly reveling in the bizarre demise of his new batch of colleagues and skill repositories. It must be said, watching the demise of other skeletons from a safe distance was quite an entertaining pastime. How wretched. He had transformed into a perverse entity. Just moments ago, he had transformed into a skeleton, too frightened to venture from the skeleton den. Who would have thought he would evolve into this ghastly version of himself? Was this what one might call a descent into depravity? After bidding farewell to another batch of colleagues, the succubi's gazes towards him began to shift, rife with a different intensity. In the days that followed, it was no longer Li Xiaomon who sought the succubi. Instead, They vied for his attention, as they crowded around him. They chattered about how the fortunate skeleton blessed them with hopes of ascending to mid-tier succubi status, wishing for luck in their endeavors, hoping to encounter youthful prey or to amass a series of fortunate draws. All right, the last one is what Li Xiaomon truly desired. How vexing. One ought not to succumb to superstitions. These succubi severely impeded Li Xiaomon's ability to eliminate colleagues. He had to wait until Lucia returned to barely reach LV6 and acquire the life-saving free attribute points. Meanwhile, his vitality had reached 11 points, meeting the evolutionary requirements, yet his strength remained at a mere 5 points, seriously imbalanced. Without a doubt, this was an experiment involving the Earth attribute. Li Xiaomon had prepared skills in Earth resistance, resilience, hardbone, and self-healing. Once more, Lucia selected Li Xiaomon from the heap of skeletons and unleashed her magic, degradation. This time, it was a skill that severely countered skeletons. Utilizing soil to degrade and disintegrate bones proved to be a formidable tactic against skeletons that had long endured the state of skeletal degradation. However, with 11 points of vitality and the possession of Earth resistance, Li Xiaomon calmly withstood the degradation. The Earth attribute crystal had now reached the size of a pigeon egg'd in an instant. Li Xiaomon was enveloped in earthy flames, his bones gradually disintegrating into soil. At that moment, Li Xiaomon felt as though he had returned to the earth, becoming a slumbering relic within the ground. His body continued to decay, merging with the soil. Not only was his body disintegrating, but his consciousness was as well. How perilous! Li Xiaomon mused inwardly. Had this occurred previously, encountering the Earth attribute that countered skeletons would have spelled disaster. Yet for Li Xiaomon now, such an attribute crystal posed no threat. He could endure without adding vitality points. He was now a tank-type skeleton. Ding! Constitution 1 acquired skill. Earth Magic LV1. Unlocked a new evolutionary path. Low-tier Earth Skeleton. The low-tier Earth Skeleton, born from the Earth, possesses bones as hard as rock and wields the power to manipulate soil and stone, with a maximum level cap of LV25, shaking off the dirt from his body. Li Xiaomon disregarded Lucia's disappointed gaze and continued to wander. What a splendid demon, bestowing upon him a complete set of elemental skills right from the outset, undeniably an angelic investor on his path to freedom. He would surely make her demise a tad easier in the future. Although the outcome was favorable, it was undeniable that this demon had always harbored the intention of bringing about his end. Subsequently, the fourth batch of colleagues perished one after another. Now, only he, the sole survivor of 4 rounds of experimentation, remained, Li Xiaomon. Then, he was released. To be honest, Li Xiaomon felt a tinge of reluctance. Among the 4 elemental magics, he had yet to acquire wind magic, which he had been rather looking forward to. Just before his departure, a horde of succubi had snatched away a few of his finger bones. It was said that each succubus possessed 1 lucky finger bone of the fortunate skeleton, granting a stroke of luck. Under the supervision of Principal Lucia Pound, Li Xiaomon returned from the Succubus Academy brimming with confidence. He now felt assured that he could easily overpower these foolish counterparts. Swiftly, he donned an entire set of divine armor. Swift LV1 for the right leg, Stealth LV1 for the left leg, Swordsmanship LV1 for the right arm, and Mighty Strength LV1 for the left arm. Particularly noteworthy was his right arm, endowed with the rare skill of swordsmanship. Among the numerous low-tier skeletons under Pound's command, he had encountered but one. After acquiring the swordsmanship skill, he even unlocked a new evolutionary path and profession. The low-tier skeleton swordsman commands the sword-wielding skeleton, capable of executing sword techniques, making it an exceptionally perilous foe. With a level cap of LV20. As a swordsman warrior, he could learn formidable sword techniques. Now, he was capable of strutting about among low-tier skeletons with confidence. Concealment, strength, timing. Li Xiaomon did not forget these 3 principles. The moment had arrived. Barring unforeseen circumstances, within less than 20 days, a group would come to besiege Pound. He, therefore, must remain cautious, lurking in the shadows, leveling up, and gaining strength in the remaining days. Seizing the opportunity, the week of hunting had elevated Li Xiaomon's level to LV7. After all, this was Pound's territory, now additionally populated by the wise succubi. He dared not slay too many skeletons at once, opting for a gradual approach of 2 or 3 a day. Today, he had set his sights on a solitary LV-10 low-tier skeleton. Given that the level cap for low-tier skeletons was only LV-10, anything beyond that would be classified as mid-tier skeletons. He had already hunted quite a few LV-10 skeletons. Transforming his bones into claws, he grasped the skeleton's neck, using earth magic to swiftly deteriorate its cervical vertebrae before snapping it cleanly. Water magic surged into the skull, extinguishing the soul's flickering flame. Fire magic reduced it to ash, a seamless performance that could only be described as art. Should there have been judges present, they would undoubtedly raise their scorecards to a perfect 10. Ding! Low-tier skeleton slain. Experience 100.1 step closer to LV-8. Li Shimon activated stealth, cautiously searching for his next target. Fortune was on his side today, as he swiftly located a lone skeleton. Perhaps tonight he could set a new hunting record. He prudently navigated to an area where skeletons were scarce. Soon, he stumbled upon another isolated skeleton. Luck was indeed with him. Li Shimon approached silently, not even waiting for the skeleton to fall asleep. He now possessed the confidence to strike decisively without drawing attention. Stealthily closing in, the bones at his fingertips gradually elongated into sharp claws. Mighty strength erupted as he struck the back of the skeleton's skull with a powerful blow. He could see the flickering flame in its eye sockets tremble, and a new status appeared. Stunned, as the skeleton collapsed, Li Shimon swiftly moved closer, driving his bone claws deep into its eye sockets. Burning, ethereal blue flames raged in the inky night, invading the skeleton's eye sockets, consuming the flickering soul flame. Ding! Low-tier skeleton slain. Experience 90'd. Throughout the ordeal, he had hardly made a sound. Li Shimon carefully set down the skeleton, preparing to employ earth magic to bury it underground. However, in the next instant, a diminutive figure descended from the heavens. With dark bat wings, goat-like horns, and a slender tail covered in fine scales, indeed, a succubus. Name: Tris Lucia Pound Hewitt. Race: low-tier demon. Level: LV-1420. Profession: dark mage. Description: an assassin mage hidden in darkness, capable of wielding the powers of shadows. You would not wish to be in their sights. For no night would grant you peace. Itsu. The succubus spoke. Without hesitation, Li Shimon lunged forward, a rib bone writhing and growing into a sharp bone sword. Then, with his right hand, he snapped off a rib and thrust it toward the succubus. You possess intelligence, Tris exclaimed, a chill running down her spine. She recognized this skeleton as the one she had seen communicating with her master that fateful night. He had gained intelligence. Chapter 8. The unspoken understanding between skeleton and succubus. He had heard the messages sent to her master that night. She witnessed his attack on other skeletons this evening. This succubus, this skeleton, must perish. In that instant, the objectives of the skeleton and the succubus aligned perfectly. Shadow lunge. Tris raised her hand, causing sharp black spikes to erupt from the ground. Aiming toward Li Shimon, Li Shimon moved with the grace of a phantom, deftly evading the onslaught of black spikes. Ha! Shadow bind. Tris sneered, and in an instant, the once rigid black spikes softened, coiling around Li Shimon like ropes. Burn. Li Shimon swung his sword, flames engulfing the entire blade in an instant. As it was a sword formed from his own rib. The magic flowed effortlessly throughout the weapon. The bone sword blazed, delivering a stunningly elegant strike amidst the sound of explosions. The black ropes were severed. Fire magic. How is that possible? You are merely a low-tier skeleton. Tris gasped in horror. Before revealing his fangs, the lurking skeleton remained a mystery. Li Shimon thrust fiercely toward Tris' heart. Taken by surprise, Tris abandoned her contempt and soared into the sky. Oh, what if she could wield fire magic? As long as she was in the air, she would be invincible. She intended to showcase her true abilities and swiftly dispatch this peculiar skeleton. Yet, Li Shimon would not grant her the opportunity to ascend. The bone sword in his hand transformed once more, elongating into a sharp spear. Firmly gripping the spear with his left arm, he unleashed mighty strength. The flames in his eye sockets flared fiercely as he hurled the spear with force. The spear, cloaked in ethereal blue flames, traced an unassuming line through the air before piercing through Triss' bat-like wings. The succubus had barely registered the attack before she plummeted to the ground. Quagmire! Li Xiaoman was quick-witted, slapping his hands against the earth as both earth and water magic activated simultaneously. The ground where Triss descended morphed into a swamp, swallowing her without a sound. At this moment, Triss finally realized the danger. Ignoring the consequences, she opened her mouth to call for other succubi, seeking aid. However, as she began to speak, the viscous mixture of soil and water surged into her mouth. MMMPH. Silence enveloped the AI. Li Xiaoman advanced, grasping the neck of the succubus with a fierce grip. His sharp claws, formed from the tips of his fingers, deftly slicing through her throat. Blood gushed forth. Li Xiaoman felt no discomfort until the succubus ceased her struggles, her body growing cold, at which point he released his hold. Gazing upon the enchanting form of the succubus, now submerged in the mire, he found himself untroubled and contemplative. Perhaps, at the moment he was transformed into a skeleton by Pound. He had irrevocably lost an essential part of his humanity. Yet, soon, his fleeting melancholy was alleviated by the delightful numbers dancing upon his interface. Ding! Low-tier succubus slain. Experience 1400. Ding! Experience fully accumulated. Level up to LV8. Ding! Experience fully accumulated. Level up to LV9. Freedom attribute points 2. After reducing the succubus's body to dust, Li Xiaoman employed earth magic to restore the marshy ground to its original state. Subsequently, he tidied up the scene. After all, the succubus was an intelligent species. The disappearance of one would not be as easily dismissed as that of a mere skeleton. He then retrieved his ribbed spear, scorching it with flames to cleanse it of blood stains. Transforming the ribbed spear back into its original form, he aligned it with the severed end and reattached it. Bones should not be carelessly discarded. One could suffer from calcium deficiency. Thereafter, Li Xiaoman departed the scene, reverting to the guise of a dim-witted low-tier skeleton. Subsisting aimlessly, he reflected on the shortcomings of his actions that night. With mastery over magic, he had grown overly confident and careless, leading to detection by the succubus. In the past, he had been cautious, following quietly and striking only when the target was asleep. Now, endowed with the capability to effortlessly eliminate his foes, he had succumbed to complacency. This behavior must change, lest he encounter similar issues again. As Li Xiaoman wandered aimlessly, he pondered his shortcomings. The disappearance of Triss seemed to have stirred no significant disturbance. Perhaps, to Pound and Lucia, a low-tier demon was not as critical or conspicuous as he had imagined. Thus, he remained vigilant and refrained from hunting other skeletons for several days. After a week had passed, and it became evident that Triss' absence had not drawn attention, he resumed his hunts. In truth, Li Xiaoman had hoped to linger a while longer. However, time waits for no one. If Triss' pact with her master still held, it would not be long before her master's expeditionary force arrived. That was the opportunity he had been anticipating, and if missed, he knew not when such a chance might arise again. Therefore, seizing fleeting opportunities necessitated calculated risks. Yet, risks must be approached with utmost caution. Li Xiaoman diligently sought and hunted skeletons, maintaining a daily quota of 2 or 3. Finally, on the third day, he ascended to LV10. Name: Li Xiaoman Pound Race. Low-tier skeleton level, LV10. Low-tier skeleton level cap is LV10. Class: None Strength, 10 Constitution, 13 Spirit, 10 free attribute points. 0 evolution requirement. Evolution can be achieved once strength, constitution, and spirit are maxed. Evolution path: low-tier earth skeleton, skeleton swordsman, low-tier ocean skeleton. Skills: bone transformation LV1, appraisal LV1, enormous strength LV1, agility LV1, stealth LV1, swordsmanship LV1, elemental resistance LV1, fire magic LV1, water magic LV1, earth magic LV1. Status: enslaved. Bone deterioration experience points: 11,21,000. Evolution and class selection required for level up. Description: a low-tier skeleton adept in magic, possessing basic elemental resistance and rudimentary swordsmanship. Underestimating him may lead to dire consequences, likely to collapse and disintegrate within 8 years. Li Xiaoman did not possess any level 2 skills. According to his observations, only mid-tier skeletons and succubi above level 10 held level 2 skills. Level 2 skills were on par with first-tier magic, unattainable by low-tier skeletons without a class under level 10. Li was not in haste to evolve or select a class. Who knew what changes awaited him post-evolution? Should he evolve without discretion, it would be evident to all that he had become something more than a mere skeleton, and trust would be lost. Even if he were to accept his evolution in broad daylight, should others take notice, the implications of enslavement and surveillance would tighten around him, leaving him with no chance of escape. He had no desire to toil endlessly for the Bone Dragon. Chapter 9. The Skeleton-S Rebellion. The next morning, the entire gorge trembled violently, as countless stones cascaded down from the gorge's mouth. In an instant, a horde of skeletons, caught off guard, were shattered into fragments. Li Xiaoman's eyes flared with an ethereal blue flame as he lifted his gaze, fixated upon the rear of the gorge. Seemingly in response to his anticipation, the next moment, fiery orbs of orange-red erupted from the gorge's entrance. The opportunity he had awaited had finally arrived. Deeper than the abyss, an unfathomable darkness. Forbidden brews crafted from the fruits of darkness, offered to the exalted Lord of the Abyss, the King of Darkness. 7th-tier magic, dark sacrifice. Cascading circles of pitch-black magic circles rose from the ground, surging from the gorge's depths towards its mouth, obscuring the sky. And at the heart of the magic circles, in the abyss's most profound darkness, the bone dragon known as Pound extended his neck, chanting his 7th-tier spell. A beam of darkness erupted from his maw. The gorge's cliffs were instantly obliterated to nothingness beneath the black beam. An intoxicating yet foul aroma of wine permeated the entire gorge. The Holy Lord descends with angelic saviors. That sacred light shall ultimately illuminate every inch of the earth, extolling the Lord's mercy. 7th-tier magic, judgment of the Holy Angel. As the incantation continued, a golden beam radiated down from the heavens. Like a golden curtain descending from paradise, it enveloped the area in sacred light. One could faintly perceive the ethereal form of an angel. Before this angelic apparition, a missionary draped in resplendent robes raised his golden staff and chanted fervently, "O wretched humans who worship the goddess of light, do you wish to bear the wrath of the bone dragon?" Pound? Pound unfurled its colossal bony wings. The gust of wind instantly swept away countless nearby skeletons, yet it remained unfazed, soaring towards the figure of the missionary. Although Li Xiaoman could not comprehend how Pound's skeletal, drafty wings could lift that massive body into the air, the very notion of rationality in the realm of magic was inherently flawed. Pound lunged at the missionary's form, but was halted mid-flight by a figure clad in heavy purple armor. This seemingly diminutive silhouette stood defiantly before the dragon, wielding a massive sword to intercept the furious and imperious Pound. A high-ranking warrior of the fighter class, Li Xiaoman, felt it prudent to refrain from engaging in the celestial skirmishes between beings of such caliber at his own lowly rank. His priority was to seize the opportunity to escape from Pound's clutches. If Pound were to be vanquished here by the combined efforts of the missionary and the warrior, it would be a most fortuitous outcome. As the skeletal dragon Pound was obstructed by two divine beings, other adventurers and soldiers eagerly surged down the canyon. The ranged spellcasters positioned themselves at the canyon's edge, chanting incantations and unleashing spells upon the depths below. The skeletons, too, flocked towards the humans with newfound vigor, shedding their usual daze. Even Li Xiaoman felt a burgeoning impulse to eliminate the intruders before him. He quickly recognized this as Pound's influence. Had he been his former self, he likely would have been unable to restrain his rationality, succumbing to Pound's command to charge at these humans. However, now he could suppress that urge, refusing to be manipulated by Pound. Yet, in order to avoid drawing attention, Li Xiaoman blended in with the low-tier skeletons, cawing as he charged towards the humans. He mingled among the skeletons, not for any other reason, but to deliver the final blow. Whenever the humans inflicted grievous wounds upon the skeletons, Li Xiaoman would swoop in without hesitation to stealthily claim a kill, thereby slaying the skeleton. When the skeletons brought the humans to the brink of death, he would charge in fearlessly, pushing aside others as he delivered a decisive strike. In essence, it was all about securing those finishing blows, while simultaneously making his way towards the battlefield's edge, Observing the constantly rising experience points on his panel, Li Xiaomon could hardly contain his glee. How infuriatingly generous this foreign world was towards outsiders. Li Xiaomon still refrained from revealing his true strength. He remained in hiding, biding his time for the opportune moment to reveal his capabilities. In this battlefield, whether friend or foe, there were countless beings stronger than Li Xiaoman. As the humans continued their relentless assault, the skeletons suffered considerable losses. The succubi had already flown to the canyon's mouth, launching attacks against the spellcasters stationed there. The mages were forced to defend themselves, unable to cast spells against the skeleton army. Seizing the opportunity, the skeletal horde began to counterattack, bolstered by their numerical advantage. Simultaneously, high-tier skeletal mages joined the fray, unleashing necromantic spells one by one. The corpses of fallen humans rose again, retaliating against their former allies. Among the humans, a hidden priest stepped forward, joining their voices in a unified chant. O holy goddess of light, may your benevolent radiance illuminate the earth, purifying every speck of filth within your divine realm. A first-tier spell, mass purification. The harmonious incantation resonated throughout the battlefield, casting golden light across the scene. It was evident that the enemy had come well prepared for this assault. Within the realm illuminated by the golden holy light, the reanimated corpses emitted sizzling sounds, rising tendrils of smoke as they collapsed once more. Even the skeletal warriors began to wane in vigor. Li Xiaomon felt a wave of agitation and helplessness, but he shook his head, dispelling such feelings. Yet, seeing the low-tier skeletons around him languish, he too feigned a semblance of despondency. Hiding, lying low, he murmured to himself. This time, the humans, emboldened by their momentum, charged forth with their weapons raised. The numerical advantage of the skeletons was counterbalanced by the humans' fervor, rendering the battlefield a chaotic stalemate once more. Li Xiaomon cared little for the battlefield. He continued to feign weakness, delivering finishing blows while inching towards the battlefield's edge. Hiding, lying low, he muttered under his breath. The bones slumbering beneath the earth murmured softly. Brewing the most fragrant calamity within the darkness, a first-tier spell, the call of the bones. A familiar voice rang out. It was Lucia, leading a cadre of succubi in their incantation. A purplish-red magic circle unfurled beneath her feet, rippling across the battlefield skeletons. The flames within the ribcages and eye sockets of the skeletons flared in response, igniting with fervor. Their strength surged one by one. The skeletons cawed excitedly as they charged forth. Invigorated, the advantage shifted back towards the skeletons, and the humans began to retreat. Li Xiaomon felt the flame of his soul within him blaze with fervor, an insatiable desire to pounce upon a human and tear into them. Soaking his bones in their blood, alarmed, he hastily doused his soul flame with a water spell to regain his composure. Damn it! Hiding, lying low, Li Xiaomon pressed on towards the battlefield's edge, observing the peculiar state of his comrades. He continued to blend in, only striking down humans to avoid drawing suspicion from his less discerning brethren. How infuriating it was to be a traitor among his own kind. Chapter 10. The skeletal aversion to buffs. The Lord's seraphim walked the earth, spreading his mercy, a first-tier spell, the blessing of the seraphim. The priest's chants resonated together in unison. In an instant, the weapons of the humans gleamed with holy light, slicing through the skeletons as if they were mere butter, sending shivers down Li Xiaomon's spine. When would it end? The relentless barrage of buffs was unyielding. Li Xiaomon felt as though the edge of the battlefield was an insurmountable distance away. He even contemplated unleashing his full power to charge through. Utterly fed up with these buff-wielding foes. Calm yourself, lie low, lie low. Thus far, Li Xiaomon had not attracted anyone's attention. As long as he reached the battlefield's edge and hid, he could find his moment to slip away from this magical grasp. He had already accumulated over 2,000 experience points from his opportunistic strikes. With this battle under his belt, he might even leap several levels upon his evolution and job change. This was perhaps the only consolation for Li Xiaomon. However, without escaping Pound's grip, even the highest level would be of little use. Merely a futile existence, Li Xiaomon steadfastly clung to his resolve to escape Pound's clutches. As he pondered, a human suddenly lunged at him. Li Xiaomon deftly maneuvered, quickly gathering several skeletons to encircle the intruder. The human, bewildered by the sudden assault, became the target of righteous beatings and finishing strikes, contributing to the nefarious skeleton's experience points. Almost there, almost there. Li Xiaoman could see the edge of the battlefield. Beyond lay the lofty promise of freedom, the sea, the sailboats, and the vast new continent. The adventures of this otherworldly realm, along with charming elves and catgirls, awaited him just beyond. Yet, the mere thought of those delights filled him with a deeper sense of melancholy. He reached out, yearning to embrace freedom. Boom! A deafening crash erupted, sending a cloud of dust into the air. It was Pound crashing down from above. The force of the blast sent Li Xiaoman hurtling into the center of the battlefield. Freedom, poof, gone in that instant. Li Xiaoman's hatred for Pound, the missionary, and the armored warrior reached a fever pitch. Pound's descent sent a wave of destruction across the battlefield, scattering both skeletons and humans alike, creating a vacuum amidst the chaos. The purple armored warrior swung down his massive sword with fierce intent. The blade sliced through the air, creating a mesmerizing silver arc just as Pound attempted to evade. A colossal golden spear descended from the heavens alongside a chant, piercing through the gaps in Pound's ribcage and pinning him to the ground. Then, the great sword swung towards Pound's head. Roar! Pound bellowed, flames erupting from his chest and eye sockets, as he raised his head, unleashing a torrent of azure fire from his maw. The armored warrior was forced to shift his body, the blade narrowly missing Pound's head and instead striking one of his horns. With a sickening grind, a shard of the horn was cleaved off. The purple armored warrior was thrown back by Pound's retaliatory thrust, and the dragon furiously flapped its wings, the flames within its chest bursting forth, shattering the golden spear. Pound, now out of control, ascended into the sky, unleashing waves of blue fire indiscriminately across the battlefield. The succubi swiftly took flight to evade the onslaught, while the skeletons found themselves in dire straits, especially Li Xiaoman, who wished to unleash a torrent of curses upon anyone within earshot who could understand his grievances. Perhaps this was what they called existential despair. Yet at that moment, as Pound raged, losing all semblance of reason, he unleashed a massacre across the battlefield. The missionary and the armored warrior had no choice but to confront the enraged Pound head-on. Those high-ranking allies and foes alike evaded the wrath of Pound, oblivious to the low-tier skeletons serving as mere cannon fodder. Opportunity had arrived. Li Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the battlefield. His emotions nearly bubbling over. At long last, it had come. It had finally come. Li Xiaoman weaved among the skeletons, dashing in the opposite direction of Pang De. Moving stealthily, he bent low, minimizing his presence to the utmost degree. He ran relentlessly, the scenery on either side blurring past him, and soon, Li Xiaoman found himself at the edge of the battlefield. A few humans also noticed the low-tier skeleton that seemed solely intent on fleeing the conflict, and they encircled him. They were rather careless, not even raising their weapons. After all, he was merely a low-tier skeleton. Li Xiaoman's gaze swiftly scanned these humans. 2 at level 11, 1 at level 12, and 2 at level 13.2 were mages, 2 heavy armored warriors, and 1 swordsman, fragile, tank-like, melee damage dealers. How peculiar for a low-tier skeleton to charge this way, one of the tanks remarked. Hurry up and finish this. That bone dragon over there has gone mad. It's infuriating that we accepted this commission, said the swordsman, casually raising his sword, nonchalantly aiming it at Li Xiaoman. No one perceived Li Xiaoman as a threat until he bared his fangs. The belief that a skeleton could exhibit such a feature was fleeting in an instant. His ribcage transformed into a bone sword, and with a swift motion, he launched a mud projectile, a mixture of earth and water. Magic? What the hell? The swordsman was clearly taken aback, hastily raising his sword to block. Yet, Li Xiaoman was extraordinarily swift. The mud projectile struck the swordsman and the 2 tanks squarely in their eyes. Momentarily blinded, both the swordsman and the tanks appeared dazed. However, their experience was undeniable. The tanks stumbled forward, activating their skills to create a barrier. The swordsman quickly retreated, fumbling to shield himself behind the tanks to clear his vision. But Li Xiaoman would not grant them such an opportunity. He stomped his foot onto the ground, transforming the earth beneath the tanks and swordsmen into a quagmire. The two heavy-armored warriors staggered, their loss of sight compounded by their unsteady balance, creating a significant gap in their barrier. Seizing the moment, he leaped, hurling his bone sword with a blue trail of flame, aiming directly for the swordsman's throat. A precise strike. The swordsman clutched his neck, only to find himself grasping at the warm flow of blood. Ding! Killed human swordsman LV-13. Experience 250. Fireball. Quagmire. The two mages finally reacted, hastily casting their spells. The ground suddenly caved in as a fireball hurtled down. Yet, Li Xiaomon had been on guard against these mages. As the ground collapsed, he lowered his body, evading the fireball. Seeing this, one mage quickly detonated the fireball. However, at that moment, Li Xiaomon's body was enveloped in a shimmering layer of water. And the explosion's damage, though it pierced through the water veil, posed no threat to Li Xiaomon, who possessed a physical resistance of 12 points. Swiftly activating his skills, he hunched forward, disregarding the furious shouts of the two tanks. Charging towards the two fragile mages. With no time to cast spells, one mage rushed forward, brandishing a blunt staff to intercept Li Xiaomon, while the other mage remained in the back, chanting. These mages were not entirely devoid of melee capabilities. The staff swung with great force, aimed at Li Xiaomon's vital points. All Li Xiaomon desired was to conclude the battle swiftly. He raised his right arm, and the bones within rapidly shifted and grew, forming a narrow, elongated shield to meet the staff strike. With a resounding thud, the staff was deflected, and only a few fragments and dust settled upon the bone shield. Theo the skeleton. It merely constituted a minor injury. What is this ability? What kind of defense is this? This is a skeleton with weak resistance. The mage's mind was a flurry of questions. Li Xiaomon yearned to shout, 12 points of physical resistance. You fool! His other claw grew fiercely, tearing into the mage's throat and windpipe. Blood gushed forth, staining the skeleton. The other mage had just completed their incantation. First-tier magic, Elven Fire Arrow. Flames coalesced in the air, forming a vividly animated arrow that exploded forth, hurtling towards Li Xiaomon. It was swift, far too swift. Li Xiaomon barely perceived a red line. Raising his right arm, the bone shield was punctured by a small hole. Subsequently, the fire arrow surged through, narrowly grazing his skull. Witnessing this, the mage's expression morphed into one of despair. Get away! The two heavy warriors finally extricated themselves from the quagmire, regaining their sight, and charged towards Li Xiaomon. Yet, he would not allow them the luxury of opportunity. He stepped forward, seizing the mage by the throat. Activating his immense strength, he effortlessly crushed the neck. Blood flowed along his pristine bones and within the hollow skeleton. An ethereal blue flame flickered. Thus, this was the essence of a skeleton. Chapter 11. The skeleton's flight. Once more, he snapped off a rib, transforming it into a bone sword. Without hesitation, he charged towards the two tanks. Within less than half a minute of battle, the 5-member squad had dwindled to just 2 tanks. From the moment the skeleton appeared, everything transpired too rapidly. It was as if only a blink had passed, and all his comrades lay dead. This was the price of underestimating one's enemy, yet they would never have the opportunity to learn this lesson. The 2 tanks could only watch as the horrifying visage of the skeleton drew ever closer. Amidst the alternating spells, the 2 tanks soon felt a chilling sensation in their necks, and they ultimately lost their lives. Ding! Killed heavy armored warrior LV-12. Experience 200. With the final tank dispatched, Li Xiaomon withdrew the sword from the swordsman's neck, reverting it back to its rib form, reattaching it to his rib cage. He then stripped the swordsman of his leather armor and cloak, donning them upon himself before plunging into the nearby forest. Sprinting furiously, freedom, sweet freedom, Li Xiaomon's pallid skeletal hand gripped the bone sword, greedily savoring the air of the forest. Even without a sense of smell, he felt as though he could almost detect the fragrant aroma of the earth in the air. He continued to run, pushing himself to the limit. It seemed that the increase in his physical attributes had significantly bolstered his stamina. Although he was uncertain whether the skeleton's endurance could truly be classified as stamina or should be termed as bone strength. As he ran through the woods, Li Xiaomon stumbled upon a depression, It resembled a meteorite crater, the turned earth appearing remarkably fresh. At the very center of the depression lay a massive white rock. The stone seemed oddly familiar. Wait a moment, this is not merely a rock. This is the horn of Pangda, severed by that purple heavy-armored warrior. I must leave this place swiftly. Who knows if that fellow Pangda has a penchant for collecting baby teeth and might come back to retrieve this severed horn. Hold on, this horn. Could it possibly be affixed to me? Pangda's horn is undoubtedly far sturdier than the limbs of these low-tier skeletons. Li Xiaoman gazed at the horn before him, unable to resist the thought. However, regardless of the system or size, this horn likely wouldn't suit him. But what if just attaching a small piece would still count as a gain? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If he could manage to attach it, the thrill would be exhilarating. Having confirmed his thoughts, Li Xiaoman wasted no time. Swiftly moving to the horn and pressing his skull against it, bone transformation activated. The skull and the horn gradually fused together. Ding, acquired skill. Wine Magic LV1. Acquired skill. Bone Growth LV1. Acquired skill. Bone Wings LV1. Obtained a new evolution pathway. Low-tier half-dragon skeleton. The low-tier half-dragon skeleton is a special skeleton transformed after a half-dragon's death, possessing the power of a dragon. An innate warrior capable of wielding a minuscule portion of dragon magic, with a level cap of LV30. Wind Magic LV1. Fire Magic LV1. Earth Magic LV1. Water Magic LV1. Consolidated into Elemental Magic LV1. He obtained 3 skills at once along with a new evolution pathway. However, this connection cannot be taken away. This horn is much larger than himself. As for cutting a piece off, that is even less feasible. The hardness of this item is derived from a bone dragon of LV70 or higher. It is impossible for him to slice through it. A different approach must be sought. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Li Xiaoman. If his head is connected to this item during evolution, does that count as a part of himself? Will it evolve alongside him? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Could it be that he is the legendary genius? Li Xiaoman connected his head to the horn and began searching for the evolution section on his panel. Darn it, the evolution paths he had collected had become somewhat overwhelming, making it quite challenging to choose. In truth, he was quite inclined to evolve into an elemental skeleton. A skeleton capable of adapting to all magical attributes and utilizing elemental magic without incantation. After all, skeletons are incapable of learning faith magic. They can only learn elemental magic and necromancy. An elemental skeleton would be the epitome of his dreams. Mastering Wind Magic LV1, he unlocked a new evolution pathway. Low-tier Sky Skeleton. The low-tier Sky Skeleton is a wandering skeleton of the skies, mastering the mysteries of the heavens and the power of wind. A perilous assailant from the sky in the evolution pathways. The low-tier Fire Skeleton. Low-tier Ocean Skeleton, low-tier Earth Skeleton, and low-tier Sky Skeleton converge into the low-tier Elemental Skeleton. The low-tier Elemental Skeleton embodies a skeleton that masters 4 elements, possessing adaptability to all 4 elements and the ability to utilize elemental magic without incantation. A dangerous magical skeleton with a level cap of LV20. On the panel, lines of small text continuously flickered, and only then did Li Xiaoman notice that he could genuinely evolve into an elemental skeleton. However, the upper limit of levels is not particularly high. It matters not, for with Noble Silence, what significance does a low-level cap hold? No longer hesitating, he chose to evolve into an elemental skeleton. In an instant, flames of 4 colors surged from his soul fire, enveloping the entire skeletal frame. It seemed as if colors blossomed deep within the bones. The gaps connecting the limbs and torso fused seamlessly, with subtle differences in size and hue gradually assimilating into a pure white. The large growth on the head, connected to the horn of Pound, continued to shrink, appearing paradoxically invincible. Only when the entire horn was consumed did the radiance and flames surrounding Li Xiaoman gradually recede. On the interface, the once gray profession column finally lit up. As an elemental skeleton, Li Xiaoman naturally selected the elemental mage profession. Otherwise, it would be a waste. He decisively chose elemental mage. As an elemental mage. With each level gained, in addition to extra free attribute points, both spirit and constitution increased by 1. The moment he selected his profession, all the data on the panel began to jump rapidly. With levels and experience bars fluctuating at an astonishing pace, the accumulated experience surging to impact his level. Name: Li Xiaomon Pound Race. Low-level elemental skeleton level, LV13 LV20. The level cap for low-level elemental skeleton is LV20. Profession: Elemental Mage. Strength: 1130 Constitution, 1530 Spirit, 1330 Free Attribute Points, 3 Evolution Requirement, full points in Strength, Constitution, and Spirit to achieve racial evolution skills. Bone Transformation LV2, Identification LV2, Elemental Magic LV2, Elemental Resistance LV1, Agility LV1, Stealth LV1, Giant Strength LV1, Swordsmanship LV1, Bone Wings LV1. Status: Bone Deterioration Experience 200-2500. Description: a cunning and dangerous skeleton. Versatile in disguise and elemental magic. Underestimating him could cost one their life. Never trust anything from this skeleton. The description on this panel seems to refresh according to his actions. Chapter 12. The skeleton detests succubi at this moment. His bones had transformed into a texture reminiscent of white jade, smooth as exquisite porcelain. The soul flames within the eye sockets and chest cavity had turned a sapphire hue, gently flickering. Li Xiaomon did not have the luxury of reveling in his newfound power. He climbed out of the massive pit created by Pound's horn and continued to sprint in the direction away from the battlefield. As he ran, he allocated all remaining attribute points to Spirit, raising it to 16. After all, Spirit determines the potency of magic. Li Xiaomon had not ventured far when a swarm of succubi blocked his path, all low-tier demons, numbering over 10. How infuriating. This group of succubi must have seen Pound's fury and sought refuge here. Li Xiaomon forced himself to remain calm, controlling his bones to revert to the coarse, withered appearance of a low-tier skeleton. At this point, the succubi had also discerned Li Xiaomon in the darkness, lowering their guard. How did a low-tier skeleton end up here? One succubus inquired. Another taller succubus frowned. How can a skeleton defy Pound's orders and leave the battlefield? Li Xiaomon feigned a dazed demeanor. Wandering through the throng of succubi toward the depths of the forest, fireball. However, in the next moment, with no warning, a fireball hurtled toward Li Xiaomon. The succubi had taken action, and no longer could he pretend. Li Xiaomon swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the fireball. The few succubi had merely acted out of caution, never anticipating that this low-tier skeleton could evade. At that moment, upon witnessing Li Xiaomon's dodge, they were momentarily stunned. Was this truly a low-tier skeleton? Gale! Li Xiaomon raised his hand, and a fierce wind surged. The two nearest succubi were suddenly swept from the sky to the ground. Then, with both hands striking the earth and water magic activated simultaneously. Swamp, a vast area of ground transformed into a soft marsh, engulfing the succubi that had fallen. Burn! Flames surged forth, consuming 2 succubi. Ding! Killed succubus LV12. Experience 200. Ding! Li Xiaomon is now LV13. Having mastered elemental magic LV2, theoretically making him a first-tier elemental mage. However, he had not learned magic and was unable to utilize first-tier spells. At this moment, his magic was entirely driven by the racial advantage of being an elemental skeleton, instinctively commanding the elements. This skeleton possesses wisdom. In an instant, 2 succubi fell, and the leading tall succubus shouted. Amidst the commotion, all the succubi regained their senses and began to counterattack. Li Xiaomon swiftly retreated, stamping his foot forcefully on the ground. The muddy waters of the swamp erupted violently, splattering sludge and momentarily hindering the flying succubi. Li Xiaomon then plunged into the depths of the forest. You two, go inform Lady Lucia of this situation. Perhaps Lucia's experiment was successful, but this skeleton possesses wisdom and concealed it during the trial. The rest of you, follow me. We cannot allow this skeleton to escape. The tall succubus waved her hand, quickly assigning tasks. 2 succubi flapped their wings and flew back toward the battlefield, while the remaining succubi pursued the direction in which Li Xiaomon had fled. In the forest, branches and thorns scraped against his bones. Yet, Li Xiaomon dared not pause, bending low and sprinting desperately. However, the succubi in the sky relentlessly pursued him from behind. He must eliminate these succubi. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. The shoulder blades on Li Xiumon's back gradually elongated, connecting to his spine and ribs, growing backward. Soon, a pair of menacing bone wings unfurled behind him, adhering to his skeletal frame. This was the skill he had acquired from Pound's horn, bone wings. However, as it was his first attempt at flight, and with the bone wings only at LV1, Li Xiumon was uncertain of their efficacy. But there was no opportunity for him to adapt. Failure meant death. He quickly raised his gaze to scan the sky, locking onto the nearest succubus flying at a low altitude. Then, his fleeing body abruptly halted and turned. The phalanges on his toes and the terminal bones on his fingers simultaneously transformed into sharp bone claws. He charged toward a large tree, using all four limbs, his claws sinking deeply into the trunk. Thus, he ascended the vertical tree trunk with ease, reaching the treetops, and then leaped toward the succubus. The succubus quickly flapped her wings in an attempt to evade while casting wind magic to blow against the skeleton. Without hesitation, Li Xiumon spread his fearsome bone wings, flapping them fiercely, accelerating through the tempest and grasping the airborne succubus. The flying succubus swayed violently. "I've got you." The sound of bones scraping echoed in the succubus's ears, sending chills down her spine. Within the hollow eye sockets, blue flames flickered quietly. Without hesitation, his bone claws pierced through the succubus's throat. Ding, fireball, wind blast, deterioration. The remaining succubi surrounded the skeleton, unleashing magic in a torrent. Li Xiumon used the falling body of the succubus as a springboard, spreading his bone wings, using his leg bones to propel himself upward, evading the oncoming magic. 3 succubi, witnessing this, flapped their wings, transforming their hands into pitch-black claws, charging toward Li Xiumon. These were the warriors among the succubi. The 3 succubi wielded their claws, skillfully maneuvering through the air, slashing at Li Xiumon's bones. The remaining mages provided remote support, bombarding Li Xiumon with spells. Li Xiumon showed no mercy. He tore off one of his own rib bones, transforming it into a bone sword, which was instantly enveloped in azure flames. Then, he tightened his left arm, causing the bone of his forearm to twist and form a narrow bone shield. Seeing an elemental mage adopt a warrior's stance, the nearby melee succubi felt their worldview shatter. Utilizing elemental magic to adjust his body's posture in the air, he forcefully flapped his wings. Propelled by wind magic, lunging toward the nearest succubus, as the succubus swung her claws, Li Xiumon raised his left arm to block with the bone shield. With his other hand, he swung the bone sword fiercely at the succubus. Flames scorching the air with a resounding boom. The succubus's claws faltered, her sharp talons easily deflected by the bone shield. What hardness is this? The skeleton's resilience surpassed the succubi's expectations, momentarily bewildering them. Caught off guard, they were pierced in the neck by a series of attacks combining wind magic and the bone sword. Li Xiumon seized the corpse of the succubus by the neck, activating giant strength and hurling the body toward the 2 succubi behind him. Damn it! The 2 succubi chasing from behind cursed, their hatred for the skeleton reaching a peak. But Li Xiumon showed no mercy to his foes. With a swift motion, he hurled a fireball after the corpse. Boom! The fireball exploded, sending the 2 succubi sprawling. He quickly turned, the bone sword in his hand elongating into a spear, wrapped in a vortex of wind magic. Ha! The spear was hurled forth, spinning through the air under the influence of wind magic, and it pierced the arm of a succubus with forceful precision. Li Xiumon tore off another rib bone sword, cleaving through 2 incoming fireballs. Yet, the explosion of the fireballs at such close proximity caused even Li Xiumon, who possessed elemental resistance, to feel a searing pain. Bone hyperplasia. As he was pushed back, Li Xiumon maintained control over the bone spear that had impaled the succubus's arm. The spear writhed and grew incessantly, piercing through layers of muscle and shattering bones. The succubus let out a wretched wail. Li Xiumon sighed in regret, poised to flap his wings and deliver a finishing blow. But in the next moment, a tremor resonated deep within his marrow. His left arm, transformed into a bone shield, swiftly guarded his vital neck. A dark line sliced through Li Xiumon's left arm, severing the connection between his arm and the bone shield cleanly. A tall succubus emerged from the shadows, her dagger glinting ominously as she aimed to strike at Li Xiumon's bone wings. Chapter 13. The revelation of skeleton intelligence should this dagger connect. Li Xiumon would lose his ability to fly, rendering him completely passive in this battle against the succubus. The confident succubus believed that this intelligent skeleton would evade her attack. However, Li Xiumon did not retreat. He lunged at the tall succubus, his claws embedding deeply into her flesh as he embraced her. Even the severing of his bone wings was of no concern. The severed wings were driven forcefully into one of the succubus's bat-like wings. Together, they plummeted to the ground. The succubus attempted to push Li Xiumon away, but he clung on fiercely, his fiery eyes locked onto her. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the skeleton and the succubus struck the earth. The succubus coughed up blood, while several of Li Xiumon's ribs fractured. He swiftly grasped one of the broken ribs and unhesitatingly thrust it toward the succubus. The tall succubus tried to evade, but the ground suddenly turned to mud, causing her to stumble once more. Cackling thud. The sharp rib pierced through the succubus's chest. Bone hyperplasia at it then grew wildly, puncturing her heart. Ding! You have slain a low-level demon LV-15. Experience 400. The severed bone wings lay shattered, no longer usable. Several more succubi remained. Li Xiumon charged deeper into the forest. The remaining succubi hastily pursued him, their mages relentlessly unleashing magical bombardments, with his bone wings now severed. They felt secure in their aerial dominance. Yet, in the next instant, a white shadow soared from the ground, flapping bone wings to ascend into the sky. How could he have grown wings again? The succubi felt a chill of terror. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the skeleton's arm bones and left leg bone had vanished, leaving only a pair of bone wings. He had dismantled his arm bones and one leg to fashion wings. The succubi had never experienced such dramatic highs and lows in their lives. The skeleton lunged at the nearest one-armed succubus, the remaining leg bone transforming into a bone dagger, which he hurled with great force. However, this succubus had clearly anticipated his move. After all, it was obvious that the skeleton, now with only one leg, would attack with it. She flapped her wings to evade, while her other claw struck towards the skeleton's spine. Yet in the next moment, the skeleton braced himself against the blow, diving into her embrace. Then, opening his jaws, his teeth sharpened, and he bit down on her neck. How could this be possible? Ding! You have slain a low-level demon LV-13. Experience 250'd. Li Xiumon used the succubus's corpse as a springboard, pushing off with one leg as his bone wings flapped, propelling him toward the nearest succubus. He gaped, his bloodied mouth emitting a series of cawing sounds. Wind bullet, earth bullet. Two more spells struck at Li Xiumon had to flap his wings to evade, but the explosion of soil and air currents still caused discomfort to his skeletal frame. The last succubus warrior swung her claws at Li Xiumon. He raised his leg to counter. In that moment of collision, gusts of wind erupted, sending both the skeleton and the succubus flying. Taking advantage of the momentum, Li Xiumon cast wind magic, transforming his bone wings to act as sails. Guiding his body in an astonishing maneuver, he then shot toward the direction of the mages, first, to eliminate these bothersome succubus mages. The succubus mages frantically flapped their wings, attempting to flee. This skeleton was too uncanny. Instilling fear within them, Li Xiumon shielded his body with his bone wings, blocking several spells as he lunged at the nearest succubus mage. With one leg whipping out like a lash, he cleanly severed the mage's neck. Her head flying off effortlessly. Ding! You have slain a low-level succubus LV-12. Experience 200. Another springboard. Li Xiumon adeptly landed on the corpse of the succubus as it began to fall, propelling himself toward another fleeing succubus. Wind magic and bone wings propelled him forward, swiftly reaching the back of the succubus mage. His sharp, hooked teeth clamped onto her bat wing, and his bone wings stabbed through from behind, severing her neck. Ding! You have slain a succubus LV-13. Experience 250. Ding! Experience points are full. Level increased to LV-14. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. Free attribute point 1. His skeletal frame writhed, the missing parts slowly beginning to regenerate. Now, only two succubi remained on the battlefield, one mage and one warrior. Blood from the succubi flowed over Li Xiumon's pristine skeleton, as if he had just crawled out of hell. The remaining two succubi wore grim expressions. At this moment, had it not been for their master's orders, they would have already fled. What sort of skeleton creature was this? It was entirely unlike any other skeleton they had encountered. Li Xiumon had no intention of engaging in conversation with these two succubi. Who knew when the pursuers would arrive? The opportunity to escape from the clutches of Pound was right before him, and he did not wish to squander it. A swift resolution was imperative. Li Xiumon flapped his bone wings once more, wind magic assisting his flight. The mental exhaustion from using so much magic had been somewhat alleviated by the boosts to his constitution and spirit. Meanwhile, the momentum of the two remaining succubi was feeble compared to his own. He braved the mage's fiery curtain and charged toward the warrior succubus. Just as the warrior succubus was preparing to counter, Li Xiumon pivoted, using the warrior succubus as a springboard to launch himself toward the mage. Move aside. The warrior succubus's warning came too late. The mage succubus only felt a flash of white light before a chill enveloped her neck. Ding! You have slain a low-level demon LV-12. Experience 200. Only one remained. Li Xiumon fixed his gaze upon the last succubus, blue flames igniting fiercely in his hollow eye sockets. The succubus trembled under his stare, an uncontrollable surge of fear rising within her. Ah! She screamed as she charged forward, but the outcome remained unchanged. Ding! You have slain a low-level demon LV-14. Experience 300. There was no time to deal with the bodies of these succubi. Li Xiumon flapped his bone wings and flew deep into the forest. Ignoring his exhaustion, the wind magic continued to propel him forward. If he could not escape, his demise was inevitable. Therefore, there was no need to conserve magic power at this moment. Moments after Li Xiumon had fled the area, several shadows approached from the distance. Leading them was Lucia, accompanied by a host of mid-level succubi, all above LV-20. Gazing at the sea of corpses, the succubi were left incredulous. Was all of this the work of that skeleton? That seemingly dull and inconspicuous skeleton? Had it actually killed them all? Remarkable. It truly was an elemental skeleton. I never expected the transformation to be successful. Moreover, that skeleton possessed intelligence. I completely underestimated it. Lucia's face lit up with excitement. She was determined to retrieve her runaway pet. Yes, my Lady Lucia, little skeleton, you cannot escape my grasp. Chapter 14. The just actions of the skeleton. Uncertain of how long he had flown, Li Xiumon felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. Yet, in defiance of being captured, he continued to flap his bone wings. Soaring toward a more distant locale, further away, the likelihood of being pursued would diminish. At last, Li Xiumon could fly no longer. He was forced to descend, landing upon the ground. Yet, he still felt a profound lack of security. This was the lair of skeletons, where the very sight of bones haunted him, and he had endured torment at the hands of Lucia for so long. Merely thinking of it made Li Xiumon feel utterly uncomfortable. However, he now lacked the strength to move further and had to devise another plan. Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable for a skeleton to be buried in the earth. Without hesitation, Li Xiumon lay down upon the ground. Casting earth magic to submerge his body within the soiled I am now but a corpse. I am now but a corpse. Li Xiumon engaged in a repetitive self-hypnosis. As he succumbed to this trance, he gradually drifted into slumber, resembling a lifeless corpse lying motionless in the earth. During his deep sleep, the fragmented bones of his body began to grow and heal bit by bit, just as Li Xiumon had previously contemplated. As long as he assembled limbs to evolve, the skills contained within those limbs would ultimately become his own. Even if the limbs bearing the skills were lost, the abilities could still be utilized. Thus, with each subsequent evolution, he could interchange skeletal structures, merging skills anew. When Li Xiumon finally regained consciousness, it was to the cacophony of raucous sounds that disrupted his slumber. For a moment, he feared it was the seductive demons of Pangda's subordinates pursuing him, rendering him frozen with terror. I am a corpse. I am a corpse. I am a corpse. He continued to hypnotize himself. However, he soon realized that it was not the alluring demons of Pangda. The voices were coarse and loud, and even from beneath the earth, Li Xiaomon could hear them. The cries of the demon sisters, even in their final moments, were soft and beguiling. Thus, these voices could not belong to them. Additionally, he discerned a faint female voice, trembling with apprehension. "Do not come any closer," cried Tadila, retreating. "Do not be so frightened." "We merely wish to befriend you and have some fun," replied a robust man, bare to the waist, who disregarded Tadila's pleas and continued to approach. Accompanying him were two other equally robust men. One was slightly portly, clad in leather armor, while the other was shorter. Dressed in linen, Tadila could hardly believe such claims. Drawing a dagger from her waist, she aimed it at the man before her, yet her petite stature offered little intimidation, drawing only laughter and mocking whistles from the men. A wave of despair washed over Tadila's eyes. Resolute, she pointed the dagger at her own throat. "Step back, unless you wish to play with my corpse." The effect of her words was palpable. As the men halted, though they did not retreat. "Miss, we simply wish to have some fun. There is no need for such tension." "Step back," Tadila shouted again, her hand trembling uncontrollably around the dagger. All right, we'll back off. Just don't scratch that lovely neck of yours." The leading man feigned retreat, seemingly subdued. Tadila sighed inwardly with relief, but unexpectedly, the man lunged forward with a swift grace that belied the demeanor of a mere thug. Seizing Tadila's wrist and wresting the dagger from her grasp. "What are you doing with a dagger, little lady?" Tadila struggled to free her wrist, but his grip was like a vice. "You scoundrel," she cursed, delivering a kick aimed at his groin. "Oh, someone has a fiery temper," he mocked, easily deflecting her kick. "You two, come over and hold her down. I'll inspect the merchandise first." The remaining two men seized Tadila's arms, binding her in place. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed from the depths of the earth, causing the soil to stir as if something were about to emerge. "What is that?" The three men subtly diverted their attention. Then, a skeletal hand broke through the ground. How could there be a skeleton here? The muscular man drew a short sword from his waist. "Forget it. I'll deal with this first." "Hurry up, boss. We're eager for such high-quality goods." He waved his hand, sword in grip, advancing towards the skeleton. A mere low-level skeleton had just revived. Though the reason was unclear, it posed no threat to him. Yet, in an instant, a spray of mud shot forth from the ground, transforming into a muddy arrow aimed directly at the man's eyes. His vision was instantaneously robbed. The skeleton's initial move was simply to secure victory, the principles of martial ethics not within its consideration. "What the hell?" the muscular man exclaimed in terror, swinging his sword in defense. But the next moment, he felt a chill at his neck as it was crushed. "Captain!" The remaining two men finally reacted, their faces pale with fear, abandoning Tadila to draw their short swords and charge at the skeleton. The skeleton turned its hollow eye sockets towards the two oncoming men. Quagmire. The ground transformed into muck, causing the two men to stumble and fall into its depths. "Damn it!" The furious cries held no sway over the skeleton. In a flash, the skeleton morphed into a white shadow, wielding a rib bone as a sword, effortlessly slicing through the throats of the two men trapped in the mire. For Li Xiaomon, dispatching these level 10 weaklings was a trivial task. However, the experience they provided amounted to merely a few dozen points. He paid no heed to the corpses but instead turned to approach the woman, who sat on the ground like a duck. Upon seeing Li Xiaomon approach, the woman hastily raised the dagger she had previously wielded. After all, she had no expectation that a skeletal creature would spare her. Nevertheless, Tadila felt a flicker of gratitude towards the skeleton. Had it not been for this unexpected intervention, her fate would likely have been far more tragic. The skeleton came to stand before Tadila. With great effort, she steadied her trembling body and lunged with the dagger. Li Xiaomon, observing the thrust, easily caught the dagger with his bony hand. "Gaga?" "I cannot speak," he uttered, the words a challenge to articulate. "Damn it, this is so difficult." Hearing the strange sounds escape the skeleton, Tadila lifted her gaze, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she regarded the chilling figure. "Are you speaking?" After posing the question, she inwardly chided herself. How could a skeleton possibly converse? Gaga, it repeated. You truly are speaking, Tadila questioned, doubting her own hearing. After all, this skeleton was most peculiar, capable of magic and displaying intelligence in the previous confrontation. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, If you possess wisdom, please utter Aga. Gada. Tadila's eyes widened in astonishment at the terrifying skeleton before her. I apologize. I assumed you were an unthinking skeleton. Thank you for saving me. Skeleton. Tio expressed her gratitude and sincerity. Tadila released her grip on the dagger, even though it remained firmly in the skeleton's control. Gaga, no need to thank me. As Li Xiaoman spoke, he adjusted the growth of the bones in his throat. Utilizing the principle of sound transmission through vibrations, he developed a thin bone plate in his throat, allowing him to produce sound. From the outset of his speech, he had been modifying the dimensions and thickness of the bone plate, gradually clarifying his voice. Ga, red carp and green ga. He turned to begin processing the corpses while reciting tongue twisters, further refining the bone structure in his throat. Chapter 15. The skeleton's curiosity. Tadila gazed at Li Xiaoman, a blend of fear and curiosity in her eyes as he dealt with the bodies. A skeleton endowed with intelligence, capable of speech and communication. Li Xiaoman employed water magic to cleanse the clothing he had stripped from the corpses. Adorning himself to conceal the horrific bones, he draped a cloak over his skull and cervical spine before once again approaching Tadila. Now, it is time to settle the matter of your reward for saving you. Li Xiaoman spoke, for though he had acted out of a sense of justice, he also sought to gain something in return. Yet, he was a skeleton, a race inherently positioned against humanity, and thus he could not easily trust a human. He would not entrust his life and fortune to a woman he had just met, no matter how beautiful she might be. After all, beauty did not equate to virtue. Emerging from the lair of the succubi, Li Xiaoman was acutely aware of this truth, of course. Tadila swallowed hard, continuing, I am a merchant and understand the principle of equivalent exchange. Li Xiaoman perceived her reluctance. Now, you have two choices. He extended two bony fingers. First, you provide me with a sum of money you deem commensurate with your life, and then you depart. We shall have no further dealings. Second, you assist me in infiltrating human society, but should you choose this path, your life must be entirely in my hands for my own peace of mind. Li Xiaoman spoke slowly, his voice hoarse, for he had only just mastered the art of speech. Equality was paramount. As a skeleton navigating human realms, his life would rest precariously in the hands of this woman. Thus, as a reciprocal measure, her life must also be under his control, ensuring his own safety. I choose the second option. Tadila lifted her gaze, her response exceedingly Xiaoman's expectations. Oh? Why? He inquired, somewhat puzzled. I wish to earn your favor in exchange for your assistance. You are more trustworthy than humans. I am willing to stake my money and life as assurance. For after all, your entrance into human society should not endanger me in the short term, correct? My name is Tadila Rabi, a merchant from the White Bear City. Li Xiaoman, a skeleton. Continuing on, Li Xiaoman refrained from unnecessary words, extending a bony finger to press against Stella's neck. Subsequently, the skeletal tip began to grow, transforming into a necklace of white bones that adorned her throat. The length of the necklace was such that it could not be removed. Being smaller than the circumference of her head, if you betray me, this necklace will pierce your throat. Li Xiaoman succinctly elucidated its purpose. It's a beautiful necklace, thank you. Stella feigned nonchalance, yet Li Xiaoman discerned the fear hidden beneath her seemingly relaxed demeanor. If you're afraid, you can still change your mind. No. She resolutely shook her head, her red hair flickering like flames. That's good. Thereafter, Li Xiaoman and Stella proceeded towards the town. Li Xiaoman had already revealed his intellect to Pound and had slain numerous succubi. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Lucia would undoubtedly pursue him. Tio evade such a pursuit. The cities of humanity served as the most optimal hiding places. Through their conversation along the way, Li Xiaoman gained an understanding of their current location. The territory of White Bear City within the Duchy of Mand in the United Kingdom of Lantis. The United Kingdom of Lantis was a vast realm composed of 9 duchies, predominantly inhabited by humans. White Bear City was governed by the noble Count Vitor. Having entered White Bear City without attracting the guards' attention, Li Xiaoman finally breathed a sigh of relief. They traversed the towering walls that seemed to stretch endlessly, entering the city. The houses were arranged in an orderly fashion, and the architecture bore a striking resemblance to the medieval aesthetics in Li Xiaoman's illusions. However, the streets were devoid of the filth and disorder characteristic of medieval towns, perhaps owing to the influence of magic. At the heart of the city stood a colossal tower, undoubtedly the most prominent feature. "What is that tower?" Li Xiaoman inquired of Stella. You don't recognize the landmark tower? Have you lost all memories from before you became a skeleton?" Stella looked at him incredulously, as if he were a primitive being. Li Xiaoman, having traversed from another world, found this lack of pre-skeletal memories to be fitting and thus acknowledged it. That explains it. Understanding that Li Xiaoman lacked memories of his past life, Stella ceased her astonishment. The landmark tower served as a marker for the underground city. Beneath each landmark tower lay an underground city. Every town had a landmark tower and its corresponding underground city. An underground city? Li Xiaoman asked. Yes, the underground city is filled with countless monsters and resources. 90% of magical materials in this world are extracted from underground cities. Some high-grade magical artifacts and equipment also originate from there, including class change scrolls for non-religious professions. Stella patiently explained to the amnesiac skeleton. Li Xiaoman listened quietly, digesting this information. Although referred to as underground cities, they were not actually underground. Long ago, attempts to dig beneath the landmark towers had failed to uncover an underground city. Access to the underground city could only be achieved through the landmark towers. However, since the underground cities extended downwards in layers, they were termed underground cities. It was said that the deeper layers of the underground cities mirrored the surface, complete with a view of the sky. Of course, the underground city beneath White Bear City did not possess such profound depths. Layers? Li Xiaoman inquired again. Hearing his question, Stella promptly continued, the underground cities are divided into different levels based on their layers. The deeper the layers, the more perilous it becomes, yet resources are more abundant. The layers are categorized into 10 grades. Below 10 layers is a first-tier underground city, below 20 layers is a second-tier underground city, and so forth, culminating in a 10th-tier underground city that exceeds 90 layers. Why is the 10th-tier underground city described as being above 90 layers? Upon witnessing Li Xiaoman's keen curiosity, Stella shifted her tone and elaborated. Because the exact number of layers in a 10th-tier underground city is unknown, NO1 has fully conquered the deepest layer of a 10th-tier underground city, leaving uncertainty as to whether it contains 100 layers or fewer. I see. So it's akin to a monster dungeon, Li Xiaoman mused. Monster dungeon? What do you mean? Stella's expression shifted to one of confusion. It's nothing, Li Xiaoman replied, casting another glance at the landmark tower of White Bear City. Feeling an odd sensation, the existence of this underground city resembled a game. What level is the underground city beneath White Bear City? A 5th-tier underground city at 46 layers. Here we are, my trading company. If you're interested in the underground city, you might as well visit my trading company. We primarily collect materials and items from adventurers who explore the underground city and wholesale them to secondary processors. We also engage in direct sales. Stella guided Li Xiaoman to a grand building. The structure boasted 4 stories, featuring sales and trading windows. Adventurer parties came and went, exchanging their spoils. The wealthy woman, don't misunderstand. This place is rented. Stella seemed to anticipate Li Xiaoman's astonishment and clarified. Oh, Li Xiaoman concealed his surprise. Stella led him into the trading company. Good day, President. Thank you for your hard work, the employees at the windows greeted. Their eyes scanning Li Xiaoman, seemingly speculating on his identity. So, how is it that someone of your standing is alone outside the city? Li Xiaoman inquired, puzzled. I've been schemed against. Stella quivered slightly, responding. Moreover, my status isn't particularly significant. In White Bear City, adventurers and merchants like myself are abundant. The truly highborn, those of noble status, are the ones who matter. The two had now reached the president's office on the 4th floor. She sat in the president's chair, regarding Li Xiaoman with an air of authority. Chapter 16. The lucky color of the skeleton. I plan to continue observing this city, Li Xiaoman replied, finding a chair to sit down. Would you care for some tea? Stella rose eagerly to prepare a cup for Li Xiaoman, watching him intently. I apologize. I forgot. As Stella realized Li Xiaoman had not moved for a while, It dawned on her that the figure before her was, after all, a skeleton. Beneath the cloak, the air grew quiet, and an awkward atmosphere descended. "Shall I fetch you a change of clothes?" In the stillness, Stella recognized the need for action and spoke up. That would be troublesome," Li Xiaoman replied, rising. "Master, here are the garments you requested." Soon, a cat-eared maid delivered several outfits. Li Xiaoman glanced at Stella, exchanging a look that spoke of camaraderie. Afterward, the maid departed, leaving Stella at the desk, watching Li Xiaoman without any intention of averting her gaze. Though he had been exposed earlier, the sudden request to undress in front of a woman felt somewhat disconcerting. "Is there a fitting room or partition?" "Oh, yes, there is." The new garments were thicker, and the ample cloak concealed his face, allowing only a shadow to be seen in the mirror. In the dark, one might glimpse the eyes flickering with an ethereal glow from within the shadow. This ensured that Li Xiaoman's final risk of exposure was entirely eliminated. Exiting the fitting room, he found Stella waiting outside. "It suits you well, thank you. I need to step out for a moment. Here is some money for you. Please be cautious. A single gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver coins, and a silver coin was worth 100 copper coins." Stella offered her reminder. As Li Xiaoman stepped out, he did not venture elsewhere but headed straight towards the landmark tower. Even while concealed within the city, Li Xiaoman found no solace. Only his own strength could grant him true peace of mind. After all, one could evade pursuit for a time, but not indefinitely. If Pound were to attack this city, how could he possibly hide? The underground dungeon serves as a trial ground where one can swiftly gain power. Furthermore, the term evokes a sense of romance. Li Xiaoman approached the base of the beacon tower, and from this vantage point, the tower appeared even more awe-inspiring. It soared straight up into the clouds, resembling a vine cascading down from the heavens. Beneath the beacon tower lay countless openings of various sizes. Scattered adventurers, clad in their gear, ventured towards the entrances. The majority formed small teams, identifiable by their attire: swordsmen, heavy-armored knights, mages, and priests. Today, he had no intention of entering. He merely came to observe. Within his hood, the two flickering flames of soul fire contracted sharply. Following his gaze, he noticed two figures approaching. One was a strikingly handsome individual with golden hair and blue eyes. Donned in the robes of a missionary, he was laughing and conversing with his companion, a heavily armored figure cloaked in purple, who seemed rather indifferent as they walked. It was none other than the missionary who had fought alongside Pangda and the purple-clad warrior. The enormous sword slung across the purple warrior's back had once severed one of Pangda's horns. Li Xiaoman stiffly averted his gaze, pretending not to notice their passing. The face of the purple warrior was concealed by a helmet, rendering their expression unreadable. The missionary continued to chat with his companion, seemingly oblivious to Li Xiaoman's presence. A quiet sigh of relief escaped Li Xiaoman's lips as he endeavored to appear natural. Just as he brushed past the missionary, their voice resonated in his ear. "Stop." The missionary turned, smiling as he looked at Li Xiaoman. "Have we met before?" If Li Xiaoman had a heart, its rapid beating could have powered the earth through an energy crisis. He slowly turned, feigning an appraisal of the missionary. "I don't believe so, though. Is that so? Your voice sounds a bit hoarse. Are you unwell?" The missionary squinted, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "No. It's just how I am." Li Xiaoman felt every joint in his body creaking under the pressure, which was overwhelming. He extended a hand towards Li Xiaoman. As that hand drew closer, Li Xiaoman's legs nearly betrayed him, urging him to flee. Yet he resisted the urge to run. "Kate, we have already lingered here for quite some time." The purple warrior interjected. To Li Xiaoman's surprise, the voice that emerged was not that of a burly man but rather a melodious, spirited female tone. Just hearing the voice intensified the sense of pressure surrounding him. "Very well." The missionary named Kate withdrew her hand. "Do you believe in the light goddess?" "Not at all. What a joke. I, a skeleton, would never follow the light goddess. She would dispatch me with a simple purification. Moreover, it hardly seemed an opportune moment for such preaching." "What a pity," Kate remarked as she turned away. That moment, the soul fire within Li Xiaoman reignited from the brink of extinguishment. He ought to be grateful that he was not human. Otherwise, the physiological fluctuations would have betrayed him entirely. He cast a grateful glance at the purple warrior, realizing that purple appeared to be his lucky color. This individual had first aided him by severing a piece of Pangda's horn and now had indirectly rescued him once more. He steadied his emotions and departed from the beacon tower. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ilu, that lad clearly recognized us. How do you intend to assist him? Say something, will you? There must be a reason, right? Or have you taken a liking to that boy? He was kicked away. Willingly, Ilu ignored Kate and continued walking. Moments later, the unscathed Kate rejoined her. In a way, really? Have you developed a fondness for him? It seems you prefer that type. Mysterious and full of anticipation? From my perspective, that fellow is rather scrawny. Despite his heavy clothing, there's hardly any meat on his bones. He wouldn't withstand your torment. Another kick sent him flying. I'll eventually, so your mouth shut. Chapter 17. The skeleton stood up, returning to the guild. Just as he was about to push open the door to President Tedala's office, he overheard a heated argument from within. What promises did you make to them, President Tedala? I cannot comprehend your words. Our team wishes to terminate the contract with your guild as per the agreement. You must consider that to those nobles, you are merely disposable tools. What nobles? Please speak in terms that a simpleton like me can understand. Creak. The door swung open, interrupting Tedala's words. Standing before her was a team of 8 adventurers, all of considerable rank. Without exception, they were seasoned professionals, well equipped. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and Tedala resumed her seat. Her excitement slightly quelled at it appears the president has guessed. We shall take our leave. I hope the president can grasp the gravity of the situation. The 8 adventurers brushed past Li Xiaomon at the entrance. They are, Li Xiaomon attempted to speak, that a team of adventurers signed to a long-term contract with the guild, responsible for gathering materials. However, they now seek to dissolve their agreement. I invested considerable resources to support their team. Tedala's tone revealed her agitation. According to the contract, terminating it should incur a penalty, correct? Li Xiaomon interjected. That is the case. However, the guild recently accepted a substantial order for materials at an exorbitant price. If they were to withdraw, the guild would not be able to fulfill the order, leading to financial ruin. Tedala gritted her teeth. I suspect this is all orchestrated by that individual behind the scenes. This material order was likely his bait. The events outside during the day sent a shiver down Tedala's spine. Then, knock knock, enter, Master, no adventuring teams are willing to accept your task. Increase the price. Master, we have already raised it to the maximum. Any further increase may lead the guild to bankruptcy. The cat-eared maid's ears twitched as she explained. Tedala slowly sank into her chair, feeling as though an invisible hand was manipulating her fate. Carelessly toying with him, it was merely a simple game. She was likely just a prize in his final victory. Creak. The door was pushed open once more. Tedala regarded the newcomer with no surprise. The lavish attire did little to conceal the large belly. Li Xiaomon wagered that the tailor must have endured much hardship to create this garment. If he was not mistaken, this was likely the noble Tedala had mentioned. Is this amusing? She inquired. Tedala, what are you saying? I heard of your guild's predicament and rushed over immediately. Should you wish, I can assist you through this crisis. And then what? You simply need to become my lover. Or, once the guild collapses and you are reduced to slavery, I could purchase you back. That would strip you of your dignity. The nobleman displayed no attempt to conceal his desires. He was indeed a straightforward individual. Such a scenario could lead to my bankruptcy, but it would never reduce me to a slave. Tedala replied coldly, ha, trust me. I possess no fewer than 100 methods to turn you into a slave. I admire you and wish to preserve your dignity. Otherwise, you would have already become a slave. So it was you who acted during the day. Tedala struggled to contain her fury. Consider it carefully. Is becoming my lover truly beneath your dignity? You are merely a commoner. Should you bear my noble blood, you could elevate your family's status. Tedala had long ceased trying to respond. Simply imagining sharing the same air with this pig made her feel nauseous. Li Xiaomon remained silent. Step up. Such ostentatious displays are not something I, as a skeleton, can undertake. How long have I known Tedala? Besides, I am her benefactor, not the other way around. Tiomi, Tedala is merely a convenient tool. one that could be replaced at any moment, though perhaps not as effectively. While I hold some appreciation for her, it does not extend to the point of risking my standing for her. Offending a nobleman over her would scarcely be worth the trouble. Despite the fact that this particular nobleman is indeed quite repulsive. By the way, who are you? I don't believe we've met before. The noble pig cast a glance toward Li Xiaomon. How infuriating, despite my deliberate efforts to diminish my presence. It still has its eyes on me, in truth. The noble pig merely found Li Xiaomon's aura somewhat unsettling, reminiscent of a monstrous entity. Such an aura, aside from that of a monster, is only found in genuine adventurers. Excluding the possibility of a monster, the identity of this fellow becomes self-evident. Li Xiaomon was grappling with how to respond, as he harbored a strong aversion to engaging in any dialogue with this individual. I know. You are the adventurer summoned by that wretched woman, aren't you? The noble pig pointed at Li Xiaomon, hurling insults. Excellent. Very well, kid. You have successfully captured my attention. I shall make you aware of the price for provoking my wrath. What a clitch of an overbearing CEO from another world. Utterly nauseating. Speak your name, skeleton. What a revolting moniker. Tidala, you have truly found yourself a commendable adventurer. See you at the slave trading market. I hope the slave merchants can adequately teach you the skills of the bedroom. The noble pig concluded, turning to face Li Xiaomon with a visage so grotesque it could produce oil, and you, skeleton, shall meet your demise in the depths of the dungeon. With that, the noble pig departed. Apologies for dragging you into this, Li Xiaomon spoke up. When is the delivery date for the dungeon? At this juncture, he could only assist Tidala and perhaps improve his rapport with her. Are you willing to lend a hand? It is perilous, I am unwilling, but of course, are we not allies? Such duplicity, a quintessential scoundrel, bah! Yet, this manner of speaking could indeed enhance his favorability. The greater the rapport, the more useful a tool one becomes in half a month. You will be alone. Do not push yourself. If it proves too challenging, retreat. I have other avenues. Exiting the president's office, he once again encountered that group of 8 adventurers. Upon seeing Li Xiaomon, the leader of the group became intrigued. Isn't that the skeleton? A lone skeleton adventurer. I truly am a skeleton, Li Xiaomon replied earnestly. He understood that the more he asserted this, the less suspicion they would harbor regarding his identity as a skeleton. After all, concealing his appearance would draw unwanted attention from the observant. By declaring himself a skeleton, he could be perceived as a mere oddity, thereby rendering his concealed visage less peculiar and less likely to attract scrutiny. Then I shall be a zombie, he quipped, mimicking the motions of a zombie. Very well, skeleton. I hope to encounter you in the dungeon. Remember my name, Sekiduo of the Hyena Adventurer Team. The Hyena Team shall dismantle you. Skeleton. Noticing Li Xiaomon's lack of response, Sekiduo lost interest in continuing the jest. I hope you don't break a tooth. Ha ha ha, that depends on whether your bones are sturdy enough, skeleton. Our team will hunt you down in the dungeon. After all, you have aligned yourself with the president. This only serves to highlight the ruthlessness of our team. Thus, you will meet a gruesome end. He leaned in closer to Li Xiaomon, maintaining his smile as he whispered a death threat. Li Xiaomon remained silent, merely watching Sekiduo depart as the noble pig attempting to employ a tactic of using others to do his dirty work. Shortly thereafter, he felt a tug at the hem of his garment. Turning his head, he found the cat-eared maid tugging at his clothing. How infuriating! From this angle, the cat ears were simply too adorable to be permissible. Thank you for standing by your master, Dasham. Li Xiaomon shifted his gaze away from the maid's ears. What guilt could a skeleton possibly feel? The skeleton merely sought to enhance his favorability. Chapter 18. The skeleton in the dungeon clad in leather armor, vital areas reinforced with a unique magical metal. Imbued with magical defensive properties, behind him, he bore a slender, straight metal staff, its tip adorned with a pale blue magic stone. This staff represented the most valuable piece of equipment he possessed, the priciest item from the Rabi Trading Company. The staff's performance was rather ordinary, lacking even the most fundamental enhancements of shortened incantation and mana conduction. It could only amplify magical effects, combined with exceptional durability. Crafted from some of the hardest metals in the world, It was precisely this that drew Li Xiaoman's attention. Be careful. Do not overexert yourself. Li Xiaoman would never push himself too hard. He always prioritized his own life above all else. Without hesitation, he plunged into the dungeon. Before him lay a lengthy descending passageway, its ends glowing with a dim blue luminescence, creating an ethereal ambience. He scanned the stone walls, retrieved his staff from his back, and continued his descent. The first venture into the dungeon officially commenced. After traversing the long passageway, he entered the first level of the underground palace. It resembled a vast cavern, where he could observe other adventurers bustling about, trading items. Monsters were scarcely visible. After all, this level was populated solely by level 1 monsters, all of which had been cleared by adventurers. He didn't even need to consult his map. The walls bore directional markers. Following the signs, he effortlessly navigated through the first level's maze, encountering only a few murky level 1 slimes, each contributing a single point of experience. The first maze was interconnected with countless entrances to the second level, and Li Xiaoman casually chose a cliff to leap into the second level. He then unfolded his map, locating a hidden river that would lead directly to the 8th level of the dungeon. The 1st to 10th levels were interconnected, while between the 10th and 11th levels, there existed a solitary passageway. Li Xiaoman initially believed he must defeat a boss to gain entry, but in reality, that was not the case. After the 30th level, a dungeon boss would appear to grant access to the next level. Prior to that, there were no bosses, only special variants wandering the layers. These special variants were unique forms of ordinary monsters, significantly stronger than their typical counterparts, yet they were challenging to encounter, as for their appearance. They bore horns. In the dungeon, horns resembled crowns. Ordinary monsters do not grow horns, only special monsters and bosses do. Emerging from the hidden river, Li Xiaoman found himself now at the 8th level. He waved his staff, casting fire magic to dry his clothes. Gagaga, a green-skinned dwarf charged at Li Xiaoman. With its large nose and long ears, it was none other than a goblin. Race: Goblin level. 8 class. None description: a common monster with a certain degree of strength. Do not underestimate it due to its inconspicuous nature. Perfect. Just the practice he needed. Li Xiaoman tightened his grip on the staff, unleashing a surge of strength as he swung it forcefully, striking the goblin on the head. The skull shattered instantaneously, sending its body flying against the stone wall, rebounding and crashing to the ground, twitching twice before falling still. Ding! Goblin LV8 killed. Experience 20. What a wonderfully useful staff. Li Xiaoman could hardly contain his excitement as he swung the staff a couple of times. Relishing the swishing sound it made, he believed this staff could serve him well for a long time without needing replacement. He stepped over the goblin's corpse and ventured deeper into the maze. Eager to level up, soon, he encountered a second goblin. He hastened forward and knocked it down with a single punch. Gagaga! The goblin thrashed wildly, but Li Xiaoman paid it no heed. He stepped on the goblin's neck while raising his staff. With a resounding crack, he brought it down. The goblin's arm shattered under the blow. He then lifted his foot, allowing the goblin to scurry away, stealthily following behind it. He intended to trace the source and eliminate the entire nest of goblins. What a great deed that would be! The goblin ahead navigated through the maze, turning left and right. However, Li Xiaoman soon sensed something amiss. This goblin seemed intent on leading him in circles. By the time he realized this, he found himself surrounded by clusters of green lights emerging from the depths of the inky darkness. He had been ambushed by goblins. I underestimated the goblins, Li Xiaoman lamented, reflecting on his mistake. Pound and Lucia had erred due to underestimating him, leading to their escape. How was he any different? He had underestimated the goblin's cunning. Gagaga! The goblin in front halted and began screeching. Soon, goblins poured forth from the shadows. Li Xiaoman gripped his staff tightly. Although he acknowledged his error, even when ambushed by goblins, he remained utterly unfazed. Quagmire! He thrust his staff into the ground, the tip of the magic stone glowing with a ghostly blue luminescence. In an instant, the ground around Li Xiaoman collapsed, transforming into a mire. All the goblins became ensnared within, immobilized in place. The magic stone embedded in his staff was a high-quality water magic stone. providing substantial enhancements for this water-based spell. However, Li Xiaomon found himself unable to move. Within the cavern, flanked by stone walls, he could not extend his bone wings to take flight. He could only stand his ground. Raising his staff, fireball. A miniature magic circle opened at the tip of the staff, and a fireball shot forth, striking a goblin squarely. It was a one-hit kill. Fireball. Immediately, he redirected his wand towards the other goblins, unleashing a barrage of fireballs in quick succession. However, it wasn't long before some goblins adapted to the mire and advanced towards Li Xiaomon. Unperturbed, Li Xiaomon swung his wand with finesse, dispatching each goblin that approached him with a decisive strike to their heads. Soon, the ground around him was strewn with the fallen bodies of goblins. Though lacking in experience, the sheer number of them allowed Li Xiaomon's experience bar to grow at a remarkable pace. The cacophony of goblin cries echoed throughout the cavern as he wielded his wand with increasing speed. He realized that the cave's floor was merely a thin layer of mud over solid rock, making the mire quite shallow. More and more goblins found their footing in the sludge and charged at Li Xiaomon. Faced with this overwhelming tide, he began to feel a sense of urgency as his magical reserves dwindled. It was clear he needed to break free from the encirclement. Fixing his gaze in a specific direction, he propelled himself upward with a burst of energy. His skeletal wings unfurled behind him, and with the invocation of wind magic, he glided a short distance before landing on the mire. The surrounding goblins swarmed towards him with one hand. He reached into his robe and drew forth his rib-bone sword, igniting it with fire magic. Then, with one hand wielding the sword and the other brandishing his wand, he charged through the throng with his formidable equipment. The goblins emitted frantic cries in response. Ding! Experience points maxed out, leveling up to LV 15. Constitution 1, Spirit 1, free attribute points 1. He promptly allocated the free attribute point to Spirit, retaining the leftover point from his previous upgrade for emergencies to bolster his constitution. While on the run, he did not neglect to hurl fireballs behind him. The notification sounds in his ears signified that the noble goblins had become the foundation of his growth through their demise. How tragic! Chapter 19. The skeleton descends. Continuing his descent, Li Xiaomon, being a skeleton, felt no hunger or thirst, thus only took necessary breaks for rest and did not require sustenance. Before the passage leading from the 10th to the 11th level, he decided to take a moment to recuperate. The battle with the goblins had drained a considerable amount of his magical energy, necessitating a period of recharge. Yet, during the wait for his magic to recover, Li Xiaomon remained industrious. He retrieved a book from his robe and leaned against the stone wall, engrossed in its contents. The flames in his eye sockets flickered with intensity, as if deep in contemplation. The book he was studying was a detailed explanation of first-tier elemental magic, procured from the Merchant Guild, documenting the common spells of this level. Though Li Xiaomon was an elemental mage among first-tier magicians, he did not strictly possess the ability to cast first-tier spells. Instead, he utilized his racial talents to manipulate the primal elements. At present, he was focusing on mastering the fireball spell, the most fundamental first-tier magic typically grasped by elemental mages. Although ubiquitous, its practicality rendered it commonplace. With a brief incantation, the spell could be cast swiftly and effectively. The chant required merely uttering the word fireball in the ancient magical tongue. Thus, it became the most frequently employed spell by first-tier elemental mages. Generally, elemental mages, due to limitations in energy, would specialize in a single element. However, Li Xiaomon chose to pursue mastery over all four elemental magics without exception. So, the composition of magical formations. Ah, I see. The connections here and here enhance the effect significantly. Li Xiaomon murmured softly. He then slowly raised his hand, attempting to channel magic according to the diagrams and notes in the book. Fireball. In ancient magical language, the obscure syllables emerged from his throat, and a fiery red magic circle materialized in the palm of his hand. Subsequently, an explosive fireball shot forth, striking the stone wall and erupting in a brilliant display. Its potency far surpassed the rudimentary fireball he had previously conjured and thrown. He succeeded on the first attempt. Was this a result of his racial advantage? Yet, the precision left much to be desired. Li Xiaomon meticulously reviewed the magic book before raising his hand once more. First tier elemental magic, Fireball. This time, he envisioned the trajectory in his mind, carefully controlling his magical energy, and the fireball accurately struck its target. A splendid shot. This time it was commendable. Li Xiaoman constructed several more fireball magic circles, but refrained from launching them to conserve energy. As he grew more adept, he turned to the next page. First tier magic, Water Arrow. First tier magic, Earth Bullet. First tier magic, Wind Blade. After experimenting with the foundational and commonly used spells of the four elements, Li Xiaoman cautiously stored the magic book away and rose to his feet. In his view, these spells lacked a certain finesse. They were too bound by form and not sufficiently practical. He contemplated the potential of merging the Earth Bullet with water elements to aim for an opponent's eyes. Far more effective than merely throwing mud at them. Alternatively, dispersing the Earth Bullet into sand to obscure an adversary's vision could be advantageous. In battle, blinding the opponent was crucial. Perhaps the mages of this world held a noble sense of self. Disdainful of employing such tactics, Li Xiaoman brushed aside the thought and proceeded towards the passage connecting the 10th and 11th underground levels. Beyond this point lay monsters above level 10, significantly increasing the danger. Necessitating his utmost caution, as he entered the darkened corridor, the sound of his footsteps echoed crisply, descending deeper into the abyss. Upon reaching the 11th level, the temperature surged instantaneously. Both the ground and walls were parched. For ordinary adventurers, such heat would be torturous. However, as a skeleton, Li Xiaoman was indifferent to the extremes of temperature. Moreover, endowed with elemental resistance, this degree of heat posed no challenge to him. He felt the warm wind against his form and continued onward into the depths. According to reports, this level was primarily inhabited by a species of red lizard capable of wielding fire to a degree and exhibiting remarkable agility. Soon, Li Xiaoman encountered the legendary fire lizard. It resembled a creature not merely like a lizard but rather akin to a Komodo dragon in size. Hissing furiously upon spotting Li Xiaoman, it opened its maw, gathering fire elemental energy within. How infuriating, such a temper! Li Xiaoman couldn't help but voice his thoughts as he observed the aggressive fire lizard. Yet, inwardly, he felt a sense of relief, for it appeared to lack intelligence. Whoosh! A fireball soared through the air, aimed directly at Li Xiaoman. Gripping his wand tightly, he recalled the defensive spells from the magic book. Necessity dictated that he consult the tome. The complexity of defensive magic, requiring sustained magical energy, made it difficult to memorize quickly. Evading the fireball with agility, he held the magic book in one hand and raised his wand with the other, embodying the essence of a mage. First-tier magic, Water Wall. The gemstone atop his wand glimmered with a brilliant azure hue as a circular magic formation rapidly manifested. Water coalesced in the air, forming a flowing wall. The fireball hurled by the fire lizard was effortlessly deflected, merely generating a wisp of steam. The fire lizard paused in confusion. It then chose to maneuver around the water wall. Li Xiaoman hastily flipped to the next page of the magic book. Let me see. Like this, like this. He awkwardly attempted to manipulate the water wall, yet his clumsy control paled in comparison to the fire lizard's nimble movements. After the initial formation, the water wall failed to intercept any further fireballs. Cursed magic! Li Xiaoman shut the magic book, gripped his wand, and charged forward, cutting through the air with a swift motion. Hiss! The fire lizard unleashed another fireball. In response, Li Xiaoman tightened his grip on his wand, channeling wind magic to conjure a vortex of air, enveloping his wand. With a tremendous force, he struck the incoming fireball, causing it to explode midair. Scattering embers, without losing momentum, Li Xiaoman surged directly toward the fire lizard, raising his wand high. Death! There was no escape. The fire lizard felt itself hopelessly ensnared. The wand became a blur as it struck the lizard's head. With a resounding boom, the lizard's skull shattered. Ding! Fire Lizard LV11 defeated. Experience 150. Magic truly felt effortless when wielded with such mastery. Li Xiaoman felt that the magic within this tome did not suit him. What he aimed to do was to draw inspiration from the principles of the spells contained within, applying them to his own craft. He was not focused on the spells themselves, but rather on the underlying magical principles. Crouching down, he drew forth a small knife and sliced open the chest of the fire lizard. extracting a magic stone no larger than a juju pit. The magic stone, a gem that grows within the bodies of magical creatures, harbors arcane energy. Typically, it is the most valuable item on a magical beast, with the lizard's hide also being quite precious. However, Li Xiaomon could not afford to carry too much luggage. His destination lay 20 levels deep underground, where the 8-edged fire crystal flourished. After stowing the magic stone in his waist pouch, Li Xiaomon pressed onward. Chapter 20. A skeleton with a passion for baseball in a cavern on the 12th underground level. Li Xiaomon leaned against the stone wall, perusing the magic tome while forming a magic circle. This was his time for recuperation. Beyond the 10th level, the terrain had grown significantly more complex, and the monsters had become increasingly formidable. Thus, traversing each layer required more time. If he were part of an adventurer's party, they could alternate roles, descending more swiftly. Li Xiaomon meticulously sketched a pale blue magic circle on his left arm. He was attempting to innovate upon the existing spells. After all, employing the magic from the tome felt exceedingly cumbersome. The elemental applications were primitive and yielded insufficient results. The spell he was reformulating was a first-tier spell, Water Wall. First-tier magic, Water Shield. The magic circle illuminated with a beautiful blue glow, as water swirled into a vortex, coalescing on his left arm. Subsequently, a circular water shield materialized before his forearm. The swirling water that formed the shield glimmered like crystalline glass. He experimented with a sweep of his left arm, and the shield adeptly aligned with his hand, moving in tandem as if he were wielding a genuine shield. Ding! Proficiency requirements met. Skill acquired. Magic Analysis LV1. Li Xiaomon felt a jolt of clarity wash over him. In an instant, the world seemed to sharpen into focus. Gazing once more at the water shield upon his arm, he could now directly observe the flow of magic energy. Something was amiss. How had he failed to notice this earlier? If he connected it in this manner, the effect would be even better. Instinctively, Li Xiaomon adjusted the magic circle of the water shield. The surface of the shield rippled, and the vortex stabilized and solidified further. Even the magical energy consumption required to maintain the shield diminished slightly. Once again picking up the magic tome, he felt that the previously intricate magic circles had transformed into something more comprehensible. What a remarkable skill! Li Xiaomon dissipated the water shield and, inspired by its design, crafted magic circles for other elemental spells. First-tier magic. Earth Shield. First-tier magic. Fire Shield. Oh no, it's catching fire. First-tier magic. Wind Shield. He successfully completed the design of all 4 elemental shields. The Earth Shield bore no distinction from a conventional shield. The Wind Shield could deflect and redirect attacks to a certain extent, while the Fire Shield, though flamboyant, should be capable of incinerating incoming arrows. Perhaps, having familiarized himself with these new magic circles, and with his magical energy restored, Li Xiaomon exited the cavern and proceeded to the 13th level. The moment he stepped onto the 13th level, a poisoned arrow shot towards him. Li Xiaomon raised his staff, sending sparks flying as he deflected the arrow. Fortune favored him. He had encountered a mage. That staff looked quite valuable. It seemed he would earn a considerable profit this time. No time for idle chatter. It would be troublesome if he cast a spell. 4 warriors approached, 2 heavily armored knights, a swordsman, and an archer. Their levels were 16, 15, 2 of them, and 14, respectively. Without further ado, the 2 heavily armored knights charged forward, seemingly intent on disrupting Li Xiaomon. The swordsman flitted behind the heavily armored knights, poised to strike with a lethal blow at a moment's notice, while the archer, positioned farthest back, loosed 2 shadowy arrows. Earth Shield. Li Xiaomon raised his arm, completing the magic circle in an instant, and a yellowish round shield formed on his left arm. Deflecting the incoming arrows. Kid, don't blame us when you're dead. It's just your bad luck. The heavily armored knight closed in, colliding with Li Xiaomon. The other swung his massive sword, unleashing a battle cry. Sharp strike. The gleaming edge of the greatsword glimmered ominously. The warrior's technique? Li Xiaomon retreated, positioning the earth shield before him. Slide step. The swordsman vanished, leaving behind a mere afterimage. The swordlight pierced from behind. Caught between 2 foes, Li Xiaomon shifted his stance, crashing into the greatsword of the armored knight. The left arm's earth shield collided with the greatsword, carving a deep gash into the blade. Didn't he shatter? The heavily armored knight exclaimed. Li Xiaomon twirled his staff, redirecting it towards the swordsman's attack, his body sinking slightly as he was knocked away by another knight. The archer quickly loosed 3 arrows, targeting Li Xiaomon in a triangular formation. The swordsman easily pierced Li Xiaomon's heart, chest, and neck. Well done, Will felt a strange sensation. How had his arrows penetrated so effortlessly? He felt no resistance as they passed through flesh, yet he thought little of it. After all, the arrows had indeed pierced the neck and heart. The head is mine. Seeing the swordsman and knight converge upon the corpse, Will quickly shouted and hurried to catch up, knowing it was futile to expect anything to be left for him. However, just as the swordsman drew near, the corpse suddenly stirred. First-tier magic. Mud Bullet. Li Xiaomon's modified spell, based on the original Earth Bullet. The instant the Mud Bullet struck, it plastered the swordsman's face, momentarily robbing him of his vision. Faking death. Retreat. The heavily armored knight hurriedly attempted to shield the swordsman. Yet, Li Xiaomon would not grant them that opportunity. First-tier magic. Quagmire. The ground transformed into muck, causing one heavily armored knight to sink halfway due to his weight. The other, sensing danger, leapt multiple times to avoid the mire. However, the sightless swordsman was not so fortunate. Unaware of the events unfolding, he found himself sinking into the soft ground, unable to utilize his sliding technique. First-tier magic, Fireball. A crimson magic circle formed atop Li Xiaomon's staff. Don't get away. The shouts of his teammates became the swordsman's final words. Fireball. The fireball struck the swordsman's head with precision, erupting in an explosion. Ding. Swordsman LV-15 killed. Experience 350. Die. Rapid fire. More arrows sped toward Li Xiaomon, who swiftly dodged and charged towards the heavily armored knight trapped in the mire. First-tier magic. Fireball. Immovable bastion. The heavily armored knight bellowed, raising his thick shield before him, his armor glowing with a golden hue. The fireball struck true, exploding and sending up a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, the heavily armored knight appeared disheveled, his armor and shield bearing cracks. I'll make you pay, he shouted as he lunged towards Li Xiaomon. The previous explosion had also dried the mire, providing him with an escape. Li Xiaomon gripped his staff tightly, launching several fireballs, all of which were deflected by the shield. In that case, Li Xiaomon tightened his grip on the staff, utilizing immense force to swing it down upon the returning knight. The knight raised his shield, dismissing the attack. After all, how much force could a mere mage possess? The shield trembled violently, concaving slightly as a tremendous force surged through it, causing the knight to lose his grip, sending it flying from his hands. Immovable bastion. Realizing the peril, he prepared to activate his skill, but the staff, crafted from pure metal, struck faster. Immovable my foot. The staff collided with his head. The sound of bone cracking echoed as the helmet shattered and flew off. Li Xiaomon's staff was imbued with wind magic, creating a vortex with a tearing effect. His head buzzed, and under Li Xiaomon's assessment, his status screen revealed he was left staggered. Once more, he struck at the fractured area, this time causing the head to cave in before bursting apart from the pressure of the wind. Ding. Heavily armored knight LV-15 killed. Experience 350. Experience surged once more. Blood stained the staff as Li Xiaomon wiped it clean on the corpse, resting it on his shoulder. Before we even say our hellos, allow me to introduce myself. I am but a humble skeleton. Then, prepare to have your skull smashed. Chapter 21. Better luck next time. Skeleton? Is that a code name? The remaining heavily armored knight and archer exchanged glances. Brother, I think we have a misunderstanding, the knight spoke. After all, it was crucial to adapt to circumstances. Apologies, but it has nothing to do with misunderstanding. I am a skeleton and you are human, so I must eliminate you. Li Xiaomon charged towards the heavily armored knight, raising his staff to strike. Shield bash. The knight raised his thick shield to meet the staff. Sharp strike. With his other hand, he swung the greatsword at Li Xiaomon. First-tier magic. Wind shield. As Li Xiaomon's left arm transformed the magic circle, the earthy-hued rock shield vanished, replaced by a swirling vortex of wind. The heavy sword crashed against the wind vortex. The armored knight felt an invisible force tugging at his blade, causing it to veer off its intended path. What kind of magic is this? The knight hastily yanked back his sword, readjusting his stance. At that moment, several arrows shot towards Li Xiaomon from behind. Li Xiaomon paid them no heed. If there was anything skeletons were least afraid of, it was likely arrows. The arrow aimed at his head was dodged, but the one aimed at his chest bizarrely pierced through. At such close range, the armored knight finally discerned the truth. Beneath that clothing, there was no flesh and blood, only a stark white skeleton. The arrows passed through the gaps in the bones. You are truly a skeleton? The armored knight felt a chill run down his spine. His movements becoming erratic. Then, Li Xiaomon struck him repeatedly with a series of blunt blows. Did I not mention this earlier? Li Xiaomon remarked as he continued to strike. Speaking of which, it's about time. With a flick of his wrist, Li Xiaomon's wand traced a graceful arc through the air. Then, with a surge of immense power, the wand emitted a sound akin to a piercing projectile, hurled forth like a javelin. Get out of the way! The armored knight's warning came too late. The wind magic enveloped the wand, forcefully slamming the archer against the stone wall. Perhaps it's better to pay attention to your own safety for now. Li Xiaomon raised his leg, his calf striking the armored knight like a whip. The knight raised his shield, but under the tremendous force, it still wobbled along with his body. Subsequently, Li Xiaomon plunged his hands into his chest. Extracting a bone sword from within, two bone swords sliced through the air, aiming for the knight's eyes. Don't underestimate me, monster, the armored knight shouted as he swung his heavy sword towards Li Xiaomon. Flames erupted from Li Xiaomon's eye sockets, and a pair of fearsome bone wings unfurled from his back. As the wings flapped, Li Xiaomon momentarily hovered in the air. A heavy strike. The armored knight swung his heavy sword from below. Aiming to cleave upwards, Li Xiaomon twisted his body, a magic circle opening on his calf. First-tier magic. Wind shield. A circular vortex formed at his calf, kicking against the descending heavy sword. The heavy sword veered once more, forcing the armored knight's body to lurch forward. This is bad. The knight quickly released his massive sword, grasping his shield with both hands, bracing it before him. Unyielding stronghold. A golden aura enveloped the armored knight's body, rendering him as steadfast as a fortress. Li Xiaomon's wings once again flapped, lifting him high into the air. The two bone swords fused together, growing into a singular, massive bone hilt that required both hands to wield. Earth! The earth magic enveloped the top of the bone hilt, transforming it into a gigantic stone sphere. Wind and fire. The fire magic encased the stone, while the wind magic propelled it, accelerating it further with the force of gravity. A mighty smash descended upon the armored knight. Boom! The air erupted in all directions, producing a deafening roar. The knight's eardrums shattered instantly, blood streaming from his ears. His armor cracked inch by inch, and the stone beneath his feet could no longer bear the weight, fracturing outward in a radial pattern until his knees sank completely into the stone, at which point the massive hammer finally shattered. Cough! The armored knight had no time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Li Xiaomon, wielding a slender bone spear, wasted no time in thrusting it toward his throat. Quagmire! The knight's feet, trapped in the rock, were engulfed by mud, rendering him incapable of evading. Thud! The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Warm blood gushed from his throat, staining his armor crimson. Ding! Kill armored knight LV-16. Experience 400. Withdrawing the bone spear and shaking off the blood, Li Xiaomon turned to face the last archer. The archer, pinned against the wall, had vanished, leaving only a bloodied wand behind. How uncooperative! Li Xiaomon approached the wand, retrieving it and following the trail of blood. Soon, he caught up with the severely injured archer, teetering on the brink of collapse. Please don't kill me. I was coerced. They forced me. I have plenty of money outside. I can give you everything. Just please don't kill me. The archer backed away, eyes filled with despair as he spoke incoherently. Glancing at the approaching Li Xiaomon, gripping the bone spear tightly, Li Xiaomon pierced the archer's throat, pinning him to the ground. Ding! Kill archer LV-14. Experience 300. Enough with the incessant chatter. Just be done with it already. Experience points reached maximum. Level up to LV16. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. Free attribute points 1. Allocating the free attribute point to Spirit. Li Xiaoman crouched down to search the corpse. Soon, he discovered a pouch of coins. As for the other items, they were too cumbersome to bother with. Returning to the original spot, he thoroughly looted the other bodies, acquiring a substantial amount of gold coins. Indeed, killing and plundering yields wealth swiftly. Li Xiaoman placed the coin pouch into a bag, then concealed it upon his spine. Secured to his spine, he felt at ease. This is not a practice for underage skeletons. Next, he used magic to sink the bodies into the ground and continued deeper into the dungeon. Passing through the 13th level, he entered the 14th. According to the map, the 14th level housed few monsters and included the presence of hot springs, a splendid place for rest. Moreover, there was a makeshift town comprised of humans, serving as logistical support for adventurers, offering trade, lodging, transport, and supplies. Upon entering the town, Li Xiaoman swiftly located a shop following the map. Rebi Merchant Association's temporary shop in the dungeon. Indeed, this is the place. The Rebi Merchant Association, led by Tedala, had set up procurement and supply points within the dungeon. Li Xiaoman stepped into the shop. "What can I assist you with, dear customer?" The woman at the counter greeted him with a smile. "Do you buy materials?" Li Xiaoman poured out the magical stones he had gathered along the way. So many magical stones. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled at the sight of the pile of magical stones on the counter. "Judging by your attire, could it be that you are the skeleton gentleman sent by headquarters?" After scrutinizing Li Xiaoman's outfit and the uniquely crafted metal wand upon his back, she hastily spoke. "Skeleton gentleman? The one who claims to be a skeleton, rumored to be tackling the dungeon solo? You really are a one-man team. And to collect so many magical stones alone, could it be that you are a second-tier professional?" "Skeleton gentleman?" The shopkeeper nearly leaned half her body over the counter, her gaze fervently fixed on Li Xiaoman. "Why, apologies. I got a bit too excited." Realizing her indiscretion, she blushed and retreated slightly. "I am Rachel Hugh Vanty, the owner of this shop. I am delighted that you, skeleton gentlemen, are willing to assist the Rebi Merchant Association. It's merely an equitable exchange. Kindly convert these magical stones for me." "Ah, indeed. I apologize for the delay." Rachel classified the magical stones, weighing and pricing them. "Are you satisfied with this price? It's acceptable. Then please take your gold coins. If you require lodging, please proceed to the second floor. Rachel can provide you with complimentary accommodation." "Skeleton gentleman." Rachel leaned forward once more, nearly crossing the threshold of the counter. "No, time is of the essence. After handling these materials, I must continue my descent." Li Xiaoman declined the invitation, readying his coin pouch to his waist. "Such a pity. Should you need anything next time, skeleton gentleman, you are welcome to return, and accommodation will still be complimentary." Rachel sighed wistfully. "I will certainly return." Chapter 22. The Caution of the Skeleton. "I will remember." "Skeleton gentleman." Rachel replied earnestly. "By the way, if you continue your descent, please be cautious. Approximately around this time yesterday, the Hyena Adventure team passed through here and delved deeper. Although they likely wouldn't stoop so low as to attack you, I still hope you remain vigilant." Rachel warned seriously. "I will be cautious. Thank you for the reminder." Li Xiaoman secured his wand to his back, nodded at Rachel, and departed from the shop. That group of individuals had entered the dungeon before him, and with their numerical and experiential advantages, it was only natural for them to be ahead. Moreover, they had already issued a death threat against him, leaving no room for politeness on his part. As he traversed the 14th floor, he refrained from indulging in the hot springs, mindful of the skeletal nature of his form, which would provoke a hunt if he shed his attire. Upon reaching the 15th floor, the familiar fire lizards were conspicuously absent. In their stead stood upright, red-scaled lizard folk, exuding warmth akin to that of fire lizards, resembling an evolved form of their kind. Given their humanoid stature, Li Xiaoman suspected they possessed a certain level of intelligence. Prompting him to remain vigilant, the level 15 lizard folk posed a substantial threat to him. However, the experience gained from defeating them was indeed quite generous. Gripping his wand tightly, Li Xiaoman cautiously approached the lizard folk before him. He cast a first-tier spell, Wind Stone Spike. 2 magic circles overlapped, one blue and one yellow, gradually unfolding, A soil-colored spiral stone spike began to coalesce, enveloped by a swirling vortex of wind magic that spun relentlessly. This was one of the spells Li Xiaomon had been experimenting with, Wind-Earth Hybrid Charge Magic, Windstone Spike. As the wind vortex accelerated, the spiral on the stone spike became increasingly indistinct. Only when it reached a critical speed did Li Xiaomon launch the stone spike. A sharp sound pierced the air as the spike transformed into a fleeting shadow, spinning through the air, creating a prolonged gust that pierced through the lizard folk skull, resulting in an explosive detonation. Ding! Fire Lizardfolk LV-15 slain. Experience 300. Instant kill. Li Xiaomon gently lowered his wand, retrieving a blank notebook from his ribcage. This notebook, acquired from Rachel, was intended for him to document and refine the magic he had created and modified, including the Shield series, Swamp series, and the current Hybrid Magic series. High in power yet costly in consumption. With an exceptionally long charge time, he sought to improve it by shortening both the charge and consumption durations. Closing the notebook, he returned it to his ribcage and approached the fire lizard folk. Drawing a small knife, he sliced open the creature's chest, extracting the magic stone and stowing it in his waist pouch. Clang! What was that sound? Li Xiaomon raised his head, alertly scanning his surroundings. A profound silence enveloped the area. Devoid of any disturbances, was it an illusion? Clutching his wand tightly, he stood and continued to observe his environment with caution. Clang! It was not an illusion. It sounded like something shattering. Where was it coming from? Li Xiaomon surveyed the surroundings. Stone wall, stone wall, stone wall. No sign of movement. His spine trembled slightly. This place was no longer safe. Activating the stealthy speed skill, Li Xiaomon dashed towards a specific location. Clang! This time, the sound was clearer, emanating from below. Leaping into the air, his skeletal wings unfurled from his back and embedded themselves into the ceiling of the cavern. Suddenly, the ground erupted. Roar! A fiery red figure burst forth from the earth, its massive body ablaze with crimson flames. Long, fiery horns protruded from its head, resembling a colossal version of a fire lizard. It was a special variant of the lizardfolk. The Lizardfolk King. Name: Lizardfolk King level, LV-20 class. Monster warrior description: a dangerous mutated lizardfolk. The ruler among lizardfolk, possessing the strongest physique, magical prowess, and exceptional affinity for flames. With a level cap of LV-20, its fiery red eyes scanned the surroundings, locking onto Li Xiaomon, who was hanging from the stone wall. Roar! The deafening roar charged towards Li Xiaomon. This was dire. Li Xiaomon's hands morphed into sharp claws, gripping the stone wall as he scuttled deeper into the labyrinth like a great spider. The Lizard King raised its hands, summoning fireballs that began to orbit around its body. Then, with a wave of its hand, fireballs cascaded toward Li Xiaomon. With no choice, Li Xiaomon leaped from the wall, landing on the ground just as the fireballs exploded, sending shards of stone flying and enveloping the area in smoke. Amidst the smoke, a figure emerged, using all four limbs to charge toward Li Xiaomon. Swamp! He plunged his wand into the ground, creating ripples that transformed into a vast expanse of swamp. The Lizard King sank momentarily into the muck. However, in an instant, flames engulfed its body, evaporating the moisture from the swamp. With a slight dip, it leapt up, mouth agape like a gaping maw. The fire element coalesced in an instant, erupting as a pillar of flame. First-tier magic, water wall. Faced with the torrent of fire, the water shield seemed minuscule. The magic circle rapidly formed, with water surging from all directions, coalescing into a formidable water wall before him. Sizzle! The steam exploded, filling the space. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaomon retreated. Yet, the next moment, the enormous silhouette burst forth from the side, its flaming claws crashing toward Li Xiaomon's chest. He was sent flying, crashing to the ground before bouncing back up. The Lizard King pursued relentlessly, leaping and trampling down upon him. Wind! Li Xiaomon unleashed wind magic, blowing sideways to evade the stomp. Simultaneously, he propelled himself upward, striking the Lizard King's knee with his wand. Thud! A dull thud resounded as the wand ricocheted away. What incredible defense! The Lizard King was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary lizardfolk. Not merely LV-20, It was the sovereign among all LV-20 lizard folk. The lizard raised its foot, delivering another kick toward Li Xiaomon. He could only cross his wand to withstand the blow, sliding backward under the immense force. Observing his retreat, the Lizard King raised its claws, launching a flurry of fireballs. First-tier magic, Water Shield. Li Xiaomon expanded the water shield on his left arm, dodging the fireballs while darting toward the narrow corridor. This lizard folk was several times larger than the average. Perhaps he could exploit the terrain to evade capture. The lizard folk relentlessly pursued him from behind. Simultaneously, more and more lizard folk converged in the corridor. This creature can command other lizard folk. Before long, he encountered a group of lizard folk head-on. The fiery red scales fused together, igniting like a blazing inferno ahead. "Out of my way!" Li Xiaomon charged in, utilizing his superior physique and equipment to forcibly carve a path. The wand seemed to be flung from an illusion, smashing the heads of the lizard folk with explosive force. As he broke through the encirclement, his attire was stained a deep crimson, with cracks appearing on some of his bones. The wand was also smeared with suspicious bits of flesh, yet he did not pause, continuing to charge through the labyrinthine passages. However, the lizard folk only multiplied with time. No matter how he turned, he was met with their blockades. Li Xiaomon had no choice but to go all out. Thrusting his wand into the ground, where a massive, earth-colored magic circle unfurled beneath him. Super Swamp! In an instant, nearly 100 lizard folk sank into the mire. Such a wide-reaching spell drained a significant portion of Li Xiaomon's magical energy, causing the flame of his soul within to diminish slightly. Rise. With his skeletal wings unfurled, Li Xiaomon focused his mind like never before. Directing wind magic toward the ground in the constricted corridor, he flapped his wings, controlling the wind magic with precision to avoid crashing into the stone walls. Any slight miscalculation could result in a collision, plunging him into the swamp and the lizard folk. He navigated the twists and turns of the passage, narrowly avoiding the walls on several occasions, each time yanked back by the force of wind magic. He burst through the encirclement once more. Li Xiaomon was certain that if given another chance, he would undoubtedly crash into the wall. Ahead lay a precipice, with lizard folk hot on his heels. There was no time for hesitation. He dove headfirst into the abyss, better to hide below until the lizard folk above dispersed. Then ascend once more. At the bottom of the chasm, protruding stone spikes surrounded him. Li Xiaomon maneuvered his skeletal wings with agility to evade the spikes. He had no idea how deep he descended. When he finally landed, darkness enveloped him. He retracted his wings and raised his wand, infusing a small amount of magical energy, igniting the magic stone at its tip with a soft blue glow that illuminated his surroundings. The rough stone walls vanished, replaced by beautifully crystalline walls composed of shimmering crystals, glinting with an ethereal sheen under the blue light. Where is this place? According to Li Xiaomon's prior investigations of this dungeon, there was no lair resembling this one. For now, he resolved to explore cautiously. He was well aware of his own strengths and weaknesses. In such an eerie locale, remaining still until the lizard folk departed was the wisest course of action. Indeed, that was the plan. Li Xiaomon leaned his wand against the wall, using the glow of the magic stone to pull out the spellbook wedged between his ribs, and began to read. Chapter 23. The skeleton saved by the beautiful hero. However, things did not unfold as he had envisioned. Li Xiaomon lifted his head. A figure stood silently beside him, having been there for an unknown duration. It was quietly observing him, illuminated by the light from his wand, as they both gazed at the detailed explanation of first-tier elemental magic. Caw, caw. Li Xiaomon was startled into releasing a bone-chilling scream. He swiftly seized the wand propped against the wall, creating distance between himself and the person beside him. This individual was none other than the purple-armored warrior who had severed the horns of Pangda. "I apologize if I frightened you," she said after a moment of silence. "No, not at all." Li Xiaomon shook his head, desperate to escape the current situation. Who cared about the dangers lurking here? Staying near this individual felt like the greatest peril of all. He would rather fly back and engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Lizard King on the 15th floor than remain in the company of this humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Should his skeletal identity be revealed, this person could dismantle him a dozen times over. With wand in hand, he cautiously advanced in a certain direction, while she silently followed. He changed course, veering left, and she mirrored his movement without a word. How infuriating! Was he being targeted? He halted, and so did the figure behind him. Turning around, he found her feigning indifference as she polished her sword. "Is there something you need?" "My magical artifact is malfunctioning." "May I borrow a light?" she replied. "What about your cleric companion?" "Not a companion. She is likely deceased." How chilling it was to utter such a frosty remark in a tone devoid of warmth. "I have a lighting magical artifact. Would you like to use it?" Li Xiaomon retrieved the device from his backpack and extended it toward Ilu. "Thank you so much." Ilu accepted the magical artifact and pressed a button, only to hear a crack as it shattered into a handful of fragments. "Such strength you possess," Li Xiaomon managed to utter, glancing at her hand, which could likely crush his skull with ease. "So, may I hire you?" "No, I am. What about this money? Is it sufficient?" He opened his coin pouch. "Hiss, if you don't mind." Li Xiaomon resolved to yield to material temptation. This bag of gold coins could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. In truth, he wished to decline, but refusing such a substantial reward would be a rather transparent act of denial. "Wonderful. I am Illumantilde. I will ensure your safety. You can rest easy." She removed her helmet, allowing her cascade of purple hair to flow down, shimmering with an ethereal hue. What struck one most was her pair of eyes, radiant like amethyst gems, framed by violet lashes that rendered her appearance almost otherworldly. Her porcelain skin bore no blemish, akin to exquisite porcelain. Adorning her right ear was a sapphire earring, glimmering with a magical luster, indicating its high quality as a magical artifact. This visage was so strikingly beautiful it transcended humanity. "You should put your helmet back on," Li Xiaomon insisted, forcibly diverting his gaze from her face. "Why? You are far too beautiful. It makes me feel ashamed." "And a woman would resent being complimented," Li Xiaomon recalled. Indeed, the individual beside him seemed slightly pleased but did not don the helmet. The two fell into silence thereafter, with Li Xiaomon content to play the role of a living lamp, following Ilu's directions as she sketched a map. He observed that her drawings were remarkably neat and precise. After an indeterminate time, Ilu's voice broke the quiet. "We've explored enough for now. Let us take a break." "All right." Ilu then examined her map and guided Li Xiaomon to a cave. "Let's light a campfire. Do you know where we are?" "This underground city seems unlike any other level," Li Xiaomon inquired, puzzled as they gathered around the fire. "You don't know how you got here?" This time, it was Ilu who appeared astonished. "I fell in while being pursued by a special breed of lizard king from the 15th floor," Li Xiaomon answered candidly, finding no reason to conceal the truth. "I can't decide if you're lucky or unfortunate." "This is a hidden special labyrinth," Ilu explained, not probing further as she began roasting the meat they had just hunted, sprinkling it with seasoning before offering a skewer to Li Xiaomon. "I'm not very hungry." "Very well." Ilu devoured the roasted meat heartily, her enthusiasm unabashed, which stirred a long-forgotten hunger within Li Xiaomon. Once they finished eating, Ilu casually wiped her mouth with her cloak and retrieved a cup. "Is there any water?" "Oh, yes." Li Xiaomon extended his hand, and a stream of water coalesced from the air, flowing into Ilu's cup. The two shared no further conversation. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Ilu stood and began removing her heavy armor, prompting Li Xiaomon to instinctively avert his gaze. Once she had completely disrobed from her armor, Ilu commenced the cleaning and maintenance of her gear. Out of sheer curiosity, Li Xiaomon glanced at her form beneath the armor. Surprised to find her clad in proper attire, a height exceeding 1.70 meters, her legs were exceptionally long, exhibiting toned muscles. He had not anticipated such a remarkable physique concealed beneath the armor. Possessing alluring curves, Li Xiaomon silently apologized for his previous imaginings of a muscular Barbie. She sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently tending to her armor by the flickering firelight. Li Xiaomon positioned himself nearby, inserting his wand into the ground, causing the magical gem atop it to radiate an even brighter glow. "Thank you." Ilu smiled up at him in gratitude. Li Xiaomon nodded in acknowledgement and returned to the stone wall, gathering his strength. When it was time to explore once more, Ilu had donned her armor again, and Li Xiaomon resumed his role as a beacon of light. They continued to explore the previously uncharted areas. Don't stray too far. There may be danger tonight, she noticed Li Xiaomon distancing himself. Ilu yanked him back toward her. Li Xiaomon felt an immense force pulling him, as though a dragon's claw had ensnared him. He regarded Ilu with newfound respect. Suddenly, a skeletal tiger bounded around the corner, almost reaching him before he could react. The oppressive aura was unmistakable. It signified certain death. Yet, in the next moment, a hand clad in purple armor seized the tiger by its neck. With a sharp crack, the neck was effortlessly snapped. Rest assured. I will safeguard you, Ilu said, glancing back at Li Xiaomon. How impressive, he thought. If I were a girl, I might have already fallen for her. Chapter 24. The skeleton's assistance. It seems we are nearing the core. Ilu mused as she gazed at the lifeless tiger at her feet. What core? Li Xiaomon inquired. The center of this labyrinth. I came here for something located at its heart. Li Xiaomon wisely refrained from further questioning. It appeared there was no time to waste. That rascal Kate had likely moved ahead. Kate? That wretched, unyielding cleric. Are you ready? Huh? Li Xiaomon, puzzled, then realized he had been ensnared at the waist. When did this happen? I can barely discern the motion. It feels peculiar to sense such softness. All he could feel was the rigid armor colliding with his own hard bones. You are quite slender, Ilu remarked, weighing him in her arms. What can you expect from a skeleton? With that, the scenery on both sides whizzed past at lightning speed, making Li Xiaomon feel as if he were the Flash. Is this the speed of a top-tier warrior? He thought, gripping his wand tightly, feeling entirely like a human-shaped beacon of magic, illuminated by Ilu. Ilu darted through the passageways with breathtaking speed, the surroundings blurring into indistinctness. Finally, they came to a halt, and Li Xiaomon felt a bit unsteady on his legs. We've arrived, Ilu announced. Li Xiaomon looked up, raising his wand, and before him stood a grand crystal palace, illuminated by its brilliance. This is the center of the labyrinth? Yes, step inside. Ilu stood beside Li Xiaomon, shielding him as she pushed open the massive doors of the palace. A gust of cold wind rushed in, accompanied by a crystal monster. Indeed, a crystal golem. And not just one, but a multitude surged forth. Li Xiaomon could sense that any single one of these golems could easily dispatch him. Light! Ilu stepped forward, blocking his path, donning her helmet to conceal her breathtaking visage. Li Xiaomon quickly raised his wand high, channeling magic into it, causing light to illuminate the entire crystal palace. Ilu moved in tandem, her form vanishing from sight in an instant. All that remained was a purple blur weaving through the crystal golems, and wherever the phantom passed, the golems shattered into countless fragments. Keep up, Ilu let out a piercing cry. Before Li Xiaomon, a path paved with shards of crystal golems had been carved out, and he hurriedly followed suit as he pressed onward. He finally arrived at the very heart of the palace, where a majestic throne crafted from a single massive crystal awaited him. Atop the throne stood a colossal sword, glimmering like ice, a skeletal arm, its bony fingers firmly gripping the hilt of the sword, remained fixed upon it. The purple shadow of Ilu surged toward the imposing blade, seemingly intent on it. However, just as he was about to make contact with the sword, the hand upon the ice blade suddenly released its grip and reached out towards Ilu. Taken by surprise, Ilu did not evade. Instead, he swung his massive sword with great force, striking the skeletal arm. With a resounding clang, the arm was severed. Ilu steadied himself before the throne, removed his helmet, and gazed at the ice sword embedded within the crystal throne. At last, is it within reach? He placed his great sword aside and extended his hand to grasp the hilt of the ice blade. A gust of frigid wind erupted from the sword's position, sweeping outward. Frost quickly enveloped his gauntlet, and his violet hair was tousled by the chilling breeze. The frost crept up his gauntlet, rapidly covering his entire armor. Yet, Ilu did not relinquish his grip. Rather, he tightened his hold on the hilt, slowly drawing the ice sword from its resting place. Excellent, excellent. Just a little more effort. A golden figure descended gracefully, floating beside the throne. Applauding, it was none other than the missionary, Kate. The cold wind brushed past Kate, repelled by the golden divine light surrounding him. What are you planning to do? Ilu inquired. We had agreed on a fair competition, so I am merely waiting for you to extract the sword before we engage in a fair contest. After all, not everyone possesses your monstrous strength and stamina. Why slender arms and legs would likely freeze upon merely touching the sword, Kate remarked, lifting his sleeve to showcase his pale, delicate arms, of course. Li Xiumon's arms were even more slender and fair. Humph, once I extract the sword, feel free to give it a try, Ilu retorted with a cold snort. Haha, this sword is not so easily drawn. Do you not feel your strength waning little by little? Ilu remained silent, but her expression had grown serious. The Icebound Sword, a renowned blade of the United Kingdom of Lance, had once belonged to King Lance and was later bestowed upon the founding knight. Albert.it possessed the power to seal the strength of any who dared to touch it. By the time you manage to extract this sword, your power will likely be entirely sealed, though it may seem somewhat unfair. This sword is essential to the church, as Kate engaged in conversation with Ilu atop the throne. Li Xiumon muttered repeatedly to himself, "You cannot see me, cannot see me, cannot see me." Meanwhile, he cautiously approached the severed skeletal arm that Ilu had struck away. Fortunately, the arm was not far from him. Soon, Li Xiumon reached the arm's side, and with a slight flick of his foot, he grasped the bony limb. It was a right arm bone. Li Xiumon carefully detached his own right arm bone. Just then, Kate turned his gaze towards Li Xiumon's position. What a coincidence we have here. Since we are so fated, would you care to believe in the goddess of light? Release him. He accidentally fell into the hidden labyrinth. Finally, the sword-wielding Ilu spoke up. Oh, no way, Ilu. Have you truly fallen to the point of being interested in such a brat? Kate exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he scrutinized Li Xiumon. Young man. If that is the case, you may leave. Li Xiumon did not depart. Instead, he stepped toward Ilu, a mutual journey. Then, "Oh goddess of light, would you mind if I officiated this wedding?" However, no one paid him any heed. "You should leave. His only intention is the Icebound Sword, and he means me no harm." Fragments of ice had begun to creep up Ilu's violet hair, adorning her locks with a radiant brilliance. Bone transformation. Li Xiumon inhaled deeply as he connected the arm bone to his own skeletal structure. In an instant, a tearing force surged through his entire being, and the bones throughout his body echoed with the sounds of impending fracture. "What is wrong with you?" Ilu exclaimed, her tone tinged with concern as she observed Li Xiumon kneeling beside her. Li Xiumon could not respond, for his throat had shattered under the strain. Add points to Constitution. Li Xiumon struggled to open his interface, allocating his precious points to bolster his Constitution. In a flash, a surge of power emanated from deep within, healing the fractured bones. He barely managed to endure without collapsing. Li Xiumon wobbled to his feet, extending his hands to cover Ilu's. Draw the sword. They both exerted their strength simultaneously, and the icy force intensified, becoming ferociously amplified as if several times more potent in an instant. To their astonishment, the Icebound Sword was drawn a significant distance. "Oh goddess of light, what has transpired? A miracle of love?" Kate stood dumbfounded. Ilu also struggled to comprehend what was unfolding but recognized that Li Xiumon was there to aid her. The power within her arm finally found an outlet, ceasing the torment of Li Xiumon's body. Yet, the chilling winds that followed enveloped Li Xiumon and his hands in a layer of frost, as if his bones would shatter from the cold. Like a hen sheltering her chicks, Ilu drew Li Xiumon into her embrace, shielding him from the biting wind, granting him a moment of relief. Chapter 25. The Skeleton's Great Enhancement. Ding. Strength 5, Constitution 5, Spirit 5. Acquired skills: Swordsmanship LV2, Giant Strength LV2, Hardbone LV1. Finally, the system's notification echoed in his ears. His right arm settled into place, a torrent of power surged from within, and his bones began to transform, becoming more resilient and pristine. Simultaneously, his strength saw a considerable increase, and the flame of his soul became more solid and vibrant. In simpler terms, he felt his body brimming with power. He even believed he could contend with Pound in an arm-wrestling match. Then, a gust of cold wind swept through, prompting him to instinctively shrink back into Ilu's embrace. What a freezing wind! A 5-point increase in Constitution feels utterly inconsequential. Alas, he remained that same weakling. With Li Xiumon's assistance, the icebound sword appeared to respond to a familiar presence, its resistance diminishing, the portion extracted growing more substantial. Meanwhile, Kate, sensing the gravity of the situation, began to chant spells. Buffing himself. Divine power, magical armor, enhanced agility, enhanced stamina, enhanced defense, protection of the goddess of light. With each incantation, he invoked the name of the great goddess of light, proclaiming, "O goddess, your faithful servant." Li Xiumon thought to himself that if he were the goddess of light, he would certainly give this rascal a slap. "Do not bother me if there is nothing urgent," as the buffs accumulated. His body began to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a character from a heavily monetized online game plagued by light pollution. Various flamboyant accessories threatened to spill out of his inventory. Swish, the icy wind ceased. The ice sword emerged. The crystalline blade, glimmering brilliantly like ice, was now firmly grasped by Ilu, the famed sword of Lance. The icebound sword had been drawn. "I apologize, but this sword belongs to the church." Kate rushed forward, unleashing a massive sphere of divine light. Ilu bent her legs slightly, raising the icebound sword to meet the descending sphere. Cleaving it in twain, with undiminished momentum, she charged straight at Kate. With both hands outstretched toward the void, divine light flowed through Kate's grasp, transforming into a radiant sword of light. The clash of the ice sword and the light sword sent both combatants reeling, evenly matched in their confrontation. Yet, Kate found himself increasingly unsettled. How can this be? Even with that brat's assistance, you should have had a portion of your strength sealed, Kate exclaimed. Thus, I am exerting this rather feminine strength. I feel utterly drained, Kate. Li Xiumon. A redefinition of feminine strength and utterly drained. The two feminine men and the skeleton shared a moment of exasperation. Surrender the icebound sword. It is mine. The two once more clashed swords, the blades striking repeatedly, golden divine light and icy blue sword energy erupting in a dazzling display. Nearly dismantling the crystal palace itself, Li Xiumon was compelled to duck and cover as the scene around him resembled a demolition site. He dashed out of the palace, not far before the structure collapsed behind him. Following this, a purple and golden light danced in the air, colliding repeatedly. Why am I always present when divine beings clash? Li Xiumon mused, feeling as if he had returned to the battlefield. Only now, those who had once stood united were embroiled in conflict. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the golden figure plummeted from the sky. The divine light shattered, crashing through vast expanses of crystal. Leave now. I shall not slay you, but that sword is mine. We agreed upon a fair competition, and now I have emerged victorious. Saryu descended. The ice-encased sword in her hand was poised menacingly against Kate's throat. Both individuals adhered strictly to the principle of fair competition. Kate refrained from leveraging Li Xiumon's threats against Iryu, and Iryu similarly spared Kate from lethal harm. May I wish you a century of blissful union, she quipped, only to be abruptly pierced through the shoulder, eliciting a cry of agony. Ouch, that hurts. I was wrong. I shall take my leave to be why the light. What a tyrannical beast! Listen to my counsel, young one. You cannot hope to contend with this beast, she exclaimed. All right, I'm going. With a glance at Iryu as she raised her sword once more, Kate cursed under her breath and departed the scene, leaving only Li Xiumon and Iryu behind. Thank you. Without you, I would not have been able to acquire this sword. Iryu expressed her gratitude to Li Xiumon. Subsequently, she ventured into the collapsed palace to retrieve her original great sword. Even in ruin, the weapon bore no marks of wear. It was evident that it too was a fine blade. Do you have any desires? Or perhaps wishes? I shall assist you in fulfilling them to the best of my abilities. Iryu offered, her mood evidently buoyant. However, Li Xiumon found himself devoid of any particular wants, having already reaped significant benefits from this venture. He'll request gold or some trivial reward at this juncture would seem beneath him. Take your time to ponder. I shall await you in White Bear City. You may find me at this address, Iryu said as she tore off a corner of the previously drawn map, flipped it over, and inscribed an address before handing it to Li Xiumon. Shall I assist you to the 15th level? Iryu inquired, feigning the intention to lift Li Xiumon. Wait, that's unnecessary. I have my own means of returning. He protested, vexed at the thought of being seen in such a humiliating position, risking his hard-earned reputation. Very well, I shall at least escort you to a safe location, she said, continuing to carry him in a manner that was decidedly undignified. This was a history he wished to keep hidden from third parties, and being held in such a manner offered no pleasure. He could only feel the painful clash of bone against her hard armor. Upon reaching a secure spot, Iryu gently set Li Xiaomon down, mindful of her own strength and his frail physique, fearing she might inadvertently crush him. Until we meet again in White Bear City. Iryu waved farewell before vanishing from sight. Li Xiaomon exhaled in relief. The pressure of being in Iryu's company had been overwhelming. Now, it was time to attend to the matter at hand. After all, he had pledged to assist Tidara in collecting the octagonal fire crystals. In hindsight, he should have asked Iryu to accompany him to the higher levels for a swift resolution. Regret washed over him. He had squandered a previous opportunity. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that he had embarked on this journey with the aim of leveling up, and utilizing Iryu as an advantage would not align with his personal growth objectives. Unfolding his bone wings, he soared toward the site of his earlier descent. After a considerable flight, he arrived at the precipice from which he had leaped. Only a few lizardmen roamed the area. The Lizardman King and his kin were conspicuously absent. It appeared that the Lizardman King had departed, leaving a handful of lizardmen to guard the vicinity. In that case, Li Xiaomon welcomed the opportunity to claim their experience. He flapped his wings and, with blinding speed, lunged at one of the lizardmen, drawing forth his bone sword to strike at its neck. The blade found its mark, and hot blood gushed forth as he withdrew the sword. Congratulations, you have slain a fire lizardman LV-15. Experience 300. Before the remaining lizardmen could react, Li Xiaomon plunged his wand into the ground. Swamp! A brownish-yellow magic circle unfurled beneath their feet, causing the ground to collapse. First-tier magic, Fireball. Fireballs erupted, engulfing the lizardmen in flames. His spirit surged by 5 points, enhancing the speed, power, and precision of his spellcasting significantly. With satisfaction, Li Xiaomon cast aside his wand and pinned the last lizardman, who attempted to flee, against the stone wall before raising his hand once more. First-tier magic, Fireball. Congratulations, you have slain a lizardman LV-15. Experience 300. Level up to LV-17. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. Free attribute point 1. Chapter 26. Skeletons and Magma Strength. Royal within me. Li Xiaomon reveled in the exhilaration brought forth by his level up, the flames within his chest dancing joyfully. Meanwhile, his right arm glowed anew, a surge of additional power radiating from it toward his other bones, generating warmth at the juncture of his arm and shoulder. What is happening? The newly empowered Li Xiaomon knelt, clutching his shoulder. A ghostly blue light emanated from it, seemingly attempting to pierce through his clothing. Is this arm's power still unspent? He mused, trying to wrench the limb free. Who could fathom the level of its original owner? Merely a single arm, yet the energy it harbored was immense. Yet, the arm remained firmly attached, glowing a phosphorescent white, defying his attempts to remove it. He could only endure the pain as the searing heat threatened to melt his other bones. However, this time, the sensation was markedly milder than before. It did not mercilessly tear his body apart. Thanks to his significantly enhanced constitution, Li Xiaomon finally withstood the onslaught of energy. Strength 1s, he braced against the pain. He nearly let slip a curse, but swallowed his words instead. What a peculiar ordeal, akin to a stick and a date. Is this some form of training play? Rising to his feet, he made a grasping motion with his right arm. Thankfully, it remained under his control. When the energy from the bone arm had overwhelmed him, he sensed that only a fraction of the power had been expended. The remaining energy would likely torment him many more times before it was fully consumed. Due to his previously low constitution, he had felt the brunt of the pain. Had he not enhanced it, he might have been overwhelmed entirely. However, if each level up demanded such trials, his weakness and strength would no longer lag behind his spirit. The pain could be regarded as a trial of endurance. Extracting his dagger, he harvested the magic stones from the lizardmen's bodies, stowing them in his satchel as their corpses sank into the earth. and continued his descent into the labyrinth's depths. While he aspired to defeat the unique Lizardman King, prudence dictated that he first complete the collection of octagonal fire crystals. He would consider his options for the return journey, provided he proved capable of overcoming the challenges ahead. Upon reaching the 16th level, monsters became increasingly scarce, forcing him to hunt low-tier magical creatures. He did not expect to level up again, so he focused on his descent. 17, 18, 19. The time spent exploring stretched on, even with a map. For a novice like Li Xiaomon, it required considerable effort. The monsters grew ever more formidable. A week had passed since he entered the maze. And after hastening his pace, he finally arrived at the 20th level. He readied himself for the passage to the 21st level, determined to swiftly gather his objectives before retreating. Gazing at the entrance to the 21st level, he steeled himself. It had been a while since he encountered other adventurers. At this depth, other adventurers were a rarity. Even if they crossed paths, caution prevailed. He remained wary of the Hyena Adventurer Squad. After all, they were an 8-member team, and he had no way of knowing if they were lying in wait on the 21st level. No, they likely would not ambush him. Rather, they would be brazenly awaiting his arrival. It was not that the Hyena Squad was particularly noble. Their underestimation of him made them disdainful of a covert attack. Li Xiaomon had always assessed his adversaries through the lens of their moral compass. Gripping his wand tightly, he stepped into the passage leading to the 21st level. As he delved deeper, the air grew increasingly warm, saturated with a stifling heat and faint sparks. The light transformed into a vivid orange-red hue. Upon traversing the sweltering corridor, he reached the 21st level. Radiant red light flooded in from the exit, reminiscent of a descent into hell, where rivers of lava sprawled across the land. The obsidian lava stones appeared as though scorched, while yellow-black smoke billowed from the boiling magma below. The 21st level of the dungeon to the 30th was a realm of lava, even having read the maze's descriptions and seen illustrations. The reality of this place profoundly astonished Li Xiaomon. Surveying his surroundings, he felt a thrill as an adventurer, intoxicated by the sense of exploring realms unattainable to humanity and witnessing the extraordinary. First, he would explore. Yet, in this place, it seemed he could not employ the swamp spell. Even water magic was exceedingly challenging. Li Xiaomon, with a sense of regret, gently tapped his wand against the pitch-black ground. Subsequently, he unfurled a map, meticulously plotting a course towards the nearest octagonal fire crystal harvesting site. With the path established, Li Xiaomon gripped his wand tightly, eager to delve into the molten hellscape. As a skeleton devoid of flesh and blood, he found a peculiar tranquility and joy in traversing this fiery realm. Suddenly, a globule of molten magma hurtled towards him from the river of lava. Li Xiaomon deftly dodged, his gaze fixed on the magma. Just as described, something lay in wait beneath the molten surface, preparing to ambush. Li Xiaomon was not taken aback. He raised his wand, as if anticipating something. Sure enough, moments later, a bizarre figure emerged from the magma. It resembled a colossal crocodile, albeit with 6 claws adorned with red webbing. Molten lava flowed between the scales, creating a terrifying visage. Race: Lava 6-legged crocodile level, 19 class, magical beast warrior description. A crocodile that inhabits magma. Possessing exceptional fire resistance, capable of manipulating lava and flames, making it a dangerous predator lurking beneath the molten surface. Without any preamble, it lunged at Li Xiaomon, its maw gaping wide, magma spilling out like a rabid dog salivating as it bites. Li Xiaomon swiftly retreated to create distance, raising his wand. First-level magic. Earth Spike. Sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, thrusting towards the fiery crocodile. The creature, utilizing all 6 limbs, darted through the air like a crimson phantom before leaping to snap at him. Just in time. Li Xiaomon tightened his grip on the wand, planted his feet firmly, twisting his waist and shoulders to deliver a powerful strike. Might level 2 activated. With a thunderous crack, he struck the crocodile squarely on the head. In an instant, the creature was sent flying, crashing against the stone wall and then rebounding to the ground, its flesh bursting open to reveal fractured bones. Quite resilient, Li Xiaomon mused. The crocodile, realizing it had met its match, began to awkwardly crawl towards the magma, seeking escape. However, Li Xiaomon would not grant it that opportunity. Wind magic enveloped his wand, transforming into a spiraling gust, propelled by his might level 2 as he hurled the wand forcefully. With a resounding thud, the crocodile was pinned against the edge of the magma. Roar. As the crocodile struggled desperately, scalding blood gushed from the wound. Li Xiaomon, unhurried, raised his hand, aiming at the crocodile. First-level magic. Wind spiral cone. A yellow, indigo, and blue magic circle unfurled in his palm, coalescing into a conical stone and a whirling wind spiral. As the rotation reached its zenith, the stone cone was unleashed, instantly shattering the crocodile's upper jaw and skull. Ding! You have slain the lava six-legged crocodile. Experience 550. Li Xiaomon approached joyfully, extracting his wand from the crocodile's body and mining the magic stone. Chapter 27. The skeleton's offensive and defensive maneuvering. Due to the presence of the lava eight-legged crocodiles primarily lurking in the magma on this level, it was exceedingly difficult to hunt them down unless they initiated an attack. Consequently, Li Xiaomon did not expend much effort in pursuing these creatures. Time was of the essence, and his focus remained on reaching the harvesting point for the octagonal fire crystals. After making a few wrong turns, he finally arrived at the designated site. It was not his lack of navigational skills as a skeleton, but rather the abstract nature of the hand-drawn maps in this world that posed challenges. The maps crafted by Elder Ilu were evidently of far superior quality. Aside from the fact that he had to break 3 specially crafted steel skin pencils on average for each drawing, everything else went quite smoothly. The octagonal fire crystals glimmered beautifully on a small, dark island at the center of the magma. However, the majority of the crystals were quadrilateral or pentagonal, with the rare octagonal specimens being exceptionally prized. In addition to the fire crystals, several lava crocodiles lounged leisurely on the island. These fire crystals offered certain advantages to the fire crocodiles. Thus, to collect them, Li Xiaomon first had to deal with these reptiles. A bit of a nuisance, Li Xiaomon muttered, observing cautiously. Besides the fire crocodiles on the island, numerous others concealed themselves beneath the magma, necessitating caution. Soon, he identified the highest-ranking leader among the fire crocodiles, a second-level fire crocodile at level 21. First, he needed to eliminate this particular fire crocodile, lay languidly atop the highest point of the island, surrounded by numerous high-quality fire crystals. Li Xiaomon located an excellent vantage point, raising his wand and aiming at the fire crocodile. A tricolored magic circle, yellow, indigo, and blue, unfurled at the tip of his wand. Locking target, first-level magic. A blue water sphere compressed, encased in a layer of earthy rock that morphed into a stone cone. Then, a whirlwind formed by wind magic enveloped the stone cone, causing it to spin gently. As it rotated, water vapor began to seep through the stone cone, creating flowing patterns akin to water. The speed of rotation intensified, and a tailwind formed around the stone cone. The wand trembled slightly, as if the stone cone were on the verge of breaking free to be launched. Charge, charge, and charge again, until the rotation reached its limit. Water flow wind spiral cone. The water flow stone cone sliced through the air with a soft shriek, shooting straight towards the fire crocodile. It struck true, piercing the crocodile's throat. The water sphere within erupted inside the creature, dousing its scales with a sizzling sound, releasing a plume of white mist. The fire crocodile's temperature plummeted, and its lava-like blood cooled rapidly, congealing within its body. Ding! You have slain the lava six-legged crocodile. Experience 800. The experience bar surged dramatically. Before the remaining fire crocodiles could react, Li Xiaomon unfurled the bony wings on his back and soared towards the island. This open expanse allowed him to fully exploit his aerial advantage. Hovering above, he raised his wand, targeting the remaining fire crocodiles. First-level magic. Once more, he gathered energy. This time, facing other first-level fire crocodiles, he refrained from employing the attribute Wind Spiral Cone, instead, unleashing 2 magic circles. Wind Spiral Cone. The stone cone, propelled by wind magic, spun with a whooshing sound as it sped toward one of the fire crocodiles. Once again, it struck with precision, claiming another level 18 fire crocodile. He ascended higher, evading a barrage of lava fireballs, and repeated the maneuvered, first-level magic, Wind Spiral Cone. Growing increasingly adept, Li Xiaomon gradually enhanced his proficiency with this spell during combat. With the fourth fire crocodile dispatched, the remaining creatures seemed to grasp the imminent threat, retreating into the magma instead of continuing their futile struggle. Utilizing the magma to evade Li Xiaomon's attacks, they resurfaced to spit fireballs at him whenever he flew low. Have these crocodiles developed a semblance of intelligence? Li Xiaomon remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. However, his intent was not to hunt the fire crocodiles. There was no need to engage them in a protracted battle. He landed on the island, searching for the octagonal fire crystals. Seeing the fire crocodiles attempting to creep back onto the island, Li Xiaomon took to the skies once more, casting the Wind Spiral Cone. The crocodiles retreated back into the magma. Landing once again, he ascended, repeating the process. After several back-and-forth exchanges, 2 more fire crocodiles perished, but Li Xiaomon did not mind the prolonged engagement. It was merely a means of gaining experience. Eventually, the fire crocodiles, having learned from the corpses of their comrades, refrained from approaching the island. Li Xiaomon began his rapid search for the octagonal fire crystals. While other adventurers might require several specimens, Li Xiaomon efficiently assessed each one, his pace remarkably swift. Before long, he had gathered more than enough octagonal fire crystals, departing the small island without a backward glance. Mission accomplished. Now it was time to return. Yet, he had yet to encounter that hyena adventurer team. Could it be that they had underestimated their ability to reach the 21st level and were waiting for him on the upper floors? If so, the tables had turned. Having completed his task, they had squandered their best opportunity to ambush him. Now, it was his turn to hunt them. After all, they had threatened his life, branding themselves as enemies. Enemies must be eliminated. Returning to the passage, he re-entered the 20th level. Li Xiaomon did not rush, instead searching for traces of the hyena adventurer team. A full day passed without success, only yielding a few lizardmen. Thus, he abandoned his search on this level and descended to the 18th. And there, he found them. Lucky. The soul's fire within Li Xiaomon's eyes surged, gradually igniting a sense of excitement. The 8-member team organized themselves with remarkable ease. Embarking on their exploration, 2 heavily armored knights, 2 swordsmen, an archer, 2 sorcerers, and a priest comprised the group. The heavily armored knights positioned themselves at the front and rear of the formation, while the swordsmen flanked the sides, with the remaining members occupying the center. The leader, Xiaoqidu, a sorcerer at the heart of the team, commanded the group from this protected position. It was nearly impossible to execute a decapitation strike directly against Xiaoqidu. Any attempt to do so would mean confronting the entire squad, an unwise course of action. Patience was required to seek an opportunity. Li Xiaomon activated his stealth, trailing the group from a distance. One should not expect mercy from a skeleton, for it possesses no heart. Captain, it's about time for a break. If you ask me, that skeleton alone is unlikely to reach this level, muttered a heavily armored knight from the hyena squad. Unable to contain his frustration, they had searched through layers without encountering the skeleton at all. Let us finish searching this layer first, Xiaoqidu replied, maintaining his vigilance. Seriously, Captain again? That skeleton may well be dead in some corner. You don't truly believe that it could reach the 21st layer and harvest fire crystals, do you? Chimed in the archer, who bore a large bow. Observing the low morale among his comrades, Xiaoqidu furrowed his brow. Yet, for the sake of team cohesion, he, as the captain, felt compelled to compromise. Let us find a place to rest for the night. Behind him, Li Xiaomon's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Chapter 28. The skeleton is a demon. Upon discovering a hidden cave, the hyena adventuring squad kindled a campfire and retrieved their provisions. After dining, half of the members rested while the others kept watch. Captain, we need to take care of some business, shouted a heavily armored knight and a swordsman. Handle it in your pants. This is a dungeon, not a brothel. Xiaoqidu glanced over casually. The 2 members, visibly irritated, retorted, Captain, we need to relieve ourselves. So do I. It's a dire situation. Xiaoqidu frowned at the 2 troublemakers. The atmosphere grew tense. Ultimately, Xiaoqidu relented. As captain, maintaining team morale was crucial. Quickly take care of it. The heavily armored knight and swordsman reluctantly wandered off together, moving to a distant spot before stopping to retrieve a pouch of tobacco and rolling paper. They carefully rolled the tobacco, lit it, and took a deep drag. Refreshing. If you ask me, the captain is just being unreasonable. This nonsense is pointless. He wants to put on a good show for those noble pigs while we do all the hard work, grumbled the heavily armored knight, exhaling a smoke ring. Since they were far enough away, he felt no fear of Shokido overhearing. Who knows, that skeleton might actually infiltrate the 21st layer and gather octagonal fire crystals. Ha ha ha, be careful. If that skeleton is so strong, it could very well turn the tables and hunt us instead. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. You really have some material for jokes. Whoa, the skeleton is here. The swordsman swiftly drew his sword. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Can you do that again? It's really here. Stop laughing, the swordsman exclaimed, raising his sword with a serious expression. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck. Blood gushed forth as the rolled cigarette fell from his lips. Landing on the ground and igniting a spark, he turned in disbelief, only to find the figure behind him vanished. What were you and your companions discussing? Care to share it with the skeleton? Li Xiaomon drew his bone sword, casually deflecting the swordsman's thrust. How dare you? Fear began to creep into the swordsman's heart. Why wouldn't I dare? Li Xiaomon nimbly evaded the swordsman's attack, blade aura slash. The swordsman swiftly unleashed 2 arcs of sword energy, crossing toward Li Xiaomon. Li Xiaomon raised his hand. The rock shield he had prepared enveloping his left arm, effortlessly deflecting the sword energy. Yet, without hesitation, the swordsman turned to flee towards his comrades. How hasty you are, Meyer! The staff struck the ground, sending ripples that spread toward the swordsman's feet. In a panic, the swordsman found himself trapped in the muddy pit. Realizing his predicament, he raised his sword defensively. The staff came crashing down onto his blade, bending it grotesquely under the force. Li Xiaomon swiftly swung his bone sword. A streak of white light aimed at the swordsman's neck. The swordsman instinctively released his grip and leaned back, but the bone sword still sliced off his nose as he was about to scream, only to have a hand clamp tightly over his mouth. Silenced, Li Xiaomon extended a finger from his other hand, pressing it against the shadow beneath his cloak, signaling for quiet. In the next instant, the hand covering his mouth spewed flames, surging into his throat. Agonizing pain drove him into a frenzy, yet he could not produce a sound. Ultimately, he was reduced to a charred husk from the inside out. Ding! Slain swordsman LV-16, experience 350. Satisfied with his handiwork, Li Xiaomon released his grip. 6 left, he melted into the shadows. Where are they still not back? Shokido gazed anxiously at the distance where the heavily armored knight and archer had departed. Just as unease welled within him, the heavily armored knight returned. Where is everyone else? He inquired. The knight offered no response, striding directly toward the other team members. I'm asking you a question. Without hesitation, the heavily armored knight drew his sword and plunged it into the sleeping sorcerer. Ding! Slain light sorcerer LV-16. Experience 350. Enemy attack? Shokido froze for a moment before shouting, drawing his wand to begin casting a spell. The heavily armored knight lunged toward the archer, who was startled awake. Seizing him by the throat, "Stop the magic or I'll kill him," he shouted. Shameless! Shokido cursed inwardly, continuing to cast would cost him the hard-earned trust he had built within the team. "Captain, save me!" The archer cried out desperately, "Brother, let us not escalate this too far, or neither of us will fare well." Shokido ceased his incantation, exchanging glances with the remaining team members. The surviving swordsman gripped his sword hilt, while the heavily armored knight stood in front of Shokido, and the priest flanked him. "It's you who won. Farewell." "I'll be just fine," Li Xiaomon declared, severing the archer's arm. "Ah!" The scream sent shockwaves through every team member's nerves. "Don't blame me. If you're looking for someone to blame, point your finger at your captain for his underhanded actions." Li Xiaomon's voice echoed like a devil's whisper, tugging at the frayed nerves of all present. "Skeleton." Shokido's eyes widened with rage. "I never attacked you. Do you truly wish to take matters this far?" His knuckles whitened around his wand under the immense pressure. "Little skeleton is timid and cannot bear threats. If a threat is to resolved, it'll haunt me at night. Li Xiaomon concealed himself behind the archer, inching backward, using him as a human shield. Young Xiao Qidu, do you believe your team members are important to you? Then let us play a game. I want you to sever one of your fingers. Otherwise, I will chop off this dear teammate's only arm. Come on, beg your illustrious captain. Li Xiaomon patted the archer's face. Captain, please save me. I don't want to lose an arm. How pitiful. If that sole arm is lost, how will you live? Just imagining it brings tears to my eyes. Now, young Xiao Qidu, you have 10 seconds. Boom. A fireball shot forth from Xiao Qidu's wand toward Li Xiaomon. Li Xiaomon quickly dodged, but the unfortunate archer was engulfed by the fireball, letting out a wail before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Demon, die. What a deep grudge. TSK. You've killed your own teammate, yet can't even bear to part with a single finger. Li Xiaomon scoffed, shedding his heavy armor and agilely dodging arrows and fireballs. This is your splendid captain. Why not abandon the darkness and embrace the light? Join me, Li Xiaomon shouted. Yet, no one paid him any heed, and he was unconcerned. Such remarks would only grant him more experience. Chapter 29. The skeleton is utterly evil demon. I shall kill you 1,000 times. Xiao Qiduolian, in his frenzy, had forgotten even the incantations, relentlessly unleashing fireballs. Li Xiaomon, of course, was delighted. Witnessing this individual lose his mind was the most favorable outcome. Dealing with a deranged commander of magic was evidently far easier than confronting a lucid one now. It appeared that only a swordsman and Xiao Kejual remained as the primary sources of damage. The remaining heavily armored knight and the priest were hardly a threat. Captain, regain your composure. Damn it, great goddess of light, let your holy radiance guide the lost souls. First-tier magic. Cool the spirit. The priest raised his staff. Aiming it at Xiao Kejual, golden holy light descended from above, enveloping Xiao Kejual's head and seeping into his skin. Gradually, the fierce expression on Xiao Kejual's face softened, and his mental state began to stabilize. Skeleton, I shall make you pay dearly. The heavily armored knight at the rear, the swordsman at the forefront, with the priest providing support, maintained formation and retreat from the dungeon. Now that Xiao Kejual had calmed down, he swiftly assessed the situation. They were down to 4 members, with only 2 capable of significant output. The tide had turned. Their only option was to retreat from the dungeon and wait for an opportunity. Once on the surface, they would be in the territory of the nobles, and this skeleton wouldn't last long. Xiao Kejual, do you not even care for the bodies of your comrades? If they were aware from beyond the grave, how heartbroken they would be. To be honest, even Li Xiaomon found himself feeling despicable. Acting on his whims was simply too exhilarating. Let us send you off, shall we? With the calming influence bestowed upon him. Xiao Kejual remained unfazed, directing his team to retreat in an orderly fashion. Li Xiaomon, unperturbed, lingered at the rear, continuously using magic to harass them, denying the hyena squad even a moment's respite. Meanwhile, the heavily armored knight at the back grew increasingly sluggish. His injuries mounting, Xiao Kejual, too, appeared more haggard. Even with magical enhancements, he became increasingly agitated and hysterical. The atmosphere within the team deteriorated further, exacerbated by Li Xiaomon's incessant taunts about Xiao Kejual's surrender, promising no harm would come to him. Surrendering with Xiao Kejual's head would mean no confiscation of property and no interference with their freedom. The morale of the team members began to waver, their weariness of battle intensifying. Xiao Kejual was tormented internally, sensing his companions' hearts inching closer to Li Xiaomon's side. That fiend was nothing but a manipulative demon, not human at all. Xiao Kejual, why are you distancing yourself from your comrades? Are you afraid they might harm you? Do you have no trust in your allies? You fear those you have fought alongside. Are you worthy of their trust? Li Xiaomon's repetitive taunts finally shifted, morphing into even more chilling words for Xiao Kejual. No, it is not like that. That demon is sowing discord. If you kill me, he won't spare you either. Xiao Kejual hurriedly tried to explain. Oh, he is getting anxious. He is getting anxious. Did you hear that? He is threatening you not to kill him, because he believes you would. Alas, how cold-hearted humanity can be. Li Xiaomon's words, reminiscent of a demon, sent shivers down Xiao Kejual's spine. "Shut up. I command you to shut your mouth. You, just shut up." The tension in Xiao Kejual snapped, and he swung his wand, launching several fireballs at Li Xiaoman. Naturally, Li Xiaoman dodged effortlessly. "Captain, calm down." The priest stepped forward, attempting to cast a calming spell on Xiao Kejual. However, with eyes ablaze, he evaded, warily regarding the approaching priest. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. Look, he is wary of you," Li Xiaoman interjected timely. No, don't listen to him, don't listen to him." Xiao Kejual's heart began to race with panic. He looked at his teammates, feeling the distance between them for the first time. When did this happen? Tell me, who among your team do you wish to kill most? Surely it is Xiao Kejual. But why does he urge you to retreat together? Why? Upon reflection, was it not to have you assist him in resisting me? Li Xiaoman's demonic voice echoed in everyone's ears. Ina One moved. If he were truly so selfless, scattering to save himself in this labyrinth, aside from him, who else could I pursue? Silence. Xiao Kejual became increasingly frantic. "Captain, let us part ways," the heavily armored knight spoke, turning and rushing toward a side passage. Fireball! Xiao Kejual hurled a fireball at the knight's retreating figure. The knight, focused on guarding against Li Xiaoman, was utterly unprepared for his former captain to launch a fireball at him. He turned back in disbelief, staring at his captain. What a magnificent fireball! Xiao Kejual's hand is truly steady, drawing a beautiful arc. Give it a 10. The remaining priest quickly distanced himself from Xiao Kejual, while the swordsman cautiously positioned himself to face both Li Xiaoman and Xiao Kejual. "Follow my commands. That demon has been toying with us from the beginning. He will not spare any of us, not a single one. He is a thoroughgoing bastard of a demon," Xiao Kejual shouted. What are you doing? Are you raising your wand to strike your teammates again? Is killing too not enough? Truly, you have a heart of stone. Seeing Xiao Kejual raise his wand, aiming to attack himself, Li Xiaoman hastily called out. The last two teammates grew alarmed, watching Xiao Kejual warily. Xiao Kejual quickly clarified, "I'm aiming at that demon. Trust me." Xiao Kejual rushed to explain. He could not comprehend why he could no longer even move his wand. Chapter 30. The true nature of the skeleton is demonic. He aims at that demon. I believe that, for I am the most innocent here. Captain Xiao Kejual, if others do not trust you, I do, Li Xiaoman declared firmly. Xiao Kejual wagered that he had never felt so constrained and enraged in his life. If the demons of hell were to crawl into the mortal realm, they would likely resemble this. Well, it's about time. Let us wrap up the rest. From this moment on, no more surrenders will be accepted. Li Xiaoman finally stepped out of the shadows, transforming into a swift, dark figure. Charging toward the swordsman, sword chi slash. The swordsman swiftly unleashed two arcs of sword energy, crossing toward Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman easily deflected the attack with his round shield, raising his wand and thrusting it into the ground. Quagmire! The ground instantly collapsed. The swordsman staggered, narrowly evading the mud's reach. The noble elements blossomed here, igniting with brilliant radiance as the fire elemental danced. First-tier magic. Fire purgatory. Flames surged from the ground. The Quagmire's surface was instantly dried out, the fire twisting and surging toward Li Xiaoman, seeking to engulf him. Seizing the opportunity, the swordsman executed years of practiced sword techniques, striking at Li Xiaoman with one blade after another. Subsequently, a weakness appeared in Li Xiaoman's chest. The swordsman naturally seized the moment, plunging his sword into Li Xiaoman's heart. Yet, he struck nothing but air. The blade that pierced the chest felt as though it had encountered no resistance. Li Xiaoman swiftly seized the swordsman's throat with both hands, slicing through his windpipe. Ding! Killed swordsman LV-17. Experience 450. Then, holding onto the swordsman's body, he collapsed forward. Did they perish together? Xiao Kejual, watching from afar, found it hard to believe this truly the end. Something is amiss. He raised his wand, aiming it at the corpses of the two. First-tier magic, fireball. A fireball shot forth. Li Xiaoman could no longer pretend to be dead. He had to push aside the swordsman's corpse and rise to his feet. The feeling of failure gnawed at him, leaving him quite unsettled. He drew the sword lodged in his chest and hurled it fiercely towards Zyukiduo. Anticipating the attack, Zyukiduo swiftly dodged, glancing at Li Xiumon's chest. Surviving a heart-piercing, "You truly are a demon." "Not a demon, but a skeleton, as I stated upon our first encounter." Li Xiumon transformed into a blur. Charging towards Shiokuduo at that moment, Zyukiduo had not yet relinquished hope. He dashed towards the priest, shouting, "Run!" As he passed the priest, he shoved him forcefully backwards. Li Xiumon did not hold back. He took the opportunity to thrust his sword forward. Piercing the priest's heart, ding! Killed priest LV-16, experience 350. Immediately after, a fireball, concealed by the priest's corpse, shot towards him from his blind spot, threatening to engulf both the priest's body and him. He quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the sudden fireball. The explosion shattered the priest's corpse into a mist of blood, momentarily obscuring his vision. As he charged through the blood mist again, Zyukiduo's figure had vanished. "Humph! Can you really escape?" Li Xiumon promptly pursued him. "Die, die, 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 die." As he ran, Zyukiduo incessantly cursed Li Xiumon. The words "die" repeated softly under his breath, his eyes bloodshot, his face pale, hair disheveled, resembling a raving lunatic. His mind had completely unraveled. He must eradicate his entire team. All of them. Among them, 2 had been forced into his own hand to kill. He still harbored the will to escape, and though he had not completely lost his sanity, his resolve was unwavering. Yet, he was already plotting the most brutal ways to torment Li Xiumon to death, inside and out, once he was free. First, he would ruin that bastard Taidala before killing her. Then he would deal with the Rebbe Business Association. Anyone associated with that skeleton must be eliminated. He brewed this frenzied thought. However, until he heard a voice beside him, his psyche collapsed in an instant. "Got you? You really collected them all by yourself?" This is simply a miracle." Rachel gazed at the small pile of octagonal fire crystals before her, becoming incoherent. "Is the quality and quantity sufficient?" Yes. Each piece, even among the octagonal fire crystals, boasts exceptional quality. If it weren't for the headquarters' urgent need for these, I would genuinely want to thank you properly." As she spoke, Rachel leaned forward, almost pressing against him, so close, Li Xiumon could smell her intoxicating fragrance. He took a step back, then, without further ado, "I must trouble you to deliver these fire crystals to headquarters at your earliest convenience." Rachel carefully repackaged the octagonal fire crystals and handed them to Li Xiumon. "Next time you delve into the depths, remember that the agreement for free lodging still stands. I will surely return." Li Xiumon accepted the fire crystals and, under Rachel's watchful eyes, departed the shop, heading towards the 13th floor. Speaking of which, the hyena adventurers have yet to return. Did they encounter some trouble? Rachel couldn't help but recall the scent of blood she had caught on Li Xiumon, and a thought surged through her mind. But then she shook her head. Impossible. The hyena adventurers are seasoned 8-member teams, and no matter how strong Mr. Skeleton is, he cannot possibly take on 8 alone. She dismissed the thought and cupped her face. However, how handsome the skeleton is, charging into the dungeon alone, returning laden with spoils. He truly resembles a hero. Ascending through the labyrinth, the monsters grew weaker, and with his familiarity with the maze, Li Xiumon's speed increased. He did not deliberately hunt magical beasts, but whenever he encountered one, he would dispatch it effortlessly, accumulating considerable experience along the way. After 2 days, he finally reached the first level. Crossing the first level, he finally beheld the long-awaited sky and genuine sunlight. He stood in a daze for a moment, as if hearing someone calling him, before snapping back to reality. "Mr. Skeleton, Mr. Skeleton!" In the distance, he spotted Taidala's cat-eared maid running towards him. The gloom experienced in the maze was swept away in an instant. The maid's charm was simply overwhelming. "What are you doing here?" Seeing the maid rush towards him, Li Xiumon couldn't help but ask. After all, he hadn't mentioned when he would return. "I was sent to fetch you a few days ago. The master was very worried about you, and so was I." As she spoke, her cat tail wagged behind her. "Well, thank you for coming to get me," Li Xiumon said, petting the maid's head, intending to call her name. only to suddenly realize he didn't know this child's name. The cat ears were too prominent. He had only noticed the ears. What is your name? How can I allow Mr. Skeleton to call me by this slave's name? It would tarnish your ears. What nonsensical custom. Just say it. Louder, please. Ramanthiel Rebbe. Ramanthiel. Isn't that a lovely name? How could it tarnish my ears? Li Xiaomon patted Ramanthiel's head again, masking his true intention of petting her ears. The surrounding people cast curious glances, causing Ramanthiel to feel somewhat embarrassed and timid. Yet Li Xiaomon paid no mind. Come, we must return. We cannot keep Tidala waiting. Li Xiaomon patted his satchel. Did you collect them? The octagonal fire crystals? Ramanthiel looked at Li Xiaomon in disbelief. Of course, Li Xiaomon tossed the package to Ramanthiel. She opened it and gasped, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then, she carefully clutched it to her chest, her cat ears twitching nervously, her tail standing straight behind her as if afraid someone would come and snatch it away. My lord, you are too careless. How could you throw such a valuable item to me? You should keep it safe. Don't be so anxious. That thing is very tough. It won't shatter even if you drop it. Anyone who dares to take it from you, I shall deal with them. Chapter 31. The skeleton renting a house. Upon returning to the guild with the startled cat made Ramanthiel, all the way. She had completely transformed into an anxious little cat, her tail and ears standing straight up. Any slight noise would make her jump, clutching the package tightly. Upon reaching the guild, they found Tidala in the lobby on the first floor. It was evident that the guild was not faring well. Tidala was bustling about, dark circles forming around her eyes. Upon seeing Li Xiaomon, her eyes brightened instantly. You're back. Although she struggled to suppress it, Li Xiaomon could still see the excitement in her eyes. Master, Mr. Skeleton has collected them. When the cat made Ramanthiel announce this, the bustling hall fell silent for a moment. Then, it erupted into a buzz. Is it true? This person really ventured alone into the 21st level of the dungeon and brought back the octagonal fire crystals. No way, he must have had a team, right? No, I saw him enter the dungeon alone at the city landmark tower. Is he a second-tier professional? Perhaps, this guy, what was his name again? It's rare for someone from White Bear City to infiltrate over 20 levels of the dungeon alone. Seems he calls himself Skeleton and uses it as a code name. What a strange fellow. The crowd regarded Li Xiaomon as if he were a rare treasure. And the cat made Ramanthiel seem to realize she had misspoken, her tail involuntarily tucking in and her ears drooping. I am sorry. I let it slip, she said cautiously, seemingly worried about facing punishment. It's fine. It was bound to come to light eventually, Li Xiaomon comforted, stroking the cat maid's head. Seeing the downcast demeanor of the cat girl, how could he not comfort her? Well, in any case, it's good that you brought it back. I will give you the money from selling it later. Although it would be quite a sum, Tidala was just relieved to have saved the guild this time. Moreover, Li Xiaomon was her benefactor. However, based on that fellow's methods, he won't let you off easily. Li Xiaomon warned that Noble could easily target a small guild in White Bear City. We can only take it step by step and respond as needed. Tidala replied, somewhat helpless. She too did not understand why that merchant was so fixated on her. She had some looks, but there were certainly more beautiful individuals in White Bear City than her. If you can use these octagonal fire crystals for delivery, that portion of the money could be invested in your guild as shares, Li Xiaomon suggested. Oh? Tidala's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is indeed a splendid suggestion. Li Xiaomon, having demonstrated his formidable prowess during the recent dungeon expedition, would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous ally, especially when his interests align with those of the guild. You need not concern yourself with my feelings. Your strength is far more appreciated by the major guilds. Tidala shook her head, resisting the allure of profit. You are well aware of my circumstances. Those prominent guilds are simply unattainable for me. Li Xiaomon responded with a slight shake of his head. It was then that Tidala recalled that the figure before her was not human, but a genuine skeleton. His remarkably human-like demeanor often led her to inadvertently overlook this fact. Nonetheless, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Li Xiaomon was not inclined to bind himself with her guild, but merely making a reluctant choice. However, I am not entirely without options. Your guild possesses a commendable degree of freedom. I hold a favorable view of your guild, considering it an investment in your endeavors. Li Xiaomon seemed to see through her thoughts and added, Was her thinking so transparent that even a skeleton could perceive it? Afterward, Li Xiaomon departed from the guild. This dungeon journey had yielded a substantial fortune, with a significant portion stemming from Ilu's remuneration. In total, he acquired 330 gold coins, 20 silver coins, and a number of copper coins. In this realm, a single copper coin holds the purchasing power equivalent to half a large loaf of bread or a bowl of corn chowder. Half a loaf of bread is sufficient to satiate an average individual. The purchasing power is quite impressive. A typical person's monthly living expenses amount to approximately 1/4 of a gold coin, translating to 2.5 silver coins. If housing is factored in, an additional quarter gold coin must be added. Li Xiaomon's intention for this outing was to secure a residence. After all, residing in the guild's guest quarters was rather inconvenient for a skeleton and far too cramped. He sought to rent a quiet place with a spacious bathroom, preferably with a small yard and cellar. Clearly, such requirements would not come cheap. However, Li Xiaomon could now confidently proclaim that he was not short on funds. In fact, he possessed a considerable fortune. The weighty gold coins endowed him with unprecedented confidence. Following Tadella's recommendation, he located a rental agency. Upon revealing that he was referred by Tadella, the staff warmly welcomed him and arranged for someone to show Li Xiaomon the properties he had selected. Soon, Li Xiaomon found a charming two-story house in a suburban area just 3 streets away from the Ribby Guild. This exquisite building featured a small yard enclosed by a fence. Given the surrounding suburban setting, there were few residences nearby. Consequently, the homeowner indicated that he could expand the yard's fencing if desired. Inside, there were 2 rooms, an attic, and a generously sized bathroom comparable to the size of the bedrooms. The living room was open and airy, complemented by a separate kitchen and an outdoor toilet. Well, the latter two would not be of use to him. He was uncertain if the little fairy needed to relieve herself. But a skeleton certainly did not require such facilities. In the basement, there were 2 dimly lit rooms, which instantly captivated the skeletal aspect of Li Xiaomon. With a little tidying up, this basement would serve as his personal chamber. As for the rent, considering the sizable plot of land, it was not inexpensive, 1.5 gold coins per month. Monthly payments were not permitted. Only quarterly or annual payments were available. Li Xiaomon generously paid 6 months' rent up front, totaling 9 gold coins. Who knew when Lucia would stumble upon this place? He could leave at any moment, so there was no need to commit to a lengthy lease. The dungeon levels in White Bear City were not excessively numerous. Once he completed the exploration of the local dungeon, he would move on to delve into deeper dungeons elsewhere. After signing the contract, which bore magical efficacy, Li Xiaomon was required to inscribe his full name, one inherited from the wicked bone dragon. Pang Di Li Xiaomon Pang Da. He reluctantly pinned his name, stepping into his new abode. Dust lay thickly over everything, indicating that a thorough cleaning was in order. Li Xiaomon raised his wand. Water spirit, reveal your might here and manifest a miracle. Cleanse. With no one around, he felt no shame as he began to chant in a dramatic fashion, relishing in the liberating sensation. After expending a considerable amount of magical energy, he employed wind and water magic to cleanse the entire house. It seemed that the introductory tome on elemental magic contained more than just ornate and frivolous spells. Some fundamental magics were indeed quite practical. Li Xiaomon removed his hood and sprawled out on the floor, his skeletal skull resting against the ground. What bliss! He then proceeded to remove the magical armor protecting his vital areas, as well as his leather armor. Next came the tattered undergarments, riddled with holes. Such a ragged garment was best discarded. Finally, he sat cross-legged on the floor, clad only in his large shorts. The magical armor was quite valuable and sturdy, showing no damage. The leather armor had sustained minor wear, yet it remained far from ruined. Its battle-worn appearance added a certain rugged charm. He retrieved a well-preserved short-sleeve shirt and donned it, followed by a pair of slippers. In his large shorts, short-sleeve shirt, and slippers, he embodied the essence of a leisurely skeleton. Living alone afforded him the luxury of not having to consider anyone else's comfort. How delightful! After spending an extended period in the dungeon, he now required a well-deserved rest. Unfortunately, as a skeleton, he could not indulge in food. Otherwise, he would have relished treating himself to some culinary delights. Chapter 32. A skeleton's moment of leisure. After a day of rest, Li Xiaoman suddenly recalled his earlier arrangement to meet Ilu. Having secured the rental, he had become so engrossed in his newfound leisure that he had completely forgotten this important engagement. He slapped his forehead in realization. Then he began to rummage through his belongings, remembering that Ilu had written down the address for him. Left, right, up, down, nothing, nothing. Li Xiaoman urgently searched through his skull, rib cage, pelvis, and leg bones. Still, he found nothing. Wait a moment, he thought carefully about where he had placed the note. That's right, he needed to trust his memory. Li Xiaoman furrowed his brow in contemplation. Oh, it must be in the inner pocket of that tattered shirt. Thankfully, he remembered. He slapped his forehead again as he set off to find that torn shirt. Where was that tattered shirt? The torn shirt, I don't know. He had discarded it. Li Xiaoman gasped in horror, grabbing the cloak from the hanger and rushing out of the house to check the trash bin outside. He flung the lid open. Empty. Just like his mind. Vacant. Darn it. Did cleaning in the magical world really need to be this thorough? Li Xiaoman cursed internally. This was troublesome. What had the note said regarding the address? Something about Marilu Street. Or was it Wenlu Street? Marwan something Street. Darn it, he couldn't remember it all, let alone the more detailed address. Since that was the case, he might as well cancel the meeting. Li Xiaoman declared this to be an unavoidable circumstance. However, he couldn't continue lounging at home today. He needed to venture out. Returning to his abode, he hung the cloak back on the hanger, removed his short-sleeved shirt, and stepped into the bathroom. Before heading out, he decided to indulge in a relaxing bath first. Water and fire. The red and blue layered magic array unfurled in the palm of his hand, intertwining streams of water and flames cascading into the bathtub. This bathtub was crafted by Li Xiaoman using earth magic. After testing the water temperature, Li Xiaoman immersed himself within. One could feel the water flowing over his ribs, pelvis, and spine. Submerging his head beneath the surface, water quickly filled his skull, only to erupt from his eye sockets moments later. The flames within his chest and eye sockets continued to burn undisturbed by the water, swaying gently in a state of contentment. After all, it was the fire of the soul, formless and impervious to such torrents. After soaking for a while, Li Xiaoman emerged from the bathtub. The red indigo magic array opened above his head, and the wind magic heated by fire blew downwards, drying the moisture from his bones. Subsequently, Li Xiaoman donned his garments piece by piece. Leather armor, light armor, and finally, a long wand was secured to his back. He pushed open the door and departed from the skeleton's small abode. Today, he intended to visit the Adventurers Guild in White Bear City. The Adventurers Guild primarily engaged in the coordination of adventurers. Their tasks included exploring dungeons, repelling wild monsters, hunting dangerous creatures, and even participating in wars. Typically, they operated under a system of task postings and reward collection, categorizing tasks by difficulty to efficiently mobilize adventurers. In White Bear City, the three main forces for dungeon exploration were the nobility, the Adventurers Guild, and the Merchant Guild. Li Xiaoman sought to acquire documentation at the Adventurers Guild. He had no chance of obtaining the usual residence permit, Lord Citizen certification, or royal citizenship documents to prove his identity. However, there was a possibility of obtaining an adventurer's certificate. This would greatly aid him in masquerading as a human and integrating into the human world. He could not remain in White Bear City indefinitely. If he ventured to other cities in the future, he would require some form of identification. His purpose for renting a place was also to facilitate the acquisition of this adventurer's certificate. The issuance of the adventurer's certificate required proof of identity, such as a residence permit. However, Li Xiaoman lacked such documentation. The process for obtaining a residence permit necessitated identity verification documents. Thus, a paradox emerged. To obtain an adventurer's certificate, one needed a residence permit, but without a residence permit, one could not obtain the adventurer's certificate. Therefore, Li Xiaoman planned to use the rental agreement as a substitute for the residence permit to validate his residency and subsequently acquire the adventurer's certificate, thereby obtaining legitimate identification. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, he pushed open the door. For a fleeting moment, the raucous atmosphere of adventurers drinking, feasting, and conversing fell silent. Is that a skeleton? That attire belongs to a skeleton. The very same skeleton that ventured solo into the depths of the dungeon and returned alive after completing a collection task. Don't stare. I heard that staring can lead to having your eyes gouged out. How did he end up in the Adventurers Guild? The rumors in the magical world spread far too quickly. Li Xiaomon observed the furtive glances directed at him and couldn't help but internally scoff. Yet, perhaps this was a good thing. The familiarity and acknowledgement from the crowd, to some extent, validated his identity. He strode toward the counter. With each step, the conversations within this branch of the Adventurers Guild ceased. After all, this was merely a small branch. It resembled more of a tavern and barbecue joint for low-tier adventurers than a true guild. In an instant, the silence accentuated his imposing presence, reminiscent of a cowboy entering a bar for a duel in the American West of the early 20th century. When he halted before the counter, the young lady behind it could not suppress a gulp. She felt a profound sense of pressure, akin to facing a formidable monster. Only someone who battled monsters daily could emanate such an oppressive aura. She barely managed to force a smile on Mr. Skeleton. Is there something you wish to attend to? As she spoke, the adventurers present perked up, eager to hear what this legendary skeleton had come for. This would certainly provide them with bragging rights for future missions. I am here to apply for an adventurer's certificate. A chorus of gasps followed. The skeleton, renowned for navigating over 20 levels of labyrinthine dungeons, was not even an adventurer. He didn't even possess an adventurer's certificate. You say you wish to apply for an adventurer's certificate? The clerk nearly questioned her hearing. Indeed, Li Xiaomon affirmed with a nod. May I see your identification, please? The clerk inquired cautiously. Li Xiaomon produced the rental agreement and presented it. This is my rental agreement, which can verify my residency here. It indeed verifies your residency, but, Li Xiaomon interjected, his tone calm yet firm. The clerk's legs trembled uncontrollably. What had she done to deserve this? Nothing. I shall assist you immediately. Just a moment, please. She fumbled to retrieve a form, placing it before Li Xiaomon. Upon citing the registration form, Li Xiaomon knew his success was assured. The rumors had unwittingly bolstered his reputation. As he began to fill in his name, he noticed that the form possessed magical properties, only allowing the entry of his true name. Thus, he inscribed Li Xiaomon Pongda. Occupation: Elemental Mage. Once he completed the registration, he handed the form back. The clerk took it, checked it thoroughly, and extracted a metallic card, placing it atop the registration form. In the name of adventure, I certify this adventurer. May it be revealed. The registration form and card began to levitate, and soon after, the form ignited in flames, enveloping the card. When the flames dissipated, the registration form gently descended upon the counter, now adorned with intricate patterns and text. The edges of the card were surrounded by flame motifs, with inscribed details including his name, occupation, and adventurer level. On the reverse side, the adventurer's emblem was etched. Feathers symbolizing freedom encircled a long sword, the legendary blade representing adventure and an unending quest, the Eternal Sword. Chapter 33. The Indifference of the Skeleton to Slander. Thank you, Li Xiaomon said. Securing the adventurer's certificate. Do you require a task? The clerk inquired. A task? Li Xiaomon glanced at his adventurer's certificate level. Adventurer Apprentice. The levels of adventurers included Apprentice Adventurer, Junior Adventurer, Intermediate Adventurer, Senior Adventurer, Elite Adventurer, and Legendary Adventurer. He then reviewed the task list available for Apprentice Adventurers. Weeding? You want me to pull weeds? No. It is a dereliction of duty for the Adventurers Guild to assign such a task to someone of your caliber. According to guild regulations, a renowned individual like yourself could select a promotion task commensurate with your abilities upon joining. If you agree, I can assist you in applying. Li Xiaomon nodded in agreement. Since he could upgrade directly, he preferred not to waste time climbing the ranks from the bottom. Considering your demonstrated ability to infiltrate dungeons over 20 levels alone, I believe applying for the Intermediate Adventurer assessment is most suitable. The tasks for Intermediate Adventurers include these. Feel free to select. The clerk presented a list of tasks. Hunt a second-order ogre. Assist in conquering to the 27th level of the maze. Hunt the second-order Lizardman King. Hunt the Lizardman King? Li Xiaomon pointed to the task. Indeed, Mr. Skeleton. Within the second tier of the dungeon, specifically levels 11 to 20, a rare Lizardman King has appeared. causing considerable losses to the Adventurers Guild. The bounty is 80 gold coins. To complete the hunt, you must return with either the Lizard Man King's horn or a magic stone as proof. You may choose to keep or sell these to the guild, which will offer you a satisfactory price. The clerk elaborated. The Lizard Man King, you say? I've encountered it before, and hunting it is certainly within the realm of possibility. Moreover, both the horn and magic stone are rare collectibles. What is the deadline? You must return with proof within 1 month of accepting the task. However, this task is a public one available to all adventurers, the clerk reminded. Competition, is it? I accept this task. Very well, I shall proceed with the paperwork for task acceptance. Wishing you a prosperous adventure, Mr. Skeleton. After securing his adventurer's certificate, Li Xiaomon exited the Adventurers Guild. A multitude of eyes followed him until he closed the door. At which point the chatter erupted once more. The skeleton has taken on the Lizard Man King task. I always thought it was a team endeavor, but it turns out to be a solo task in front of the Skeleton Lord. This is splendid news. Our small party has been too afraid to venture into the 11th level due to the Lizard Man King, and our profits have plummeted. The aura of the skeleton is truly terrifying. When I entered, I thought a monster had invaded the city. At this moment, Li Xiaomon departed from the association, heading towards the Rebbe Merchant Guild. In the span of a day, Taydella should have prepared the octagonal fire crystals for delivery. After all, these octagonal fire crystals were collected by him, and thus pertained to his interests. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he deemed it necessary to take a look upon entering the Rebbe Merchant Guild. He found the octagonal fire crystals individually packaged, filling a large box. Although Li Xiaomon did not comprehend why a single package of octagonal fire crystals required such extensive packaging, he attributed it to excessive packaging practices. How is it? Li Xiaomon inquired as he stepped into the president's office. So far, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. According to the contract, even that individual would likely not dare to contravene the laws of the kingdom. The laws of the kingdom? Li Xiaomon's brow furrowed. The laws of this era have never been designed to restrain the powerful. Rather, they serve to bind the weak, facilitating their management and exploitation. Perhaps to confirm Li Xiaomon's suspicions. The next moment, a hasty knock echoed at the door of the president's office. Come in, President. This is dire news. The guards have surrounded the Merchant Guild. Romantier exclaimed, panic-stricken. How could this be? Taydella rose from her chair and approached the window. Gazing outside at the guild at that moment, guards had completely surrounded the premises, and among them, the noble pig wore a smile that was both mocking and sinister, exuding an aura of control, as if playing with a mouse. How dare he, a mere minor noble, defy the laws of the kingdom? Taydella's expression shifted from pale to flushed. While he would not dare to openly violate the law, he could easily resort to subterfuge. Twisting the truth to suit his needs at this juncture, we should descend and hear what he has to say. The two descended the staircase to the guild's main hall. Li Xiaomon suspected that this noble was not targeting Taydella, but rather himself. After all, he had barely entered the guild when it was surrounded by guards. Such timing was too coincidental. It seemed they aimed to eliminate him as the threat first. The hall was now filled with guards, clad in armor and wielding weapons, radiating a formidable presence. Upon seeing Li Xiaomon and Taydella descend, the guards rushed forward, encircling them. The captain of the guard stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Li Xiaomon as he proclaimed his crimes. Adventurer Skeleton, you have slain adventurers in the dungeon and seized their octagonal fire crystals. To trample upon life is to trample upon the laws of the Lance United Kingdom and the Duchy of Mand. According to kingdom law, you shall be sentenced to death, and the stolen goods, the octagonal fire crystals, shall be confiscated. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Taydella trembled with rage. The one who boldly flouted the law was now accusing others of doing so, wielding the law as a weapon against them. Li Xiaomon, however, was not surprised. The charge of slaying adventurers was not a falsehood. How dare you so brazenly slander? Do you possess no shred of human conscience? Taydella cried indignantly. I know you will attempt to refute this. Be the light goddess. We shall not slander any citizen of the kingdom. Please, summon the witnesses. That, several guards brought forth a wretched adventurer into the guild. His pitiful state was heart-wrenching. evoking tears from onlookers. There was not a single unblemished inch upon him. This unfortunate soul was discovered in the dungeon, having been tortured to the brink of death by this demon. Please, recount your ordeal in the dungeon. The captain of the guards implored the unfortunate adventurer. It was him. The adventurer pointed a trembling finger at the surrounded Li Xiaomon. He slaughtered my entire team and seized the octagonal fire crystals we painstakingly collected. He even tortured me, threatening to kill me if I spoke of it. Captain, please grant me justice. Chapter 34. The skeleton must fight its way out. You need not say more, Li Xiaomon interjected, halting Te Dela's defense. Continuing to argue at this juncture would only ensnare them further in their trap. Moreover, the truth had never mattered in such matters. What mattered was the version of the truth articulated by those in power. Your status determines whether the words that escape your lips are truth or falsehood. The truth is not merely a reflection of reality, but a power that stands in relation to one's status. In this moment, the only recourse was to shatter the rules through strength, or to allow a higher authority to overshadow the prevailing narrative with their own truth. How about it? The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still not confess? The captain of the guards demanded, a self-righteous expression on his face. Li Xiaomon scanned the guards, assessing their ranks. He realized he had no access to a higher truth wielded by those with greater authority. Thus, he saw no choice but to fight his way out. He had only intended to gradually conquer the depths of the White Bear City dungeon. Having determined the distribution of the guards and the positions of the hidden experts, he now faced the noble pig above, watching the unfolding situation with a bemused expression, as if observing a trapped insect. Eliminating the noble pig and unfurling his bony wings would guarantee a 100% chance of escaping White Bear City. There was no time to waste. I ask you, do you plead guilty? The captain's sentence hung in the air, but he felt a sharp pain in his neck before he could finish. That I do. Ding! You have slain heavy armored soldier LV-11. Experience 80. Li Xiaomon drew his bone sword, shaking off the blood. I plead guilty. Hence the need to commit murder out of fear. As he spoke, he raised his wand and snapped the neck of another guard who stood frozen nearby. Ding! You have slain human LV-7. Experience 10. Everyone was stunned. How could he dare? What audacity! This was a situation that left him with no choice. Threats were as close as a whisper, forcing him to step outside the bounds of the rules. After all, he was not human. He had chosen to integrate into human society and abide by its rules. Yet, humans themselves were unwilling to adhere to the constraints they imposed, seeking to bind a skeleton with rules meant for mortals. How absurd! All of you, stop him! Kill him! Kill him! The noble pig trembled, his corpulent body quaking. He had never encountered someone so audacious. How could he act with such reckless abandon? Did he feel no guilt or fear? Was he even human? What could possibly be going through his mind? Not only the noble but everyone present was struck with shock. Too fierce, too fierce, too fierce. It was evident to all that he had been wronged. Yet, without a word of explanation, he simply admitted to the slander and drew his sword. What an unparalleled force! A multitude of guards drew their swords and charged at Li Xiaomon. First-tier magic, stone shield. The earth element magic circle unfurled on his left arm, transforming into a round shield. He deflected the attacks of several guards with the shield while wielding his wand in the other hand. Effortlessly shattering a guard's skull, then, he thrust his wand into the ground. Quagmire. The spell was conjured as if it were child's play, expanding from his center. Guards engulfed by the quagmire found themselves immobilized, struggling in vain. However, Li Xiaomon would not afford them the opportunity to escape. He raised his wand and aimed toward the direction with the most guards. A red magic circle blossomed atop his wand. Stop! First-tier magic, super fireball. The fireball spun and expanded, transforming into a massive, burning, and explosive sphere. The fireball shot forth, rolling across the ground. Trapped in the quagmire, the guards could only watch helplessly as the fireball barreled towards them, incinerating them into ashes. In an instant, several charred corpses lay in the quagmire. At that moment, hidden professional guards also closed in, their murderous intent palpable. Li Xiaomon swung his wand, deflecting the attacks of two swordsmen. then delivered a swift kick to a heavy armored soldier attempting to grapple him, and with a sweep of his shield, he repelled a fireball and earth projectile launched from a distance. First-tier magic, Earth Spikes. Spikes of earth erupted one after another, intertwining to form a cage that ensnared the oncoming heavy armored soldier. Two swordsmen, one on each side, unleashed their sword techniques, their blades shimmering with light as they lunged at Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman raised his shield to block the sword thrusts, while his right hand grasped one of the swords, remaining unscathed. After all, his right arm had withstood a heavy strike from Ilu without a scratch. How could he possibly be harmed by mere swordsmen? With a powerful twist, he broke the sword in half, then he lunged forward, delivering a knee strike to the soldier's groin. In an instant, chaos ensued. Not wishing to subject him to the pain of such a blow, Li Xiaoman seized the broken sword and plunged it into the soldier's throat. Ding! You have slain swordsman LV-13. Experience 160. This must be what it means to repay evil with virtue. Not dwelling on the fallen swordsman, Li Xiaoman pivoted, crossing his wand to block a sneak attack from a swordsman behind him. Ignoring the swordsman's terror, he followed up with a swift kick. He thrust his wand into the swordsman's mouth. First-tier magic, Fireball. The head exploded with a resounding crack, splattering red and white all over the ground, staining Li Xiaoman's new attire. First-tier magic, Earthwall. The soil rose fluidly to form a barrier, blocking the sorcerer's ranged attack. Subsequently, he charged towards the armored knight who was trapped. Unmoving Fortress. The armored knight, taken aback, hastily unleashed his strongest defensive technique. Yet, Li Xiaoman remained unperturbed, raising his wand. First-tier magic, Explosive Fireball. The fireball, compressed, shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking heavily against the unmoving fortress. The golden light dimmed sharply, the armor cracked inch by inch, and his body suffered extensive burns, yet he endured. First-tier magic, Super Fireball. Immediately following was another colossal fireball, this time. It was evident he could not withstand it. He was crushed and burned to a crisp. Ding! Killed Armored Knight LV-14. Experience 220. Li Xiaoman's gaze shifted towards the remaining soldiers. Clang clang. They all retreated in unison, none daring to advance. Li Xiaoman, disinterested in these insignificant foes, raised his eyes to the noble pig. Under Li Xiaoman's scrutiny, the noble pig had lost the initial composure and disdain. He struggled to maintain his calm. Concealing his fear, without further hesitation, he sprinted towards the noble pig. The noble pig's last semblance of calm vanished. Everyone, stop this murderer. Block him for me, he bellowed frantically. Li Xiaoman waved his wand. Under immense force, any soldier who approached was met with a fatal blow to the head. Moreover, Li Xiaoman's speed increased, leaving behind a trail of dark crimson afterimages, almost closing in on the noble pig. The two armored knight guards, who had remained by the noble pig's side, were compelled to intervene, positioning themselves in front. Li Xiaoman tightened his grip on the wand, simultaneously invoking wind and earth magic, the wind element propelling forth as a massive hammerhead formed atop the wand. The giant force LV-2 activated, bolstered by 17 points of strength. The colossal hammer swung forth with a resounding whoosh, unstoppable. Unmoving Fortress. The two armored knights simultaneously invoked this defensive technique. The giant hammer crashed down. The ground instantly cracked and collapsed, visible currents of air swirling up debris, scattering in all directions. Shields shattered inch by inch, the golden light rapidly fading, and the armored knights simultaneously spat out blood. Witnessing this scene, the noble pig was utterly terrified, abandoning the armored knights in a frantic bid to escape. Adhering to his principle of waste not, Li Xiaoman harvested the two incapacitated armored knights. Experience points were nearing completion, bringing him joyo not flee, noble sir. You still have to face my judgment. Watching the fleeing noble pig, Li Xiaoman hurled his wand, pinning the crawling noble pig to the ground. Aya! The wails echoed like that of a slaughtered pig. How dare you? I am a noble. You, a mere commoner. How dare you lay a hand on a noble? What do you take the laws of the Rance kingdom for? I am not a commoner, merely a skeleton. Li Xiaoman crushed the noble pig's skull. The onlookers were left in shock. Without hesitation, he executed the deed. What kind of madman is this? Li Xiaoman straightened up. Wherever his gaze fell, all averted their eyes, trembling slightly. The experience of a noble is not necessarily greater than that of a commoner. Chapter 35. Skeleton and Princess. Though he wished to bask in the attention a while longer, it was evidently not the right moment. This noble pig was merely an ordinary noble of White Bear City, wielding little power. The true nobility was beyond Li Xiaoman's current capacity to confront. Before drawing the attention of those powerful beings, it was paramount to make his escape. He unfurled the skeletal wings upon his back, driven by wind magic, stirring up a cloud of dust as he transformed into a streak of light racing towards the city's outskirts. The sound of his passage instantly drew the gaze of numerous civilians. However, Li Xiaoman had underestimated White Bear City, in the city center. A dazzling magic circle arose, then, at the circle's core, yellowish magical energy swiftly coalesced into a rock-like spear. Li Xiaoman immediately felt a sense of being targeted. It was high-tier ranged magic. Sleeping Earth Spirit, your faithful follower prays for the miracle of stone to manifest as a pursuing spirit. Third-tier magic, Earth Spirit's spear. Li Xiaoman twisted his body, gripping his wand tightly. First-tier magic, Wind Wall. First-tier magic, Earth Wall. First-tier magic, Fire Wall. First-tier magic, Water Wall. The magical stone atop the wand glowed with a beautiful blue aura, the four-element magic circle layered upon one another, simultaneously unfurling at the wand's tip. Then, in the void, the four elements transformed into a whirlwind, heavy rock, blazing fire, and flowing water, condensing into walls. Whoosh! The sound of piercing air sliced through the sky. The elongated earth spear shot straight towards Li Xiaoman. The three walls were penetrated layer by layer, reaching the final water wall. The water surface rippled, momentarily resisting, yet was ultimately pierced by the earth spear. The sharp tip, carrying residual power, lunged towards Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman extended his right hand, the earth element magic circle unfurling in his palm, morphing into a circular stone shield. Bang! Under tremendous force, the stone shield shattered, and the earth spear continued its relentless advance towards his wrist bone. Giant Force LV2, Hard Bone LV1, Elemental Resistance LV1 activated simultaneously. With a high constitution of 25, he nearly matched that of an armored knight of the same level. He forcibly halted the earth spear. Grasping it in his hand, gazing at the incoming fireball, he raised his hand, propelled by Giant Force LV2, and launched the earth spear. The spear collided with the fireball, exploding violently. Rocks and flames erupted, painting a beautiful display of fireworks over White Bear City. Li Xiaoman did not look back. Empowered by wind magic, he continued soaring towards the city walls. It appeared he had evaded the range of the third-tier sorcerer's attacks, with no further high-tier magic raining down upon him. Boom! A golden beam of holy light descended upon him. Li Xiaoman was alarmed, swiftly flapping his skeletal wings to narrowly evade. Though he possessed elemental resistance, he bore no sanctified resistance. Such divine attacks were particularly devastating against a skeleton like him. Cursed be it, he resolved to find a way to address this critical weakness in his skeletal form. Before him appeared two floating golden-robed clerics, classified as light priests LV-24 and LV-26. It was time to fight desperately. Li Xiaoman tightened his grip on the wand, his other hand drawing forth a bone sword from his cloak. Though it was somewhat troublesome, he had no doubt of his ability to escape. Goddess of light above, grant judgment upon this heretic before me. Second-tier magic, Holy Light Judgment. Two golden beams shot towards Li Xiaoman. He rotated his wand, aiming it at the holy light, suppressing the innate fear his skeleton form had towards it. Yet in the next moment, a violet figure darted forward, a smooth palm aimed at the holy light beams. The holy light was deflected, causing no damage whatsoever, akin to a flashlight's beam reflecting off a mirror. This display silenced all present. How enraging! The figure before him turned, gazing at Li Xiaoman. It was none other than Ilu. However, she was not clad in purple heavy armor but instead wore a loose, androgynous top paired with fitted black trousers, her feet adorned with sleek black high-heeled boots. She appeared remarkably poised, her graceful figure accentuated. It is they who slander me. I have no means to redress this. What angers me is not that, but rather why you stood me up so that what it was. I accidentally misplaced the address you gave me. That so? Then there is nothing to be done. Ilu turned back, addressing the two stern clerics before her. Who are you? One of the clerics inquired. You are not yet worthy to know. Come with me to find the Lord here. I will assist you in seeking justice. As Ilu spoke, she attempted to lift Li Xiaomon. He swiftly dodged. What nonsense, with so many people in White Bear City. If I were seen, what would become of my skeleton's reputation? I can walk on my own. Very well then. Entering the Lord's fortress in the heart of White Bear City, Count Vitor awaited in the reception room. Count Vitor had met the princess, a princess. This fellow is still a princess? Li Xiaomon recalled Ilu devouring meat in the dungeon, wiping her mouth with a cloak, and no matter how one looked at it, she did not seem to fit the title of princess. Count, it seems your territory is quite corrupt. Nobles slander one another, distorting truth, wantonly trampling the laws of the United Kingdom of Rance. Ilu regarded Count Vitor, her imposing aura pressing down, causing the entire space to feel as if it had frozen. Count Vitor felt a chill creeping up his spine and hastily spoke. It is my negligence that has allowed such pests to fester beneath me, forgetting the honor of being a noble. I have revoked the title of that pest to serve as a warning to other nobles. I must also thank the princess for her wise judgment, allowing this gentleman to cleanse these despicable pests from among the nobility. As the Lord, I shall commend this gentleman for his brave actions, the absurd truth, manipulated at the whim of the nobility, adopting whatever pose they desire. The truth is on the verge of being distorted beyond recognition. Li Xiaomon engages in a massacre, which can be portrayed as a valiant act of eradicating pests. I hope you can rein in your nobles and prevent such occurrences from happening again. Ilu reminded Earl Wit before rising to depart. It is an honor for White Bear City to receive Her Highness the Princess. I shall prepare a banquet for your Highness. Unbeknownst to him. Upon seeing Ilu leave, Wit's eyes flickered as he hastily spoke, eager to seize this opportunity. It seemed as though the previous unpleasant events were mere figments of imagination. Not interested, and besides, I am no noble. Do not expect me to provide any political assistance. I am leaving. As Li Xiaomon exited the castle with Ilu, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. A princess. How extraordinary it is to witness a living princess for the first time. Your Highness, do not call me a princess, Ilu interjected. Instantly, an 80-episode tragic royal drama unfolded in Li Xiaomon's mind. For the sake of the kingdom, you must marry him. Father, do you see only the nation? When have you truly looked at your daughter? You are a princess. You must fulfill your duties as a member of the royal family. A princess, akin to a caged bird. Oh, how I long for true freedom. Step out of this castle, and never think of returning. Chapter 36. The skeleton toyed with by the princess. Oh, not overthink it. I am not a true royal princess. Ilu seemed concerned that Li Xiaomon might misunderstand. In reality, Li Xiaomon's mind was already replaying an episode of the princess eloping on her wedding day, with the king sending troops in pursuit. Not a true royal princess. Li Xiaomon felt a twinge of confusion. The title of Sword Princess, conferred by the kingdom, an honorary princess, no title, no fief, and does not heed the kingdom's summons. That makes sense, Li Xiaomon pondered, recalling that Mantild was not a noble from any principality or kingdom. Furthermore, the image of a princess, delicate and dainty, did not suit him. I would rather be bestowed the title of a legendary knight. The king truly lacks insight. This is blasphemy. Observing the princess chastise the king for his lack of discernment invigorated Li Xiaomon. Have you thought about your wish? Ilu swiftly redirected the conversation. Sigh, well, since the paper fell, I haven't given it much thought. Li Xiaomon replied candidly. Indeed, he had little he desired. What he yearned for most was power. The power to be free from anyone's dominion. Being forced into a massacre by a minor noble was merely a reflection of his insufficient strength. Otherwise, eliminating all the inhabitants of White Bear City would have resolved the issues and troubles at hand. Allow me to rewrite your address. I shall be residing in White Bear City for some time. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek me out. By the way, please provide me with your address as well. To prevent you from misplacing it again. The two exchanged addresses. Returning to the Merchant Guild, he reported safety to Tadila, stating that the issue had been resolved by the passing just and purple-haired princess. Subsequently, he assisted in restoring the disarrayed guild and received compensation sent by the Lord. Then he returned home for a well-deserved slumber. As for the endeavor of conquering the dungeon, that could wait until he had rested for a while. Early the next morning, a knock resounded at the door. Who could be knocking at such an early hour? After donning his cloak, he opened the door to find Ilu standing there. Have you thought about your wish today? Are you Aladdin with a magic lamp? It was evident that Ilu was a person of action. For her, leaving a task uncompleted left her feeling quite uncomfortable, and as the one who helped her draw forth the frozen sword, he must be regarded as a benefactor. Hence, she aimed to fulfill her debt of gratitude swiftly, to find peace. What a righteous person she is! Li Xiaoman felt that Ilu had begun to shine radiantly. I truly have no wishes. He felt a slight headache. Let me assist you in practicing your swordsmanship, considering it as the interest on your debt of gratitude. It seemed you had some foundational sword skills during yesterday's altercation, albeit rather unrefined. Indeed, the skills obtained from other bones were not honed through personal effort and required combat to adapt. Yet, in Ilu's eyes, to possess a sword skill level of 2 merely indicated some foundational knowledge. After reflecting on Ilu's swordsmanship level, such an assessment might indeed be fair. Please wait a moment. Li Xiaoman led Ilu to the living room, entering the bedroom to don his leather armor and light armor. Otherwise, given Ilu's extraordinary strength, his body might not withstand even a few strikes. After all, even magical artifacts crafted from steel could not endure Ilu's might. Clad in armor, Li Xiaoman and Ilu made their way to the small courtyard. Are you ready? I'm about to begin. Ilu raised the great sword, wrapped in its scabbard. She had not brought the frozen sword this time. Li Xiaoman drew forth the bone sword and magic wand. Nodding in affirmation, "Come forth." In an instant, Ilu vanished from view, reappearing before him to deliver a straightforward slash. Li Xiaoman quickly raised the bone sword's wand, preparing to parry. However, Ilu suddenly lifted her leg, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. His body was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Oh, not focus solely on the sword. I am not merely a swordsman, Ilu reminded him. Li Xiaoman scrambled to his feet, only to hear Ilu's voice ringing in his ears. Here it comes. This time it was a horizontal slash. Li Xiaoman raised the wand to deflect it. The tremendous force caused his body to sway violently, and following the direction of the great sword's descent. Ilu executed a spinning high kick aimed at Li Xiaoman's head. Li Xiaoman swiftly retreated to evade the kick, thrusting the bone sword towards Ilu's chest. Too slow. Grasping his wrist holding the sword, she moved in closer, delivering a knee strike to his chest. Do not rely solely on the wrist to thrust the sword. What of the waist and shoulders? Li Xiaoman rose anew, swinging the wand towards Ilu. Ilu raised her hand, swinging the great sword to deflect the wand. The hefty great sword in her hands resembled a plastic toy, wielded with ease as she aimed it towards his neck. First-level magic, wind shield. He quickly raised his left arm to absorb the impact of the great sword, the wind shield slightly altering the sword's trajectory. Seizing the opportunity, he lowered his body and dove towards Ilu. Thrusting the bone sword towards her neck, Ilu leaned back, bending at an impossible angle. Reminiscent of a dancer's graceful arch, the fabric of her attire revealed her waist, momentarily distracting Li Xiaoman. In the next instant, her toes kicked towards Li Xiaoman's wrist, causing the bone sword to fly from his grasp and be pinned against his neck by the great sword. Subsequently, she delivered a kick that sent him flying. Losing focus during battle is a grave error. Continue. Time and again, he was sent sprawling, feeling as though he had become a mere toy, at the mercy of Ilu's whims. By the time the sword practice concluded, Li Xiaoman felt as though his bones were on the verge of disintegration. In contrast, Ilu appeared unscathed, as though she had merely concluded her warm-up. Silently mourning for this future titan of humanity, he rose from the ground. You are quite impressive. Although a bit lean, you possess considerable strength. Being praised for having strength by someone capable of sending him flying with a mere pinky would hardly bring joy. Moreover, as an elemental mage, you have ventured into the realm of combining swordsmanship and magic. You are the first to do so. However, this path will be arduous if you wish to advance further. Be prepared. Ilf kindly cautioned Li Xiaomon. Indeed, he currently allocated his level-up points to Constitution and Spirit. Even though his right arm bone provided strength points during upgrades, as his level increased, the remaining power within the right arm bone would eventually deplete. When that time comes, his strength would be overshadowed by other warrior classes, leaving him at a disadvantage in melee combat. Perhaps he would need to seek out additional bones to find a way to keep his strength points in line. Shall we go for a meal? I shall treat you. No, I am not hungry. Li Xiaomon declined the invitation, as he was, after all, a skeleton. Furthermore, Ilu's appearance would undoubtedly draw attention on the streets, and being seen with her could lead to misunderstandings. Given her status, any misinterpretation could potentially cause her trouble, which would in turn complicate matters for him. Very well, I shall return tomorrow to find you. Sigh. Will you really come again? Are you not welcoming me? The sense of pressure from the dragon lingered, subtly permeating the atmosphere. No, I am simply overjoyed. Chapter 37. The skeleton yearns for knowledge. In the time that followed, he visited the Rebbe Merchant Guild primarily to return books and borrow new magic tomes. He had completed reading the comprehensive guide to first-level elemental magic. To enhance his magical prowess, he intended to borrow additional spellbooks. Mr. Skeleton, perhaps you should refrain from perusing those books. Observing Li Xiaomon searching the shelves for magic tomes, Te Daila, seated in the president's chair, couldn't help but interject. What is the matter? The books I have collected are rather substandard. The truly precious spellbooks are hoarded by the nobility and other major factions. Seldom accessible to the common folk. Of course, I have heard that treasures within the dungeon may yield spellbooks and magical equipment. If you merely wish to read foundational spellbooks, it would be far more suitable to borrow them from a public library. Te Daila put forth a suggestion. Is it true that there exists a library in White Bear City? Is there a fee for borrowing books? The Rebbe Merchant Guild will fully cover your borrowing expenses. After all, a significant portion of your shares now belongs to this guild. Following Te Daila's provided address, I arrived at the library in White Bear City. Its size resembled that of a miniature castle. Quite grand indeed. Guards patrolled the vicinity, ever vigilant against would-be book thieves. The library's collection was exceptionally valuable, particularly the magical tomes, whose theft would carry dire consequences. Upon entering the library, I completed the borrowing formalities. Agreeing to return the books in 5 days, Li Xiaomon borrowed elements of elemental arrays and a tome on the art of explosive magic. He then returned to his abode, donned his casual attire of shorts, a short-sleeved shirt and slippers, exposing a considerable expanse of pale skin, and reclined on the sofa, eagerly opening elements of elemental arrays. He remained engrossed in the text until dusk. Lifting the wand that leaned against the sofa, he gently tapped the floor with it. Soon, magical stone lamps illuminated the room with a soft glow, casting light throughout the space. Bathed in this illumination, he read late into the night, finally bookmarking the book and placing it on the table. He then indulged in a bath, dressed in his shorts, and leaped onto the large bed in the basement. The next morning, he was once again roused by the sound of knocking. So, have you decided what wish to make today? Ilu, shouldering a great sword, appeared in attire distinct from the previous day, yet still leaning towards a masculine style. With her spirited demeanor and an ethereal beauty that seemed almost otherworldly, she strolled down the street, likely enchanting all who beheld her. No, if not, then continue your sword training. Ilu's relentless training persisted until noon. Although he was subjected to her vigorous sparring, she simultaneously corrected his stances and weaknesses, leading to a rapid enhancement of his swordsmanship. Once the training concluded, Ilu took her leave. With the remaining time, Li Xiaomon resumed his exploration of the magical tome he had not finished the previous day. Reading until the late hours, he leaned over his desk, opening the skeletal magic book he had authored, applying his knowledge practically and refining the spells designed for combat in the dungeon. It was not until the dead of night that he finally set down his quill. Ceasing his writing in the darkness, the skeletal frame flickered with ghostly flames, seated ominously. Time for a wash and to sleep. The following day, he was again awakened by a series of knocks. Do you have a wish? No wish? Then continue your training. The skeleton endured another morning of relentless training. However, The combination of swordsmanship and his newly refined magic caused Ilu to break a light sweat, her cheeks flushing, violet strands of hair clinging to her forehead. Presenting a unique allure. It appeared to invigorate her, preparing her for further challenges. By the next day, she had adapted to his modified spells, easily toying with the skeleton once more. That afternoon, Li Xiaomon completed his reading of Elements of Elemental Arrays. As its content was not extensive, he had merely read through it without fully comprehending it. Setting it aside, he opened the other tome, The Art of Explosive Magic. This book primarily delved into explosive spells and the foundational theories behind them. Each line resonated with the author's passion and affection for explosive magic. Li Xiaomon studied it meticulously, pulling out notepaper to sketch magical arrays. He aimed to create a new spell using his current knowledge combined with explosive magic, intending to simulate the effects of gunpowder, a task that proved not overly challenging. Ultimately, he succeeded in crafting a new spell, a first-tier explosion. Testing its application yielded promising results. Next, Li Xiaomon extended his right arm, activating Bone Transformation LV2 and Bone Growth LV1. His bones began to twist, elongate, and transform into a slender bone tube. Within this tube, bone growth formed a conical bone projectile. A red magical array materialized at the base of the tube. Boom! The interior of the tube detonated with a resounding blast. His entire body jolted as the bone projectile shot forth like a bullet. However, its accuracy left much to be desired. After pondering for a moment, he allowed the interior of the tube to grow and inscribed grooves along its walls. The wind magic array also unfurled at the tube's base. The accuracy improved considerably, yet it still fell short of Li Xiaomon's expectations. He made adjustments to the length, grooves, and fit, experimenting tirelessly. Simultaneously, to ensure rapid-fire capabilities, he developed a cylindrical magazine at the tube's end. To achieve concentrated firepower, he constructed multiple bone tubes. Finally, he gazed at his left arm. By the heavens, a Gatling gun! Ding! Skill proficiency requirements met. Magic Analysis LV1 has risen to Magic Analysis LV2. The flow of magical energy became clearer. The magical knowledge he had absorbed over the days surged forth from his mind, deeply engraved within his soul, transforming into his own understanding. I felt akin to a seasoned mage who had immersed himself in elemental magic for years, wielding this knowledge with effortless grace. A fervent desire for knowledge welled up within him, compelling him to rapidly acquire new insights to remedy his deficiencies. Opening the yet unfinished The Art of Explosive Magic, he found himself unable to resist diving into its depths, greedily absorbing the information contained within. His memory sharpened significantly, approaching the point of photographic recall. Upon finishing the entire volume, he was not yet satisfied and revisited Elements of Elemental Arrays, perusing it from start to finish once more. Achieving a modicum of contentment, at this moment, dawn was breaking on the horizon. In roughly 2 hours, Ilu would arrive to engage him once again. He seized the opportunity to rest, lying down to replenish his weary spirit. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking roused him from his slumber. He reluctantly gathered his energy and opened the door. "Do you have a wish?" "No wish. You seem a bit off today." He did not comprehend how she could perceive his fatigue through the cloak. Was it the intuition of a strong individual? "I was up late last night." "What were you doing awake at such an hour?" "Studying." "Then you ought to rest. No. I shall practice swordsmanship." Finding excuses was the beginning of laziness. To master a skill, unwavering dedication was essential. Li Xiaomon raised his bone sword and charged at Ilu, only to be playfully overwhelmed for yet another morning. Chapter 38. The skeleton stands motionless at noon. He indulged in a brief nap. In the afternoon, he returned to the library to return the books and borrowed 2 additional tomes, Milestone Spells in the History of Magic and Analysis of Magical Energy. That night, he again toiled until dawn. Curse it! The attainment of Magic Analysis LV2 intensified his yearning for new knowledge to enhance his abilities. He sensed this was an instinctive reaction. His foundational magical knowledge was too shallow. The skills level could plummet at any moment. Thus, he instinctively sought knowledge to stabilize his skill level. After a brief rest, he knew he could not withstand Ilu's playful torment. "Knock, knock, knock. State your wish." You seem even more fatigued today. Is the wish your NPC's opening line? Did you stay up late again? Indeed. Ilu scrutinized Li Xiaomon for a moment, then revealed a meaningful smile. She said nothing further, merely raising her greatsword. Then let us continue training. Was it merely an illusion, or did she seem to strike harder today? It was fortunate he did not suffer a fractured spine. In the afternoon, he resumed his reading, his enhanced comprehension allowing him to swiftly grasp the foundational knowledge contained in the two magical tomes. Resisting the urge to continue reading, Li Xiaomon reclined back onto his bed, forcing himself to succumb to slumber. Until the sound of knocking jolted him awake, he crawled out of the dim underground chamber. Draping his cloak over himself, today feels promising. Have you thought of a wish? No, let us fight. Very well, brief and to the point. He was soon overwhelmed anew. However, after the battle concluded, Ilu did not take her leave. Li Xiaomon sensed a peculiar aura. I will be departing White Bear City this afternoon. May I sit with you for a moment? A wave of disorientation washed over him, leaving his heart feeling hollow. He invited Ilu inside, preparing a cup of exceptionally expensive red tea with an impressive name that he could not recall. After all, she was his swordsmanship instructor, and it felt inappropriate to offer her mere water. So he had procured the tea specifically for her. Her long, delicate fingers grasped the teacup's handle. She took a small sip before setting it down. Where do you plan to go? To a place with dungeons and monsters. Halting combat would dull a warrior's blade. Ilu said casually. A moment of silence enveloped them. I have always asked you about your wishes. Would you like to hear mine? I aspire to become a sword saint. The mightiest among legendary hero classes. That's a remarkable dream. Li Xiaomon praised. I thought you would laugh. Ilu regarded him with surprise. Why? Becoming the strongest in one's field is a commendable goal. Only the weak, who dare not tread the path toward their aspirations, would resort to envy and mockery. Li Xiaomon replied earnestly. Then, does that mean you and I are both strong? No, I am merely a self-aware weakling. Moreover, I fear that if I laugh, you might strike me. Ilu pondered whether she had been too harsh on Li Xiaomon in recent days. Now, I have expressed my wish. What about yours? It does not matter if I cannot fulfill it. You simply need to voice it. Li Xiaomon began to contemplate seriously. Letting go of all constraints, he realized he had many aspirations to achieve. Immense strength, the restoration of flesh, revelries of wine and meat, and nights filled with merriment. It was clear he was indeed a wicked skeleton. He gazed at Ilu, acknowledging her remarkable strength. With a determined goal, she forged ahead resolutely, heeding her own counsel, a path that must have been mocked by many. Yet she continued to advance steadily, undeterred by the ridicule. Such was Ilu, as dazzling as her appearance, captivating all who beheld her. Li Xiaomon contemplated his own wish. I aspire to become a sage, the most formidable magical title among sorcerers. In that fleeting moment, he could see the glimmer in Ilu's eyes. Her purple irises sparkled brilliantly, more beautiful than any gem. Are you serious? Absolutely. Ha ha ha. She erupted into laughter, her joy so exuberant that she doubled over. Clutching her belly, after regaining her composure, she wiped away the tears of laughter. No, this is not mockery. It is laughter born of happiness. Once upright, she quickly added an explanation. It appears that helping you realize this wish will be quite a formidable task. Future Sage. Ilu bowed respectfully. Thank you for your care. Future Sword Saint. Li Xiaomon returned the gesture. This is a gift for you, a token of investment in the future sage. Ilu presented him with an earring. What is this? A token from the water spirit, enabling the wearer to breathe underwater, immune to all water magic of the third tier and below, enhancing the effects of water magic. Li Xiaomon noticed a matching earring adorning Ilu's right ear. It seems to be a pair that I obtained it while conquering a dungeon. However, due to my sensitive ears, I found it too painful to wear both, so I only adorned one side. Li Xiaomon was astounded. You pierced it yourself? Is there anything wrong with that? So strong, truly deserving of the title of a genuine powerhouse, I will journey northward, honing my sword along the way. The destination is the 9th tier dungeon in the capital of the Man Kingdom. I shall await your arrival there. Ilu hefted her great sword. Before parting, Would you mind if I embraced you? Also, may I see your appearance? My curiosity piques, and when we meet again, I cannot afford not to recognize you. Ilu approached Li Xiaomon. Wait, I might look somewhat terrifying, my skin is gone. How could I not be frightening? I am unbothered. Ilu pressed forward, cornering Li Xiaomon against the wall, her resolve unyielding. Fear not, for in your case, I could accept any appearance. Accept what? What do you intend to do? Li Xiaomon questioned, doubting whether he had misheard. They were merely friends, were they not? Of course, I mean a kiss, a farewell kiss. No, we are friends, right? Kissing is not something friends do. Li Xiaomon wondered if he had inadvertently fast-forwarded through something. Such matters would be better addressed once he had flesh again. Naturally, what do you take me for? It is my first time too, and desiring to kiss someone I like is entirely normal, is it not? I will hold back. You do not fancy me, do you? And what does holding back even mean? Do I not have any dignity? You like me? When did this happen? Why was I unaware? When we drew swords in the dungeon, just moments ago, I realized I liked you enough to want to kiss you. Why do you speak so much? Do you not harbor any affection for me? Ilu furrowed her brow, revealing a sorrowful expression. No, it is not that I harbor no affection at all. It is just that such matters require gradual progression. There is no time for gradual progression. I am leaving this afternoon. Who knows how long until we meet again? Consider it a withdrawal from the future. Besides, I am not unattractive, am I? Must you disdain me so? Li Xiaomon wished to avoid further explanation. At this juncture, escape was his only option. Just as he prepared to move, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder, his wrist seized and pinned against the wall. Rendering him immobile, he felt as though he were crushed beneath a truck. Soon, his left arm was restrained as well. Now it felt as if two trucks were bearing down upon him. Those purple eyes were fixed upon him. Her violet hair cascading over her striking face, brushing against his cloak. The pace quickened. He could discern the alluring blush upon her cheeks. He could sense her sweet breath drawing nearer. One hand released his shoulder. Reaching for his cloak, did I find this helplessness of yours, as if you wish to resist yet are powerless, quite appealing. Chapter 39. The skeleton's confession. Li Xiaomon understood that at this point, he could no longer conceal the truth. To continue hiding would be an act of irresponsibility towards Ilu. Furthermore, even if he were to reveal himself now, Ilu posed no threat to him. Ilu, please stop and listen to me. I am not human. Upon uttering such words, do you truly find me so detestable? Ilu trembled slightly, her grip on Li Xiaomon's shoulder causing it to creak. No, I like you, Ilu. Really? Truly? The pressure on his shoulder eased slightly, saving him from the brink of having his shoulder crushed. But I am genuinely not human. Li Xiaomon slowly unveiled his cloak. The terrifying visage of a skull emerged, two wisps of ghostly flames flickering in the eye sockets. No explanation could compare to the raw impact of the truth. In an instant, Ilu comprehended why Li Xiaomon had concealed his appearance, why he appeared so frail yet possessed great power. How could this be? Do you recall the bone dragon, Pond, you encountered before? He is the one who transformed me into a skeleton. However, for reasons unknown, I retained my memories and consciousness from my human days. At that moment, while you battled Pond, I seized the opportunity to escape his control and concealed myself within the White Bear City. That is why I was startled when I saw you and Kate in the dungeon. Li Xiaomon recounted the events of his transformation into a skeleton with calmness. He was wary of Ilu's reaction. Would she transition from affection to aversion or fear? Alas, my first love ends before it even begins. His arms were seized once more and pressed against the wall. Then, soft lips met his skeletal form and teeth. There will be a method for restoration. She embraced him, gazing at Li Xiaomon with tender eyes. I will surely assist you in regaining your former self. In that moment, he felt as though his heart had been struck fiercely. It is said that there exists magic capable of resurrecting the deceased, let alone merely restoring your corporeal form. Ilu gently consoled Li Xiaomon. In the afternoon, he escorted Ilu to the city gates, where she had donned her armor once more. Keep this feather safe. Hang it by the window, and Sino will find you. I will write to you regularly and have Sino deliver my letters. Ilu handed Li Xiaomon a white feather. Sino refers to a white owl. renowned for its exceptional flying abilities and mastery of low-tier wind magic. Yes, I will keep it safe. Elishamon secured the feather. Afterward, Ilu did not look back, showed no reluctance, nor delayed her departure, mounting a red steed and donning her helmet. "Do not keep me waiting alone for too long." With that, she spurred her horse onward. Raising a cloud of dust, Elishamon averted his gaze, returning to his small abode, where he hung the feather by the window. Subsequently, he donned leather armor, equipped himself with light armor, and slung his wand over his shoulder. Before venturing into the dungeon, Elishamon made a stop at the Rebbe Trading Company. Is it time for a second expedition already? Prolonged rest can lead to complacency. Does the trading company have any resources that require deeper collection? There are some. Let me show you the list. Tidala produced a cargo manifest and handed it to Elishamon. He glanced over it, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his waist pouch. Does the trading company have any news regarding the Lizard Man King? There is some. Do you wish to challenge the Lizard Man King? It is part of the Adventurers Guild's promotion quest. Having obtained recent sightings of the Lizard Man King from Tidala, Elishamon did not linger further and headed toward the city beacon tower. Stay safe. The cat girl, Ramantir, escorted Elishamon to the city beacon tower. Yes, and you too. Await my return. Elishamon gently tousled Ramanthir's head before plunging into the depths of the dungeon. The familiar, dark passageway extended downward. Yet this time it felt less foreign. He lowered his head and surged deeper into the abyss. The monsters of the first major tier could not impede his relentless advance for even a moment. With a bone sword and a magic wand in hand, he conjured phantoms. The low-tier creatures fell almost instantly upon contact. Thanks to Ilu's rigorous training, his swordsmanship had transformed dramatically. He was no longer the novice he once was. Soon, Elishamon found himself at the junction of the 10th and 11th labyrinths. He charged in with fervor. Upon entering the 11th level, Elishamon slowed his pace, beginning a purposeful search. After all, the Lizard Man King primarily roamed between the 11th and 20th levels. It was merely an opportunity to gain experience. His experience points were nearing their limit. It wasn't long before a notification panel appeared before him. Ding. Experience points at maximum. Level upgraded to LV18. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. Free attribute points 1. Subsequently, a wave of warmth surged through the connection in his right arm. It felt as if molten lava seeped through his arm and permeated his bones, causing him to tremble involuntarily, the grip on his wand creaking under pressure. However, compared to the previous occasion, this time was somewhat more bearable. At least, he didn't feel as if he were on the brink of death. With the increase in his constitution points, he would eventually adapt. Gritting his teeth, he endured until the pain subsided, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief, even though he lacked lungs to truly do so. What a hellish joke. Strength 1, Constitution 1. To his surprise, not only had his strength increased, but his constitution had also risen by 1 point. He allocated the additional free attribute point to constitution, balancing it with spirit, both reaching an impressive height of 28 points. He considered that should he not enhance his constitution, he might not withstand Ilu's playful antics when next they met. With the added attribute points from leveling up twice, he was well on his way to meeting the evolution standards at LV20. Thoroughly searching the 11th level yielded no sign of the Lizard Man King. After resting for the night, he delved into the 12th level. Thus, he continued his descent to the 14th level, still finding no trace of the Lizard Man King. At the 14th level, he sold all the materials he had gathered to the Rebbe Trading Company. Skeleton, I've heard of your exploits above, truly remarkable. Alas, I was in the dungeon at the time and missed witnessing your massacre of the aristocrats. Rachel at the 14th level shop gazed at Elishamon with starry eyes. Do you know how the adventurers of the dungeon refer to you? The bloodthirsty skeleton, the grim reaper of skeletons. As Rachel spoke, her voluptuous form inched closer to him. Elishamon took a slight step back. If not for his current lack of ability, he would undoubtedly impart some life lessons to this girl. Does the skeleton wish for lodging this time? Still complimentary. Of course, I can also provide special services, though curious about what special services she might offer a skeleton. Perhaps polishing bones? He resolved to consider it next time. You said that last time too. Well, Next time is uncertain. Li Xiaoman had no desire to expose his bones to any acidic environments. After all, he had yet to rid himself of the negative status of bone degradation. It was imperative to take good care of his bones, then, until we meet again on the return journey. Tossing his money pouch, Li Xiaoman waved farewell without looking back, leaving Rachel pouting in mock anger. Entering the 15th level, the monsters were noticeably sparse. Following the information provided by the trading company, Li Xiaoman methodically searched each reported sighting of the Lizard Man King. Finally, he discovered fresh signs of destruction and footprints at one location. Gripping his wand tightly, he remained vigilant of his surroundings as he followed the trail of footprints and scratch marks. After walking a distance, he stumbled upon a cracked pit. Peering into it appeared to lead to the 16th level. Li Xiaoman waved his wand, conjuring a magical array. First-tier magic, Wind Shield. Cautiously, he descended into the pit. Before long, he reached the bottom without incident, arriving directly at the 16th level. A lizard man stationed nearby, seemingly provoked, charged at Li Xiaoman. Claws ablaze with fire. Instinctively, Li Xiaoman leaned back to evade the attack. He then spun around, delivering a powerful kick to the lizardman's chest. With the might of his LV2 giant strength, the lizardman's chest caved in, sending it crashing into the wall before collapsing to the ground. As it struggled to rise, a fireball struck, engulfing it in an explosion. Ding! Lizardman LV-15 killed. Experience 270. Extracting the lizardman's magic stone, Li Xiaoman continued to pursue the trail on the ground. Along the way, the number of lizardmen noticeably increased. Li Xiaoman realized he was on the right track. He carefully dispatched each lizardman he encountered, swiftly pressing on at last. He found his target in the 16th level, the Lizardman King. As before, it was a formidable sight, its robust body clad in fiery red scales, bursting with muscular definition. A pair of elongated horns crowned its head, signifying its royal status. Surrounding it, lizardmen stood guard, unwavering in their loyalty. Li Xiaoman stealthily concealed himself in the shadows, finding a hidden vantage point atop a steep cliff from which to observe the Lizardman King. Raising his wand, he aimed at the Lizardman King. The magical array of red, yellow, and indigo swirled at the tip of his wand. Fire elements coalesced, earth elements enveloped, and wind elements propelled, spinning rapidly. This was the mixed magic Li Xiaoman had refined over time. Now, as he cast it, the process flowed seamlessly. First-tier magic, lava wind spiral, bang. The wand trembled momentarily as the lava wind spiral shot forth on its predetermined trajectory toward the Lizardman King. The Lizardman King quickly sensed the impending danger. Yet, in a moment of uncalculated awareness, the wind spiral surged close. It hastily shut its eyelids, but still, the flesh above its eyes was torn apart, and its eyeball exploded into a mist of blood. Roar! The pain elicited a furious roar from the Lizardman King, causing chaos among the nearby lizardmen, who were inadvertently harmed by their enraged ruler. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaoman unfurled his bone wings and dove from the cliff toward the Lizardman King. The king recognized the irritating figure that had previously escaped from his grasp. With a roar, he swung his claws, aiming to shred this detestable foe. Li Xiaoman drew his bone sword, focusing intently as he locked eyes on the descending claws. At the moment of impact, he raised his left arm. The claws struck heavily against the wind shield, diverting their trajectory, while Li Xiaoman deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. Then, he lunged forward, thrusting the bone sword at the Lizardman King. Under Ilu's guidance, this thrust had been honed to perfection, piercing through flesh and erupting in a bloom of crimson. In a graceful motion, he evaded the second claw, raising his wand to cast a fireball. The fireball shot forth, crashing into the Lizardman King's face. The Lizardman roared in furious disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend how this human had managed to injure him. Swatting aside the fireball, he opened his maw wide, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath directed at Li Xiaoman. Reacting swiftly, Li Xiaoman plunged his wand forward. First-tier magic, Wind Wall. A whirlwind coalesced into a barrier, blocking the incoming flames, which split in two, veering off to either side. Receive my magic's debut. Li Xiaoman raised his left arm. Bones erupted, growing wildly as they formed into circular arrangements. First-tier magic, Gatling barrage, bang, bang, bang. The explosive magic and wind magic arrays illuminated on his arm. The bone-crafted projectiles erupted forth in a relentless stream. Akin to a torrential downpour, the bone bullets pierced through the flames, flying directly toward the Lizardman King. Instantly, a shower of blood erupted from the Lizardman King's body. While all the injuries were merely superficial, the bone bullets barely penetrated his scales. It appeared that achieving gunfire suppression in this magical realm was somewhat unrealistic. Roar! The Lizardman King, in agony, continued to roar. While spewing flames, he charged through the hail of projectiles toward Li Xiaomon. The other lizardmen, under his command, converged on him as well. Li Xiaomon was compelled to divide his focus to fend off the approaching lizardmen. The bone sword danced, cutting through each lizardman that charged at him. Li Xiaomon's bone sword fused with the bones of his arm, gripping his wand tightly, while his other hand unleashed a barrage of projectiles. Quicksand. A vast expanse of mire materialized, and all the lizardmen found themselves immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaomon charged towards the Lizardman King, his left hand unleashing a barrage of projectiles aimed at the creature's face. The Lizardman King raised a hand to shield itself and retaliated with a kick aimed at Li Xiaomon. Quick to react, Li Xiaomon summoned sharp earth spikes that pierced towards the lizardman's soles. Following this, he brandished his wand, sweeping it upward toward the lizardman's groin. The lizardman shattered the spikes with a kick, retracting its thigh to deflect the wand's strike. With its other hand, it conjured a fiery explosion aimed directly at Li Xiaomon's body. Undeterred by the treacherous maneuver, Li Xiaomon remained calm. The bones in his left arm began to regenerate, twisting into a Gatling-like structure akin to pliable clay, transforming into a colossal bone shield that covered half of his body. The fiery projectile collided against the shield, charring it black, with his bone sword in hand. Li Xiaomon thrust from behind the shield, targeting the lizardman's vulnerable areas with precision. The Lizardman King grew increasingly furious. The ground beneath him morphed into quagmire, while spikes of earth relentlessly targeted his rear. And Li Xiaomon's strikes zeroed in on his most sensitive regions. The Lizardman felt as though all the strength in his body was dissipating into cotton, rendering him powerless. Soon, numerous wounds adorned the Lizardman King's form, each oozing blood, and a status of weakness appeared on his display. Just when Li Xiaomon thought victory was secured, the Lizardman let out a thunderous roar. Orange flames erupted from beneath its scales, enveloping its entire body in a thick layer of fire. The rocks beneath its feet melted into magma, and its fiery eyes locked onto Li Xiaomon with deadly intent. Is this the second phase of the boss battle? Li Xiaomon pondered as he attempted to distance himself. However, a devastating fiery punch struck him from close range, sending his body hurtling through the air. The bone shield shattered into fragments under the tremendous force. First-tier magic, Water Bind. A blue magic array unfurled at the tip of his wand, and streams of water coalesced from all directions, resembling tendrils, ensnaring the Lizardman King tightly. Yet, before Li Xiaomon could breathe a sigh of relief, the flames on the lizardman's body surged once more, hissing as the water transformed into white vapor. First-tier magic, Water Shield. First-tier magic, Water Membrane. 2 consecutive magic arrays activated, with water forming a shield that floated before his left arm. Subsequently, a thick layer of flowing water enveloped his entire body. With the wand in his left hand and the sword in his right, he resolutely charged at the Lizardman King. Water and fire clashed repeatedly as streams coalesced from the wand's tip, replenishing the protective layer around him. The Lizardman King's wounds multiplied, while Li Xiaomon's own body began to fracture. Relying on his elemental resistance, he continued to unleash relentless strikes against the flames, each sword thrust honed to a lethal edge, targeting the Lizardman King's vitals. Simultaneously, he integrated his combat style with magic, blending sword techniques with spells. INA Final Leap. Disregarding the crackling of his bones amidst the flames, he drove his sword into the Lizardman King's neck. With a swift twist of his left hand, the wand followed suit, plunging into the gashed first-tier magic. Water Explosion. Ping. Defeated elite monster, Lizardman King. Experience 1000. Obtained Green Treasure Chest. The green treasure chest from defeating the elite boss contains special items, with a chance to acquire magical artifacts, spell books, class change books, or other unique items upon opening. Ping. Special feature unlocked. Quality. Items will now be marked by quality, ranging from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, red, orange, gold, and rainbow. Li Shimon landed on the ground. Observing the incessant prompts on his interface, "Is this a game?" he muttered as he struggled to rise. A cacophony of cracking bones echoed from his body, as if they might shatter at any moment. Ignoring the lizardmen still mired in the swamp, he swiftly harvested a lizardman's horn and magic stone before making his escape. Turning left and right, he dove into a cave marked on his map. Upon entering, he finally felt a sense of relief. Leaning against the cave's rocky wall, he regarded the treasure chest that floated before him, emanating a green glow. Tentatively, he reached out to touch it, slowly opening the chest. A beam of green light ascended from within as it creaked open. Ping. Obtained item. Lizard King Armored Bracer Green. Crafted from the Lizard King's horn, this bracer contains the power of flames, allowing the wearer to enter a state of flame embodiment. Cool down time. 24 hours. A pair of dark red bracers floated out of the chest, intricately etched with flame patterns, exuding an extraordinary aura. Is this a magical artifact? Li Xiaoman mused, scrutinizing the bracer. He then equipped it on his right arm and tested it by striking with his bone sword. The bracer glowed with a red aura, deflecting the bone sword with ease. "Quite impressive," he exclaimed, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Next, he examined his other possessions, activating identification. As expected, the quality section appeared for each item. The sturdy magical light armor, without exception, was marked as basic gear. The earrings gifted by Ilu were identified as blue quality. Surprisingly, his wand was also of blue quality. The special alloy wand, crafted from various hard metals and embedded with precious high-grade water magic stones, was exceedingly durable, enhancing the effects of water magic. Just the attribute of being exceedingly hard qualified it as blue quality. Just how resilient was this wand? Regardless of how he mishandled it, not a single scratch marred its surface. He raised the bracer and attempted to activate its magical effect. In an instant, crimson flames engulfed him, wrapping his entire form in a fiery embrace, reminiscent of the Ghost Rider. He raised his hand, conjuring a fireball as the flames within him surged forth with seemingly endless energy. This was precisely the state the Lizardman King assumed in its second phase. In other words, he had now acquired the capabilities of the second phase Lizardman. Testing its power, he found it comparable to the fireballs he could conjure. After approximately 3 minutes, the flames subsided, and the bracer entered a 24-hour cooldown. It could serve as a powerful finishing move. Afterward, Li Xiaoman patiently awaited the restoration of his magical energy and physical stamina before departing the cave, delving deeper into the dungeon. His aspirations extended beyond merely vanquishing the Lizardman King. He aimed to conquer as many levels as possible while increasing his level to 20. Preparing for evolution, on the 4th day of entering the underground city, Li Xiaoman once again progressed to the 21st level. The landscape remained a chaotic blend of molten lava and charred rocks. He gripped his wand in one hand, while the crimson horn of the Lizardman King rested on his back. Due to its sheer size, he could not fit it in his bag, leaving him with an ostentatious appearance. To expedite his leveling, he extracted the Lizardman King's magic stone, infusing it with magical energy to attract the magma-dwelling lava six-legged crocodiles. Soon, fiery projectiles erupted from beneath the molten surface. 3 fiery crocodiles emerged from the lava, coordinating their attack against Li Xiaoman. Excellent, they seem spirited, Li Xiaoman thought as he unsheathed his bone sword. Charging forward, he skillfully evaded the fireballs and raised his wand. Water flow. The magic array illuminated as water streams lashed out like whips. Ensnaring the nearest crocodile, he then leaped into the air, bringing his bone sword down in a powerful strike. The crocodile, ensnared by the flowing water, could not evade and retaliated by unleashing a fireball. The remaining 2 fiery crocodiles rushed towards him, jaws agape, too slow. Earth spikes. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground, momentarily halting the advance of the other 2 crocodiles. The incoming fireball was cleaved apart by the wind-imbued bone sword. With a fierce strike, the sword pierced through the crocodile's skull, pinning it to the ground. Ping! Killed lava six-legged crocodile LV-19. Experience 600. A decisive blow. Li Xiaoman stood atop the defeated crocodile, withdrawing his bone sword and raising his wand. The wand, wrapped in a vortex of wind, obliterated an incoming fireball, while the flames enveloped his form without causing any detrimental effect. Roar! The two remaining crocodiles circled cautiously, emitting low growls of warning, their companions' demise weighing heavily on their instincts. Until they coordinated an attack, flanking Li Xiaoman from both sides and unleashing a torrent of lava in his direction. Seizing the moment, Li Xiaoman extended his bone wings, propelling himself skyward while simultaneously raising his wand. First-tier magic, Wind Spiral Cone. A dual-colored magic array unfurled, as the earth elements swiftly coalesced into a spiraling stone cone, propelled by wind magic. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, the stone cone spun through the air. Striking one of the fire crocodiles, however, due to the buildup of energy, it missed its head and merely severed its tail. The pain ignited its ferocity, prompting it to unleash a furious barrage of fireballs. Li Xiaoman flapped his bone wings, deftly evading the fireballs while raising his wand once more. First-tier magic, Water Shield. The water transformed into a swirling vortex, enveloping its left arm. Lifted its left arm. Bracing against the inevitable fireball, diving down towards the fiery alligator. The creature opened its maw, flowing with molten magma, leaping from the ground as if to rend Li Xiaoman asunder. Faced with the gaping maw, Li Xiaoman tightened his grip on the wand, channeling immense power into it, and with the momentum of his dive, hurled the wand forward. The wand pierced through the alligator's jaw like a spear. Pinning it to the ground, Li Xiaoman grasped the bone sword tightly, placing a foot upon the alligator's head, and plunged the bone sword down fiercely, penetrating its skull. Ding! You have slain the lava six-legged crocodile LV-17. Gaining 480 experience points. But another fiery alligator seized the opportunity, leaping up to bite at Li Xiaoman's neck. Sneak attack? What a cunning tactic! Li Xiaoman marveled for a moment, then leaned back, bending at the waist. And with a swift kick, retaliated. It was precisely the maneuver that Ilu had once so viciously employed against him. His foot connected with the sneaky alligator's jaw, sending it flying away. Great Spirit of Water. Reveal your arrogance. First-tier magic, Arrow of the Water Spirit. A blue magic circle illuminated before his outstretched palm. Water transformed into arrows, departing from the magic circle, trailing blue tails as they shot towards the alligator's head. The molten skin atop the alligator's head was pierced in an instant, congealing together. The remaining alligator sensed the danger and turned, rushing towards the molten magma. The bone sword in Li Xiaoman's grasp rapidly elongated, transforming into a sharp bone spear. Swift whirlwind, may you bestow upon me the blessing of precision. First-tier magic, Precision. The whirlwind enveloped the bone spear, adjusting its trajectory as Li Xiaoman hurled it found its mark in the alligator's neck. Pinning it to the ground, the alligator thrashed violently, its neck a bloody mess. Li Xiaoman calmly withdrew the wand embedded in the mouth of the pinned alligator, rushing towards the struggling creature, aiming for its head. Do not move. It will be over soon. He struck down with force. The skull caved in instantly, exploding into a mist of blood. Ding! You have slain the lava six-legged crocodile LV-20, gaining 650 experience points. Proficiency requirements met. You have acquired the skill Combat LV-1. Chapter 42. The skeleton encounters the noble team. Ding. Proficiency requirements met. You have acquired the skill Combat LV-1. It felt as though he had suddenly opened the meridians throughout his body. Every bone within him became easily perceptible and controllable. He grasped the wand and attempted to wield it. With a whoosh, the sound of slicing air that had previously required all his strength was now effortlessly produced. The swordsmanship and combat fundamentals taught by Ilu resurfaced in his mind, imprinted deep within his soul. Having practiced, he now comprehended those combat techniques with a newfound clarity. Standing upon the alligator's neck, Li Xiaoman extracted the bone spear from its throat, causing a spray of blood. He then proceeded to extract the magic crystals from the three alligators, skinning the one with the highest level. He snapped off a segment of finger bone, allowing it to grow into a bone needle, which he stitched together simply, draping it over his form. After all, his attire was tattered and barely concealed his bones. Moreover, the skin of the fiery alligator boasted remarkable fire resistance, enduring immersion in magma without issue, making it an ideal piece of fire-resistant gear. He fashioned a belt and leg guards from another alligator's skin, tightly securing the crocodile hide around his waist before continuing on his journey. Discovering a prime ambush location, Li Xiaomon retrieved the magic stone of the Fire Lizard King, intending to employ the same tactic once more, when he heard a series of footsteps drawing near. The sounds were somewhat chaotic, likely indicating a party of adventurers. Swiftly, Li Xiaomon activated his stealth, hiding in a recess of the stone wall. Having acquired combat, his bodily coordination had significantly improved, rendering him much more adept at utilizing these skills. As for why he chose to hide, he was merely a solitary figure navigating the dungeon. Encounters with adventurer teams often ended poorly, with him being swallowed whole. Soon, a 6-member adventurer team came into view. It was a genuine second-tier professional squad led by a well-known adventurer. Through his inquiries over time, Li Xiaomon had memorized the names of notable adventurers and their teams within White Bear City. He recognized this group as the Vance Adventurer Team, a band of adventurers under the banner of the Viscount Vance, often referred to as the Nobles' Hounds by the common adventurers, of course. Such remarks typically stemmed from the jealousy of disheartened adventurers. 90% of the adventurers in White Bear City would curse the nobles' dogs while striving to become one themselves. After all, noble lords possessed ample wealth, spoke little, and provided safety and social security. Among the finely equipped members of the adventurer team, a solitary figure stood out starkly, clad in ragged garments, wearing a collar and iron chains around her neck. She appeared timid, head bowed, barefoot upon the searing rocks of the 21st level, a slave. What purpose does one have for a slave in conquering a dungeon? Li Xiaomon felt a pang of confusion. He wasn't one to advocate for the abolition of slavery or demand equal treatment and respect for the rights of slaves. To voice such sentiments in this era could earn one a royal decree of execution. Even from King Lance himself, Li Xiaomon, being a skeleton, could hardly withstand such a fate. Furthermore, he had no inclination to champion such causes. Yet, it seemed the slave had sensed something, lifting her gaze towards Li Xiaomon's direction. Hidden in the shadows, they locked eyes for a fleeting moment. He beheld the visage of the slave. It was not a human face. The pallid skin bore no trace of color, one eye hollowed out and filled with silver, as if forcibly injected with molten silver. The other eye, intact, had flesh around the socket that appeared unnaturally pink, as though it had only recently healed. Li Xiaomon could almost envision the process of silver being poured into her eye, only to have the silver extracted recently, allowing her to regenerate. To endure such a fate and remain alive was beyond the capacity of any human. He attempted to identify her. Name: Luoluo Na. Race: Vampire. Level: LV-14. Profession: Dark Mage. Description: a dangerous vampire with exceptional regenerative abilities, capable of swiftly recovering health and magical power by consuming blood, yet possessing a vulnerability to sunlight and silver. Why has she halted? One nearby adventurer, noticing her stillness, prodded her neck with his sword. She bowed her head, remaining silent. Deske, another mute. The adventurer paid no heed, for this vampire rarely spoke, only emitting a scream when pierced by a silver sword. Li Xiaomon quietly observed the group as they departed. The vampire slave had not betrayed his presence. He felt a surge of gratitude, albeit not to the extent of feeling compelled to rescue her. A fit of rage for a damsel in distress? That felt somewhat improper. He appeared to be the damsel in distress, while it was Ilu who would be incensed. Li Xiaomon turned in the opposite direction from the adventurer team, continuing to level up with the magic stone of the Fire Lizard King. However, it wasn't long before he noticed something amiss. The fiery alligators seemed to have vanished, and no matter how he coaxed with the magic stone, none emerged from the magma. He recalled the peculiar adventurer team he had just encountered. The moment he laid eyes on them, the fiery alligators had disappeared. It struck him as Li Xiaomon resolved to abandon this level and descend to the 22nd level. The 21st and 22nd levels were separated by a broken lava waterfall. To descend to the next level via the waterfall required navigating a specific path. A misstep would result in certain death. Taking the nearest route, Li Xiaomon cautiously descended to the 22nd level. Upon arrival, he found that the fiery alligators had not vanished as they had on the first level. They swam healthily in the magma. A sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed the issue lay with the 21st level. Yet, just as he was about to joyfully engage in leveling up, all the fiery alligators on the 22nd level vanished as well. This time, Li Xiaomon observed how they disappeared. They seemed to sense an abhorrent presence, all submerging into the depths of the magma. Even those basking at the shore crawled back into the molten depths, vanishing without a trace. What could be the cause? Li Xiaomon sensed the stench of conspiracy. He then made a choice. Perhaps it was best to abandon this expedition, especially since he had completed the quest for the Adventurers Guild. Having confirmed his decision, Li Xiaomon hurried back towards the direction of the 21st level, moving with great speed. Those who have faced death often cherish their lives even more. Now, Li Xiaomon found himself wishing he could slap the version of himself that had carelessly wandered into this alternate world. He did not wish for his future self to resent him for his ignorance in fleeing. He mused that this must be a part of growth. He moved swiftly, only to encounter the Vance Adventurer team once more. How unfortunate! Was he destined to be plagued by ill fortune? Li Xiaomon instinctively felt the urge to conceal himself, yet ultimately restrained the impulse and boldly approached. At this proximity, hiding could very well lead to discovery. Thus, it was more prudent to stride forward, exchange greetings, and promptly vacate the underground city. The two parties collided, both tensing up. Li Xiaomon's current appearance was undeniably imposing. Clad in rugged, fiery red lizard skin paired with leather armor and magical plating. He bore a pair of grand horns and wielded a metal wand stained with remnants of dried blood. "Is that a skeleton?" inquired the only second-tier professional of the Vance team, his voice steady. "Presumably the leader of the opposing group. Do you recognize me?" Li Xiaomon responded, "I believe there are few adventurers in White Bear City who are unfamiliar with the skeleton you." He continued, "Indeed, the rumors of infiltrating over 20 layers alone were true." The leader chuckled, deliberately emphasizing the aspect of being alone. "I am Taro Das, captain of the Vance adventuring team. You may call me Taro." He extended his right hand. "Skeleton." Li Xiaomon reciprocated the gesture, clasping his hand. "I wonder if Mr. Skeleton would be willing to accept a temporary recruitment." Upon hearing Taro's words, Li Xiaomon glanced at his companions, seemingly without an opportunity for refusal. "Then we shall consider it an agreement. Rest assured, you won't have to lift a finger, and the remuneration will not be lacking." It appeared he wished to keep the peculiarities of this place from leaking out. The anomalies concerning the fire crocodiles were indeed masterminded by this motley crew. What could their intentions be? Chapter 43. The skeleton feared not the bloodsucker. After handing Li Xiaomon a sum of gold coins, Taro began introducing the members of his team. First-tier heavy armored knight. Terman. You may call him Rhino. He gestured towards the brawny knight at the forefront of the group. First-tier elemental mage, Laurie Dalink, nicknamed Jellyfish. The black-haired woman in the center of the team nodded. First-tier light priest, Trina Xiaomon, known as Tulip. The blonde woman beside the black-haired mage smiled. First-tier swordsman, Sue, nicknamed Monkey. Monkey cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiaomon before averting his gaze. Taro needed no introduction, as it was evident he was clad in a swordsman's attire. "And what of her?" Li Xiaomon inquired, pointing at the head-down figure of Rorona. "Her? It is it, to be precise. Who knows what it is called? Merely a vampire. By the way, take this. It won't dare approach you. And of course, using it to stab it while it screams is also a delightful pastime." Taro handed Li Xiaomon a silver dagger. The moment the dagger was revealed, Rorona involuntarily trembled. "No need." Li Xiaomon shot a glance at Rorona and returned the dagger. "Very well, but be cautious not to let it drain your blood." Li Xiaomon had no blood to spare for her. Rorona's trembling ceased. He had temporarily joined this menagerie. He observed no anomalies. This adventuring team was no different from an ordinary one, aside from their frequent encounters with fire crocodiles. However, both Li Xiaomon and Taro feigned ignorance, appearing utterly oblivious to the peculiarities of the fire crocodiles. What were their objectives? Could they pose a threat to him? As he followed the adventuring team deeper, these questions occupied his mind. Night fell. Although it was an underground city, the surroundings dimmed slightly. Let us find a place to rest. We shall continue our descent tomorrow, Taro announced, and the other team members voiced no objections as they followed the map to a suitable encampment. Skeleton, please assist Jellyfish in securing the campsite. Upon reaching the location, Taro turned to him, and the elemental mage with a smile Elishomon nodded and raised his wand alongside Jellyfish. Spirits of the Earth, heed my call. First-tier magic. Earth Bastion. 2 yellow magical circles unfolded, causing the ground to tremble. Subsequently, rocks seemed to transform into pliable clay, rising from the earth to form 2 sturdy earthen bastions. Jellyfish then raised her wand, conjuring a rock pool, coalescing a source of water. It seemed that in the underground city, regardless of the configuration, elemental mages were indispensable members. Elishomon mused inwardly. Elemental mages, mobile water sources, fire sources, tents, they were indeed remarkable tools. That night, Elishomon leaned against the stone wall, clutching his wand, and closed his eyes to rest. After all, he was not so carefree as to fall asleep under such circumstances. He contemplated slipping away once everyone had dozed off. However, Rot had evidently anticipated this, assigning the heavy knight, Rhino, to keep a watchful eye on him. Skeleton, how did you manage to slay a noble without consequence? Rhino broached, breaking the long night as silence. Because I have powerful connections. Because the noble lord is wise and just. Detesting evil, unwilling to let his subjects suffer injustice, I am truly grateful to Count White for restoring my honor and innocence, Elishomon boasted without hesitation, relishing the opportunity to spin a yarn. Indeed, the noble lord loved his people as his own children, possessing noble character, lamenting the abundance of vile characters who slandered him from the shadows. To his dismay, he found himself facing a rival in boasting. Indeed, I share that sentiment. The noble lord has always treated us sincerely. We should reciprocate in kind. A tacit understanding formed between them. Ultimately, history has proven that only under the leadership of noble bloodlines can the common folk achieve greatness. However, this fellow could not possibly be serious. Observing Rhino's fervent expression left him bewildered. I was merely jesting. You took it seriously? Suddenly, cries of anguish resounded. Elishomon furrowed his brow and rose to investigate outside. Meanwhile, Rhino remained fervent, appearing as if brainwashed. Outside the earthen bastion, a vampire was shrieking in torment, while the swordsman, nicknamed Monkey, was methodically slicing at the vampire's face with a silver sword. The vampire's mouth had been cut to the cheek, blood oozing from the wound, a truly horrific sight. Isn't it supposed to be mute? It seems rather vocal now. Monkey observed the struggling Rorona, pressing his foot against her neck while continuing to carve with the dagger. Elishomon stepped forward. Is there an issue? Monkey looked up, casting a scornful glance at Elishomon. You're disturbing my sleep? Oh? Is that so? Monkey seized Rorona by her hair and plunged the dagger into her ear. Blood gushing forth, a more piercing scream erupted. I deeply apologize for that. Is that so? Elishomon gripped his wand and, without further ado, struck Monkey across the face. Blood erupted, accompanied by the sound of cracking bone. As several teeth flew out, stained with blood, I too apologize. You bastard. How dare you hit me, Monkey? Regaining his composure, drew his sword and swung it at Elishomon. Elishomon calmly deflected the incoming blade with his wand, delivering a merciless kick aimed at Monkey's groin. Just as the kick was about to connect, Monkey was seized by the neck and yanked backward, narrowly evading the blow. Skeleton, what do you mean by this? Rot glared at Elishomon. Displeasure etched across his brow. I said, he was disturbing my sleep. Captain, kill that bastard. Why is he still alive? If he escapes, the matter here. Slap. Rot swiftly turned and slapped Monkey on the opposite cheek. Monkey was jolted awake by the slap, regaining his composure and realizing what he had just said. Yes, my apologies, he quickly offered to Rot. Skeleton, if you're a clever person, you should understand. Rot, ignoring Monkey, fixed his gaze on Elishomon. I merely found it too noisy. I appreciate tranquility, do you not? Elishomon waved his hand dismissively, indicating he had heard nothing. I too appreciate tranquility. Rot's serious expression transformed into a warm smile in an instant. The art of changing faces, that is splendid news. Li Xiaoman turned around, his gaze sweeping over the vampire. At this moment, the vampire had shrunk into the farthest corner possible, yet the chains around her neck ensured she could not stray too far. She curled up, hugging her legs, as the wounds on her face, inflicted by the silver dagger, began to heal gradually. The instant their eyes met, she hurriedly lowered her head, evading his gaze. Chapter 44. The skeleton discovers anomaly. The following day, the atmosphere within the team grew peculiar. The injuries on the monkey's face had been healed by Tulip, the light priestess. However, he did not conceal his resentful glare, which remained fixed on Li Xiaoman. The other team members also subtly isolated Li Xiaoman, feigning ignorance of his questions and remarks, creating distance between themselves and him. As a fragile mage, he found himself marginalized to the periphery of the group. Despite Li Xiaoman's robust constitution of 28, which might even rival that of heavily armored knights, he felt the sting of exclusion. Now, among the 7-member team, Li Xiaoman and the vampire walked isolated from the others. To them, allowing Li Xiaoman to walk alongside a creature like the vampire seemed the utmost insult. Yet, Li Xiaoman remained unfazed. He observed the legendary being beside him with considerable interest. He attempted to strike up a conversation. But upon hearing his voice, Lorona trembled involuntarily, unable to respond. His peculiar behavior drew the odd stares of the others, as if they were witnessing something heretical and grotesque. Especially Tulip, the light priestess, whose disdain nearly rivaled that of the monkey from the previous night, who had laughed himself silly at Li Xiaoman's expense. The Church of the Light Goddess appeared to harbor a profound aversion to heretical beings. Given that the Church of the Light Goddess was the state religion of the Lance United Kingdom, with the populace holding varying degrees of faith in her, it was clear that Li Xiaoman's identity as a skeleton must remain concealed. Otherwise, the consequences would be far more dire than the vampire's plight. At least she possessed a human facade, while he, with his skeletal visage and intellect, would likely be branded a heretic and burned at the stake. It wasn't until they reached the 22nd and 23rd levels, where they encountered a few fire alligators, that they proceeded cautiously in a line. Skeleton, you walk in front, Captain Roth instructed Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman nonchalantly moved to the front of the group. On the 23rd level, the temperature surged once more. The river of lava here nearly coalesced into a lake, covering the black rocks and significantly reducing the available walking space. Everyone felt uncomfortable, beads of sweat forming on their brows. The jellyfish was ensconced at the center of the group, continuously releasing water currents that entwined around the others. As the others shunned Li Xiaoman, he, too, did not force his presence upon them, merely using water magic to shield himself. Unexpectedly, the earrings gifted to him by Ilu exuded a chilling aura at this level, easing the discomfort in his bones. Moreover, the monsters at this level had transformed. A new type of red flying creature, resembling a pterosaur, emerged in the air, continuously launching fireballs from above. Although its damage was less severe than the fire alligators lurking beneath the lava, its ability to fly made it more troublesome. Furthermore, it could dive down and attack with its sharp wings. Species: Firewing Beast Level, LV-20 Type, Magical Creature Description: a magical creature with the ability to fly, capable of launching fire attacks from high altitudes. Beware its razor-sharp wings and keep an eye on your head. The Vance adventuring team coordinated seamlessly, methodically dealing with the aerial assaults. Their combat quality and teamwork were exceptionally high, honed through countless trials in the dungeon. Li Xiaoman raised his wand, occasionally casting earth spikes, relishing the opportunity to fish for experience. With a stroke of luck, he might even land a finishing blow, which was quite gratifying. However, this encounter was fleeting, as the firewing beasts, like the fire alligators, soon retreated. Despite participating fully in the battle, Li Xiaoman could not discern how the team accomplished their feats. Was it merely fear from witnessing their comrades perish? Such a notion would surely qualify as this year's comedic highlight. Li Xiaoman found himself perplexed. He was resolute in his decision to flee. The more bizarre the situation became, the more perilous it seemed. However, he could sense Roth's watchful gaze behind him. If he attempted to escape now, he would undoubtedly be besieged. How infuriating! It would have been better to strike decisively at their first meeting, taking them by surprise to carve a path out. The current predicament felt too passive. If he were to fly, the Light Priestess would wield holy light capable of countering skeletons, and Tro would not be a mere decoration as a second-tier practitioner. He would likely be shot down before he could take off. The more he pondered, the more uncertain he felt. Upon entering the 24th level, the situation mirrored that of the 23rd level as a horde of monsters surged forth. Li Xiaomon boldly charged to the forefront, primarily for the sake of experience. At this juncture, it was more prudent to accumulate experience points and strive for strength, thereby increasing his chances of escape. Tro was somewhat astonished by Li Xiaomon's enthusiasm but said nothing further. Ding! Killed lava six-legged fire alligator LV-21. Experience 700 experience points are now full, leveled up to LV-19 Constitution 1. Spirit 1 free attribute point 1 then. Familiar energy coursed through his right arm, accompanied by the searing pain of flames. Without hesitation, Li Xiaomon allocated his free attribute point to his Constitution. Constitution 1. The pain subsided somewhat, allowing him to mask his discomfort. After trudging a short distance, the pain finally faded. Strength 1. His three-dimensional attributes had transformed to Strength, 1920 Constitution, 3030 Spirit, 2930 free attribute points. One more level up would grant him another opportunity for evolution. The level cap of LV-20 could be shattered. Following this skirmish, as Li Xiaomon had anticipated, they encountered no further monster attacks. The Team's atmosphere gradually shifted to one of fervor, advancing like fervent zealots on a pilgrimage. It seemed they were drawing ever closer to their goal. Reflecting on the bloodline ideology displayed by the rhinoceros and the fervent belief in nobility, Li Xiaomon could not help but suspect that this small team had been brainwashed by the Baron Vance. The thought of death soldiers crossed his mind. Had these individuals been sent into the dungeon under some command from Baron Vance, with no intention of returning alive? Li Xiaomon sought to retreat towards the back of the group. Skeleton, you walk in front. Tro's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and soon, all members raised their weapons, directing their gaze at Li Xiaomon. He was compelled to comply and walk at the forefront. After an indeterminate time, the group came to a halt. This will do, Tro announced. Before them lay a vast lake of lava. He then retrieved a large magic stone from his pocket, resembling a massive heart. Female bat, it is time for your performance. Tro handed the magic stone to Lorona and drew his silver sword, pressing it against her neck. Her skin reddened as if scalded by fire. With no avenue for retreat, she was forced to grasp the magic stone. Instantly, a molten-like substance seeped from the stone, invading her flesh. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air as her blood seemed to transform into magma. Her body steaming and emitting wisps of smoke. Chapter 45. The skeleton's overzealous justice screams of agony erupted from Lorona's lips, her pained wails resonating as if from the depths of her soul. This filthy creature can actually contribute to Lord Vance, Tro exclaimed, his tone laden with incredulity. Lord Vance is truly benevolent. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly sinister as the lava bubbled, and one fire alligator after another emerged from the depths, as if the entire labyrinth's fire alligators were converging here. With the magic stone of the Fire Lizard King, Li Xiaomon could attract 2 or 3 fire alligators. Yet, the stone Tro had produced managed to draw all the fire alligators of this level. The sound of wings flapping filled the air as fire-winged beasts began to descend from the sky. Skeleton, is this not magnificent? To sacrifice for Lord Vance is a privilege you should cherish. Tro proclaimed, arms outstretched, fervently shouting. These fire alligators and fire-winged beasts will traverse the dungeon, aiding Lord Vance in becoming the new count. Be grateful for my salvation. Skeleton, run. A foreign voice pierced through, belonging to the vampire Lorona. The term skeleton used by her was not merely a reference to his title, but rather to his very race. Had she recognized her kin from the outset? Reflecting on the way she had gazed at him when she first spotted him lurking in the shadows, it now dawned on him that it had been a look of recognition for a fellow creature. Did she regard him as one of her kind? Suddenly, shadows began to spread from beneath her feet, twisting into what resembled tentacles that reached out towards the others. You bastard! You can still talk! The monkey unleashed a fierce curse, severing the shadowy tendrils beneath him. However, in an instant, those tendrils appeared as though drenched in blood, transforming into a deep crimson hue, withstanding the onslaught of the crowd. Larona's complexion grew increasingly pallid, resembling that of a corpse. Should she flee? This was a prime opportunity. Elishiomon gazed at the vampire, her expression serene, as if liberated. This was her fight for survival. She wished for her kin to escape. There was no need for hesitation. Revenge could be sought later. How contemptible! One must repay kindness with kindness. Lishiomon drew forth her bone sword, her form gliding towards Tulip like a wraith. After all, this light priest posed the greatest threat to her. "How dare you?" Tulip exclaimed in shock, yet her legs were bound and she could not move. Only able to raise her staff. Holy light barrier. A golden shield of holy light materialized before her. Elishiomon gripped her bone sword tightly, thrusting it violently towards the barrier. Under immense force, the holy light barrier caved inward, eventually punctured like a membrane. The jellyfish had already raised her wand, launching a fireball. Rather than retreating, Lishiomon advanced boldly, striking the bone sword deep into Tulip's smooth neck. Ding! Kill Light Priest LV-19. Experience 500. Cherishing beauty? This would become this year's second comedic highlight. Subsequently, she hoisted Tulip's lifeless body and hurled it towards the unavoidable fireball. Using the corpse as a shield, she withstood the fiery blast. Tulip's body was instantly reduced to charred remains, exploding into fragments. Skeleton. The remaining allies gaped in horror, especially the jellyfish, whose delicate features were twisted in fury at the destruction of Tulip's body. Elishiomon, propelled by the explosion, distanced herself and raised her wand. First-tier magic, stone shield. Rocks coalesced into a shield, forming at the forefront of her left arm. Larona's bindings were nearing their limit. Elishiomon could only unleash her most potent single-target attack. A tricolored magic circle of red, yellow, and indigo unfurled at the tip of her wand. Fire elements compressed, enveloped in stone, as a whirlwind swirled forward, until the lava stone cone spun to its utmost limit. First-tier magic, lava whirlwind cone. The mixed element magic drew a straight red tail, emitting a sound akin to a rupture, shooting towards Rot. How infuriating! Rot roared, gripping his long sword tightly. Minor strength enhancement, minor reaction enhancement, minor defense enhancement, heavy slash. Rot's muscles swelled, veins bulging on his hands gripping the sword's hilt. Multicolored light flickered across his body. The sword emitted a continuous stream of red sword energy, raised high as if gathering power, ready to cleave down with the force of an avalanche. The moment the lava cone struck, the sword light descended, striking precisely at the tip of the spinning stone cone. A chunk shattered from the sword blade, and Rot's palm split open, his arms numb from the impact. Yet he cleaved the lava cone in two. The severed lava cone exploded, debris engulfed in lava erupted into a fiery whirl. Tro could no longer withstand it, hurtling backward, his equipment in tatters, exposed flesh charred in patches. At this moment, the others had also broken free from Larona's bindings, forming a line and charging towards Lishiomon. The rhinoceros led the charge, the monkey darted about, the jellyfish followed, and Tro tended to his wounds. Mobile heavy armor, the rhinoceros bellowed, a layer of golden light enveloping his heavy armor as he charged at Lishiomon. The monkey closely followed, using the rhinoceros as a shield against Lishiomon's attacks. First-tier magic, earth spikes. Lishiomon thrust towards the ground, and large spikes erupted from the rocky surface, one after another. Yet the rhinoceros did not flinch. Relying on his heavy armor to shatter the spikes, Lishiomon had no intention of being courteous. With bone wings unfurling from her back, she flapped them to evade the jellyfish's onslaught, soaring into the sky. Raising her left hand, her skeletal arm twisted and grew, forming a series of circular bone tubes. First-tier magic, Gatling. As the barrels revolved on her left arm, bone projectiles rained down like a torrential downpour. The dense barrage suppressed the others, preventing them from lifting their heads. What kind of demonic magic is this? Is it a magical artifact? Utilizing a round of Gatling fire, Lishiomon raised her other hand, gripping her wand. First-tier magic, lava wind spiral cone. Employing the same tactic again, it was evidently ineffective. This magic required too long to charge, making it difficult to hit a moving target. Time was running short. The fire crocodile and firewing beast were accelerating, and she had to fight desperately. Elishomon glanced at her right arm, gripping her wand tightly. She activated the magical artifact, the Fire Lizard King Gauntlet. In an instant, flames erupted from within, enveloping Elishomon in a fiery aura. She raised her hand, gathering a multitude of fireballs, and hurled them down, akin to a meteor shower. Following the descent of the fireballs, she charged towards the jellyfish shielded in the rear. It was crucial to eliminate the ranged threat first. You shall not pass. The heavy armored warrior quickly positioned himself in front of the jellyfish. Raising his large shield, the monkey also thrust his long sword forward. However, Elishomon did not dodge. She took the strike head-on, impaled through the heart. This move has always been effective, a lesson learned from the skeleton. The flames twisted and consumed, crashing into the heavy armored warrior. The warrior staggered under the immense force and heat, revealing the jellyfish behind him. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all, Elishomon, with the long sword pierced through her chest, advanced, gripping the jellyfish by the neck and lifting her aloft. Apologies, my heart has always been on the right side. The flames coursed up her arm, engulfing the jellyfish. Ding! Kill Elemental Mage LV20. Experience 600. Chapter 46. The Skeleton Battles in the Lava. Bastard! Rot glared at Elishomon, who had unhesitatingly incinerated the jellyfish, disregarding his still recovering injuries, charging forward with his long sword raised. Elishomon, making the most of the situation, hurled the charred corpse of the jellyfish towards the charging Rot, kicking the remains against the rhinoceros's armor, causing it to slide backward. Monkey! Rot dodged the thrown corpse, shouting out. The monkey drew a spare short sword from his waist, glowing red, speed burst, creating an afterimage in the air. The short sword ruthlessly aimed for Elishomon's head. Elishomon raised her left arm, deflecting the thrust, and swung her wand. Casually conjuring a fireball in her hand, she hurled it at the monkey. The monkey swiftly evaded, using the momentum to execute a spinning kick aimed at Elishomon's chest. Fire shield. The flames engulfing her coalesced at her chest, forming a thick fire shield that absorbed the kick. The monkey hastily attempted to retract his leg, but it was too late. Elishomon seized the monkey's leg, pinning it under her arm, and kicked towards the monkey's other leg with her flaming right foot. The monkey lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Earth spikes. Elishomon quickly unleashed magic, and a yellowish magic circle unfolded on the ground, piercing a sharp spike. The monkey fell onto the spike, impaled through the chest, spitting out blood. Seizing the opportunity, Elishomon stomped on the monkey's head with force. The monkey's skull exploded beneath her foot, shattered bones scattering brain matter everywhere. Ding! Kill Swordsman LV19. Experience 500. At this moment, only the heavy armored warrior, the rhinoceros, and Rot remained. Heavy charge. The rhinoceros's eyes blazed red as he charged forward. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him. Rushing towards Elishomon, Elishomon kicked the monkey's corpse away, sending it flying towards the rhinoceros. To her surprise, the rhinoceros charged through the monkey's remains without hesitation, his blood-soaked armor undeterred in its advance towards Elishomon. Rot also transformed into a streak of light, dashing low to the ground, delivering a slashing attack from the side. Die! Anger echoed from both directions simultaneously. Elishomon withdrew the sword embedded in her chest, disregarding accuracy, and hurled it at the heavy armored warrior. Then, brandishing her wand, flames swirled around her. First-tier magic, Sea of Flames. As the wand struck the ground, a tsunami of flames erupted, radiating outward from Elishomon. Mobile heavy armor. The rhinoceros glowed with golden light once more, plunging into the sea of flames. Rot, on the other hand, swung his sword, breaking through the fiery curtain, slashing towards Elishomon's neck. Elishomon raised her wand, deflecting the sword strike, but was violently slammed by the rhinoceros, sending her flying. She bore the impact of the charge. Even with her resilience, she heard a crack in her bones. Some parts were likely slightly fractured. Rot sped after Elishomon, Unleashing a barrage of thrusts before she could react, Li Xiaoman swung her left arm's stone shield, continuously blocking, however, as the strikes grew more rapid and relentless. The stone shield finally shattered into countless fragments. The long sword pierced through the broken shield, gleaming coldly as it aimed for Li Xiaoman's neck. With a desperate maneuver, Li Xiaoman crossed her wand, narrowly deflecting the strike. Yet her spine bore a deep gash from the blade. Her head nearly flew off. Second-tier professionals are indeed formidable. Limit break. Rote unleashed his skills once more. A crimson glow enveloped him, his muscles straining against the confines of his skin, his eyes bulging and turned a blood-red hue, while the veins on his skin throbbed visibly. With a swift rotation of his body, he unleashed a faster strike with his sword. Even before the blade reached its target, the sword's aura sent tingles of discomfort through Li Xiaoman's bones. In an instant, Li Xiaoman's left arm was severed. Sent flying by the sheer speed of the attack, it was too fast. Li Xiaoman wielded his wand as a sword, slashing toward the incoming edge. The agonizing sound of friction filled the air as the very rocks beneath his feet crumbled to dust under the immense force. Seeing Rote poised for another strike, Li Xiaoman summoned the flames within him, directing all of his fiery essence toward Rote. The flames surged forth, causing Rote to stagger slightly and sustain additional burns. Li Xiaoman quickly created distance, launching fireballs one after another. Rote's body sank slightly as he swung his sword, conjuring a phantom-like arc of light. The fireballs were sliced apart in succession by the sword's radiance, dissipating into flickering embers. As he launched the last fireball, he left behind an afterimage, his true form darting toward Li Xiaoman in tandem with the sword's glow. Gripping his wand tightly, Li Xiaoman felt the flames entwining around it. A whirlwind penetrated the flames, lifting the wand into the air, spinning rapidly as it was engulfed by both fire and wind. With a fierce shout, he hurled the wand with tremendous force, the air compressing and emitting a thunderous roar akin to the cry of a great beast. Rote, witnessing the approach of the wand, bellowed and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. With a heavy slash, he brought the blade down diagonally, imbued with colossal strength, toward the wand. The wand spun at breakneck speed, the scorching fire singeing Rote's eyebrows and curling his hair. The two forces collided violently. Rote's shoes could no longer withstand the pressure, exploding like a butterfly, reduced to charred rags. His bare feet sank into the rocky ground, his nails shattering and bleeding profusely. In agony, Rote's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, blood seeping from his clenched teeth. The latent power within him erupted forth, the blade of his sword cleaving through the flames and sending the wand flying. Impaling it into a distant stone wall, he panted heavily, blood staining the hilt of his sword and the ground beneath him, the gash in his palm revealing glimpses of bone. Yet, Li Xiaoman offered him no respite. He charged forward, the bone sword trailing the currents of wind, aiming to cleave Rote down. Rote hastily raised his sword, retreating toward the direction of the rhinoceros. However, the fire of souls in Li Xiaoman's eyes flared up, and with a swift motion, he retracted the bone sword, executing a mid-air spin before striking again. The combined force of two strikes landed heavily upon the gap in Rote's sword, causing cracks to spread further. Oh no! Rote realized the peril just as Li Xiaoman seized the opportunity. Sword techniques erupted forth, transforming into phantoms as he unleashed a torrent of strikes, each blow raining down upon the gap with the ferocity of a tempest. Each successive strike bore greater power, and with a final, resounding crack, the sword shattered under the relentless assault of the bone sword. Splitting into two. Rote stumbled back, the rhinoceros closing in. Li Xiaoman hurriedly advanced, closing the distance. Spikes of earth erupted from the ground, forcing Rote to defend with his broken sword, shattering the obstructive spikes nearby. Yet, amidst the shattered remnants, a severed arm emerged. Li Xiaoman's left arm, previously cleaved off, devoid of flesh and blood. Suddenly, that severed arm transformed into a bone spike, lunging toward Rote's throat. Rote attempted to block it with his broken sword, but it was far too short to intercept the bone spike in time. The spike plunged deeply into Rote's neck. Ding. You have slain a swordsman. LV-23, experience 1000. Li Xiaoman stood atop Rote's corpse, Withdrawing the bone spike and turning his gaze toward the rhinoceros, he cast aside his cloak, revealing a horrifying skull, and reattached the bone spike to his severed arm. There was no longer a need to conceal his identity. The bones writhed and grew, reconnecting seamlessly. "What manner of monster are you?" "A skeleton," he replied politely, then charged toward the rhinoceros, the bone sword carving a graceful crescent in the air as it descended. Chapter 47. The skeleton withdraws from the Undercity. "Immovable fortress," the rhinoceros bellowed. A golden barrier unfurled. The bone sword that Li Xiaomon had struck was deflected with a single blow. He abandoned the use of the bone sword. After all, he was not a swordsman and lacked sword techniques. Relying instead on close combat combined with magic for tactical advantage, it was unrealistic to expect high damage output from swordsmanship alone. He withdrew the wand embedded in the stone wall, aiming it at the rhinoceros, who, despite wanting to evade, dared not dispel the immovable fortress. Gritting his teeth, he focused intently on Li Xiaomon, his muscles taut like iron. A red, yellow, and blue tri-layered magic circle ignited. Flames compressed, rock spikes enveloped, and winds spiraled forward. This time, however, he did not invoke fire magic but rather explosive magic, first-tier magic, explosive whirlwind spike. The spiraling spike shot forth, crashing violently against the golden barrier. The barrier buckled inward, the spiraling spike drilling a hole through it, becoming lodged in the center. Then, it detonated with a violent explosion. The immovable fortress was instantly breached, the shockwave sending the rhinoceros hurtling back. His armor cracked significantly from the force. First-tier magic, fireball rain. A series of red magic circles opened in the air, unleashing a barrage of fireballs upon the rhinoceros. Clenching his shield, the rhinoceros faced the onslaught with rising despair. He braced against the shield, enduring fireball after fireball. With each impact, the shield grew hotter, its surface beginning to melt. After withstanding a volley of fireballs, the rhinoceros's hands were scorched and blistered against the shield. Yet he held steadfast. Li Xiaomon, not hearing the system notification, raised his wand again, summoning a fresh wave of magic circles for a second barrage. Ding! You have slain a heavily armored soldier LV-20, experience 600. Finally, the system notification echoed in his ears. In the distance, amidst the swirling dust, the shield had melted halfway. A corpse slumped against it, its arms encased in molten metal, fused with the shield. Only then did Li Xiaomon retract his wand. Approaching the vampire Rorona, "I will carry you away." He hoisted Rorona, tearing away the magic stone that had fused with her flesh. Unfurling his bone wings and soaring toward the upper levels of the Undercity. This moment, they were surrounded by a horde of fire crocodiles and fire-winged beasts. "Lord Skeleton, please set me free. I no longer wish to live." The weak voice of the vampire resonated. "It is not yet a crisis. If it comes to a point where I must abandon you, I will do so." Li Xiaomon replied, conjuring a wind magic circle behind him, propelling them forward significantly as he spoke. "It is good that Lord Skeleton thinks this way. I have endured torment from humans for so long. Encountering you at the end is enough to bring me joy. Curse it, this fellow is already declaring his death sentence. Generally, characters uttering such words do not live long. I wish to see the sunset I beheld in my childhood just once more. Do not stack buffs any further. If you do, even the goddess of light herself would not escape unscathed." Li Xiaomon tightened his grip on the wand, summoning another wind magic circle and propelling them forward. They collided with a fire-winged beast head dash on. Li Xiaomon drew his bone sword, lifting his wand, standing resolute against the roaring creature without flinching. Mud bullet. The yellow and blue magic circles flared to life, the mud bullet striking the fire-winged beast's eye with precision. Subsequently, the wand, imbued with wind magic, swatted away the incoming fireballs. The two forces drew perilously close. Li Xiaomon raised his bone sword, skillfully thrusting it forward. Piercing through the fire-winged beast's skull, scalding blood splattered everywhere. Ding! You have slain a fire-winged beast LV-19. Experience 500. Ignoring the notification before him, he kicked the fire-winged beast's corpse aside, flapping his wings and using wind magic to propel himself toward the 23rd level. The immense lava waterfall, when viewed from below, was nothing short of breathtaking. The scorching heat wave assaulted Li Xiaomon, causing him to sway mid-flight, the heat searing painfully against his bones. Rorona quickly conjured a layer of darkness to shield him from the heat. "But what about you? As long as you are unharmed, I am fine that I am a vampire. Even if injured, I can recover. I would be satisfied to die for you, my lord." Rorona managed a faint smile. No longer indulging, he darted toward the waterfall, the wind magic ceaselessly generating upward drafts. They ascended rapidly, distancing themselves from the molten rock, the temperature rising ever higher, until they finally surged toward the 23rd level. However, the fire crocodiles and fire-winged beasts surged up in a frenzied swarm, refusing to relent in their pursuit. "Why, lord, we must destroy that magic stone to quell this monster riot. Otherwise, these creatures will continue their ascent and break free from the Undercity. Can we discard it?" Li Xiaomon cast his gaze upon the heart-shaped magic stone nestled within his waist pouch. "I apologize, my lord, but unless it is destroyed, discarding it would be futile." Li Xiaomon attempted to shatter the stone, yet its impenetrable hardness was beyond his capacity to break. "Lord Skeleton, I could integrate the stone into my body. Then you could cast me into the magma, thereby obliterating the stone." Lorona proposed, that as a last resort. "There must be another way." Li Xiaomon declined her suggestion. "Lord Skeleton, you are the only one who does not despise me and is willing to show me kindness. Before meeting you, I endured endless suffering and torment. Crying out only summoned greater agony. If it is for your sake that I die, then death would no longer be painful. There are no other options left, Lord Skeleton. If this drags on, I might bring about your demise. And I shall not depart this world in peace." Lorona reached out, attempting to take the magic stone from Li Xiaomon's waist, intending to leap into the abyss. "Stop. I insist there are other solutions." Li Xiaomon was determined to survive atop the corpses of his enemies, not upon the remains of his companions. A solution, a solution. How to destroy the stone? How to destroy the stone? A spark of inspiration flickered in Li Xiaomon's eyes as he turned to Lorona. "Can a vampire regrow an arm if it is severed?" "Indeed," Lorona answered. "In that case, would you be able to assimilate this magic stone entirely into your left arm's bone? If you deceive me, I shall harbor a lasting hatred for you." How vexing. What a juvenile remark, she thought, reflecting on her own degradation to utter such words. However, for the current Lorona, that declaration of disdain held significant weight. "Very well, but that would merely alter the stone's form. Even if my arm were to be severed and cast into the magma, the stone would remain intact," Lorona cautioned. "Not in that manner of destruction, but rather through digestion." Li Xiaomon handed the magic stone to Lorona. "From here on, you must adhere strictly to my commands. Do you understand?" Li Xiaomon instructed with utmost seriousness. Chapter 48. The skeleton inserts a new bone. Lorona accepted the magic stone with her left hand, inhaled deeply, and gripped it tightly. Blood began to seep from her palm into the stone, causing the heart-shaped gem to pulsate as if it were a living heart. Gritting her teeth, she fought back the pain. She contemplated whether to seize the moment to assimilate the stone into her entire body and then leap into the magma. "Trust me, if you integrate the stone into your arm, we can both survive," Li Xiaomon calmly urged, observing her hesitation. At that moment, the fire crocodiles and fire-winged beasts were drawing ever closer, navigating against the flow of the lava waterfall. "Yes, Lord Skeleton." Lorona ultimately resolved to trust him and began absorbing the energy from the stone, merging it into her arm's bone. The skin on her left arm gradually dissolved, followed by her muscles, as though her entire arm were submerged in concentrated sulfuric acid. Unable to suppress her cries of pain, Lorona let out a wail. The stone continued to pulsate, shrinking in size as it penetrated her flesh and melded with the bone of her arm. Li Xiaomon held his breath, encouraging her, as the stone vanished entirely. The flesh of Lorona's arm dissolved, transforming into a ruby-like bone. The energy within the bone began to corrode the flesh on her shoulder. Without hesitation, Li Xiaomon swung his bone sword and swiftly severed the arm bone. "Lord Skeleton, did I perform adequately?" Lorona's breath grew faint as she gazed at him with pleading eyes. Indeed, you did splendidly. Then that is a relief, Lorona exhaled, seemingly concerned that she had not met expectations. Now, leave the rest to me. Li Xiaoman regarded the left arm bone in his grasp. The success or failure hinged upon this moment. He forcefully tore off his left arm bone and affixed the ruby-like fragment to his shoulder. The arm bone from the previously frozen sword had nearly caused him to explode. Ultimately, it was the energy from the fused bone that assisted him in drawing his sword, preventing disaster. Now, his physical constitution had significantly improved since that time. With an increase of 30 points in constitution, he should be able to endure. Moreover, he had a few free attribute points, which he could utilize in a crisis to bolster his constitution. Bone transformation. The bones began to grow, connecting and merging with the left arm bone. Crimson energy surged through his entire being in an instant. Starting from the point of connection, his white bones rapidly turned a vivid red. In the blink of an eye, his scapula and several ribs transformed into a pale red hue. The intense pain caused Li Xiaoman's flying form to wobble dangerously, nearly sending him crashing into the magma. Lord Skeleton, this is too perilous. Give me the arm bone, the little vampire exclaimed upon witnessing the dire situation. No, once something enters my mouth, I shall not regurgitate it. Li Xiaoman stubbornly shook his head. Resembling a child caught stealing freshly cooked, scalding meat, unwilling to relinquish it despite the burning blisters forming in his mouth. This level of discomfort is still bearable. The red energy continued to spread from the left arm bone to the other bones. However, the blood-like hue on the left arm bone seemed to lighten slightly, as if diluted. Despite the agonizing strain, he continued to fly, while his spine and most of his ribs were stained a pale red. Red splotches began to appear upon his facial bones. Lorona, perched upon his shoulder, scratched at his bones anxiously like a distressed kitten. The pain coursing through him did not dissipate with time. Rather, it intensified. At that moment, the left half of his body had turned a pale red, with the coloration deepening further. Yet, the hue of the left arm bone had also significantly faded. Just as Li Xiaoman believed he could endure. An unexpected occurrence transpired. The red energy audaciously spread to his right arm bone. It is worth noting that although his right arm bone appeared inconspicuous, it harbored the essence of a slumbering dragon. The dormant energy, which only seeped out in minute quantities during his level-ups, was enough to grant him a stable one in strength. Provoked by this red energy, it was akin to igniting a powder keg. In an instant, a torrent of energy erupted from his right arm bone, likely amounting to several times the energy he usually gained during level-ups. Suddenly, the right side of Li Xiaoman's body was overwhelmed, and a cacophony of cracking sounds echoed as the bones began to splinter. Crack, crack, crack. Unable to withstand the pain any longer, he emitted the sound of a skeleton's natural voice. Increase your constitution. Quickly add to your constitution. Li Xiaoman summoned his interface without hesitation and allocated points to his constitution. Damn it, this time I might just end up obliterating myself. Who could have known these two forces would be incompatible? A new wave of energy surged into the fray, gently healing wounds and soothing his pain. Yet, a mere increase in constitution could not withstand the destructive force of these two energies. At this moment, the two energies clashed against his chest, one from the left and one from the right. I need new free attribute points to survive. In the face of crisis, having died once before, Li Xiaoman quickly regained his composure. Level up. I must level up. Only by leveling up can I acquire constitution and free points to endure. The experience bar was only just past halfway. This modest increase in constitution should allow him to hold on for a while before his body collapsed. Vampire, listen closely. We must fight with all our might from here on out. Assist me in forging ahead. Only then can we both survive, Li Xiaoman declared, shouldering Lorona, the dark mage. As long as Lord Skeleton can survive, I would gladly offer my life. Li Xiaoman turned his direction, charging towards the multitude of fire-winged beasts pursuing him. Raising his wand, he no longer dared to haphazardly draw ribs as bone swords given his unstable condition. Fortunately, the left arm bone he had just torn off was still usable. Grasping the left arm bone, It writhed and elongated, transforming into a slender bone sword. The fire-winged beasts, witnessing Li Xiumon's change in direction, puffed out their chests in unison. Subsequently, fiery molten fireballs erupted from their mouths, raining down upon Li Xiumon. First-tier magic, Water Wall. The magic circle unfolded, and water coalesced into a barrier that shielded him from a barrage of fireballs, which dissipated into white steam. Li Xiumon plunged into the steam, charging toward the nearest fire-winged beast. That particular beast let out a shriek and soared towards him, its body engulfed in flames as if draped in feathers. Dark binding, Lorona raised her hand, shadows morphing into tendrils that ensnared the fire-winged beast, momentarily halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiumon swung his bone sword, unleashing a blade of light that struck one of the beast's wings with tremendous force. Scalding blood splattered through the air as one wing was severed. Ignoring the blood staining his body, Li Xiumon redirected his wand towards the plummeting fire-winged beast. First-tier magic, Whirlwind Cone. The yellow and blue two-color magic array unfurled, as a whirlwind enveloped a spiraling stone cone, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, streaking across the vast sky towards the fire-winged beast. With a resounding crack, it pierced through the creature's head. Ding! You have slain Fire-Winged Beast LV-18. Experience 440. Observing the notification, Li Xiumon flapped his bony wings and ascended into the heights. Fireballs surged towards his ascending figure. Li Xiumon deftly controlled every bone in his body, wielding his sword and wand, twisting and weaving through the rain of fireballs. Chapter 49. The Skeleton's Lottery Pool. Lava Six-Legged Fire Crocodile Pool. First-tier magic, Whirlwind Shield. Li Xiumon conjured two magic arrays, simultaneously manifesting a wind shield on his and Lorona's arms. Thereafter, he dove from the heights towards the horde of fire-winged beasts below. Using Fire Escape to deflect the incoming fireballs, he gripped his wand tightly. Go. He hurled the wand with force, which spun and embedded itself into the body of a fire-winged beast. Immediately, Li Xiumon seized Lorona, disregarding the fireballs around them, and plunged towards the fire-winged beast. First-tier magic, Water Ball. The magic array expanded, water coalescing into numerous water balls, which collided with several fireballs that were about to strike him. He delivered a powerful kick to the fire-winged beast's head, its flesh exploding upon impact. Lorona extended her hand, shadows transforming into tendrils, extracting the wand embedded in the fire-winged beast. Li Xiumon grasped the wand and shoved it into the creature's mouth. First-tier magic, Water Explosion. The water surged forth, bursting the fire-winged beast's head. Ding! You have slain Fire-Winged Beast LV-19. Experience 500. He then grasped the fire-winged beast's wing, tearing its massive body and tossing it behind him. A torrent of fireballs rained upon the carcass, yet some fireballs penetrated the corpse, hurtling towards Li Xiumon. He swung his wand fiercely, dispersing several fireballs, but his body was still scorched with pain. Lorona fared worse, her body marred with significant burns. Wishing to ascend higher, they were blocked by several fire-winged beasts, with a deluge of fireballs pouring down. Water Wall. Li Xiumon swiftly raised his wand, conjuring a water wall to shield against the fireballs, then redirected his descent. Utilizing the steam as cover, he turned his wand upwards, a vast yellow magic array unfurling. First-tier magic, Earth Bullet. The earth bullets pierced through the steam, targeting the descending fire-winged beasts. First-tier magic, Water Flow Whirlwind Cone. A tricolored magic array opened. A mixture of water, earth, and wind attributes began to gather power, aimed at the steam. Lorona also extended her hand. The first shadow pierced through the steam. Dark Binding. The tangible darkness coalesced into chains, ensnaring the fire-winged beast. Li Xiumon, in perfect synchrony, unleashed the charged water flow whirlwind cone, emitting a sound of air being sliced, striking the fire-winged beast's head with precision. Its head was instantly pierced. Ding! You have slain Fire-Winged Beast LV-19. Experience 500. With a successful strike, Li Xiumon swiftly continued his flight into the distance, yet a violent pain surged within him, causing him to stagger. A barrage of fireballs approached once more. He quickly stifled the pain, adjusted his wand, and opened a water curtain. However, a fire-winged beast burst forth from the molten lava below, cloaked in flowing magma. opening its massive jaws to bite at Li Xiaoman. An ambush? Li Xiaoman's heart raced, gripping his bone sword, preparing to thrust downwards, ready to fight to the death. Yet, at a critical moment, Rorona unfurled a pair of tattered bat wings behind her. The torn wings, embedded with silver spikes, flapped, tearing open even more holes. Gritting her teeth, she and Li Xiaoman flapped their wings in unison, pulling Li Xiaoman out of the firewing beast's biting range. Li Xiaoman quickly adjusted his stance, aiming his bone sword at the beast's eyes while pressing his wand against its forehead. First-tier magic, water explosion, ding. You have slain Firewing Beast LV-18. Experience 450. The water surged forth, obliterating the Firewing Beast's head, causing its body to plummet back into the magma. Soon, just a few more kills, and his experience would be full. However, the recent pain indicated he was on the brink of collapse. The magma erupted like tidal waves. A colossal fire crocodile burst from the molten rock, snapping at Li Xiaoman and tearing off his left leg bone. It bore a pair of crimson horns. Indeed, it was a special breed of monster. The Lava Six-Legged Fire Crocodile King. Name: Lava Six-Legged Fire Crocodile King. Level: LV-30. Profession: Monster. Description: a perilous creature residing in lava, the king among lava six-legged fire crocodiles. Low-level fire magic is ineffective against it, its skin as tough as steel. And it is exceedingly dangerous, a special breed. How could a special breed of fire crocodile appear here? Li Xiaoman knew he could not contend with it. Flee. He must flee. Perhaps it was to be a failure. Master Skeleton, I am already immensely satisfied that you have brought me this far. Let me die. No, there is still a way. Li Xiaoman glanced at his body, recalling the torment he endured during Lucia's experiments. Back then, he had gathered various resistance skills from other skeletons to survive her trials. However, this might be a bit cruel to Rorona. No, it is too cruel. As a vampire, Rorona possessed self-healing LV-2 and regeneration LV-2 as racial skills. Regeneration LV-2 belonged to the vampire's racial abilities, but self-healing LV-2 could be entirely claimed by him. He felt a bit embarrassed to speak. Asking a vampire girl to lend him a leg was, in essence, a rather monstrous request. It was akin to the actions of a villain. No, even villains seldom exhibit such perversion. The special breed fire crocodile was still in pursuit, along with the firewing beasts. This was not the time to be overly concerned. Just as Li Xiaoman was contemplating the words, "Please lend me your leg," he spotted an even more enticing target, a lava six-legged crocodile with self-healing LV-2 in its skill set. Previously, due to their flesh and blood, Li Xiaoman had never considered these creatures as potential new bones. Having successfully attached Rorona's arm, he realized that perhaps, as long as he removed the flesh, he could indeed integrate with these bloodied limbs. This creature had 6 legs. Rorona only had 2. The margin for error was greatly increased. After all, the fire crocodile's skill set contained numerous abilities. Even if he mismanaged the first skill extraction, Li Xiaoman would still have 5 more chances to refine his skills. The fire crocodile's skill set resembled a lottery pool, with the up skill being self-healing LV-2. With 6 legs, he had 6 opportunities for extraction. The fire crocodile possessed 7 skills, and each extraction yielded a 17 chance of success. Though the legs of the fire crocodile were somewhat short, he had bone transformation and bone hyperplasia. Once connected, the new legs could take any form he desired. Rorona remained blissfully unaware that her legs had narrowly escaped peril. After all, although she had many skills, she only had 2 chances for extraction, and the odds of self-healing LV-2 were exceedingly low. Hey, listen carefully. Do you see that fire crocodile below? I will dive down, swiftly deal with it, and then cut off all 6 legs. You will use shadows to retrieve them all. The fire crocodile king and the firewing beasts were still in pursuit. They had to act fast. Thus, he could not afford to touch the ground, resolving to eliminate the target in an instant and flee with the legs. Rorona obediently nodded. Li Xiaoman then descended slowly towards the fortunate fire crocodile. Gripping his bone sword tightly, it was time to strike. One swift slash cleaved through the lava fireball expelled by the fire crocodile. Shadow binding. The shadows beneath the fire crocodile twisted instantly, transforming into ropes of darkness that ensnared its body. With the wand accompanied by the force of LV2 strength, he hurled it, nailing the fire crocodile's body. Then, with a fierce thrust, he drove the bone sword through the fire crocodile's skull and brain. Ding! You have slain lava six-legged fire crocodile LV18. Experience 450. The fire crocodile king was nearly upon him, with fire crocodiles leaping from the lava one after another. Elishimon swiftly severed the 6 legs of the fire crocodile and ascended into the sky. Rorona cast her shadow magic, her shadows transforming into ropes, ensnaring the severed legs and the wand embedded in the fire crocodile. First-tier magic, Gale. The wind blew fiercely from behind, propelling him forward a considerable distance. Evading the approaching fire crocodile king. Chapter 50. The Skeleton S Bone Sword. Master Skeleton, your wand and legs. Rorona's spirit stirred, and 4 shadow ropes dangled before Lishiomon, entwined around the fire crocodile's legs and the wand. Please hold this for me. Lishiomon extracted one of the left legs. To be precise, it was a left claw. His left leg had been bitten off by the fire crocodile king, leaving him with an empty spot. Making this a perfect fit, carefully, he burned away the flesh atop the leg with fire, ensuring not to harm the bone. Gazing at the short fire crocodile leg before him, Lishiomon inwardly prayed, "Goddess of luck, grant me a golden extraction." Holding the diminutive limb, he positioned it where his left leg had been and activated bone transformation. Ding! Skill acquired. Crawling LV1. In an instant, an impulse to crawl surged within Lishiomon, and he felt confident that his crawling speed now surpassed that of anyone else. Where there is one instance of withdrawal, it is merely a commonplace occurrence. Lishiomon detached his short leg, and the crawling skill at level 1 vanished. His fervent desire and confidence to crawl dissipated alongside it. The second left leg, Ding, skill acquired. Bite LV2. He was not fond of this skill, as his human skeletal structure was not suited for biting like that of a fire crocodile. Thus he sought a different option. The third claw, Ding, skill acquired. Resilience LV2. To his surprise, he obtained the level 2 version of a skill he once possessed. He could feel his bone resilience significantly enhanced, slowing the rate of fractures and shattering. He retained this skill. He activated the transformation and hyperplasia of his bones, elongating the short leg and restoring it to its normal form. Subsequently, he removed his right leg. Surveying the remaining 3 right legs. It was imperative to achieve a withdrawal. The first one. Crawling LV1. Another crawling skill? What a jest! Lishiomon yanked off the short leg and extracted the next one. This time, he acquired, Ding, skill acquired. Self-healing LV2. A warm sensation enveloped his entire being, akin to submerging his bones in a hot spring. The fractured sections of his bones began to heal gradually. The acquisition of self-healing LV2 and resilience LV2 significantly enhanced Lishiomon's skeletal quality. However, he still could not withstand the destructive speed of both. Had it not been for the subtle balance maintained between the two energies, which was several times greater than the energy during an upgrade, he would have been blown apart into a cloud of bone fireworks, the center of the ceaselessly entwining energies in his chest. A rib began to transform slowly under their relentless erosion. This particular rib was the one Lishiomon frequently extracted to form his bone sword. It seemed to mutate, gradually beginning to absorb the energies of the magic stone and the bones of his right arm. The red magical energy was consumed bit by bit, coalescing into delicate crimson patterns. Meanwhile, the energy from the bony arm was also being absorbed, causing its smooth edges to slowly flatten and sharpen. Simultaneously, as it consumed energy, it was continuously damaged and healed, perpetually repeating this cycle while never ceasing its consumption. What is happening? Lishiomon felt taken aback by the rib's transformation. However, this was a fortuitous development. If this rib could absorb sufficient energy, he would no longer have to worry about being overwhelmed. He mobilized his bones and began moving this rib toward the center of the energy collision. Hoping to allow it to absorb more energy in a bid to survive, he employed every method he could conceive to attempt to stabilize this energy. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had no clear grasp of the situation. This rib had merely undergone a slight mutation, scavenging a small amount of dissipated energy at the periphery of the energy collision. Consequently, it was abruptly thrust into the energy center. The rates of consumption and healing were no match for the speed of collapse. Within mere breaths, it was riddled with cracks. Li Xiaoman grew anxious. This rib was his hope for survival. He turned his gaze towards the bone sword formed from the bones of his left arm, as well as the severed bone from his right leg. Regardless of their utility, he stuffed these two pieces of bone into his chest, activating bone transformation to connect them to the rib, using them as bone material to fill the areas that had collapsed and shattered. This barely prevented the hope embodied by that rib from crumbling, allowing him to maintain a fragile balance. With the infusion of bone material, the mutated rib gradually adapted to the two energies, continually consuming them. The rate of its consumption began to steadily increase. La Luna remained vigilant on Li Xiaoman's shoulder, watching the surroundings to prevent any ambush on the preoccupied Li Xiaoman. As for Li Xiaoman's various maneuvers, she could not comprehend at all. Although she had not encountered other skeleton creatures based on her limited experiences, she surmised that typical skeletons would never behave so absurdly. The bone material used to fill the damaged portions of the rib was rapidly depleting. Soon, the arm bone was consumed entirely, leaving only the leg bone still providing material. The rib's consumption rate had doubled compared to the initial rate. Yet once the bone material was exhausted, it would still be easily destroyed in the center of the energy collision. Li Xiaoman planned to swiftly relocate the rib out of the energy collision center as soon as the bone material was depleted. Then, relying on the rib's consumption ability, he would endure the remaining energy. At this moment, they had ascended between the 23rd and 22nd floors, nearing a great waterfall. Following La Luna's reminder, Li Xiaoman had to divert a significant portion of his focus to cast magic and control his flight. Leaping over the waterfall, however, the two foreign energies within his body, the self-healing and consuming powers, along with the filling of bone material, had achieved a balance, allowing him to gradually digest the energy without needing to maintain constant control. He flapped his bony wings vigorously, propelling himself forward with wind magic at full strength. La Luna extended her tattered, bloodied bat wings, disregarding the pain from the silver nails embedded in them, flapping to provide assistance in leaping over the molten lava waterfall. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they successfully soared over the waterfall and returned to the 22nd floor. Li Xiaoman continued to digest energy, while La Luna remained alert to their surroundings. At this moment, the bone material connected to the rib was nearly depleted. The previous connection of a leg bone and an arm bone to his chest had indeed taken a toll. Now, the consumption rate of the mutated rib had tripled from the initial rate. The rib's form had undergone a significant transformation, appearing slightly flattened with sharp edges, entwined with vivid red patterns. It even emitted a green glow on the panel, accompanied by a description of a magical item. Skeleton Rib Sword. A magical item inadvertently formed from the rib of a low-tier elemental skeleton, possessing the power of consumption. It can absorb the energy of life during slaying, granting an additional 5 experience for kills and reducing elemental damage by 5. Had he truly turned his rib into a sword after extracting it for so long? Once the rib was removed from the energy collision center, a powerful surge of energy once again rushed toward the other recently healed sections of bone. Intense pain returned. Chapter 51. The skeleton's preference for counterattacks. Despite the pain, he was managing to digest the two energies bit by bit, thanks to the rib sword's consumption and his own self-healing. Although this digestion process was excruciating, Skeleton Lord, the number of our fire-winged beasts pursuing us has diminished. La Luna's voice rang in his ears. Destruction was out of the question. Why destroy something that could be consumed? Li Xiaoman endured the pain coursing through his body and shared his understanding, which was millennia ahead of this magical world. Skeleton Lord, do all skeletons eat like you do? La Luna inquired. Tio Li Xiaoman's knowledge. He was the only skeleton that consumed in such a manner. Best not to question the affairs of skeletons. He propelled his wind magic forward with great vigor, tracing elegant arcs in the air, once again widening the distance between himself and the pursuers behind him. Perhaps it was due to the gradual consumption of the magic stone upon his person, causing his aura to fade. The Fire Crocodile King, after pursuing for a while, flicked its tail and submerged into the magma, disappearing from sight. Li Xiaoman took out a map and marked the location where the Fire Crocodile King vanished. A gentleman does not seek revenge for personal grievances. Moreover, Li Xiaomon could hardly be considered a gentleman. He was merely a skeleton. Therefore, he must repay the vendetta of the Fire Crocodile King that had chased him so far. Additionally, special creatures often dropped treasure chests upon defeat. This destined him to embark on a path of enmity against all special creatures. The crimson hue on his left arm had transformed into a pale red. The coloration across his body gradually receded, returning to its normal pristine white. Only the residual energy, provoked from his right arm, continued to wreak havoc within him. Absorbing it was merely a matter of time. Indeed, before long, the lingering energy in his right arm was slowly absorbed, granting his fractured body a moment to breathe, allowing it to begin its gradual recovery. Notifications incessantly popped up on his interface, illuminating like fireflies. Ding, Constitution 4, Strength 3, Spirit 2, Free Attribute Points 2, Acquired Skills. Life Drain LV1, Golem LV1. Life Drain LV1 accelerates healing through blood absorption. Golem LV1 allows the creation of artificial constructs using soil or minerals as casting materials. Endowed with immense strength and formidable defense, the quality of the golem depends on the casting materials, mage level, and skill level. His entire being was infused with energy. This sensation nearly surpassed that of merging with the frozen sword in the hidden labyrinth, where he became the master of the arm bone. The sudden influx of stat points left him momentarily disoriented, causing him to veer erratically. However, with his combat skills allowing for adept control over his body, he quickly regained his balance and acclimatized to the new interface. At the same time, the acquisition of both skills began to influence his physique. The life drain skill elongated and sharpened his canine teeth, inciting an urge to bite into something. The golem skill awakened a desire to mold clay and acquire knowledge related to golems. He recognized this feeling. The acquisition of unfamiliar skills always impacted his subconscious. Much like when his magic analysis improved, sparking a thirst for knowledge that only subsided after he read a portion of magical tomes to replenish his understanding. Li Xiaomon suppressed the impulses and continued his flight. Pondering the origins of these two skills, the life drain skill likely stemmed from Laurona. After all, he had integrated the magic stone and merged with Laurona's arm bone. The golem skill was probably a gift from the magic stone itself. He scrolled through the notifications until he reached the final one. Acquired a new evolutionary path. Dragon Blood Skeleton. A skeleton bathed in dragon blood, possessing the ability to transform partially into a dragon. Immense strength, the capability to unleash dragon breath, and the power to transform subordinates, with a level cap of LV35. This evolutionary path grants strength modifications, with each level up providing an additional 1 to strength. Dragon Blood Skeleton? Li Xiaomon focused on the new evolutionary path, lingering on the strength modification. Strength modification? His dream of becoming a melee mage suddenly seemed within reach. Evolving into this skeleton would free him from the worry of being outmatched in strength by warrior classes. He stifled the urge to evolve immediately and glanced at his left arm. The bone of his left arm still exhibited a pale red hue, indicating that the energy within had not been fully digested. It was likely that, like his right arm, a portion of that energy would be drawn out during his level-ups for digestion. It seemed that in future upgrades, he would need to assimilate 2 sources of energy. If possible, he hoped to do so one at a time. Simultaneous assimilation would be far too intense and could potentially harm him. At this moment, Li Xiaomon had already digested more than half of the magic stone, with a small portion of energy remaining in his left arm. The number of pursuers behind him had dwindled to almost none. Li Xiaomon was no longer in a hurry, keeping the few remaining fire-wing beasts trailing behind him. Since they continued to pursue, he decided to eliminate them all at once. Slaying these few would suffice for him to reach level 20. After leveling up, he could seek a safe place to evolve. This dungeon expedition would then be deemed a bountiful success. Prepare yourselves, we shall turn back and deal with these remaining foes, Li Xiaomon declared to Laurona perched on his shoulder. Naturally, Laurona had no objections to Li Xiaomon's plans. Thus, Li Xiaomon flapped his skeletal wings, altering direction and charging towards the 4 remaining fire-wing beasts in pursuit. He drew the skeletal sword from his ribcage, eager to test its effectiveness against the nearest fire-wing beast. A fireball hurtled towards him. He did not evade. Instead, he swung his sword to cleave the fireball in 2. With a silky touch, The fireball was neatly bisected, exploding on either side, witnessing its fireball being effortlessly sliced. The fire-winged beast lost its composure, let out a piercing cry, prompting the other fire-winged beasts to unfurl their wings and glide toward Li Xiaomon, seemingly aimed at cleaving him in half with their sharp wings. Li Xiaomon raised his wand and conjured a magic circled, first-tier magic, water barrier. A spherical water barrier enveloped him. One by one, the fire-winged beasts flew through the barrier, hissing as their overheated bodies met the water, producing a cloud of steam that obscured their view. This caused them to panic and unleash fireballs erratically. First-tier magic, Gale. Li Xiaomon swiftly cast his second spell, as the gale propelled the fireballs in all directions. Creating more steam, he quickly located the nearest fire-winged beast. That fire-winged beast, intending to call out to its companions amidst the mist, was denied the opportunity by Li Xiaomon. Laurona raised her hand. The shadows resembling massive tentacles ensnaring the fire-winged beast tightly, Li Xiaomon dove down, driving the ribbed sword through the fire-winged beast's eye and piercing its brain. Water explosion. A water sphere condensed atop the ribbed sword, violently detonating and shattering the fire-winged beast's skull. Ding. Killed fire-winged beast LV-20. Experience 55027. The steam began to dissipate, revealing a clearer view. Time was of the essence. He needed to eliminate another one. Li Xiaomon flapped his wings, spotting a shadow amidst the steam, and charged without hesitation. Laurona had developed a tacit understanding and ensnared the fire-winged beast the moment it appeared with her shadowy tendrils. First-tier magic, water sphere. The magic circle opened, launching multiple water spheres that intercepted the fireballs from the fire-winged beast, erupting into clouds of steam. Realizing the danger, the fire-winged beast struggled to break free from the shadowy bindings and retreated, exhaling a molten fireball. Yet, it was met with a wand wrapped in a whirlwind, piercing through the lava fireball and forcefully driving into its right eye. Blood sprang forth. Ugh! It let out a pitiful wail. Li Xiaomon disregarded its plight and targeted the right side of the fire-winged beast, the area beyond its line of sight. He then thrust his sword into its neck, cutting through. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The fire-winged beast thrashed wildly, and Li Xiaomon flapped his wings, lunging for its right eye, gripping his wand tightly. Water explosion. Once again, he obliterated its head. Ding. Killed fire-winged beast LV-20. Experience 630. Chapter 52. The skeleton escapes. The steam dissipated entirely. However, only 2 fire-winged beasts remained, easily within his capacity to dispatch, rendering the presence of steam irrelevant. The remaining 2 fire-winged beasts had clearly sensed danger. They merely hovered in the air. Unwilling to advance, Li Xiaomon felt a surge of joy. After all, he was primarily a mage. Melee combat was merely his hobby and a necessity due to circumstances. Given that he was alone without a proper team, finding an optimal output environment was challenging. Thus, he had to wield his wand for close combat. Now, engaging in this long-range bombardment was precisely what an elemental mage was meant to do. Li Xiaomon raised his wand, aiming at the 2 fire-winged beasts. First-tier magic, rain of water arrows. The magic circle opened, and a torrent of water coalesced into arrows, raining down upon the fire-winged beasts. They hurriedly unleashed flames and flapped their wings to evade. However, Li Xiaomon had no intention of allowing them to withstand the water arrows. He continued to elevate his wand. First-tier magic, whirlwind cone. A swirling cone of stone spiraled rapidly, while he opened another wind magic circle. First-tier magic, precision. Locking onto one of the fire-winged beasts, he released the magic circled eye in an instant. The stone cone pierced through the wing of that fire-winged beast, sending it spiraling downwards towards the ground. First-tier magic, water flow whirlwind cone. Li Xiaomon raised his wand, aiming at the descending fire-winged beast. Water coiled and compressed, rocks enveloped, and a whirlwind spun forth. Suddenly, it shot out, piercing through the head of the fire-winged beast, which had become a mere walking chicken. Ding. Fire-winged beast LV-18 slain. Experience 450-23. Only 1 fire-winged beast remained. Li Xiaomon lifted his wand once more. A series of circular magical arrays unfurling. Stone spikes, water orbs, and wind projectiles rained down upon the fire-winged beast, ultimately obliterating the unfortunate creature. Ding, Firewing Beast LV20 slain. Experience 630. Experience points maxed out. Level increased to LV20, Constitution 1, Spirit 1, Free Attribute Points 1. Your level is maxed. Please increase your level cap to continue. Ignoring the pop-up, Li Xiaomon descended to the ground. 2 waves of energy surged once more, confirming his suspicion that they had arrived simultaneously. With this upgrade, he had 3 additional free attribute points, ensuring he wouldn't stumble into misfortune. The 2 energies began to surge through his arms, but the discomfort was bearable. After enduring the torment from his arms earlier, Li Xiaomon's constitution had significantly improved, greatly enhancing his pain tolerance. He even managed to extract several magic stones from the Firewing beasts while enduring the onslaught, swiftly stowing them away, along with the hide of the highest-level Firewing beast. Then, he set off with Luoluo Na towards the 21st level. During their sprint, the 2 waves of energy dissipated. Spirit 1, Strength 1. Glancing at his left arm, he noted the color had indeed faded slightly. It seemed the remaining energy would be fully absorbed in no time. Ascending alongside the lava waterfall of this level, he reached the 21st level. Now that his level was maxed, Li Xiaomon had no desire to deal with the fire crocodiles in this level and headed straight for the passage to the 20th level. He soared over the lava, almost flying straight through the map, quickly arriving at the passage. Once through, entering the 20th level, Li Xiaomon finally felt at ease. He retrieved the map that was wedged between his pelvis and spine, making his way towards the nearest cave he had marked. Entering the cave, Li Xiaomon sat on the ground, leaning against the stone wall, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He had no lungs to aid him in this endeavor. Thus, from an outside perspective, it appeared as though the entire skeleton was sprawled against the stone wall and floor, on the verge of collapse. Although Luoluo Na was gravely injured, she still stood there, unable to sit, evoking a sense of pity. "What is your name?" Li Xiaomon inquired, lifting the skull to face Luoluo Na. Although he had already obtained her name through identification, he felt it appropriate to ask formally, so he could address her directly in the future. "Is it truly permissible for you, esteemed skeleton, to call me by my name?" Luoluo Na nervously clutched the tattered hem of her clothing. "Just say it." "Luoluo Na," she whispered. "Luoluo Na, what are your plans once you leave?" "Plans? Am I not your servant now?" Luoluo Na questioned, bewildered. When did that happen? Li Xiaomon suspected that these individuals from another world might possess some peculiar logic. Previously, Ilu had inexplicably professed her affection for him. In truth, Ilf believed they were in a romantic relationship, while Li Xiaomon remained oblivious. Now, Luoluo Na was inexplicably asserting she was his servant. "You saved my life. Thus you are my master," Luoluo Na explained, both naturally and tentatively. "If I have misunderstood your intent, and in your eyes, a being like me is unworthy of being your servant, I would have no complaints. Whether you choose to kill me or cast me away, I haven tea. Stop making baseless claims," Li Xiaomon retorted. "Curse it, are people from other worlds so adept at fabricating narratives? I have no inclination to take on servants. Previously, humans said tormenting me and listening to my cries was an amusing pastime. You could try it, as long as you don't expel me. Damn it, do I seem that grotesque? In any case, let us tend to your wounds and those silver pieces first." Li Xiaomon pointed at Luoluo Na's right eye, which had been filled with silver water, preventing it from healing properly. Based on Li Xiaomon's deductions, both of her eyes had likely been filled with silver water initially. This time, due to the nobles requiring her assistance with their underground plans, they had only removed the silver piece from her left eye, restoring her left eye's vision. "I apologize. Did I disgust you, master?" Luoluo Na quickly covered her right eye and lowered her head. "Please stop overthinking it. While it is indeed somewhat horrifying, I have no right to disdain others." Sometimes, when he gazed into the mirror, he even doubted the grotesque visage staring back at him. Yet Ilu had not given up. What kind of terrifying resilience did the XP system possess? "Master, could you look away for a moment? It might frighten you," Luoluo Na pleaded with an expression of desperation. Perhaps she simply wished to spare Li Xiaomon from witnessing her pitiful state. "You may, but refrain from calling me master on your own accord." "Understood, master." Turning away, the sound of flesh tearing echoed behind him. accompanied by suppressed groans of pain. The sounds of blood and hard objects hitting the ground were followed by rapid breathing. Who could possibly have forced silver water into her eyes? After a moment, the breathing calmed. "All right, master." Li Xiaomon turned back to see Luoluo Na with her one eye covered by a strip of cloth, appearing weak. It would take her considerable time to heal her eye. "Extend your wings. I'll help you remove the nails." "How can I trouble you, master?" "The blood will stain you. Stop addressing me as master on your own, and besides, I'm not worried about getting a bit dirtier." At that moment, Li Xiaomon was already splattered with the blood of the firewing beasts. "All right, master." Chapter 53. The evolution of the skeleton into a dragon-blood skeleton. Luoluo Na sat before him, extending her tattered bat wings. Thick silver bone nails had pierced through her bones and flesh, arrayed across her wings. Whenever she spread her wings, she would feel the agonizing sensation of her wings being torn apart. Even when folding her wings. For a vampire, these silver nails felt like brands searing through her bones and flesh. Li Xiaomon grasped her wings and began to extract the nails. With every nail he removed, her wings trembled. Clink, 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 with the last nail hitting the ground and producing a crisp sound. All the silver nails had been extracted from her wings. "You should rest for a moment." Li Xiaomon collected the silver items stained with blood from the ground and stepped out of the cave. To avoid provoking Luoluo Na, it would be wise to dispose of these silver pieces. After dealing with the silver, Li Xiaomon returned to the cavern. Luoluo Na was curled up on the ground, either fast asleep or possibly unconscious. Finding a secluded corner, Li Xiaomon opened the panel. With time on his hands, he intended to address his evolution options. Currently, he had 3 paths for evolution: half-dragon skeleton, mid-tier elemental skeleton, and dragon-blood skeleton. Both the half-dragon skeleton and the mid-tier elemental skeleton had a level cap of 30, while the dragon-blood skeleton had a level cap of 35. Without hesitation, he chose the dragon-blood skeleton evolution path. The allure of the strength attribute modification was simply too tempting for a skeleton. Moreover, he was uncertain about the dimensional attribute requirements for the next evolution. This path, with its highest level cap, would provide him with more attribute points, preventing him from being stymied by the evolution cap. "Are you sure you want to choose dragon-blood skeleton as your evolution path?" A pop-up window appeared before him, presenting 2 options. Li Xiaomon quickly clicked yes. "You have chosen dragon-blood skeleton as your evolution path." Evolution commencing. The bones in his body began to heat up, expanding as they rubbed against each other. Subsequently, the phalanges of his toes and fingers sharpened, resembling the emergence of fierce claws. The bones became increasingly robust, and his form gradually elevated. Before the thickening bones could expand further, a surge of energy compressed them, making the burgeoning bones denser. During this compression, an extraordinary transformation unfolded on the surface of the bones, revealing patterns akin to scales, resembling dragon scales formed from the bones themselves. The soul flame within his chest cavity and skull expanded, enveloping the entirety of his bones from the inside out. His tail vertebrae swiftly elongated, transforming into a skeletal dragon tail that extended from his back. Each segment of the tail bore razor-sharp edges. Resembling a lengthy bone whipped on his forehead, white bones grew into a pair of bony horns that protruded from his skull. The smoothly jointed wings on his back, sharp bone spines emerged, and the wing surfaces, composed entirely of bones, became flat and sharp, akin to a row of bone knives. When the transformation ceased, the ethereal blue soul flame slowly receded into his body, quietly burning within his skull and chest. Ding! Evolution successful. Your level cap has been raised to 35. Profession upgraded from 1st tier Elemental Mage to 2nd tier Elemental Mage. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Skill Bone Transformation LV2 upgraded to Bone Transformation LV3. Skill Identification LV2 upgraded to Identification LV3. Skill Elemental Magic LV2 upgraded to Elemental Magic LV3. Skill Bone Wings LV1 upgraded to Bone Wings LV2. Skill Elemental Resistance LV1 upgraded to Elemental Resistance LV2. New skills acquired. Dragon Transformation LV1. Subordinate LV1. Dragon Transformation LV1 enhances dimensional attributes post-use. Subordinate LV1 consumes experience and mana to convert targets into your subordinates or kindred. Currently convertible races include low-tier skeletons and low-tier elemental skeletons. The higher the race and level, the greater the mana and experience cost. Ensure you have sufficient experience to avoid the risk of demotion. A multitude of pop-up windows suddenly filled Li Xiumon's vision. He hastily dismissed them and scrutinized the details on the panel. The current panel read as follows. Name: Xiumon Pongda Li. Race: Dragonblood Skeleton. Level: LV 2035. Dragonblood Skeleton. Level cap is 35. Profession: Elemental Mage. Second tier. Strength: 2550. Constitution: 3660. Spirit: 3560. Free attribute points: 3 evolution requirement. Evolution to race possible upon maxing strength, constitution, and spirit. Skills: Bone Transformation LV3, Identification LV3, Elemental Magic LV3, Elemental Resistance LV2, Giant Strength LV2, Swordsmanship LV2, Bone Wings LV2, Magic Analysis LV2, Hard Bone LV2, Self-Healing LV2, Resilience LV2, Bloodsucking LV1, Golem LV1, Agility LV1, Stealth LV1, Bone Growth LV1, Combat LV1, Subordinate LV1 New, Dragon Transformation LV1 New. Status: Bone Deterioration Experience 010000. Description: A cunning and treacherous skeleton, possessing a wealth of skills, adept at disguise, close combat, and elemental magic. Underestimating him could cost more than just one's life. Do not trust any aspect of this skeleton, estimated to last another 30 years before disintegration. Lifespan doubled, deterioration collapse time extended to double, reaching 30 years. The name had also undergone a transformation. Originally, Li Xiumon was his name. Pongda was his surname. Now, Li had eclipsed Pongda. Although Li was indeed his surname, the panel had always amalgamated it with his first name. He no longer held hope of discarding Pongda. From his recent studies on magic, he had come to understand that true names held significant importance in this magical realm. Having been transformed into a skeleton by Pongda, it was destined that this surname would remain. Was it due to acquiring the subordinate skill? Li Xiumon pondered. If he gathered subordinates, he would bestow the true name of his subordinates, at that time. The surname Pongda would no longer be applicable. Thus, when he gathered subordinates, would he use Li as his surname? Would it then be Li? A sense of inexplicable excitement and conquest welled within him, akin to planting his flag on uncharted territory, leaving footprints on the pristine snow after the first snowfall of winter. However, he needed to be cautious regarding the experience cost associated with gathering subordinates. Subsequently, Li Xiumon controlled his body, reverting to his original form. His tail and horns retracted, and the scale-like patterns on his bones melded back into the bone structure, leaving behind barely perceptible markings on the pristine white bones. Chapter 54, The Preservation Scheme for Skeletons. Following this, Li Xiumon decided to test the other skills he had recently acquired. First up was Golem. Grasping his wand, he pointed it at the ground and cast the skill. The rocky surface began to undulate like clay, forming a small golem about knee-dash height. It appeared rudimentary and uneven, with disproportionately large arms. Name: Golem. Li. Level: LV1. Profession: None. Skills: Giant Strength LV1, Combat LV1. Status: Deterioration, estimated to dissipate in 24 hours. Description: A golem created by Xiumon Pongda Li, quite feeble and resembling a poorly crafted toy. Do not be careless, despite its apparent simplicity. Damn, how weak, Li Xiumon remarked as he continued to channel more mana into the golem. A yellow magic circle unfurled beneath the golem's feet, and the rock flowed like water, continuously merging into its body. The golem's form grew increasingly massive, soon towering over Li Xiumon, its arms long and robust, dragging on the ground. Its shape resembled that of a large gorilla, with rock fists appearing remarkably solid, and a pair of glowing blue eyes embedded in its rocky head. Name: Golem. Li. Level: LV11. Profession: Warrior. Golem. Skills: Giant Strength LV2, Resilience LV2, Hard Rock LV2, Combat LV1. Status: Deterioration, estimated to dissipate in 3 days. Description: A golem created by Xiumon Pongda Li, possessing considerable strength, though its construction is crude. Joints, neck, and waist are its weak points. Treat it with caution and do not be careless. Li Xiaoman had expended nearly half of his mana to create this golem. Due to his low skill level and lack of knowledge regarding golem structures, combined with the poor quality of materials, it had resulted in such a subpar creation. Observing the golem's rough and uncoordinated form, with one side larger than the other, he concluded that this skill held promise for future development. Hey, go outside and keep watch, Li Xiaoman instructed as he patted the golem's massive arm. The golem tilted its large head, appearing adorably clueless. After a brief delay, as if it understood his command, it clumsily made its way to the cave entrance. Due to its asymmetrical build, it walked with a staggering gait, shedding rock fragments with each step. It seemed only capable of grasping simple commands, Li Xiaoman mused. With the golem on guard, Li Xiaoman reclined against the stone wall and drifted off to sleep, clutching his wand. Upon awakening, he felt utterly refreshed. Stretching his spine and cracking his pelvis, he indulged in a luxurious yawn. Master, I have prepared breakfast. Would you like to eat? I know you're trying to curry favor with me, so I won't dismiss you. But can't you read the room? Do I look like someone who needs food? My apologies, Master. Once we finish eating, we must continue our journey. Li Xiaoman reattached the Lizardman King's horns to his back, then grasped his wand and exited the cave. By the way, here is this fire-wing beast hide for you. It should cover your body. When we reach the 14th floor and find a shop, I'll get you a change of clothes. Li Xiaoman draped the flayed hide of a fire-wing beast over Luoluo's head. With the level cap raised, he consciously hunted lizardmen while ascending to higher tiers. After all, the experience required for leveling up had significantly increased. He needed to diligently accumulate experience. Moreover, with Luoluo employing dark magic alongside him, the hunting process became remarkably smoother. As a tool, Luoluo proved to be an incredibly efficient vampire. Thus, it took them 3 days to consciously hunt their way from the 20th layer to the 14th. Li Xiaoman's experience bar, initially at 0, had now reached halfway. His satchel was also filled to the brim with magic stones. Consequently, he had to fashion a temporary backpack from the fire crocodile hide to carry the stones. Luoluo's eyes and left arm had healed. Apart from her pale complexion, she now resembled a typical young girl. However, her blood-red eyes, which glimmered faintly in the dark, remained too conspicuous. Upon entering the 14th layer, Li Xiaoman adeptly made his way to the Rebi Trading Company. Upon seeing him, Rachel at the counter instantly lit up. Mr. Skeleton, you have returned. It seems you have had quite the harvest. By the light goddess, is that the horn of the fire lizard king you bear upon your back? I can't believe you actually hunted it down. Rachel exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, despite her surprise, she did not approach as closely as before. After all, Li Xiaoman was draped in fire crocodile hide, his form smeared with the mingled blood and bodily fluids of the firewing beast. Fire crocodile and lizardmen, which had fermented in the heat of the dungeon. He truly looked like a fearsome harbinger of death, but the odor, flies nearby were rendered disoriented, crashing into walls as he walked by. Indeed, I will sell these magic stones and materials here, while the remaining precious stones I shall personally take to the headquarters, Li Xiaoman stated. Luoluo stepped forward, dumping the magic stones from her bag onto the counter. The clattering sound resonated as the stones amassed into a pile. With the esteemed Mr. Skeleton escorting these precious stones, it is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. Allow me to assess their value, Rachel replied, donning gloves. She measured each stone's size and quality, categorizing them for evaluation. There were a total of 124 low-tier magic stones, 22 of inferior quality, 68 of moderate quality, and 34 of superior quality, amounting to a total of 225 silver coins. That will be 22 gold coins and 5 silver coins, Rachel said, handing over a pouch of coins. Could you exchange the silver coins for copper coins? Li Xiaoman inquired. Certainly, Rachel replied, extracting 5 silver coins from the pouch and converting them into 500 copper coins before passing them to him. Li Xiaoman accepted the pouch and tucked it away. Do you require some time to rest? The hot springs on this layer are exceptional, and it seems you have yet to experience them. If you don't mind, we could enjoy them together, she suggested. Thank you. But perhaps another time, he replied, adhering to the customary exchanges. Subsequently, Li Xiaoman exited the Rebi Trading Company, with Luo Luo obediently trailing behind. The thought of soaking in the hot springs was daunting. After all, was he intending to boil bones for broth? With the remaining high-quality magic stones in tow, the duo departed the peaceful 14th layer and ventured into the 13th. The monsters of the remaining tiers posed no threat to Li Xiaoman whatsoever. Another 3 days passed, and as they swiftly advanced toward the entrance, the number of adventurers increased. Dressed in the imposing fire crocodile hide and sporting the horn of the fire lizard king upon his back, adventurers in this layer cautiously averted their gazes upon encountering him, wary of drawing too close. Once he passed, they would carefully turn around, casting furtive glances and murmuring in a It was also possible that the overpowering stench kept adventurers at bay. Goblins nearby covered their noses as he walked by. Perhaps it was time to thoroughly cleanse himself to avoid marinating in the odor. It was not that Li Xiaoman wished to forego cleaning magic. Rather, the cleaning spells were utterly ineffectual against the amalgamation of fire crocodile blood, firewing beast blood, lizardman blood, and various monstrous bodily fluids that had fermented together. The first-tier cleaning magic simply declared itself incapable and went on strike. Chapter 56. The Essence of the Skeleton. As Li Xiaoman was about to exit the dungeon, Luo Luo tugged at his cloak from behind, her head bowed in trepidation. "Do not worry. No one will discover you. Vance will not take you back, though this day. I have not been found out to be a skeleton, have I?" He gently ruffled Luo Luo's hair, reassuring her. "This cloak will conceal your face. No one will see you. I promise." Noticing Luo Luo still trembling, he retrieved a spare cloak from his pocket and placed it over her head. With her face already obscured by the firewing beast hide, the additional covering rendered her even more hidden. Luo Luo grasped the cloak tightly around her head and nodded. "Just stick close to me," Li Xiaoman instructed as he turned to exit the dungeon. Luo Luo hurriedly followed, and as they stepped outside, the gentle breeze of nature brushed against Li Xiaoman's face, filling him with a sense of serenity. "Let us first visit the Adventurers Guild to complete our quest," he decided, setting his sights on the guild's location. Adventurers bustling around the city tower paused to marvel at Li Xiaoman, particularly drawn to the imposing horn of the fire lizard king he carried. "Is that a skeleton? Has he emerged from the dungeon? Is that really the horn of the fire lizard king he carries? He truly single-handedly defeated the fire lizard king. How extraordinary!" Whispers of astonishment followed him. Draped in the hides of over 20 fire crocodiles, he was a figure to behold. Li Xiaoman paid no heed to the murmurs around him. Striding purposefully toward the Adventurers Guild, which was situated not far from the city tower. Meanwhile, Luo Luo cast uncertain glances at her surroundings. "Are you really this famous, my lord?" she asked, gazing up at him with admiration. It was remarkable how a mere skeleton could thrive so boldly in a human city. "It's just ordinary, and please, don't call me my lord," he replied. "Understood, my lord," Luo Luo said. Approaching the Adventurers Guild, Li Xiaoman pushed open the grand door and stepped inside, the potent stench of blood wafting in with him. Ugh! Instantly, several adventurers indulging in food and drink could not contain themselves and retched. "Who the hell blew up a cesspool?" One was about to curse, but upon meeting Li Xiaoman's gaze, quickly swallowed the rest of his words. "What is intimidation?" As someone who had brazenly executed nobles and a multitude of guards in the streets of White Bear City, Li Xiaoman was now a figure that no adventurer dared to provoke. Yet, alongside their fear, these adventurers harbored a deep respect for him. After all, he had taken down the very nobles who had long exploited and oppressed adventurers. "Is it really that foul?" Li Xiaoman mused internally, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he averted his gaze and approached the counter. As he looked away, the adventurer sighed in relief. That earlier look had felt as though he were staring death in the face. Indeed, the rumors held true. One glance from a skeleton felt akin to encountering a monstrous entity. It was a mystery how he exuded such a fearsome aura. He was truly a humanoid monster. "Excuse me, good sir, how may I assist you?" The clerk managed to force a smile, her face pale. The aura she felt, reminiscent of a monster, combined with the overwhelming stench of blood, made her suppress the urge to vomit, showcasing her professional demeanor. It seemed that within the realm of magic, No profession was without its challenges. I would like to conclude a quest, Li Xiaomon stated. Slightly embarrassed, he intended to expedite the task handover and then return for a bath. Truly a legendary skeleton, not one to dawdle, decisive and resolute. The clerk internally praised, a fitting reflection of her perception of skeletons. Though the odor was somewhat off-putting, moreover, the long-standing stench of blood only accentuated the masculine allure of the skeleton lord. Simply ferocious, like a rampaging beast, Li Xiaomon unfastened the cloth strip and removed the horn of the fire lizard king from his back, dropping it onto the transaction table with a resounding thud. "This is proof of my hunt for the fire lizard king," he declared. He then placed his adventurer's card on the counter. "I shall process this immediately." The clerk replied, carefully picking up the adventurer's card and inspecting the horn of the fire lizard king. Li Xiaomon quietly observed, his mind already drifting back to the bathtub waiting for him at home. "I shall indulge in a luxurious soak for an entire hour. I wonder if the magical world offers soap or bath products. This might be a lucrative opportunity. How is soap made? Perhaps I should discuss it with Tadira. There's a chance we could strike it rich," he mused, contemplating the ingredients of grease and alkali. Truly, he was a distinguished skeleton, standing there with an air of composure, exuding an aura of intimidation. Perhaps even as he stood there, his thoughts were consumed by strategies for battle. The shopkeeper meticulously examined the horns of the fire lizard king. She cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiaomon. Having confirmed that he had completed the advancement task, she adjusted his status to that of a mid-tier adventurer. The shopkeeper extended the adventurer's proof back to him with both hands. Li Xiaomon accepted the card and hoisted the lizard king's horns onto his back once more. "Do you wish to sell this material to the Adventurers Guild? The guild is willing to offer you a satisfactory price." "No," Li Xiaomon replied, readying the horns to his back and departing the guild without a backward glance. Just as he was about to close the door, a voice from within exclaimed, "Lord Skeleton, there's no need to close the door. If you shut it now, there's a risk of suffocation." Understood. As he walked home, Li Xiaomon turned to his companion, Lorona, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Do I truly smell that bad?" "No. My master always has a delightful fragrance." It seemed their sense of smell was the issue. Li Xiaomon chose to trust his companions. His excellent judgment had always been a source of pride for him. Upon returning to his humble abode, he pushed open the door. After being away for half a month, a thin layer of dust had settled over his small home. "Master, you should go take a bath." "I'll take care of the cleaning," Lorona insisted. "Thank you. I appreciate it." Li Xiaomon began to remove his fire crocodile skin and armor. Underneath, he could faintly see strands pulled between the armor and the leather, with the innermost layer clinging to his bones. "Leave that to me, master," Lorona said hurriedly, accepting the armor and crocodile skin from him. "Don't overexert yourself." "Don't worry, master. I still have some strength left." "Very well, then I shall entrust it to you." Li Xiaomon entered the bathroom. Moments later, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside. "Seems like you're quite spirited." Immersed in the bathtub, he grabbed a steel brush and began scrubbing his bones. The steel brush was remarkably effective, reaching into the crevices of his skeletal structure, highly recommended by the skeletons. Chapter 56. The skeleton's reply after finishing his bath. Li Xiaomon opened the cupboard, donned a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, slipped on his slippers, and pushed open the bathroom door. What greeted him was a scene of utter disarray. It was barely recognizable as his home. With Lorona kneeling on the floor, "Master, I couldn't even manage to clean properly. I feel utterly useless," she lamented, bowing her head to the ground. "Wait, this isn't about how well you cleaned. Normally, even if a thief breaks in, they would at least show some mercy to the home. This is a complete lack of regard. It's all right. You can learn gradually," Li Xiaomon reassured her. He then grasped the wand leaning against the wall and raised his hand. "Clean, master. I can't learn that. I didn't intend for you to learn this." After casting a spell to clean the entire house, he designated one room for Lorona. "Master, I don't need a room. I can sleep on the floor. This is wooden flooring. It's quite comfortable to sleep on. The room will remain empty regardless, so you might as well use it." Li Xiaomon tossed the room key to Lorona. This child always had a way of expressing heartwarming sentiments inadvertently. Afterward, Li Xiaomon approached the window on the second-floor attic. The white feather with a dangling bell swayed in the wind, producing a melodious chime. Opening the mailbox beneath the feather revealed a letter inside. It seemed that Zino had managed to neatly place the letter in the envelope. Li Xiaomon took out the letter, tore open the envelope, and unfolded the contents. Dear Li Xiaomon Pond, I have arrived at the fairy city north of White Bear City, which boasts an underground city of similar scale. I've heard that it can be quite cold. Yet even after reaching the 48th level and defeating the king of this underground city, I couldn't discern which level was frigid. However, the scenery here is truly breathtaking. After the 20th level, there are beautiful frozen dark rivers. And beyond the 30th level, everything is encased in solid ice, resembling crystal. I wish you could see it too. I worry about you and miss you dearly. Please do write back if you see this. Zino will come for your letters every night. Ilu mantled. The words appeared as if carved with a blade, exuding a sense of grandeur, though the final line lacked the same assertiveness and carried a hint of bashfulness. Li Xiaomon could vividly imagine Ilu sitting at a desk, furrowing her brow as she contemplated what to write, yet he struggled to envision her shy demeanor. After placing the letter back in its envelope and securing it in the cupboard, he retrieved a fresh sheet of paper, dipped his feather quill in ink, and began to write, Dear Ilu Mantled, your letter has been received with great joy upon my return from the underground city. The underground city you described has piqued my curiosity immensely. During my time in the underground city of White Bear, I too encountered a thrilling crisis. But fret not, I emerged unscathed and thwarted a noble's conspiracy within the underground city. This experience has allowed me to savor the thrill of adventure and the sense of accomplishment in overcoming danger. I must also thank you for the sword techniques you taught me during that time. They proved to be immensely beneficial. I hope you too remain vigilant and cherish your well-being, avoiding perilous situations. Missing you as always, Xiaomon Pond. Li Xiaomon placed the feather quill back in its stand, allowed the envelope to dry, folded it neatly, and inserted the letter inside. He then melted some sealing wax with fire magic to seal the envelope and flipped it over, though the beautiful Miss Ilu mantled. In the lower right corner of the envelope, he sketched a skull resembling the letter Q. Wait, should I be a bit more grand? Li Xiaomon muttered, but he decided against starting anew. Noticing the day was growing late, he remained in the attic, flipping open a tome on magic while waiting for Zino. After a while, a pure white owl perched on the windowsill, tapping the glass with its beak and tilting its head to regard the skeleton before it with large blue eyes. It wore a small pouch on its chest designed to hold letters, with a line of delicate stitching along the edge. Zino, come here, Li Xiaomon beckoned. Peep! Zino hopped onto Li Xiaomon's arm, gripping the bone of his arm, and then squinted with satisfaction. It seemed the grip of his skeletal structure was quite to the owl's liking. Make sure to deliver the letter safely to your master. Li Xiaomon gently stroked Zino's fluffy feathers, opened the pouch on its chest, and placed the envelope inside. Peep! The owl nuzzled against Li Xiaomon's cheekbone before leaping back onto the windowsill and flapping its wings to take flight. Li Xiaomon watched it for a moment before closing the window and descending from the attic. Do vampires need to eat? He inquired, glancing at Lorona, who was idly seated on the sofa. Yes, master. This posed a bit of a dilemma. His home had always lacked food, and the kitchen had remained untouched. What would you like to eat? I can go buy it for you. How could I trouble my master? Then take this money and go buy something for yourself. When you return, we need to discuss your future. Li Xiaomon retrieved a pouch of copper coins and handed it to Lorona. After all, given her aversion to silver, he could only offer her copper and gold coins. With that, Li Xiaomon grasped his wand, donned his cloak, and left the house, heading toward the library. He intended to borrow some books on golems and records of second-tier elemental magic. It was vital to bolster his knowledge to keep pace with the magical hierarchy. He borrowed 5 books in total. What is a golem? The Structure of Golems, A Comprehensive Guide to Common Second-Tier Elemental Magic, Analysis of Second-Tier Elemental Magic Circles, and Viewing Magic Circles from a Perspective of Clarity. It seemed that late-night study sessions were once again on the horizon. After packing the books, Li Xiaomon exited the library. Upon returning home, He found Lorona seated in a corner of the sofa, gnawing on a hard piece of black bread soaked in cold water. "Is this what you're eating?" Li Xiaoman asked, a mix of sympathy and inexplicable anger stirring within him. "I can manage with this. It saves you money as long as you don't cast me out. Besides, compared to what I used to eat, this black bread is quite palatable. I enjoy it." Li Xiaoman strode over to Lorona and snatched the black bread from her. "Who said I would cast you out? Regardless, let's go buy some other food." After purchasing soft white bread, corned meat porridge, and meat patties, he sat down to watch Lorona finish her meal. Lorona ate with delight, not merely because of the tasty food, but because Li Xiaoman had assured her he would not cast her out. "From now on, if you wish to stay with me, the minimum standard is this fare. Black bread is strictly prohibited. Do you understand?" "I understand, master," Lorona nodded. "And also, do not call me master." "I understand, master." Finally, he solemnly asked, "Do you wish to become my dependent and serve me henceforth?" "Dependent? Can I truly? I won't turn you into a skeleton. Rest assured that to become a servant of the master, even if one transforms into a mere skeleton, is entirely acceptable." Li Xiaoman, who has long since accepted the peculiarities of individuals from other worlds, has grown accustomed to this. "Then let us wait until you have finished your meal." "All right." Lorona began to eat with great enthusiasm. "Take your time, lest you choke." Chapter 57. The Skeleton's Servant in the Dimly Lit Basement. Lorona knelt before Li Xiaoman, her hands clasped in prayer. Within the menacing skull of Li Xiaoman, two eerie azure flames flickered ominously in his eye sockets. His bone-white fingers, terrifying in their appearance, grasped a wand and pressed it against Lorona's forehead. Resembling a bizarre and sinister cult ritual, alas, his attire of slippers, baggy shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt significantly diluted the terror and strangeness exuded by the skeleton. "I bestow upon you a name," Li Xiaoman proclaimed in an ancient tongue of magic. His knowledge of this archaic language was limited to a few spell names and elemental terms. This particular phrase had only just been looked up in a dictionary. With the utterance of those profound syllables, azure flames arose from the ground, forming a magical circle that enveloped both individuals within its center. Subsequently, Li Xiaoman felt the power within him begin to ebb away, flowing gradually from his body. At the same time, he instinctively sensed the options for naming. He could bestow the surname Xiaoman, pound, or lead out a panel appeared before him, displaying, "Please select the surname you wish to confer." The requirements for magic power and experience were minimal for the surname Xiaoman, followed by pound, while the surname Li demanded the most substantial expenditure of both. Li Xiaoman gazed at Lorona. How could he be stingy with his first servant? He resolutely chose Li, Lorona Li. The experience bar swiftly diminished, and a torrent of magical energy was drawn from him, flowing into Lorona's body through the wand. Lorona's crimson eyes flared brilliantly, and the bat-like wings on her back unfurled with vigor. Shadows coiled around her feet, igniting like black flames. She reached out, and the black fire surged upward, resting in her palm, emanating an aura of danger. Her level ascended from LV-15 to LV-17, halting only then. Her skill bar now displayed 3 new abilities: Elemental Resistance LV-2, Herculean Strength LV-2, and Black Flame LV-1. Ding. You have acquired a high-level servant. The servant function has been activated. High-level servants grant you an additional 20 experience from defeated enemies. Intermediate servants provide 5, while low-level servants yield 1. Li Xiaoman surveyed the notification with rising excitement. A servant. Splendid. Ding. Currently, your soul capacity allows for the naming of only one high-tier servant, he noted with a hint of disappointment. Looking at the experience bar, which had dwindled from over 6,000 to just above 1,000, he realized he still needed over 5,000 more experience points. "Master, I seem to have gained some new abilities," Lorona exclaimed, showcasing the black flames dancing in her hand. "Indeed, quite impressive. Have you noticed any other changes to your physique? It appears my constitution has improved, and my strength has increased," Lorona replied, excitedly swinging her arm. "Truly, you are an exceptional master." However, Li Xiaoman's expression darkened, for while Lorona's abilities were commendable and would indeed replenish his experience, the original intention behind her becoming a servant was to aid him as a dark mage in conquering the dungeon, thereby significantly enhancing efficiency. Yet, under the current circumstances, it would be more advantageous for Rorona to operate independently to maximize their gains. Rorona could earn him 20 experience from her kills, but if they ventured together, there would be no need for her to slay enemies only to share the spoils. He could defeat them himself and claim 100 of the experience. Thus, Rorona must embark on her own path to ensure the highest returns. The inhabitants of this world were incapable of gaining experience or leveling up. They lacked any concept of levels, merely categorizing mages and warriors into tiers, first, second, third, and so forth. They trained, studied, cultivated, and fought, only to suddenly elevate to the next tier. Terrifying locals. Should the denizens of this world discover that Li Xiaomon could acquire experience and level up through slaughter, they would surely exclaim in astonishment at the formidable foreigner. He instructed Rorona to return to her quarters to acclimate to her newfound abilities. The basement was once again left with only Li Xiaomon, the solitary skeleton. Seated at the desk, he activated the magical lamp and retrieved a borrowed tome, slowly unfolding its pages. Learning is of paramount importance. The first book he opened detailed the nature of golems. After all, his understanding of golems was utterly non-existent, and this book was the most suitable for initiating his comprehension. With the enhancement of magic analysis LV2, Li Xiaomon's memory and comprehension had vastly improved. He quickly grasped the contents of the book, which presented knowledge that was relatively straightforward. Golems, constructs of earth magic, included some legendary golems with the prowess to rival dragons. Moreover, their lifespans and intelligence were comparable to those of ordinary beings. The innate talent required to create golems was often exceedingly difficult to acquire through mere effort, even with knowledge of golems. Without the inherent gift to create them, one would be powerless to produce a golem. It was said that only those favored by earth spirits could attain the ability to forge golems. Li Xiaomon concluded that the skill to create golems was exceedingly rare, and having acquired such a precious ability, he resolved to utilize it to its fullest potential. He turned to the next page. This page featured well-executed sketches of various common golems, accompanied by partial cross-sections and descriptions of their functions. Li Xiaomon intently focused, imprinting the images firmly in his mind. As he perused, he could not resist the urge to pull out sketch paper and began to draw with charcoal. Thus, he immersed himself in study, enduring through the night until dawn broke, having only completed half of the introductory book. How is it already morning? It feels as though no time has passed at all, he remarked, gazing at the light filtering through the basement's vent. Nonetheless, this golem business is truly fascinating. Having read half the book, Li Xiaomon felt an irresistible urge to experiment. He proceeded to the surface, filling a large bag with mud before returning to the basement. Let us attempt to create a small one. He carefully scooped a handful of mud and raised it before him. The earthy yellow magic circle ignited in his hands. The mud squirmed and grew like modeling clay, soon transforming into a lively little doll. It appeared remarkably well-proportioned and intricate. It grasped Li Xiaomon's bony finger, tilting its head to gaze up at him. How adorable! Li Xiaomon placed the little doll on the desk, and it cautiously hopped from his palm to the tabletop. He attempted to identify Name. Golem Li level, LV2 occupation, Golem skills, Stealth LV1. Agility LV1 status, deteriorating, estimated collapse in 3 days, description. A golem crafted by the magician Xiaomon Poundley. Though its structure is somewhat fragile and simplistic, it qualifies as a competent golem. Chapter 58. The Skeleton S Forging task. Li Xiaomon assigned the little golem 2 skills, stealth and agility. This was a deliberate choice on his part. Unlike the randomly generated skills of the golem from the dungeon, lift the book, Li Xiaomon commanded the golem. After a brief delay of 1 second, the golem comprehended his intent and obediently raised the book. This delay was significantly quicker than that of the golem created in the dungeon. The enhancement from studying golem structure was evident. Turn the page, Li Xiaomon instructed again. After another second of hesitation, the golem clumsily flipped the book to the next page. It appeared that some adjustments were still necessary. Li Xiaomon snatched the book from the golem's grasp, holding it in his hands. Go play. After 1 second, the golem jumped down from the desk and began to move clumsily across the floor, its awkwardness exuding a certain charm. Though he wished to continue reading, there were other matters to attend to today. Li Xiaomon inserted a bookmark and closed the book. Remarkably, despite a night of intense study, he felt little fatigue. Perhaps it was due to his heightened mental state. If he could elevate his mental points, would he truly require no rest? Such a notion would allow him even more time for study. Li Xiaomon felt a surge of excitement as he decided to test his endurance by seeing how long he could stay awake before succumbing to fatigue. He left the basement, where he found Laurona already awake. Her hair tied back in a lively braid, exuding vitality. She was clad in the adventurer's attire he had procured for her on the 14th floor of the dungeon. With her flat chest, she appeared to be the epitome of a youthful beauty. Perhaps it would be wise to purchase her a dress or something of the sort. The child had been rather unfortunate before. Now that she had become his subordinate, he did not wish to see her suffer. He was not a heartless master. He possessed a noble character that was lacking among the locals of this world. "Laurona, would you like to go buy a dress?" Li Xiaomon inquired. "Huh, but I'm a boy. How could I wear a dress, however, if it's what my master desires?" The child spoke nonsensically in broad daylight. Was she struggling to adapt to her new surroundings? Li Xiaomon paid it little mind. He had more pressing matters to attend to today. He prepared to head out, donning a clean set of new clothes, followed by leather armor and magical light armor. He then slung the fire lizard man's horn over his shoulder, along with the fire crocodile and fire-winged beast hides he had skinned from the dungeon. He intended to upgrade his equipment thoroughly. His leather armor had become tattered and unbearably foul. As for his destination, it was naturally the blacksmith's shop. In a magical world, one must mention the blacksmith. The skilled yet gruff dwarf blacksmith, who was actually a legendary craftsman in hiding from the grand city. Upon pushing open the door, he found only the small golem remaining at home. "Keep an eye on the place." Li Xiaomon instructed the golem, which was still not even up to his knees. The golem hesitated for a moment before nodding. Li Xiaomon then traversed the streets, arriving at the western city walls. Here resided the most skilled blacksmith in all of White Bear City. But contrary to a dwarf, it was a robust orc blacksmith. It was rather absurd for dwarves to be blacksmiths, considering their stature was a significant hindrance. "Greetings, esteemed skeleton. How may I assist you today?" The orc blacksmith, Trub, bent slightly and rubbed his hands together, exuding a demeanor of eagerness. He bore none of the dwarves' customary surliness. Nevertheless, trusting Tydila's intelligence, Li Xiaomon believed this orc to be the finest blacksmith in White Bear City. Li Xiaomon removed the fire lizard man's horn from his back and slammed it onto the ground, producing a resounding thud. Trub's eyes lit up upon seeing the horn. Indeed, this is the horn of a fire lizard king. It has been ages since I encountered such exquisite material. Just looking at it makes one want to lick it, Trub exclaimed, nearly popping out of his eye sockets with excitement. "No licking," Li Xiaomon interjected. "I apologize. As a canine orc, I tend to want to lick things I fancy." "What a peculiar trait. What can be crafted from this?" Li Xiaomon asked, patting the horn. "Given its shape, dual daggers would be most fitting. You see, in the dungeon, the most precious items are the horns and magic stones." Trub paused momentarily before continuing. "However, if you are willing to part with some coin, this horn could also be fashioned into a breastplate. I am confident I can create a magical armor piece." Hearing this, Li Xiaomon felt intrigue. He already possessed a magic wand and a skeleton sword and was not accustomed to dual daggers. "How much?" Li Xiaomon inquired. "Materials worthy of this lizard horn are not inexpensive. Moreover, the craftsmanship is intricate, so I may need assistance from other blacksmiths in the shop, which will also add to the cost." "Approximately 150 gold coins," Trub cautiously proposed, knowing full well that this price was steep. 150 gold coins. Li Xiaomon currently had over 400 coins in savings, along with shares in the Rebbe Merchant Guild, so he could indeed afford it. If he could truly have a magical armor piece crafted, the investment would be worthwhile, for even the most basic magical items start at 300 gold coins. "Let us proceed with the breastplate." Li Xiaomon decisively handed Trub a pouch of gold coins. "Excellent," Trub exclaimed, eagerly accepting the coins. This was a substantial order for him, and with such valuable materials, it would significantly enhance his forging skills. "By the way, do you know of any good tailors?" Li Xiaomon asked, pulling out a pouch of fire crocodile and fire-winged beast hides. These were the finest he had skinned from the creatures he had slain. "I can also serve as a tailor." Even blacksmiths can be competitive, Trub replied, weighing the hides in his hands. With this much material, it would be excessive for one set. You should also make a set for her. Li Xiaomon gestured towards Laurona, who was standing nearby. Perfect, that works out splendidly. Trub took the materials into his shop. When can I collect the finished items? If I rush, it will take a week, as the crafting process is quite complex. Trub replied, clapping his hands together. Master, Master, we have a crisis. An imposing figure burst into the shop, flustered and oblivious to the presence of a customer. Trub kicked the intruding man in irritation. Honestly, don't you know how to remain calm like your master? Master, Master! The shipment of magic steel you ordered has been ambushed en route. What? Trub roared. Damn it all! Those scoundrels have the audacity to rob me of my goods. Chapter 59. The skeleton's mind goes awry. They exchanged glances. Esteemed customer? No, you are a customer now. Li Xiaomon waved his hand and produced his adventurer's proof. I can take the job and help you retrieve that shipment. The price will be 10% of the magic steel. That works. After gathering information about the bandit's capabilities from Trub's apprentice, Li Xiaomon departed the blacksmith shop. Laurona, you are indeed my subordinate, correct? This task is entrusted to you. This was perhaps what was known as the layers of outsourcing. The legendary conscientious employer, the skeleton. Master, I will complete the task. Laurona expressed her enthusiasm, her face alight with excitement. What an exceptional employee! Li Xiaomon felt immense satisfaction. If all future subordinates could possess Laurona's resolve, his skeleton enterprise would surely thrive. Li Xiaomon was not being unfair to Laurona. Having just become his subordinate, she had already leveled up twice and acquired new skills. She needed to adapt to her newfound powers through combat. Furthermore, based on Li Xiaomon's inquiries with Trub's apprentice, the bandits did not exceed Laurona's capabilities. Although they posed some danger, it would serve as a fine sharpening stone for her skills. Since Laurona had chosen to become his subordinate, Li Xiaomon would not show her any mercy. He sought not a mere ornament, but a blade. Thus, she must be honed. I will await your return at home, and I hope you can come back before nightfall. Li Xiaomon retrieved the ribbed sword from his chest and handed it to Laurona. I hope you can return this sword to me by nighttime. Yes, master. Laurona accepted the sword and retreated into the dark alley. Vanishing from sight, Li Xiaomon entrusted her with the sword to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Should anything arise, he would be able to sense the skeleton sword's position and rush over. With the task assigned, Li Xiaomon made a brief stop at the Rebbe Merchant Guild before returning home. After all, what could possibly compare to the allure of knowledge? Upon opening the door, he found the golem still in the same position from when he left. Unmoving, hearing the sound, it lifted its head and tilted it curiously towards Li Xiaomon. He picked up the golem and continued to the basement, immersing himself in his studies. While reading, he conducted experiments and adjustments on the golem. Time passed without notice, and a notification of experience gained appeared before him. It seemed Laurona had begun her assault on the bandits. Li Xiaomon dismissed the notification and continued his reading. At that moment, he was studying various non-humanoid animal forms of golems, alongside anatomical diagrams and animal golems. Consequently, Li Xiaomon transformed the golem in his hands into an animal form, by the time he had experimented with all the animals in the book. The golem had morphed into a small rock cat. Come here, little one. Li Xiaomon extended his arms, and golem hesitated for a second before leaping into his embrace. Well, while it resembled a cat, it was not nearly as pleasant to touch. Being quite rigid, Li Xiaomon gently placed golem back on the ground. At this point, he had finished an entire book explaining the essence of golems. He opened the next tome, which detailed the construction of golems. Just as he did so, he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Laurona entered, stained with blood and wielding a bone dagger, her crimson eyes glinting with an eerie light in the shadows. Master, the task is complete. She handed back the bone sword, along with a large bag of magic steel, seemingly extracted from the cargo in a 10% quantity. Well done. Li Xiaomon accepted the sword and magic steel from Laurona. You've worked hard. Go take a bath and rest well. Yes, master. Laurona exited the basement, reattaching the bone sword to her chest while retrieving a silver ingot from the bag. The magic steel was a relatively rare forging material, a special magical alloy formed from magic crystals and secret iron. Li Xiaoman attempted to squeeze the magic steel. It was remarkably hard. He sought this magic steel because it was scarce, only accessible to blacksmiths with stable channels, and could also be used to craft golems. This quantity should suffice for his experimental endeavors. He returned the magic steel to the bag, stacking it alongside other ingots, and then resumed his immersion in the sea of knowledge. The construction of golems was evidently far more intricate than the introductory book, demanding more time and effort from Li Xiaoman to read and comprehend. The complexity of the structure gave him a headache. He could only experiment, understand, and memorize one component at a time. Thus, Li Xiaoman found himself witnessing the dawn once more. After yet another sleepless night, he felt neither fatigued nor particularly invigorated. This moment. He placed a magic steel ingot on the ground, positioned Golem atop it, and raised his wand. Merge. A brilliant light emanated from the magic steel ingot, gradually infusing into Golem's body. Subsequently, the earthy-colored Golem began to radiate a bright silver glow. On the surface of its rocky form, straight silver patterns began to spread, intertwining like veins. Li Xiaoman meticulously crafted Golem, slowly merging the magic steel. Once the entire ingot had vanished, Golem had undergone a significant transformation. It appeared more compact and had grown to the height of an average human. Like compressed rock, silver patterns emerged from its chest. Its arms were exceptionally long, with thick forearms ending in 3 fingers. The shoulders and upper body were extraordinarily broad, exuding strength. 2 circular silver holes on its head glowed with an eerie blue light. Gazing intently at Li Xiaoman. Name. Golem Li level, 15 class. Heavy armor Golem skills. Giant strength LV2. Elemental resistance LV2. Hard rock LV2. Toughness LV2. Rock transformation LV2. Combat LV1. Self-healing LV1 status. Deteriorating, expected to collapse in 15 days. Description. A finely crafted golem created by the mage Li Xiaoman. It is a competent heavy armor warrior with excellent strength and defense. The craftsmanship is average, yet possesses distinct characteristics. Raise your hand, Li Xiaoman commanded. Golem swiftly lifted its arm. The delay was nearly non-existent. But what about intelligence? Li Xiaoman gazed at the golem he had personally fashioned. Looking into its eyes, he felt an absence of wisdom. Thus, he inquired, "What is 2 plus 2? Golem hesitated for a second before extending its 3 fingers. "See, how foolish that it can inherit my skills, yet cannot grasp even a fraction of my wisdom." Li Xiaoman continued to study the construction of Golem. The more he looked, the more impressive it became. What kind of genius could create the first Golem? Chapter 60. The skeleton enlightened by knowledge from dawn until dusk. Li Xiaoman finally lifted his gaze from the book. He stared vacantly at the dim sky outside the vent. 0. How swiftly time passes, he mused to Golem. Golem tilted its head, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind Li Xiaoman's words. 0 was the name Li Xiaoman had given to this Golem. "Come here. Let me modify you further." 0 obediently approached Li Xiaoman. He began to adjust certain details and inconsistencies on 0's form. After completing the modifications, Li Xiaoman tapped 0's head, prompting it to try moving. It seemed to have gained a slight degree of agility. Indeed, was my understanding of this page flawed? Li Xiaoman reopened the book, meticulously reviewing it, and subsequently recorded his summaries in the skeleton spellbook. After documenting his findings, Li Xiaoman calculated the time. He had gone 2 nights without sleep, and during this period, he had been intensely consuming knowledge, merely feeling slightly drowsy, far from the point of needing rest. Just in time, there remained little left to learn about Golem's construction. Li Xiaoman resolved to finish reading before sleeping, and so, dawn broke once more. After 3 consecutive sleepless nights, Li Xiaoman finally began to feel exhaustion. Ding! Golem LV1 upgraded to Golem LV2. Much like the sensation experienced during the enhancement of magical analysis, a torrent of knowledge surged forth from the depths of his memory. The knowledge he had been tirelessly absorbing over these days swiftly interlinked. Filling his mind, he felt as though he were engraving these memories onto his very soul with a chisel. Li Xiaoman glanced at 0. In an instant, 0 seemed to become transparent, the magic flowing within its body and the components becoming crystal clear. Li Xiaomon understood that it was not an ability of X-ray vision. Rather, he vividly remembered every adjustment made during the creation of Zero, every component's fabrication, and every magical array inscribed. He believed that merely upgrading Golem to LV2 would not yield such an effect. Instead, the prior enhancement of magical analysis had significantly improved his memory and comprehension. This upgrade of Golem's level further amplified both his memory and understanding. Although the two enhancements stemmed from different sources, they influenced each other, elevating his memory to an unprecedented level. It was akin to having an impeccable memory. A skeletal photographic memory. This enhancement also reciprocally influenced the effects of magical analysis LV2, greatly enhancing his memory and comprehension of magic. A plethora of knowledge concerning golems surged and merged within his mind. Once the effects stabilized, Li Xiaomon eagerly picked up both tomes on golems and reread them from cover to cover. This time, he comprehended everything thoroughly. The previously overlooked knowledge points were extracted from the pages as if he were scavenging crumbs, ravenously devouring them. Thus, the night passed. 0. I shall provide you with a comprehensive upgrade. Li Xiaomon grasped a magic steel ingot in one hand and approached Zero. The comprehensively upgraded Zero reached level 18 and was equipped with Earth Magic LV2 and Agility LV2. Its broad back and sturdy arms shrank slightly, yet its strength had undeniably increased. A thick shield was also affixed to its arm, appearing nearly indestructible. The collapse time had now been extended to 1 month. Li Xiaomon gazed upon the rejuvenated Zero with satisfaction. 0. Give me a shoulder massage, not too light, nor too heavy. Not too fast, nor too slow. Not too hurried, nor too languid. Li Xiaomon issued a rather complex command. However, Zero promptly moved to Li Xiaomon's back without any delay, carefully kneading his shoulders with its now smaller but still exaggerated rocky hands. This processing speed represented a revolutionary leap forward. Currently, Zero epitomized the pinnacle of what he could create. Given that his own level was only 20. Nevertheless, in practical combat, unless golems were crafted in advance and carried nearby, their utility was limited. He left the basement, donned his clothes, and organized the 2 books he had finished reading. The thirst for knowledge compelled him to continue, even as night enveloped the world outside. He needed to borrow more books. Upon arriving at the library, I returned 2 books I had finished reading. Subsequently, I borrowed 2 volumes on the practical techniques of creating golems in 3 seconds. Li Xiaomon exhibited an expression akin to that of a rogue beholding an unparalleled beauty. It was a gaze devoid of any pretense. A manifestation of pure desire, it became evident that even a skeleton could reveal vivid emotions through the soul's fire flickering within its eye sockets. Clutching the books, I hurried home with anticipation. Upon pushing the door open, I disregarded Luolona, diving straight into the basement. Eagerly tearing open the book bag, I unveiled the raw knowledge contained within the practical techniques of golem creation. I gazed hungrily at the book's exposed cover. Under the skeleton's influence, the pages turned, allowing knowledge to be laid bare before me. The bookmark slid helplessly from the pages, drifting to the floor. The practical techniques of golem creation vaguely recalled that this bookmark had been placed there by a previous patron, who had promised to redeem her from the library once he had gathered enough funds. How many years ago was that? The golem techniques could not remember. She had been subjected to the rough treatment of too many, forced to turn the pages repeatedly in vain. How splendid! I can feel the knowledge. Knowledge flows through my mind, Li Xiaomon exclaimed, his excitement directed at the book. This volume primarily introduced the techniques for rapidly creating golems, utilizing surrounding materials in practical combat. These golems existed for a fleeting moment, yet represented the pinnacle of practical combat techniques. The methods were not particularly difficult. Rather, the challenge lay in the test of memory. The majority of the book documented the identification methods for 63 common types of soil, 43 varieties of rock, and 54 kinds of ores in the magical realm. Based on the differences among these soils, rocks, and ores, there were a total of 157 unique techniques for swiftly creating golems. By selecting the appropriate technique according to the environmental materials, one could rapidly summon golems to engage in battle. One could surmise that even the author of this book, after its design, could scarcely remember all these magical formations. However, With Li Xiumon's memory enhanced to photographic clarity, he could retain all the identification methods and corresponding techniques. This was tailor-made for him. Li Xiumon began to memorize fervently. It felt reminiscent of his high school days, when he toiled to memorize English vocabulary. If he had possessed such memory back then, perhaps he would not have ended up where he did. Relishing the joy, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on unhappy thoughts. Dawn broke once more. Li Xiumon had committed the majority to memory. After 4 consecutive days without sleep and under intense study, he found himself struggling. His memory and reflexes had significantly diminished. Cursed be it, knowledge lay right before me, yet it compelled me to succumb to slumber. Such disrespect towards knowledge. 0. Lift me up. I can still learn. Chapter 61. The skeleton golem unleashes techniques. Ultimately, Li Xiumon was blissfully overwhelmed by knowledge. Upon awakening, night had fallen. He spoke little, grasped the book, and continued to devour its contents with fervor. The skeleton declared that he was not usually this way. It was merely a side effect of skill enhancement. He had gone through similar phases during skill analysis. Perhaps the skeleton simply relished the sensation of being filled with knowledge. The poor skeleton was toyed with by knowledge. Thus, cherish life and keep knowledge at bay. A mere touch of knowledge could ruin one's life. After memorizing the entire book, Li Xiumon's mind brimmed with images and identification methods for various rocks, soils, and ores, along with their corresponding rapid golem creation techniques. He reaped immense benefits. Li Xiumon retrieved another book titled Creating a Golem in 3 Seconds. This volume operated on an entirely different principle. It aimed to streamline the golem creation process while enhancing hand speed and reducing the quality of the golem. However, it was more suitable for the average person. The ingenious techniques for shortening the process dazzled Li Xiumon. With a fickle heart, he promptly set aside the practical techniques of golem creation and earnestly delved into this new volume. By combining the insights from both books, he would be granted wings. 3 seconds. Ha! He could do it even faster. 3 seconds was the limit for ordinary individuals, but not for him. Li Xiumon read and experimented simultaneously, honing his hand speed and techniques until he achieved mastery. Daybreak arrived once more. Sleep was unnecessary. Acquiring knowledge was his finest slumber. Setting down the book, 0 approached obediently, carefully tidying the disordered desk. The robust 0 meticulously organized the table with its fingers, presenting a rather comical sight. Had it already gained a semblance of intelligence? Li Xiumon pondered as he observed 0. He decided to conduct another test. 0. What is 2-2? 0 paused its actions, glanced at Li Xiumon, then looked down at its 3 fingers. Subsequently, it raised its head again, tilting it as it gazed at Li Xiumon. In those depths, Li Xiumon perceived a spark of wisdom. 0's processor was operating at lightning speed. Then, it raised one hand, exerting all its effort to stretch its 3 fingers. One could sense 0's determination, yet it remained oblivious to the fact that no matter how hard it tried, it could not conjure a 4th finger from 3.0 withdrew its hand, staring motionless at its 3 fingers. Then, it extended both hands, totaling 6 fingers, retracting 2 to display 4. It had evolved. Li Xiumon looked at 0, his eyes brimming with pride. A skeleton had managed to express a paternal gaze through its flaming eye sockets. The quirky father figure then spoke. 0. Well done. Now, for the next question. What is 3-4? 0 promptly stretched out both hands, fully extending all 6 fingers. It scrutinized its digits with utmost concentration. Yet, it still appeared somewhat clumsy. Li Xiumon shook his head and exited the basement, leaving behind 0, who was deep in contemplation. While flooding his mind with knowledge was a profoundly gratifying experience, the sensation of being filled with knowledge, no matter how many times it occurred, never felt sufficing. However, as the effects of skill enhancement waned, the exhilarating sensation gradually faded. The insatiable craving began to lose its allure, morphing into a rather dull experience. This was likely what was referred to as the sage mode. In this sage mode, Li Xiumon chose not to continue reading and decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Upon reaching the yard, he spotted Luolona donning a large straw hat, busily working. She was expanding the fence and the yard, cultivating a small plot using AHOE. It appeared that this vampire's learning abilities had finally shown a fraction of promise. From being utterly incapable of cleaning to now being able to till the land, she had made considerable progress. "Master, you've emerged." Upon seeing Li Xiaomon, she lifted her head, waved, and greeted him. Li Xiaomon's gaze swept over the plot. "What are you doing, master? You mentioned that the yard could be expanded. With no one else around, I thought I would cultivate a flower bed and a small garden to grow some flowers and crops." How industrious! At this rate, Tidila might soon lose her position as his primary assistant. That sounds splendid. Li Xiaomon surveyed the yard, envisioning how delightful it would be to have it adorned with blossoms. It indeed seemed appealing. However, this was rather uncharacteristic of a skeleton's perspective. Li Xiaomon then proceeded to the more desolate area behind the house. He intended to put into practice the golem techniques he had been refining over the past days. The soil and rocks here were ample for his endeavors. First, Li Xiaomon planned to create some adversaries. He utilized earth magic to uncover a quality rock from beneath the ground. This rock's composition was suitable for crafting an impressive golem. Clenching his wand tightly, Li Xiaomon aimed it at the stone. "Awaken, golem!" The earthy-hued magic circle unfurled upon the rocks. Soon, a series of cracking sounds echoed from the stone, which began to writhe, ultimately transforming into a robust golem. Its left arm bore a hefty rock shield, while in its right hand, it wielded a blunt, heavy sword, presenting a visage reminiscent of a heavily armored knight. Name: Golemly level, LV-15 class. Heavy armor golem skills: Giant strength LV-2. Hard rock LV-2, tenacity LV-2, combat LV-1, elemental resistance LV-1 status. Deteriorating, approximately can endure for 2 hours. Description: a heavy armor golem created by the mage Shuman Pongda Li. This temporary warrior sacrifices endurance for a surge in power, making it a viable tactic to delay or confront this golem. Shuman can only bestow upon the golem the skills he possesses. The more skills he imparts, the greater the mana consumption. His experimental subject? Zero, consumed not only 2 ingots of magic steel but also cost him 500 experience points. 0 represents the pinnacle of his current capabilities, far beyond the transient nature of the golem before him. Then, Shuman unearthed 5 quality stones from the ground, expending mana to create 1 Swordmaster Golem, 2 Elemental Mage Golems, and 1 Healing Golem, along with a new Heavy Armor Golem. The Healing Golem merely grasps the magically altered earth spells of Shuman, as he lacks any healing skills. Thus, the Healing Golem can only provide temporary repairs to the damaged golems. Chapter 62. The Rapid Growth Golem Technique. The creation of the golems consumed a considerable amount of Shuman's time. After all, to ensure their ability to support him in battle, these golems are of superior quality, not hastily assembled. Once his mana had partially replenished, Shuman drew forth his skeletal sword and wand. "Attack me." All the golem's eyes ignited with an ethereal blue glow, as though activated simultaneously in an instant. Without hesitation, they surged towards Shuman. Lacking wisdom, they acted solely on instinct, obeying commands without comprehending the concept of attacking their master. Gazing at the swarm of advancing golems, Shuman felt a tinge of disappointment. Their lack of intelligence rendered them incapable of understanding teamwork and coordination. They merely rushed forward en masse. Such a formation posed no threat to him. Failing to serve as effective training partners, stop. Shuman halted the advancing golems. They required a commander. 0, come here. After careful consideration, Shuman turned his attention to 0.0, lead these golems to attack me. Shuman commanded as he observed 0 emerge from the basement. 0 took 2 seconds to process Shuman's order before stepping into the ranks of the golems. 0 was the golem into which Shuman had poured a significant amount of mana and 500 experience points. Among golems created by the same creator, hierarchy is easily established. Those imbued with greater magical power and strength hold authority over those with lesser abilities. Thus, upon 0's entry into the golem formation, the others bowed their heads in submission. Seeing 0 quickly unify the squad, Shuman nodded in satisfaction, resembling a proud father. Indeed, 0 was a masterpiece crafted by a genius like himself. 0, attack. Shuman issued the command. 0's eyes shone with a brilliant blue light as it led the throng of golems towards Shuman. Designed as a heavy armor knight, 0 was well suited to take the forefront. However, that alone was insufficient. Schumann tightened his grip on his wand and effortlessly deflected Zero's descending heavy sword, then kicked away a swordmaster attempting a sneak attack from the side. The elemental mage's charged whirlwind cone was also shattered by a single strike from his skeletal sword. Zero rushed in, aiming to use its formidable body to break through. Yet Schumann merely stepped back, causing a mire to unfold in his original position. Zero was compelled to evade the area of the mire. Raising its hand to aim at Schumann, a yellow magic circle emerged, unleashing earth bullets that rained down upon Schumann. The swordmaster surged forth from both flanks, its stone sword thrusting toward Schumann's sides, while another heavy armor knight blocked his retreat from behind. Well done, Schumann praised Zero, though he was uncertain whether Zero comprehended the meaning of such commendation. Dragon transformation? Schumann invoked his newly acquired skill. A pair of skeletal horns erupted from his forehead, and his entire skeleton displayed a scaly pattern, while a tail resembling a bone whip coiled around the leg of the heavy armor knight behind him. With a swift tug, the knight lost its balance and toppled backward. The stone shield immediately extended from its left arm, bracing against the stone sword that struck from the left flank. Simultaneously, Schumann activated his giant strength, forcefully deflecting the sword that attacked from the right. Before him, Zero leaped, bringing its great sword down upon Schumann. Schumann planted his foot firmly on the ground, causing the mire to expand around him. 3 golems encircling him were engulfed by the mire, disrupting their offensive. With a quick advance, he crossed his skeletal sword and wand, lowering his body to withstand Zero's heavy strike. However, the force behind Zero's blow exceeded his expectations. Is the strength of a golem being adjusted? The effect of giant strength LV2 on his naturally weaker skeletal form and the golem was markedly different. Without his strength adjustment, he would have had no chance of contending against the golem's might. Yet, he was eager to test Zero's power. Otherwise, that sword strike would not have reached him. He lifted his foot and kicked Zero in the chest. Zero instinctively retracted its arms to defend, but Schumann swiftly transformed his grip, intertwining his skeletal sword and wand to lock Zero's great sword and arm in place. Bang! A heavy thud reverberated. Zero was sent flying, while Schumann seized the rock-heavy sword. Continue. He weighed the massive sword in his hands before casting it back, where it spun and lodged itself beside 0.0, retrieved the great sword and once more led the golem squad forward. Schumann retreated, widening the gap. He intended to hone his new skills with this golem, not to revel in an easy victory. Awaken, heavy armor golem! Schumann waved his wand, and the yellow magic circles unfurled on the ground beside him. The earth writhed within the magic circles, rapidly forming into bodies. In approximately 2 seconds, 2 golems emerged from the magic circles, sturdy figures, one wielding a shield, the other a sword, embodying the heavy armor golem. Name: Heavy armor golem level, LV13 skills, giant strength LV2, hardbone LV2, tenacity LV2 golem rapid growth combat technique. The 2 heavy armor golems stood in front of Schumann, fearlessly raising their shields and wielding their great swords. 2 seconds? That's a bit slow. Schumann expressed his dissatisfaction. The golems circled around Zero, obstructing the heavy armor golem behind him. Schumann began to retreat, creating distance. Zero, in a rapid contemplation, made a decision. The 2 heavy armor golems continued to engage Schumann's 2 golems. The swordmaster golem broke away from the entanglement, charging toward Zero to protect both flanks, while the elemental mage golem provided support from afar by launching fireballs. Then, Zero and the swordmaster surged toward the swiftly retreating Schumann. It appeared Zero comprehended that allowing him to reach a range would pose greater difficulty. Schumann raised his hand, and with the sound of magic circles opening, a vast red magic circle materialized in midair. Fireball! A torrent of fireballs descended like rain, one after another, crashing down. Zero hurriedly raised its heavy shield to protect its chest, while the swordmaster sought refuge behind it, employing a standard defensive strategy. Asked the creator of Zero. Schumann knew the fireballs posed no threat to it. Unless he opted for an unrelenting barrage of firepower, Zero was safe. However, Schumann was not aiming to win. He was merely honing new skills. He relinquished the futile strategy of firepower suppression. Using the fireballs as a distraction, he raised his wand. Awaken, Swordmaster Golem. This time, 3 yellow magic circles appeared, as the earth writhed and formed for over 2 seconds before 3 Swordmaster golems emerged, charging towards Zero and the others. The fireball ceased at that moment. Rapid Growth Swordmaster Golem LV-13, equipped with Swordsmanship LV-2, Agility LV-2, and Combat LV-1, a frail warrior focused entirely on offense, resembling a slender puppet rather than a robust figure. Evade, consume. Schumann commanded the charging Swordmaster golems. Chapter 63. The Skeleton Masters tasked the 3 Swordmaster golems, armed with stone swords, cautiously dodged attacks while retaliating against Zero's side. Zero, recognizing the imminent danger, noted that the distant elemental mage was preparing to unleash magic upon Schumann's 3 Swordmasters. Awaken, Mage Golem! Li Xiaoman brandished his wand, and a sandy-hued magical circle unfurled upon the ground on either side. The earth writhed and birthed 2 golems. One bore a pattern reminiscent of molten lava, while the other was adorned with deep brown markings. They did not unleash magic directly. Instead, under Li Xiaoman's command, they charged toward the flanks, ensnaring Zero in their midst and casting their spells. Bang! 2 shattering sounds echoed. The heavily armored golem on Zero's side finally shattered the hastily constructed golem, wielding a thick shield and a great sword as it surged forward. Li Xiaoman, unfazed, raised his wand and aimed at the advancing armored golem. First-tier magic, Whirlwind Cone. 2 dual magical circles opened simultaneously, the whirlwind spiraling swiftly, hurling stone cones toward the 2 heavily armored golems. The armored golems braced with their shields, yet still, 1 shield and an arm were shattered. Had Li Xiaoman not held back, the cores of both golems would have been pierced through. He continued to wield his wand, as sandy magical circles opened in succession, conjuring an increasing number of golems. Soon, Zero was utterly overwhelmed and defeated by the golems. Li Xiaoman raised his wand, restoring the golems from Zero's side one by one, then dismissed all the golems on his end. Onward. Another round of organized assault commenced. This time, Zero slightly modified the formation, rendering the attack more ferocious. However, it still failed to present Li Xiaoman with any significant challenge, leading to another defeat. Time and again, the assaults continued, and Li Xiaoman swiftly adapted to the new skills and the rapid golem creation techniques. The golems on Zero's side crumbled several times, and Li Xiaoman had compressed the golem creation technique to the point where it took merely half a second to produce 1. He could create 2 in just 1 second, and many at once, 5 in 3 seconds, provided he faced no interruptions. To Li Xiaoman's surprise, Zero was evolving. It seemed to be learning from external information. From repeated failures, Zero gradually synthesized experience, familiarizing itself with its internal skills, enabling the golems to execute more effective attacks. Based on its understanding of golems, others of its kind lacked such learning capabilities. Upon reflection on Zero's transformations, it seemed he had infused not only magical power but also 500 experience points into it. Perhaps greater expectations could be placed upon Zero. The day was drawing to a close. Zero, halt. Li Xiaoman commanded the advancing Zero leading the golems. The charging Zero and the other golems came to an abrupt stop. Return home, Zero. It appeared that Rorona was taking a bath, having undoubtedly gathered a fair amount of dirt while cultivating the yard. Zero, go to the basement and organize things. Retrieve the second-tier magic-related books I borrowed from the library and place them on the table. I intend to read them tonight. Without delay, Zero turned and entered the basement to fetch the books. How convenient! The title of the number 1 tool was seemingly shifting from Tada to Rorona. However, Zero's physique was still too robust for delicate tasks. After all, Zero was composed of rock and magic steel. If its size were reduced further, its mass would inevitably diminish. Therefore, its current robust form was theoretically the most reasonable size. To modify Zero to be slender without compromising strength, materials of higher density would be necessary. If this world possessed materials akin to silicone, perhaps skin could be fashioned for Zero. At that point, there would be no trace of a golem in its appearance. It seemed that during the next descent into the dungeon, attention should be paid to gathering ores. Li Xiaoman noted this matter in his notebook and, utilizing his exceptional memory, marked on the map locations that seemed to contain ores. Creak. The sound of the door interrupted Li Xiaoman's research. He glanced toward the bathroom and beheld Rorona emerging, unclothed. Why aren't you wearing anything? Ga? You're a boy, Li Xiaomon exclaimed, aghast, startled enough to emit a skeletal sound. Master, did I not mention this before? Is that so? In any case, put on some clothes. The combination of a delicate maiden's visage with such an impactful revelation was overwhelming. It turned out this fellow was indeed a beautiful youth. A lad of such allure would surely have no worries about sustenance upon arriving on Earth. A few dances on stage, a few heartfelt gestures, and he would be inundated with gifts from adoring fans. Yes, master. Rorona obediently donned her attire. Although male, this individual displayed no semblance of shame. Observing Rorona, it was high time to contemplate her arrangements. After all, the abilities of a vassal dictated that Rorona accompanying him into the dungeon was the least efficient arrangement. The effect of a vassal rendered Rorona better suited to lurking in the shadows, managing affairs on his behalf. In essence, allowing her to develop independently, ultimately benefiting Li Xiaomon. Rorona, I now entrust you with a significant task, Li Xiaomon stated with gravity. Rorona's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied. Master, please feel free to command me. Observing Rorona's eager gaze, Li Xiaomon felt a pang of guilt. After all, she was still but a child. To have a child address him as master was indicative of how thoroughly he had descended in this otherworldly life. Liberate your vampire kin, those unfortunate souls enslaved by despicable humans. Indeed, this was the first task Li Xiaomon assigned to Rorona. With companions, he presumed he would not be so fixated on himself. He had little interest in playing the role of a master. Regardless, Rorona had already become his vassal. Releasing her and her kin to develop freely would ultimately be to Li Xiaomon's benefit. As for the troubles posed to humanity, he was but a skeleton. Not a human, he wagered that once his identity as a skeleton was revealed, every fragment of his bones would be ground to dust as an abominable artifact. Perhaps it would even be rumored that he possessed some invigorating properties, leading nobles to steep his remains in water for enjoyment, much like the ancient mummies. However, I hope you can rescue those who are gentle rather than those who are cruel, Li Xiaomon added. Rorona pondered for a moment before her eyes ignited with unprecedented fervor. Master has entrusted such an important task to me. I, Rorona, will surely fulfill your command, even if it means shattering into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 64. The skeleton's new equipment, Are you that excited? It seemed this fellow had misunderstood something. No. I understand everything, Master. It is our honor as vampires to serve you. I will ensure every vampire comprehends your greatness. Rorona declared with fervent admiration. Master's benevolence is clearer to me than anyone else. I believe my unfortunate companions, enslaved by the despicable, will also grasp the magnitude of your greatness. Vampires will become the sharpest sword in your hand. And Rorona vows to ensure their loyalty. Rorona's adoration was evident, her words flowing continuously. Wait, I merely wish for you to allow your kin to develop freely and then provide me with experience. Moreover, those vampires you rescue will naturally be under your leadership. Master, you would entrust such a heavy responsibility to Rorona. I shall cultivate their loyalty. I will not disappoint you, Master. It is my duty to educate them. Rorona knelt on one knee, bowing as if she were a knight. Meanwhile, Li Xiaomon stood there, stunned, resembling a bewildered princess, or rather, a king. As you said, you are indeed my first vassal, capable of discerning my innermost thoughts with such precision. Li Xiaomon replied, gritting his teeth. It seemed he had inadvertently dug himself a deep hole. Who knows how many vampires Rorona would rescue? These vampires would become his subordinates, carrying out tasks for him. It was indeed an enticing prospect, suddenly transforming him into a significant figure in this other world. However, the situation was far from simple. Where would these vampires reside? What would they consume? What activities would fill their leisure time? Would they require salaries? These were not trivial matters. He had just begun to accumulate some assets, only to risk losing everything. Ideally, such concerns would weigh on Rorona instead. She would actively hunt monsters, accumulate gold, and care for the vampires. He would then receive substantial experience feedback from Rorona's monster hunting exploits. That would be the proper course of action. If he were to now retract his offer, how could he? Li Xiaomon was a dignified skeleton. After all, as a master, Going back on his word would surely leave a poor impression on Rorona. Thus, even if he had dug a pit, he had to leap in with eyes closed. He was already calculating his assets in his mind. First, he had approximately 300 gold coins. Then there were shares in the Rabi Trading Company. Clearly, he needed to devise a way to generate income. Li Xiaomon contemplated the Rabi Chamber of Commerce, reflecting on his noble status as a time traveler. The substance known as soap had undoubtedly sustained countless such travelers, and it would not mind nurturing yet another. Let the indigenous inhabitants of the magical realm experience the shock of modern science. He instructed Lorona to procure the necessary materials for soap making, oils and shells, while also preparing some ashes from burnt plants. Thus, he produced soap. However, the endeavor proved futile, for in this magical world, more advanced and widely utilized magical cleaning technologies had already been established. Household magical tools for cleaning were far more practical than mere soap. Let the natives of the scientific realm experience the awe of modern magic. Ultimately, Li Xiaomon resolved that leveraging his identity as a time traveler for convenience was not a gentlemanly act. As a dignified skeleton, he scorned such underhanded tactics. His noble character compelled him to pursue wealth through the means available in the magical world, adhering to the rules of others. This was Li Xiaomon's way of showing respect to this foreign realm. He diligently immersed himself in literature pertaining to second-tier magic, studying relentlessly, day and night, losing track of time in the embrace of knowledge. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the basement door, calling out, "Master, the time has come to retrieve your equipment." It was Lorona. Had the time come already? Li Xiaomon marked his place in the book and closed it. Surveying his cluttered desk filled with various magical models and sketches, he instructed Zero, "Please tidy up and avoid any mix-ups." Zero nodded and meticulously began organizing the disarray of books. Li Xiaomon then opened the basement door, changed his attire, and stepped outside, heading towards the blacksmith's shop. "Ah, Lord Skeleton, you have arrived," exclaimed Trub, the blacksmith. "Here is your steel armor, named the Binding Flame. Please, let me know if it meets your satisfaction." Trub waved to his apprentice, who hurriedly emerged, dragging a breastplate with a look of pride. With just a glance, Li Xiaomon was enamored. The breastplate was not the cumbersome heavy armor typical of knights. Rather, it was a slightly heavier variant of light armor. At its center, one could discern the intricate patterns of the Lizard Man King's horns, which had been flattened and forged, curving outward from the chest to wrap around the shoulders and then spiraling towards the back. The abdomen featured overlapping plates crafted from magic steel, set against a supple base of fire crocodile hide. Intricately arranged and fused, the entire suit exuded a sense of understated luxury, merging hardness with softness. Li Xiaomon attempted to assess its properties. The Binding Flame was a magical item of green quality, comprising the Lizard Man King's horns and crafted from fire crocodile hide, offering first-tier fire magic nullification, a 30 reduction in low-tier elemental damage, and a slight enhancement of fire magic. However, its defensive capabilities were exceptional even among green-quality items. Indeed, acquiring blue-quality magical items was not as easy as one might hope. Currently, he possessed only a pair of earrings and a wand gifted by Ilu. The wand lacked any particularly remarkable features. Relying solely on its exceptional hardness to achieve blue quality, Li Xiaomon suspected the blacksmith who created it had inadvertently stumbled upon a remarkable combination, resulting in an unprecedentedly hard alloy. "Lord Skeleton, what do you think?" Trub inquired cautiously. "I am quite satisfied," Li Xiaomon replied, accepting the heavy armor named Binding Flame. "And the remaining 2 pieces of leather armor? Here they are. The quality of these leathers is quite high. Thus the armor crafted from them is also commendable." Trub presented 2 sets of dark red leather armor. While they were merely standard leather armors, their strength far surpassed that of the ones Li Xiaomon had previously worn out. Additionally, being made from fire crocodile and firewing beast hides, they possessed inherent fire resistance, making them ideal for equipping in the dungeons of White Bear City. "Master, there are also these," Trub continued. "I fashioned gloves and a belt from leftover scraps." He handed over a pair of gloves and a belt that Li Xiaomon casually accepted them, placing them alongside the leather armor, and remarked, "I hope for further opportunities for collaboration. Give my utmost delight." Trub's face brightened upon hearing Li Xiaomon's words. After all, He was a significant patron in the relatively small White Bear City. Adventurers typically allied themselves with large merchant guilds or noble houses. Spoils often belonged to the guilds and nobles, making personal distribution difficult. A powerful lone wolf like Li Xiaomon was someone Trub, as a blacksmith, naturally wished to befriend. Chapter 65. The Skeleton's Rescue Operation. Upon returning home, Li Xiaomon found himself in the dimly lit basement. Engrossed in his magical tome, Zero stood quietly in the shadows beside him. Perhaps due to Zero's keen learning ability and its constant companionship with Li Xiaomon, it had also developed a fondness for dark places. Meanwhile, Lorona knelt on one knee, reporting to Li Xiaomon the information she had gathered about Viscount Vance and the locations of other vampire slaves. Li Xiaomon harbored a grudge. He had not forgotten the near-fatal encounter orchestrated by Vance's dispatched adventurers in the dungeon. Moreover, exacting revenge on Viscount Vance would also enhance Lorona's favor and loyalty. The most fitting course of action would be to strike first against Viscount Vance, liberating his vampire subordinates. The time for action was tonight. As for the liberated vampire's refuge, he would first establish more basement space for their temporary residence, as for their future roles, transforming them into assassins or an intelligence-gathering force seemed promising. With the ability to fly and command the powers of darkness, vampires were ideal for stealthy kills. Furthermore, possessing the capacity to drain and convert others into their kin, they could covertly transform humans into subordinates, gather intelligence, and then sell that information. Considering all this, the utility of vampires appeared astonishingly advantageous. Having such a capable and cost-effective group of vampires as subordinates was hardly a disadvantage. It was a sheer waste to let such noble creatures be treated as mere playthings by the aristocracy. Of course, it was also possible that vampires, belonging to the evil faction, would be reluctant to submit to humans. But Li Xiaomon was different. As a skeleton, he was firmly rooted in the evil camp. With vampires, it was a case of like-minded individuals finding common ground, a serendipitous alliance. As dusk deepened into the pitch black of midnight, Li Xiaomon set aside his magical tome and rose. Lorona had already changed into her attire. Li Xiaomon donned leather armor, opting not to wear the binding flame breastplate, as tonight was not an occasion for grand displays of might, but rather for stealth. They set forth, blending into the shadows as they stealthily approached Viscount Vance's estate. In the stillness of the night, they swiftly arrived outside the manor, where the castle's lights twinkled like a dream. Maids scurried about, and guards patrolled the watchtowers. The vampires were confined deep within the manor's basement, their eyes filled with silver water, rendering them sightless. Some vampires had even been deprived of both sight and hearing. As they circled the manor in the darkness, Li Xiaomon contemplated his options. Should he eliminate the guards and disguise himself as one of them to infiltrate? Or perhaps stealthily dispatch the guards without raising any alarms? Li Xiaomon's choice was simple: to dig a tunnel. Now a second-tier elemental magician, excavating a direct passage to the depths of the castle's basement was a trivial task. Grasping his wand, he thrust it into the earth. First-tier magic. Collapse. The ground beneath them gave way, descending into the depths before coming to a halt. Li Xiaomon oriented himself and raised his wand once more. Second-tier magic. Earthquake. The soil and rock before him rippled as if stirred by water, parting to reveal a passage. Instead of entering, he seized a rock the size of a human head from the ground. Awaken, Golem. The rock was enveloped in a yellow magical circle, and moments later, it transformed into a lively little stone cat that leapt from Li Xiaomon's hand, licking its paws. Although merely a cat, it possessed abilities of level 12. With skills in agility, stealth, earth magic, and appraisal. Such a small golem with so many skills was even more challenging to create than its larger counterparts. Next, he broke off a piece of finger bone and placed it in the little cat's mouth. If you encounter anyone or face unusual circumstances, bite the bone to notify me immediately. The little cat nodded obediently. The bone was a specially crafted, osteoporosis version, ensuring the tiny stone cat could easily crunch it. Pressing onward, Li Xiaomon and Lorona ventured into the passage. They walked until they reached a solid rock wall at the end of the tunnel, which bore traces of earth magic. This was likely an underground wall formed by earth magic. Before them lay the basement beneath Viscount Vance's castle. Wait a moment. Li Xiaomon restrained the impatient Lorona, appearing to harbor some affection for his similarly afflicted kind. He had merely refrained from expressing this sentiment out of fear of causing trouble. One must remember the lesson of joy leading to sorrow, in critical moments. One must exercise restraint and composure to ultimately emerge victorious. Elishiomon took the opportunity to impart wisdom to Lorona, who nodded repeatedly in understanding. This encouraged him to continue his instruction. After all, he was a skeleton who relished the role of a teacher. Villains often succumb to the temptation of boasting at pivotal moments, allowing protagonists to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Alternatively, a protagonist might finally confront a formidable adversary, only to become verbose, granting the villain a chance to escape. Such carelessness bears dire consequences. Lorona, do you comprehend? You must never become that kind of villain who, upon seizing an opportunity, strikes ruthlessly and then taunts the lifeless body, remaining unhurried. Such is the self-discipline of a villain. Rarely does Lishiomon speak so much. After all, education is paramount. However, Lorona found herself puzzled as to why her master positioned himself as the antagonist. I shall surely remember my master's teachings, she declared with admiration and respect in her gaze. Lishiomon turned, creating a hole in the stone wall with earth magic, ensuring the other side was clear of any presence before continuing to wield his wand. He conjured 3 golems to guard this passage. Following this, he widened the breach in the stone wall, stepping into the basement and then restoring the wall to its original state. Of course, this restoration was merely superficial. It could be breached with a simple poke. This was a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, allowing for a swift escape if necessary. Truly, my master is exceedingly cautious, Lorona thought inwardly. Do you remember the way? Lishiomon inquired, looking at Lorona. Apologies, master. I cannot see anything here and do not recognize the path. Lorona replied, her expression one of regret. Although unfamiliar, it seemed she would need to attempt that spell. Elishiomon pressed his wand against the ground, and 2 magic circles, a earthy hue and a deep azure, unfurled simultaneously at the wand's tip. Second-tier magic, wind-sensed, second-tier magic, rock-sensed, both spells activated. Lishiomon felt his feet merge with the earth, while his body melded with the wind. Centered upon himself, his perception radiated throughout the castle, becoming increasingly indistinct the further it reached. The intricate network of underground chambers buried beneath the surface materialized in his mind in 3 dimensions, which he committed to memory with his extraordinary recall. It is likely only someone with such an absurd memory could utilize these 2 second-tier spells to this extent. Chapter 66. The skeleton's plan concludes. Withdrawing his wand, Lishiomon descended deeper into the basement, following the map etched in his mind. The 2 moved cautiously, controlling their footsteps to avoid detection by patrolling guards. Soon arriving at the depths of the basement, it was dark and damp, the air thick with a foul stench. Iron bars partitioned various cells, within which slaves and criminals were imprisoned. Guards stood vigilant before the iron bars. Leaving no room for stealth, it appeared action was necessary. Lorona, take care of the 2 ahead of us. Yes, master. Darkness enveloped Lorona like a tangible liquid, allowing her to meld into the shadows. She appeared as if transformed into a black liquid. Slithering towards the outermost guard, the 2 guards, oblivious to the creeping shadow at their feet, yawned drowsily. Suddenly, the shadow surged forth, revealing the fangs of a beast lurking in the darkness. In an instant, both guards were consumed by the shadow, rendered immobile and stiff, standing frozen in place. Lorona sank her fangs into the neck of the first guard, draining his blood. When both guards had been drained, they stood like lifeless husks, unmoving. Seeing this, Lishiomon swiftly advanced towards the rear of the guards. At that moment, the remaining guards had yet to react, only noticing a shadow darting into their midst. The 2 station guards remained unresponsive. Approaching the nearest guard, Lishiomon plunged his skeletal sword into the guard's throat. Kill confirmed. Human LV9. Experience 10. The wand was raised without hesitation. Second-tier magic, water prison. The magic circle unfurled at the tip of Lishiomon's wand. Water rapidly coalesced from the void, surging forth to engulf the remaining guards, transforming into orbs of water suspended in midair. Within the spheres, the guards flailed futilely, struggling to breathe. First-tier magic, water burst. Without a moment's pause, the second spell followed swiftly. The water orbs exploded inward with a soft pop, sending the guards within into a spray of blood. The disparity in strength and capability between second-tier elemental mages and first-tier mages was indeed vast. Elishamon marveled to himself as he rushed towards the cells resembling a dungeon. Startled by the noise, the slaves within the cells huddled into corners, trembling with their heads clutched. Yet not all prisoners exhibited such fear. Some eagerly grasped the bars, gazing outside with excitement. "Brother, you've come to rescue me. Haven to you. I was once a noble, and I have hidden away many gold coins. If you free me, I will give you all my gold. My lord, I beg you to save me. I offended a noble and was unjustly imprisoned." The majority of those pleading were evidently human prisoners, either wronged by Vance or confined here for some other reason. Elishamon had no interest in playing the hero to rescue innocent civilians. The more prisoners he freed, the greater the likelihood of detection, which would spell trouble. "Silence, all of you!" Lishamon barked fiercely, since the guards had all been slain and they were in the deepest part of the basement. Even if someone outside heard a commotion, they would likely attribute it to the lamentations of the slaves. With a voice imbued with the aura of a demon, Lishamon's shout quelled all the raucous voices into silence. "Vampires, step forward," he commanded. After a moment of quiet, Lishamon observed all the slaves directing their attention toward the deepest cells. Without hesitation, he approached the innermost cell in the depths of the pitch-black prison. Several diminutive shadows huddled in fear, scantily clad and trembling as they faced outward. Their eyes, unsurprisingly, were filled with silver liquid. The iron bars of this cell appeared to be infused with silver, gleaming faintly in comparison to the other bars. Lishamon gripped his skeletal sword and struck at the iron bars, severing them with ease. "Come out. Lorona and I are here to rescue you." After a brief pause, one vampire timidly inquired, "My lord, are you saying Lorona is still alive?" "Lorona, come forward and explain the situation to them quickly," Lishamon called out to her from the shadows. Lorona swiftly approached the group of vampires, speaking reassuringly. The vigilance of the vampires noticeably lessened in her presence. Meanwhile, Lishamon shifted his gaze from the vampires to the innermost cell. The arrangement of this cell suggested that the further in one ventured, the more perilous it became. The vampire cell was not the innermost one. Beyond the vampires, in the deepest darkness, lay additional cells separated by iron bars. "Friend, could you lend me a hand?" A voice from within the bars seemed to sense Lishamon's scrutiny and called out from the shadows. "Who are you?" Lishamon asked. "Come a bit closer and I shall tell you." The voice beckoned. Elishamon cautiously approached, remaining vigilant. "I am. Who are you?" "I am your father." Elishamon's eyes widened in shock. As if nothing had transpired in that deepest recess, there was no cell at all. Meanwhile, Lorona continued her conversation with the vampires. Elishamon stood there, as though merely having experienced an illusion. "Ding! Your body control is being compromised. Scanning for intruders, scan complete. Intruder identified as the remnant soul of a 6th-tier elemental mage, 98.6 degradation. What is happening? Am I being possessed?" Lishamon's heart raced. Having died once, he cherished his life more than anyone. However, upon regaining his composure, he felt no sensation of being overtaken. Target too weak. Intercepted by the first layer of the firewall, a new pop-up window appeared before him, displaying a clickable option for further details. Upon clicking, he found the target has breached the first layer of the 99-layered firewall. Based on the current intrusion speed, the target requires 1 trillion years to penetrate the first layer and the second. Shall the panel's protective measures be activated to eliminate the intruder? Yes. Elimination successful. Acquired items. Memory Crystal, Remnant X1. 6th-tier Elemental Mage's Magic Crystal, Remnant X1. Is this the end? Moreover, it seems I have received something quite extraordinary. But how could there be a 6th-tier Elemental Mage's Remnant here, and why am I the only one to have discovered it? Could it be due to my skeletal nature? Master, I have explained the situation to them. We can begin the retreat now. Lorona called out to Lishamon. "All right, wait, brother, save me. I have money. I can offer you a great deal. My lord, please save me, I beg you. I will bow down, I will bow down." The remaining prisoners cried out as they saw Li Xiaomon turning to leave with the vampire. Chapter 67. The skeleton's enormous and tempting pie. You are personally treacherous. If you can save a vampire, why not save us? Before the speaker could finish, Li Xiaomon severed his head with a single stroke of his sword. Blood and the rolling head silenced the remaining onlookers. Li Xiaomon, in turn, felt a slight lift in his spirits. He could already see his actions causing the vampire's favorability rating to soar. Initially, the favorability was already quite high from rescuing this group of vampires, and now it had increased even more. Li Xiaomon envisioned a cadre of useful subordinates. Previously existing only in dreams, coming to fruition. It seemed luck was on his side tonight. I am not an easy person to deal with. Let us go. Li Xiaomon strode ahead, while Lorona cloaked the group of vampires in shadow magic, cautiously making their way back to where they had come from. However, it appeared that their good fortune had come to an end. They encountered a squad of guards heading towards the basement. The guards, upon seeing the large mass of moving shadows, were momentarily stunned. However, they quickly sensed something was amiss and drew their weapons. Yet, Li Xiaomon was faster. Second-tier magic, blinding sandstorm. A yellow-green magic circle opened, and swirling sand mixed with fierce winds surged towards the guards. Indeed, this was a spell of Li Xiaomon's own creation. Lorona, dark flames. Lorona swiftly raised her hand, unleashing black flames from the darkness. Li Xiaomon continued to raise his wand. Second-tier magic, lava fireball. A massive fireball coalesced in an instant, rolling across the ground towards the guards. But even at such speed, it was unable to prevent the guards from activating their magical devices. In an instant, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the manor and castle. There was no way to continue hiding. Charge! Li Xiaomon dashed forward, with Lorona leading the still vision-impaired vampires behind him. Meanwhile, more guards were streaming in from the underground city. Finally, they reached the tunnel they had previously opened. And with a swing of his wand, Li Xiaomon smashed through the wall. Second-tier magic, lava fireball. Among the guards, a mage raised his wand, conjuring an even larger lava fireball than Li Xiaomon's, which came crashing down. Golem! The heavily armored golem waiting in the passageway charged out, raising its thick shield to block the attack. The fireball slammed heavily against the golem's shield, shattering it instantly, and a portion of the golem's body melted into lava. Yet it remained steadfastly upright. Well done! Li Xiaomon even considered awarding this golem a prize for best employee. With the golem holding off the enemy, Li Xiaomon and his companions dashed into the tunnel. Upon exiting, a rocky kitten leapt into Li Xiaomon's arms. Cradling the stone kitten in one hand, he turned his wand in the other. The brown magic circle opened instantly. Collapse! The lengthy passageway collapsed in an instant, raising a cloud of dust. Lorona seamlessly cast shadow magic, enveloping everyone in darkness. Under the cover of shadows, Li Xiaomon tossed the rocky kitten. Keep an eye behind us. If anyone follows, let me know immediately. The kitten obeyed, deftly jumping onto the roof and vanishing without a trace. After weaving through several paths, there was still no response from the kitten. Confirming there were no pursuing enemies, Li Xiaomon led the vampires back home. Then, in a secluded corner near home, he used earth magic to sink underground. Approaching the pre-prepared basement, as he progressed with earth magic, he carefully restored the soil behind him. Thus, they finally reached the basement at home, where he let out a sigh of relief. You've worked hard, master. Please take a good rest. I will handle my companions, Lorona spoke. Thank you for your trouble, Li Xiaomon replied, returning to his room and lying on the bed, finally able to examine his unexpected gains. Memory Crystal, 6th tier Mage's Magic Crystal. This was the reward that the old demon, who sought to usurp him, had bestowed upon him. The Memory Crystal was a multifaceted, irregular crystal with sharp angles. Each facet resembled a smooth display screen, portraying first-person scenes. The 6th tier Mage's Magic Crystal, on the other hand, was a diamond-shaped, regular crystal, with 4 colors of magical essence flowing within, appearing quite ethereal. Both items seemed incredibly impressive, yet he was unsure of their purpose. Perhaps he would visit the library tomorrow to investigate. Li Xiaomon carefully stored the 2 crystals in a box and locked them away in a concealed cabinet. Such precious items deserve to be well guarded. It was a pity that this magical world lacked any storage magic. Otherwise, it would have been much more convenient. After a restful slumber until dawn, Li Xiumon's magical energy and spirit were fully restored. He left his room. The vampires had completely removed the silver from their eyes, as well as the nails from their bat wings. "Master, my companions have decided to pledge their allegiance to you," Lorona said, bowing as she saw Li Xiuman. "Is that so?" Li Xiuman surveyed the vampires, who quickly averted their gazes and bowed cautiously. A total of 8 vampires had been rescued, evenly split between male and female, all of whom were quite attractive. However, with Lorona's previous experience, Li Xiuman dared not assume their genders. Thus, he distinguished the vampires by the size of their chests. "Then you shall manage them, Lorona." "Yes, master," Lorona nodded. "Wait a moment." "Master." Just as Li Xiuman was about to leave, a voice called out to him. He turned to see the vampire who he had assumed to be female based on her chest size. "Named Jataise." "Master, may I receive your true name, so that I may become your vassal? I too wish to gain powers like Lady Lorona to serve you." Jataise's words drew eager glances from the other vampires as well. "If your future contributions meet my satisfaction, I shall bestow upon you my true name," Li Xiuman responded, causing the vampires to erupt in excitement, their motivation renewed. It is well known that in this magical world, possessing the ability to grant a true name is exceedingly rare. Acquiring a true name can enhance one's talent and upper limits based on the abilities of the true name's master. Li Xiuman had unexpectedly gained this ability, which was not something typically within his reach. Even for Li Xiuman, bestowing a name was quite taxing, as his soul strength could only accommodate a single vassal. However, this did not deter him from spinning grand aspirations. After all, Lorona had indeed been granted a true name by him. "Thank you for your benevolence, master," Jataise said, respectfully bowing. "Thank you for your benevolence, master." The remaining vampires quickly followed suit. Bowing in unison, Li Xiuman felt he had truly become a ruthless overlord, adept at weaving grand dreams. Chapter 68. The Skeleton's Gift of Technique. The vampires still needed to lay low in the basement, and Li Xiuman had to consider their sustenance. They could suppress their thirst for blood and refrain from drinking it, but as a substitute, they needed to replenish their hunger with food. Purchasing large quantities of food would undoubtedly attract attention. Therefore, it would be best to seek help from Tydela to find other channels for acquiring large amounts of food. Moreover, the recent organization of matters was nearly complete. Once the vampires were settled, he intended to continue exploring the underground city. After finding Tydela and explaining the food situation, he spent some time playing with the catgirl Romantir. Regrettably, he had raised a brood of bats, if possible. He would have preferred to raise a litter of kittens. Leaving the Rebbe Merchant Guild, Li Xiuman made his way towards the library. Along the roadside, he could hear the conversations of the residents, all discussing the incident from the previous night when a thief had infiltrated Viscount Vince's residence, resulting in the escape of a group of slaves. The news spread remarkably quickly. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy sound of wheels reverberated behind him. Li Xiuman turned to see a carriage being drawn along the street, dragging along iron cages containing various magical creatures. Habitually, Li Xiuman assessed them, as there were some magical beings he had never encountered before, warranting identification and documentation. However, upon examining one creature, he couldn't help but shudder. This particular being possessed a skill known as storage. The creature's master was a large-bellied gray monkey. Instantly, information about this monkey flooded Li Xiuman's mind. It was a deep-belly monkey, a low-level magical creature renowned for its voracity. It was said to be capable of consuming food equivalent to 3 times its body weight in a single sitting. Theoretically, such an amount would far exceed the capacity of its stomach. Yet the deep-belly monkey showed no signs of distress, as if its belly had the ability to store items. While the world lacked true spatial storage capabilities, there were exceptions. This monkey exhibited the skill of storage that Li Xiuman had never seen before. The deep-belly monkey, a low-level creature, had a maximum level cap of LV10 and could never enhance its storage beyond LV1. If he could acquire its storage ability, might he not gain the power of spatial storage himself? Li Xiuman rushed toward the caravan, halting it in its tracks. "You fool! Do you wish for death?" Daring to block my carriage? I shall make you my honored guest, warmly received. Being stopped by you is a blessing of 8 lifetimes, my lord Skeleton. What is your business? The man who dismounted the carriage. His threats unspoken, quickly changed his demeanor upon meeting Li Xiumon's gaze. It seemed that his reputation had indeed spread throughout White Bear City. I want that monkey. How much? Li Xiumon pointed at the deep-belly monkey confined within the cage. Oh, I thought it was something serious. If you like it, feel free to take it. I'm a man of principles. Name your price. Since my lord Skeleton has said so, the man extended 3 fingers. 3 silver coins. Here you go. Li Xiumon paid the sum and carried the monkey along with its cage away. The caravan leader breathed a sigh of relief, climbed back onto the carriage, and resumed their journey, albeit at a noticeably slower pace, as if wary of colliding with someone. With the monkey in tow, Li Xiumon made his way to the library. His presence had already attracted considerable attention on the road, but now the curious glances intensified to nearly 100%. After searching for a while, he found 2 books related to memory crystals, and the crystals of 6th level mages. One was titled What Are Memory Crystals? And the other How Are Mage Crystals Formed? After completing the borrowing process, Li Xiumon returned home with the books. He decided to perform euthanasia on the monkey. Li Xiumon amputated its left leg, incinerating the flesh and blood. Given that the monkey possessed only the storage skill, he had no concerns about it being detrimental. Next, he removed the bone from his own left leg and replaced it with that of the deep-belly monkey. Ding! Skill acquired. Storage LV1. In that instant, Li Xiumon felt as if a part of his being had been unlocked by a surge of power. Vaguely, he sensed a hollow space within his chest. He attempted to grasp a stone the size of a potato and placed it into his chest, activating storage. The stone vanished without a trace, and the previously empty space felt approximately 1/10 filled. It was indeed a storage-type skill, albeit with a seemingly limited capacity. Upon retrieving the stone, the space returned to its previous emptiness. It appeared he could only hope to enhance the skill's level in the future to increase its capacity. Li Xiumon shook the diminutive left leg, feeling an uncomfortable dissonance with the frail limb of the deep-belly monkey. He was accustomed to inserting bones of superior quality. This significant downgrade proved challenging. Gradually, he controlled the growth and transformation of the monkey's leg bone to align with the normal size and strength, allowing him to adapt. He paid homage to the deep-belly monkey, the teacher who sacrificed its life to impart its skill. Subsequently, he cremated the monkey's remains to ashes and buried them. Back in the basement, Li Xiumon opened the books regarding memory crystals and mage power crystals. Memory crystals are a technique that utilizes special magic to transform memories into tangible entities. This method often serves as a means for high-level mages to leave behind their magical insights and legacies upon their demise. Mage power crystals, on the other hand, are organs created by mages of 5th level and above to contain their immense magical power, as their bodies typically cannot endure such vast energies. Thus, they condense crystals within their bodies to store and consolidate their magic, making them the most vital and precious assets for high-level mages. When combined, these 2 elements represent a fragment of a 6th-level mage's legacy. Although incomplete, it is still significant. In all of White Bear City, the most powerful mage was merely at the 3rd level. As Ilu had informed him, while White Bear City was not particularly large, it was essential to devise a plan to attract someone to seize his place. This latest acquisition sparked such a notion within Li Xiumon. He attempted to activate the memory crystal using the magical array and the ancient magical language recorded in the book. Instantly, a torrent of memories flooded into Li Xiumon's mind. He felt like an observer, witnessing the experiences of another. However, since this memory crystal had been directly extracted from a lingering soul, it was not a genuine legacy. The memories were fragmented and largely trivial, such as the 6th-level mage being caught eating boogers by a crush or experiencing the embarrassment of impotence due to nervousness. While amusing, they were of little use, and the substance regarding magic was scant. Li Xiumon could only painstakingly extract and record the pertinent magical knowledge while skimming over the irrelevant memories. Chapter 69. The Skeleton's Understanding of Magical Models with the Assistance of His Skills. Magic Analysis LV2 and Golem LV2. Li Xiumon gained the ability of photographic memory and could selectively edit the information he recorded. Soon, the memories within the crystal swiftly passed before his eyes. with trivial memories discarded and the significant magical knowledge retained. After traversing through the entirety of the memory crystal, he found that the recorded magical insights were limited. Ultimately, the soul attempting to seize him was but a remnant of a 6th-level elemental mage, and the memories were inherently incomplete. In the end, Li Xiumon only acquired the basic knowledge of a high-level elemental mage. For instance, 1st to 3rd levels correspond to low-level elemental mages, 4th to 6th levels are mid-level, and 7th to 9th levels define high-level mages. Li Xiumon was already aware of this information. However, he lacked clarity on the criteria for categorizing these mages. The memory crystal elucidated these classification requirements. Low-level mages only needed to accumulate their magical power to the corresponding level to learn the associated spells. In contrast, 4th-level mages must master magical models to wield the spells tied to those models. Even if their magical power reached the 4th-level standard, they could only be termed as quasi-4th-level mages. Only those who mastered 3 or more 4th-level magical models could genuinely be recognized as 4th-level mages. Magical models are notoriously challenging to learn and cannot be self-taught. One must find a high-level magical teacher and learn under their guidance to grasp spells beyond the 4th level. Such mages are often protective of their knowledge and do not easily share their research. Unless one pays a price or becomes a trusted apprentice of a high-level mage, opportunities for instruction are scarce. Another approach is to create original magical models and spells, but this is a feat achievable only by true geniuses. The magical models mastered are imprinted on the spellcaster's magical array, forming magical runes. The more runes present, the more potent the mage's magic becomes. When Li Xiumon cast spells, he could only see the framework of magical power without any runes enhancing the effect. This serves as a standard for assessing a mage's strength. Therefore, even if high-level mages wield low-level magic, their power far surpasses that of low-level mages. This disparity arises not only from the superior magical power and comprehension of high-level mages, but also from the enhancement provided by magical runes. Of course, mages can choose to conceal their strength by hiding the runes on their magical arrays. However, such concealment would naturally diminish the magic's potency. Moreover, to cast high-level spells corresponding to the runes, they must be visible on the magical array. To his surprise, high-level mages must traverse such a path. Li Xiumon unearthed 4 magical models from the memory crystal. 2 of these were 4th-tier magical models, the Roar of the Wind Dragon and the Spear of Flame Judgment, both of which were offensive spells. The 5th-tier magical model was the Wind's Aegis, a defensive spell. The incomplete 6th-tier model was the Cry of the Lich, a mental attack magic. This was the greatest treasure he had acquired from the memory crystal. Any 5th or 6th-tier mage would certainly cherish the opportunity to master an additional precious spell. Furthermore, higher-tier mages would not disdain acquiring a lower-tier magical model. Thus, this memory crystal absolutely must remain concealed. Otherwise, this barely 1-month-old 2nd-tier mage might truly face dire consequences. Attempting to analyze one of the 4th-tier magical models proved utterly incomprehensible, and merely gazing at it for a brief moment induced a throbbing headache and mental fatigue. Very well, it seemed prudent to consume this knowledge gradually. Li Xiumon sifted through the fragmented knowledge concerning 2nd-tier magic from the memory crystal, nibbling away at it piece by piece. Although the memories were incomplete and shattered, they were nonetheless far superior to the commonplace materials found in the library. Moreover, acquiring this knowledge of high-tier mages illuminated for Li Xiumon the reason behind the existence of libraries in this world. As well as the accessibility of low-tier magical knowledge, it was simply because those high-tier mages did not regard this low-tier knowledge with any significance. The knowledge of high-tier magical models was firmly grasped in the hands of elite mages. Perhaps there existed a desire among them to exploit low-tier magical knowledge to discover more low-tier mages. Among these low-tier mages, there might indeed be true geniuses who develop invaluable new magical models. Subsequently, these high-tier mages could trade their outdated magical models for these precious new creations, thereby incrementally enhancing their own magical knowledge. Having memorized a wealth of fragmented information from the memory crystal, Li Xiumon carefully placed the invaluable crystal into his storage space. He then retrieved the 2nd-tier magical books borrowed from the library, using them to assist in comprehending and digesting the advanced knowledge contained within the memory crystal. Thus, Li Xiumon engaged in a continuous study for 3 days, fully assimilating all the fragmented memories of second-tier magic from the crystal, while also thoroughly understanding the second-tier books borrowed from the library. At this moment, he sought to grasp the fourth-tier magical models recorded within the memory crystal. It might be an illusion, but he felt as though he had understood a fragment. It was akin to a primary school student who had just mastered addition and subtraction, attempting to comprehend high school-level functions. Throughout these 3 days, Li Xiaomon also endeavored to absorb a vast array of magical knowledge, aspiring to elevate his magical analysis skill from level 2 to a higher tier. Enhancing this skill would significantly augment his understanding of magic and his innate magical talent, a true divine technique. The advancement of this skill might enable him to grasp even a sliver of knowledge regarding magical models in advance. He could sense that if he were to comprehend magical models ahead of time, it would greatly enhance not only his strength but also his potential in the realm of magic. However, his aspirations remained unfulfilled. After 3 days of study, he realized that the accumulation required for the enhancement of his magical analysis skill still demanded considerable effort. Perhaps only by creating his own series of second-tier magic could he stimulate an improvement in his magical analysis. Having rested sufficiently, it was time to embark on the third expedition into the dungeon. Li Xiaomon set a goal for himself this time: to explore down to the 30th level. Thus, he anticipated a prolonged stay within the depths of the dungeon. He planned to return the borrowed books upon entering the dungeon. As for the nest of vampires in the basement, he entrusted their management to Rorona, disguising their appearances and sending them into the dungeon in batches. Subsequently, he would assemble a party in the dungeon, honing their skills while earning their living expenses, simultaneously assisting Rorona in slaying monsters to gain experience for himself. A comprehensive strategy of exploitation. Li Xiaomon was eager to reclaim the initial 5,000 experience points he had invested in Rorona. However, these vampires were still of too low a level, with only 2 being professionals, both of whom were dark magic practitioners. Li Xiaomon could only procure the 2 rare class scrolls from the Rebbe Trading Company, the Heavy Armor Knight and the Elemental Mage scrolls. He decided to reclassify the 2 level 10 vampires into an Elemental Mage and a Heavy Armor Knight. Among them, the one who abandoned her dark magic profession to become an Elemental Mage was none other than the previously mentioned Jites. Chapter 70. The Skeleton Trio explores the dungeon. After a night of rest, Li Xiaomon donned his full gear early the next morning. Beneath it, he wore soft cloth, followed by fire-resistant leather armor crafted from fire crocodile hide, with a flame-binding chest piece. His right arm was adorned with the gauntlet of the Fire Lizard King. His entire ensemble exuded an imposing presence, although apart from his wand, it hardly resembled that of an elemental mage. Furthermore, the straight metallic wand, even with its embedded magical stone, appeared more akin to a staff than a wand. In actual combat, it indeed served as a staff. Before the city's tower, amidst a throng of adventurers entering the dungeon, Li Xiaomon stood out remarkably. Aside from him, another adventuring party caught the eye, a formidable group of 16. Each member was of considerable level and equipped with exceptional gear, yet their positioning suggested that they were 2 teams merged into one. It seemed to be an alliance of 2 major trading companies' adventuring parties. Given such a configuration, with half of them wielding water element wands, their objective was unmistakable: to vanquish the floor boss of the 30th level of the dungeon. The floor boss, naturally, was a treasure trove in itself. Magic stones were top-tier magical materials, and its horns could be fashioned into high-grade magical artifacts. Moreover, such floor bosses had a significant probability of possessing magical items. Should fortune smile upon them, they might even reap a magical artifact from the dungeon itself, which often surpassed the efficacy of artificially produced wares. In that case, there was a possibility for him to slip into the 31st level. Li Xiaomon pondered quietly. After the defeat of the 30-layer tier boss, it would take at least a month for it to respawn. Respawn was Li Xiaomon's term. In the vernacular of the locals, it was referred to as the birth of a new tier king. By that time, he might have the opportunity to explore deeper levels without needing to vanquish the tier king. It seemed that the team over there had sensed Li Xiaomon's gaze. One of them, presumably the captain, a mage of elemental magic, waved amicably at him. Li Xiaomon nodded in acknowledgement and then strode into the dungeon without looking back. After 2 days of travel, he reached the 14th layer. He disposed of the fragmented materials he had collected from the previous 13 layers and tossed a casual remark to Rachel, promising to do better next time, before continuing his descent into the depths. Another 2 days passed, and he finally re-entered the second layer of the molten world, the 21st layer. Li-Shuman did not rush to delve deeper. His primary objective for this exploration was to gather materials and level up to the 30th tier. Thus, he decided to thoroughly explore this layer, enhancing his map and marking resource points along the way. The signature material of this layer was fire crystal. The octagonal fire crystal he had previously collected was among the higher quality variants. However, there existed even superior 9-sided fire crystals and exquisite 10-sided ones. Li-Shuman planned to gather some octagonal ones to see if they could serve as materials for golems. He hunted fire crocs while simultaneously collecting fire crystals. And after several successful mining runs, he fortuitously discovered 2 exquisite 9-sided crystals. Though fire crystals were not particularly precious materials, the 9-sided variants were undeniably rare and exceptional. It was his identification skill that allowed him to find them with relative ease. Most adventurers would not bother counting the facets with a magnifying glass and often overlooked such treasures. Thus, he spent 3 days in the 21st layer. His experience bar filled to more than half. Upon reaching level 20, his experience tally hit 10,000 points, and with each level gained, an additional 5,000 points were added to the cap, causing Li-Shuman's leveling speed to decelerate. He found himself reminiscing about the days of jumping several levels in one go. He stored the octagonal fire crystals in his bag while carefully placing the 2 9-sided ones in his storage space. Following the molten waterfall, he arrived at the 22nd layer, where he continued to battle monsters and gather fire crystals. It was only after thoroughly exploring the entire 22nd layer that he finally found a 9-sided fire crystal. When he withdrew his skeletal sword from the head of a fire croc, he was greeted with a satisfying notification. Ding! You have slain a fire croc level 20, experience 500. Your experience is now full, level increased to level 21. Constitution 1. Spirit 2. Dragonblood skeleton racial strength correction triggered. Additional strength 1. Free attribute point 1. Both his left and right arms heated up once again, as a torrent of intense energy surged into them like a viscous fluid, brutally flooding both sides. A wave of pain assaulted him once more, and his bones began to crack ominously. Had it been only one side receiving the energy, with Li-Shuman's current constitution, he would have easily endured it. However, with the simultaneous influx of energy from both sides, he was compelled to endure the agony. Clutching his skeletal sword, he stood rigidly, silently bearing the pain that invaded him from both directions. It was only after the torment subsided and the system displayed a notification that Li-Shuman could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Strength 1, Constitution 1. After a brief moment of contemplation, he opened his panel. Aside from the attribute corrections from both arms and the racial correction from the Dragonblood skeleton, his true upgrade consisted of an increase of 1 point in Constitution, 2 points in Spirit, and 1 free attribute point. The additional point in Spirit was likely due to his advancement to a second-tier elemental mage. If he were not mistaken, the swordsman class would typically receive 2 points in Strength, 1 point in Constitution, and 1 point in free attributes, while the heavy armor class would receive 2 points in Constitution, 1 point in Strength, and 1 point in free attributes. Starting from the second tier, the disparity in attributes among various classes began to widen significantly. Warriors focused on Strength, heavy armor classes emphasized Constitution, and mages prioritized Spirit. Fortunately, Li-Shuman possessed various peculiar attribute corrections. Unfortunately, this correction might not last much longer. He glanced at his 2 arms. The residual energy in his right arm remained robust, likely sufficient for several more level dash-ups. It was no wonder that the legendary sword, the Sword of Ice, had such a formidable legacy. The bone of his right arm, which had endured for countless years, remained remarkably resilient. However, his left arm's red bone had begun to pale once more. It seemed that it would not take many more level-ups before the energy within was entirely depleted. Restoring its normal to avoid being left behind, he would need to seek out some renowned bones in the future. Perhaps he should consider raiding some heroic tombs? He had heard that royal tombs were quite formidable. Perhaps it was time to excavate royal burial sites. Li-Shuman couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. What could be more reasonable than a skeleton visiting a graveyard? Tomb raiding was a rather shallow term. Only despicable humans would use such a phrase. This noble skeleton, however, would merely be visiting friends and family, taking along a few trinkets as mementos, as for why he would be grasping the bones of the tomb's owner upon his departure. That was merely a display of reluctance. The tomb owner was simply loath to part with him, expressing an attachment that could not be severed. Chapter 71. The maternal heart of the skeleton no longer contemplating the future of his bones. Li Xiaomon focused on the free attribute points displayed on his panel. He had yet to allocate the 3 attribute points from his last level up, and with the addition of this 1 point, he had a total of 4 points. He reserved 2 for emergencies and poured the remainder entirely into spirit. Increasing spirit for a mage was undoubtedly a sound choice. Boosting strength offered short-term gains, while enhancing constitution was a matter of survival. Increasing spirit, however, promised long-term benefits. A higher spirit would allow him to stay awake longer, providing ample time for learning and monster hunting. It would also enhance his magical potency and overall mana capacity. Given that he was an elemental mage, investing in spirit was certainly the right decision. Currently, Li Xiaomon's 3-dimensional attributes stood at Strength 27, Constitution 38, Spirit 39. A well-rounded warrior, a typical level 21 elemental mage would have attributes around Strength 10, Constitution 20, and Spirit in the low 20s. He had a significant advantage over all other professions at the same level, and of course, he was not invincible. There could very well be individuals born with extraordinary strength capable of inadvertently crushing alloy humanoid dragons. With a sense of satisfaction, Li Xiaomon tucked away his panel, gripping his skeletal sword and extracting the magic stone from the fire crock beneath him, along with its 6 legs. He found himself particularly intrigued by this fire crock's panel. It possessed the skill Flame Devour level 1, a skill he had never encountered before. Other fire crocks typically had skills related to fire resistance or volcanic adaptation, yet none exhibited a skill akin to Flame Devour. As he collected various skills, Li Xiaomon developed an odd obsession with rare skills. The more scarce and unique the skill, the more he yearned for it. Thus, upon discovering the skill of this fire crock, even as it submerged into the magma, Li Xiaomon exerted great effort to locate and extract it, solely for the sake of acquiring this rare skill. Now, this coveted skill was within his grasp. Li Xiaomon suppressed his greedy emotions, tearing off his right leg to begin the trial. The fire crock's ability was replicated once more. In that moment, he felt a surge of affection for the 6-legged molten fire crock species. This fire crock had toiled in solitary evolution within the dungeon for countless years to develop these 6 legs, all for the purpose of enhancing his chances of acquiring a desired skill. He stifled his emotions in tears, though, as a skeleton, he possessed no tears. The first leg manifested as Crawl. This was likely the dying resentment of the fire crock. Crawl, you worthless skeleton. Let me crawl, no rush. The second leg granted fire resistance. The third leg, Flame Devour. All 3 abilities emerged successfully. The ethereal blue soul flame flickered, causing a marvelous transformation within the bones. He attempted to conjure a flame and then grasp it with his hand. A sensation of devouring surged through his bones. The flame was steadily consumed, transforming into magical energy that flowed into his body. Eventually, the entire mass of flame was devoured. Li Xiaomon sensed that he had absorbed approximately 20 of the magical energy consumed in producing that flame. In other words, this skill allowed him to devour 20 of the flame energy and convert it into his own magical power, a remarkably potent skill, akin to a flame mitigation ability, further reducing the damage from fire-type spells. Coupled with the low-tier water magic nullification bestowed upon him by the water spirit's ear pendant, he had now become a veritable nemesis to elemental mages. Indeed, the rarer the skill, the mightier it proved to be. Li Xiaomon cast a glance at his skill panel, filled with joy upon acquiring yet another rare skill. He transformed the short claws of the fire crocodile into a more conventional shape. Offering his gratitude to the dismembered remains of the creature, he then proceeded to skin the fire crocodile, for this particular hide possessed the coveted ability of flame absorption, coupled with its inherent fire resistance. This hide could be deemed a paragon among crocodilian pelts, boasting maximum fire resistance. After a brief processing, he draped the rugged skin over his shoulders and waist. Subsequently, he discarded the bloodied remains of his mentor into the molten magma he had cherished throughout his life. Such a saintly disposition hardly befitted a skeleton. Despite being a creature of monstrosity, his soul radiated with nobility and fervor. Alas, his inclination towards mercy for enemies was an unalterable trait. Wiping the blood of the fire crocodile's former owner from the hide, he fashioned a pair of pants from it to cover his newly acquired fire crocodile bone leg, and adorned his skeletal foot with boots fashioned from the same hide. He adjusted his dyed fire crocodile cloak with a sigh. This unexpected boon of skills invigorated his enthusiasm as he meticulously examined the skill panel of the fire crocodile, anxious not to overlook any rare abilities. Although both of his skill slots were currently occupied, he could still consolidate them. The 2 bone arms consumed his slots, leaving him with only 2 available for his legs. As for whether dismantling bones from other parts could yield skills, he had attempted to extract ribs without success. The pelvis, being non-human and of a challenging size, posed a problem. Unlike limb bones, which fit neatly, the pelvis did not align easily, even among different races. It was a cumbersome endeavor. Moreover, even if he managed to connect them, he had not acquired any skills. Li-Shumon speculated that most skills were activated through hands and legs. Thus, their essence instinctively gravitated towards the limbs upon death. There was also energy within the torso. Theoretically, replacing the entire torso could yield skills, but that would necessitate detaching the head. As for the head, it was the seat of the spirit, undoubtedly rich in energy. However, both the head and torso burned with the fire of the soul, the vital core of Li-Shumon, rendering them untouchable. He continued his leisurely search for ores and fire crocodiles. Fortune, however, did not favor him further. The remaining fire crocodiles possessed only commonplace skills. He found no remarkable ores either. Thus, after lingering on the 22nd level for 3 days, Li-Shumon followed the cascading lava waterfall to the 23rd level. Here, fire wing beasts began to appear, potentially offering flight skills, and he could also test whether his bone wings could be exchanged. After all, the bone wings extended from his ribcage and shoulder blades, not typically manifesting on his back unless he activated a skill. Thus, he was uncertain if they could be replaced, making this an opportune moment for experimentation. The fire wing beast soared leisurely in the air, oblivious to the skeleton that had set its sights upon them. Wing slash. All fire wing beasts possessed the wing slash skill. Although somewhat pedestrian, Li-Shumon deemed it practical enough to choose. He focused on a creature pursuing a male fire wing beast, intent on catching the female ahead for a rather indescribable encounter. The righteous and benevolent skeleton could not bear to witness this. His compassionate heart surged forth. He could not condone such bullying of kindred, teaching the young fire wing beast's poor morals. Brandishing his wand and unfurling his bone wings, he soared into the sky, aiming for the rear of the fire wing beast. As for why he did not use his skeletal sword, it was simply because the sword was part of his own body, and he feared getting it dirty. Chapter 72. The skeleton's unexpected or acquisition. The wand smoothly penetrated the fire wing beast's body. Magical energy surged forth. Water explosion. Water within the fire wing beast violently erupted, causing its form to split with gruesome cracks. Blood mixed with water gushed outward. A howl erupted from the fire wing beast as it twisted its neck, flames erupting from its mouth toward Li-Shumon. At that moment, he was eager to test the extent of his flame resistance. As the flames surged towards him, he boldly extended his palm, confronting the oncoming inferno barehanded. Flame absorption. The scorching flames cascaded over Li-Shumon like molten lava. The searing pain radiated throughout his body instantaneously. Simultaneously, flames coalesced around his outstretched hand, forming a vortex-like shape as he absorbed them. The remaining fire, weakened by his magical breastplate, was bravely endured by Li-Shumon, who possessed elemental resistance. It was slightly hot. Indeed, feeling his magical energy steadily replenishing within, Li-Shumon delivered a swift kick to the chin of the fire wing beast. The airborne creature swayed violently. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged his skeletal sword into the creature's chest, tearing through its disordered innards. The fire wing beast could no longer sustain itself, plummeting helplessly towards the ground. It was not until its lifeless body crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a resounding thud, that it finally succumbed to death. Ding. You have slain a Firewing Beast LV-21. Experience 750'd. Ignoring the notification of experience points, Li Xiaomon tightened his grip on the skeletal sword and proceeded to detach a pair of wings from the Firewing Beast. As he held the wings, flames began to rise in his hands, enveloping them in flames as they ignited.